According to reports, the greatest meteor shower in human history will descend upon Earth at 6 o'clock the day after tomorrow. This meteor shower is an extremely rare crimson spectacle, incomparably magnificent to behold. It is recommended that people watch it together with their families. Recently, many unusual natural phenomena have appeared throughout our city. Experts state that these are all normal occurrences. Today, several new incidents of stray dogs attacking people have occurred in Disobey City. All citizens are urged to beware of stray dogs and avoid being bitten. Disobey City, inside a small rental apartment. Staring at the news on the television, Chen Xuan remained silent for a long time. His hair, unwashed for days, had grown a bit too long, a tangled mess that veiled his eyes. The oversized slack t-shirt on his body was wrinkled and worn thin, as if it had been washed countless times until the color had faded. How is this possible? How could this be? He kept mumbling under his breath, shock etched across his malnourished face. His pale fingers pinched his own cheek hard, and only after feeling the unmistakable sting of pain did he finally confirm that this was not a dream. The year is 2053, May 3rd, 1232 in the afternoon. There is still one day left before the apocalypse begins. Damn it, I've actually been reborn. He had indeed been reborn. Reborn to the day before the apocalypse began. Tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon, a meteor shower hailed as the greatest in human history would descend. Crimson meteors would sweep across the sky. At first, everyone would still be immersed in the beauty of the meteor shower, taking photos as keepsakes and sharing the sight with their families. Yet within a few seconds after the meteors vanished, the human world would be utterly transformed. Countless people would turn into zombies, animals would begin a frenzied evolution, and plants would surge forth in rampant growth. A new world would descend. That year would come to be known as the first year of the apocalypse. Chen Xuan drew in a deep breath, his right hand trembling uncontrollably in inexplicable excitement and fervor surfacing on his pale face. He was excited, truly excited. The apocalypse was a world where the weak were prey to the strong. For the weak, it was hell, more terrifying than hell itself, for there were no rules at all, and the powerless could only be trampled at will. But for the strong, it was paradise, because nothing was forbidden. As long as one possessed overwhelming strength, one could act with absolute impunity in the apocalypse. Damn, heaven truly has eyes to let me be reborn. In my previous life, I simply started too late and wasted far too much time, missing the chance to become truly powerful. Even though my strength wasn't weak in the later years, I still suffered plenty of humiliation and fell far short of the real powerhouses. This time I must be fast from the very first step. Every step must be faster than the last. I'm going to get ahead of the entire world. I'm going to stand above all others. Chen Xuan clenched his fists, his body quivering slightly as the excitement in his eyes refused to subside. If the apocalypse were to arrive, what would you desire? Chen Xuan's answer was simple: power, status, and women. Restlessness was in his very bones. He refused to remain beneath others. For an ambitious man like Chen Xuan, the apocalypse was more than paradise. It was a place where he could become a true god. Unfortunately, in his previous life, he had missed many opportunities in the early days, causing him to fall behind from the very first step. In the end, his strength was not weak. He became a level 5 ability user. Even so, compared to the true titans, he was still far too lacking. No matter how hard he tried afterward, it was difficult to catch up. He could only look up to them from afar and regret his past choices countless times. Fortunately, everything now had a chance to be done over. The television continued its broadcast, but Chen Xuan's thoughts had already drifted away. He grabbed a towel and walked into the bathroom. As the water cascaded down onto his head, his thoughts gradually cooled, his excitement subsiding. He muttered to himself under the sound of the shower. There is still one day left before the apocalypse begins. I must not get carried away. The opportunities in the early phase are precious. They are the key to getting ahead of everyone else. In a bit, I need to grab a piece of paper and write them all down to memorize. I can't afford to miss a single one. One fast step leads to every step being fast. This time I must stand in front of everyone. With a clear plan forming in his mind, Chen Xuan's mood instantly brightened. After rinsing his body quickly with hot water, he picked up the towel and briskly dried himself off. In the apocalypse, for ordinary people, taking a single hot bath was as difficult as ascending to heaven. In those days, human life would be as cheap as grass. Water and food would be desperately scarce, and a single packet of instant noodles could drive 2 people to kill each other. Of course, that applied only to the weak. As he was wiping his arm, Chen Xuan suddenly frowned. What is this? On his arm, a pattern was clearly visible. The design was pure white from head to tail, with whiskers like a tiger's, a mane and tail bristling like lances. Its body was long like a snake, scaled like a fish, horned like a deer, and clawed like an eagle. Isn't this the legendary dragon? Staring at the pattern on his arm, Chen Xuan's face was filled with shock. Somehow, at some unknown point, a giant dragon tattoo had appeared on his body and laid along his right arm, covering it entirely. Moreover, a chill seemed to seep out from the dragon tattoo on his skin. The snow-white tattoo looked as if it had been born with him. He was certain that in his previous life he had never possessed such a mark. Could this be a Tongtian mark? Chen Xuan's lips trembled slightly as he froze in place. This so-called Tongtian mark was of course no simple thing. There were two ways for an ability user to awaken powers. The first was to awaken later through zombie crystal cores. This was widely known to the masses. The second way was to awaken abilities innately from birth. A Tongtian mark was the essential prerequisite for such innate awakening. This tattoo was called a Tongtian mark because every naturally awakened ability user bearing such a mark possessed extraordinary strength. Their awakened abilities were at least of strength. However, those who could awaken abilities innately were unbelievably rare, almost one in tens of millions. In his previous life, Chen Xuan had no Tongtian mark. He had only managed to awaken by chance, through zombie crystal cores in the later stages of the apocalypse. Yet who could have imagined that after rebirth he would gain a Tongtian mark, and even have his ability changed? This was undoubtedly a heaven-sent blessing of immense magnitude. In his previous life, the main reason he found it so hard to improve his strength wasn't only that he had started later than others, but also that his ability itself was weak. His former power had merely been in a rank ability body steelification. For ordinary ability users in a rank power was already formidable, but Chen Xuan knew that for true peak experts in a rank ability was still far too feeble. Now, however, he had been reborn and granted a Tongtian mark guaranteeing, at least in strength ability, perhaps even greater. Chen Xuan's confidence surged. Though he did not yet know what power his Tongtian mark would awaken, the pattern on his body was a dragon. Anything related to dragons could not possibly be simple. After all, this was the mightiest totem of faith in Huaxia the dragon. Apocalypse, I'm back. Chen Xuan bared his teeth in a grin, a wild, unrestrained arrogance and madness blazing in his eyes. That should be about it. In the early stage, these are all the major opportunities in Disobey City. Looking at the slips of paper on the table, a faint look of delight blossomed across Chen Xuan's face. In truth, it was not only the opportunities in Disobey City. Across the entire Huaxia and even many chances abroad, so long as they were not top secret, Chen Xuan knew them like the back of his hand. After all, in his previous life, he had lagged behind others and lived every day steeped in regret, habitually replaying and dissecting the past. Thus, he was intimately familiar with the various opportunities that had arisen at home and abroad, especially in Disobey City, where there was not a single chance, great or small, that escaped his knowledge. After writing down the notes, Chen Xuan fumbled a pack of cigarettes from his waist and lit one. The curling smoke created a hazy atmosphere that made a person feel light and unreal. In the apocalypse, a single pack of cigarettes could buy a first-tier actress's company for an entire night. This was no exaggeration. With the cigarette clamped between his lips, the corners of Chen Xuan's mouth lifted slightly as he savored the feeling with unconcealed relish. Daddy, the phone is ringing, Daddy. Just as he was smoking, Chen Xuan's phone rang. He pulled the mobile from his clothes. The caller ID showed Su Siju. Hey, you damn Chen Xuan, do you still want this job or not? Get your ass back to the company tomorrow. If you don't show up, don't bother coming for the rest of your life. And forget about last month's salary. This month's pay, I'm not giving you a cent either. On the other end of the line came a middle-aged man's roar laced with constant abuse. Su Dehai, Chen Xuan's department manager, weighed over 200 jin, earning him the nickname Su Feizhu. In his previous life, Chen Xuan had been weak-willed and had suffered greatly under him. Worse yet, on the very day the apocalypse broke out, he had been tricked by this damned fat pig and nearly died in a tide of zombies. By sheer luck, he escaped with his life, but he was grievously wounded and hung by a thread, almost breathing his last. That enmity Chen Xuan had carried with him to this very day. His expression clouded and cleared in turns as he let out a cold laugh, the half-burned cigarette pinched between his fingers. You damn fat pig, I'll kill you sooner or later. The sudden voice instantly plunged Su Dehai into silence. The tone was hoarse and vicious. It was unmistakably Chen Xuan's voice. He actually dared to curse me. Damn you, Chen Xuan, you little. Su Dehai's enraged roar went on, but Chen Xuan no longer had the patience to listen. He snorted coldly and hung up. He was nothing more than a dead fat pig. He would not be able to jump around for long. Yet if not for this swine in his previous life, Chen Xuan would not have been wounded so badly in the beginning. I'll let you prance around for one more day. Tomorrow I'll personally chop off your pig head. Chen Xuan let out a chilly laugh, his unruly features written with sheer unrestrained arrogance. Law, what a joke. With the apocalypse about to descend, law was worthless. Casting a glance at the slip of paper before him, Chen Xuan brought the still-lit cigarette close and set it on fire. The slip of paper blossomed into sparks and moments later crumbled into drifting ash. Everything written on it was already etched into his mind and could not be allowed to fall into anyone else's hands. In the afternoon after lunch, Chen Xuan began calculating all his worldly assets. He had worked for 2 years since graduation, and together with the savings from part-time jobs during school, he had a total of 135,322. 5. A little over 130,000. This was all of Chen Xuan's savings. Yet after tomorrow this money would become nothing but a pile of waste paper too stiff even to wipe one's backside, utterly useless. However, today this money still had its use. In the early days of the apocalypse, the most important things were not food and water, but weapons. Zombies possessed strength and bodily toughness far beyond humans. Ordinary tools like kitchen knives could hardly leave a mark on them. Fortunately, Chen Xuan knew of a dedicated weapons shop whose wares were all of superior quality, enough to allow him to gain a foothold in the early stage of the apocalypse. He had only heard of this weapons shop after many years of struggling through the apocalypse. It was said that the owner became a levels-even ability user by then with no insignificant strength. After a quick wash-up, Chen Xuan changed his clothes of black t-shirt and jeans. His fair face carried a hint of wicked charm, and before leaving, he flashed a smile at himself in the mirror. Only that smile was far from warm. Instead, it was laced with a trace of sinister intent. Relying on his memory of the location, Chen Xuan hailed a cab. The driver was a middle-aged uncle who started chatting cheerfully the moment he got in. The man's slightly plump face was filled with contented smiles. Sadly, once the apocalypse arrived, such smiles would become a rare sight. "Young man, we're here." Lost in thought, Chen Xuan was brought back when the cheerful driver turned his head and spoke. "Laozhou General Store. This was the place." Chen Xuan nodded. "How much is it?" 42.5. "I'll just charge you for Titwo," the driver replied with a grin. The middle-aged driver spoke with a broad smile. 200. "Keep the change." "I wish you a pleasant day," Chen Xuan said. For ordinary people, today would be the last pleasant day. In the days to come, besides fear and death, there would be no joy at all. With that, Chen Xuan opened the door and stepped out without the slightest hesitation. Watching Chen Xuan walk away so nonchalantly, the middle-aged driver scratched his thinning hair and looked curiously at the 200 yuan in his hand before joy crept over his features. "That young man is handsome, that's for sure, just a bit strange. Still, he's pretty generous. Forget it, I'll get off work early today and buy some treats for my precious daughter." Laozhou General Store. Inside, the shelves were lined with ordinary household goods, pots, bowls, ladles, and kitchen knives. Nothing that seemed out of the ordinary. "Hello there, what do you need?" "Our little shop has all sorts of pots and pans," the middle-aged owner greeted with a broad smile when he saw Chen Xuan come in. He was sturdily built, about 1.80 meters tall, powerfully muscled. His tanned face wore a genial smile, and there were calluses at the tiger's mouth of his hands, the marks of long years of labor. At a glance, he seemed ordinary enough, like any middle-aged man. But Chen Xuan had crawled through the hell of the apocalypse for several years. Naturally, he could tell at a glance that the man before him was anything but simple. With a smile, he said, "Do you truly have everything?" "Of course," Zhou Xiong replied, gesturing around at the fully stocked kitchenware. "Then, do you have weapons?" "Weapons?" The previously relaxed Zhou Xiong suddenly twitched an eyebrow, his expression turning somewhat unnatural. But seeing how young Chen Xuan looked, he forced a chuckle and deflected. "Little brother, I do have kitchen knives and fruit knives here. Do you need any of those?" A faint curve appeared at the corner of Chen Xuan's mouth. "Then, do you have knives meant for killing?" The chilling words made Zhou Xiong's heart skip a beat, especially that aura on Chen Xuan. It was like he had walked out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Though he looked thin and frail, he seemed very much the ruthless sort. Of course, their line of business could not stand the light of day and was only done with familiar clientele. "Haha, you must be joking, little brother. That sort of thing is illegal. How could I possibly have any?" Zhou Xiong continued to laugh it off. Chen Xuan merely shrugged, unconcerned, and fell silent. He began to wander idly around the shop, eyes sweeping in all directions as though searching for something. Now Zhou Xiong truly could not get a read on him. Just who was this kid? He had never heard of any newcomer entering their circle. "Little brother, if you are deliberately trying to toy with me, then I apologize, but please leave quickly and do not waste my time on business." Seeing Chen Xuan wandering about, Zhou Xiong frowned and said. However, Chen Xuan suddenly stopped, looked at Zhou Xiong with a smile, and then pointed at the wall beside him. "If I'm not mistaken, there should be something I want behind there." Silence. Deathly silence. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees, as if about to solidify. Zhou Xiong's fierce eyes widened as he scanned Chen Xuan back and forth, revealing a hint of suspicion and ferocity. "Who exactly are you?" Zhou Xiong lowered his voice, squinting his eyes as if trying to see through Chen Xuan. However, Chen Xuan merely smiled faintly. "I am just an ordinary customer. Oh, by the way, Boss Zhou, I advise you not to have any ill thoughts, or else I fear you may not be able to bear the consequences." A slight smile blossomed on his pale face, but his calm expression did not reveal much, appearing somewhat sickly. Not from illness, but rather a mental disorder. For a moment, Zhou Xiong felt that the person standing before him was not normal, more like a lunatic. He stood there silent, feeling somewhat conflicted inside. Who on earth is this guy? Looking at the pondering Zhou Xiong, Chen Xuan sneered disdainfully, reached into his pocket for a cigarette, lit it, and gently exhaled a puff of smoke. Have you made up your mind? Chen Xuan chuckled lightly, his pale face appearing even more sickly under the shadows of the smoke. Zhou Xiong could not gauge the other's pulse and felt a bit wary of this young man. Wait a moment. After saying that, Zhou Xiong stepped forward and quickly pulled down the shop's roller shutter. The grocery store was merely a cover. The real profitable business was not relying on this. Instead, follow me. Zhou Xiong walked ahead and said flatly, pulling a switch revealing a narrow passage on the right wall. Chen Xuan grinned. He was at the right place. Without any hesitation, he followed Zhou Xiong into the passage. The passage was extremely narrow and long. Zhou Xiong walked in front, turning on his phone's flashlight, the dim light carrying a hint of dampness. However, Chen Xuan showed no fear, following behind with a nonchalant expression. Zhou Xiong occasionally glanced back at Chen Xuan, noticing his face showed no change, and he couldn't help but feel a bit resentful. Where did this kid come from? Could he be a cop? But he didn't look like one. Should I deal with him here? After all, Zhou Xiong's business was illegal, and if Chen Xuan was a cop, he would be finished. Two conflicting thoughts clashed in his mind, and he hesitated. Chen Xuan sensed Zhou Xiong's change, chuckled softly, knowing his thoughts, yet he remained unfazed. Although Chen Xuan had not yet awakened his abilities and was somewhat slender compared to Zhou Xiong. However, in his past life, he had struggled for years in the apocalypse, and his combat instincts were undoubtedly terrifying. To put it bluntly, if Zhou Xiong dared to make a move against him, Chen Xuan was confident he could take him down in one strike. In the end, Zhou Xiong did not have the heart to eliminate Chen Xuan, mainly because he could not read this young man. We've arrived. Zhou Xiong suddenly spoke as they entered a secret room. When he turned on the lights, Chen Xuan saw tables filled with weapons. Not to mention swords and guns, there were even bows and crossbows. Every type of weapon was present, and each one was quite good with guaranteed quality. Chen Xuan could not help but feel a bit surprised. It was his first time here, and he did not expect that even before the apocalypse began there was such a small arms depot. It was indeed impressive. Feel free to browse, the prices are clearly marked. Zhou Xiong said with a sneer, turning to stand at the door, quietly watching Chen Xuan, which was also a form of vigilance. These little thoughts could not escape Chen Xuan's notice, but he did not mind, chuckling softly as he ran his fingers over the weapons. TSK, tisk, the blade is hard, the material is top-notch, and the sharp weapons are deadly. Chen Xuan touched a long knife and said with a smile. Then he continued to scan and touch the other weapons. Which one do you fancy? Zhou Xiong urged. This kid looked somewhat abnormal, and he was eager for him to pick something and leave. Chen Xuan looked around and then smiled, shaking his head. I'm not interested in any of them. Zhou Xiong, they are all trash. Chen Xuan said with a faint smile. Kid, what exactly are you here for? Are you looking for trouble? Zhou Xiong straightened his body, looking coldly at Chen Xuan, already prepared for a fight. Chen Xuan was not in a hurry, smiling as he said, if I'm not mistaken, there should be more than just these items, Boss Zhou. I came here with sincerity, don't try to fool me with these broken things. Although the materials of these weapons are top-notch and can easily break through the defenses of low-level zombies, they are not enough against formidable ones. Zhou Xiong's gaze was intense as he looked at Chen Xuan, his eyes flashing with brilliance, trying to see through this young man. Yet Chen Xuan remained smiling, showing no signs of fear in his eyes. All right. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Xiong still relented. He turned around, took out a box, placed it in front of Chen Xuan, and slowly opened it. This sword is called Extreme Cold, the treasure of the shop, forged from a meteorite, and has an extremely special material. Extreme Cold. Looking at the long sword radiating a chill, Chen Xuan couldn't help but gulp. He came here specifically for this sword. Extreme Cold, a legendary weapon, was said to be forged from a meteorite and ranked among the top 3 in the weapon list during the apocalypse, capable of slicing through iron like mud. Chen Xuan knew about the origins of this weapon by chance. He originally thought he might get lucky, but he didn't expect to actually find it. How much? Without any hesitation, Chen Xuan spoke. Zhou Xiong was somewhat surprised, not expecting Chen Xuan to be so straightforward. He also did not hesitate and directly said 1 million. 1 million in remote areas, one could even buy a house with that much. Who would spend so much money on a sword? But Chen Xuan found it worth every penny. Let alone 1 million, even if it were 50 million or 5 billion, Chen Xuan would still consider it extremely worth it. Of course, the only downside was that he had no money. His total assets amounted to only 130,000, far from 1 million. I want the sword, here's a deposit of 100,000, and I'll bring the remaining 900,000 tomorrow afternoon. As he spoke, Chen Xuan took out a bank card with 100,000 and began to negotiate. However, Zhou Xiong found it ridiculous, cash for goods, no credit allowed. Is that so, Boss Zhou? I must take this sword with me today. Chen Xuan said calmly. Today he came for this sword. Kid, are you kidding me? Zhou Xiong was taken aback today, not expecting to encounter a lunatic who thought he could take this sword for a mere 100,000. However, before Zhou Xiong could react, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Before he could process it, his body flew backward like a kite, with its string cut. Cough. Zhou Xiong, lying on the ground, groaned, a sweet taste surging in his throat, but he forcefully suppressed it. He slowly stood up, looking at Chen Xuan in disbelief. How could this kid's speed be so fast? He couldn't even react before being sent flying, and the force was terrifying. He was no weakling. He had practiced martial arts since childhood, a proper practitioner. Ordinary men could hardly get close to him. Chen Xuan smiled lightly and slowly picked up the extreme cold sword, carefully caressing it. No wonder it's ranked third on the weapon list. It's truly impressive. Who exactly are you? Zhou Xiong looked at Chen Xuan cautiously, his expression wary. This kid's strength was too terrifying. If they fought, he might not withstand 10 moves. Chen Xuan sheathed the sword and smiled faintly. You will know in the future. But for now, I'm taking this sword as a reward, and I can tell you a piece of news. News? What news? Zhou Xiong was stunned. Chen Xuan smiled and said, take the opportunity tonight to stock up on food and drinks. Gather as much as you can. Stock up on food and gather as much as you can. Are you joking? Why would I buy so much food and drink? However, Chen Xuan naturally wouldn't explain himself. The hint was solely because of the extreme cold sword. As for whether the other party would listen, that was no longer his concern. Of course, Chen Xuan had no intention of stocking up on food. There's a saying, isn't there? When neighbors stock up on food, I stock up on guns. My neighbors are my granary. With strength, who fears hunger? Impossible. Chen Xuan smiled faintly, unrestrainedly, carrying the extreme cold sword out, leaving Zhou Xiong in a daze. To be honest, today was the most surreal day Zhou Xiong had ever experienced. Where did this unknown young man come from? His strength was formidable, and he even took away his extreme cold sword. The other party was brazen, yet he could only watch helplessly. However, the mention of stocking up made Zhou Xiong somewhat puzzled, and he began to ponder seriously. If it were an ordinary person saying this, Zhou Xiong would undoubtedly consider them a fool, but Chen Xuan looked quite sinister, and his strength was incredibly terrifying and mysterious. His background was not simple. Could it be? Something significant is about to happen. Damn it, if I trust this kid once, perhaps I should stock up. Zhou Xiong gritted his teeth, deciding to stock up on food and drink tonight. What he didn't know was that in the future, when he looked back on this day, he would be immensely grateful for the decision he made. After leaving the grocery store, Chen Xuan felt quite pleased. A smile blossomed on his fair face as he gently touched the sword box on his back, feeling a surge of excitement. It is known that this is the extreme cold sword, one of the top 3 weapons in the apocalypse. At that time, he couldn't even touch it, let alone have the right to see it. But starting now, this sword belongs to him. In this new life, I will start to change my fate. Chen Xuan grinned, striding forward. After leaving the grocery store, Chen Xuan did not return to his rented room, but went to the largest 5-star hotel in Disobey City. After all, he still had 130,000 left in his pocket. If he didn't spend it all today, by tomorrow, it would be a pile of worthless paper. It was better to enjoy it while he still had time. Hello, sir, what service do you need? Upon entering the largest 5-star hotel in Disobey City, the receptionist hurriedly approached, cautiously inquiring. Book me a presidential suite, Chen Xuan said calmly. Presidential suite. Hearing Chen Xuan's words, the receptionist was momentarily stunned. It should be noted that Chen Xuan was dressed very simply in a black short-sleeve shirt and jeans, his entire outfit costing no more than 300. If anything was valuable, it was probably just his handsome face. Yet this outfit seemed completely mismatched with the presidential suite. Sir, you're not joking, are you? The presidential suite costs 23,000 a night. Are you sure about the presidential suite? However, before Chen Xuan could respond, a beautiful girl quickly walked over. Upon seeing Chen Xuan's highly recognizable face, she sneered. Yes, someone like him could afford a presidential suite. I think he's just toying with you. The girl stood beside Li Xiaoya, then turned her gaze to Chen Xuan, her delicate oval face heavily made up disdain evident as she looked Chen Xuan up and down. Chen Xuan, it's been months since we last met, and you've learned to show off. You are just a broke worker. How dare you pretend to stay in a presidential suite? Do you really think you deserve it? Her sharp voice was somewhat grating. Looking at the newcomer, Chen Xuan frowned slightly. She seemed familiar, but not too much. He couldn't quite remember. Who are you? Hearing Chen Xuan pretend not to recognize her, Wang Lily chuckled. Keep pretending. We broke up 3 months ago. What are you pretending not to recognize me now? Broke up 3 months ago. Chen Xuan suddenly remembered. The woman before him was his ex-girlfriend, to be precise, his ex-girlfriend before the apocalypse began, Wang Lily. They attended the same university and dated for 2 to 3 years. However, after graduation, Chen Xuan became a struggling worker, unable to afford her extravagant lifestyle. Moreover, working in a 5-star hotel would inevitably change one's mindset, so 3 months ago, Wang Lily broke up with him. However, after experiencing so many years in the apocalypse, Chen Xuan had long forgotten her. He hadn't heard of Wang Lily since the apocalypse started. She likely died in the horde of zombies. Thinking of this, Chen Xuan remained calm, unfazed. After all, she was about to be devoured by zombies, and there was no need for him to be upset with a dead person. Ignoring Wang Lily, Chen Xuan took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Li Xiaoya. Swipe the card, check me in. I don't want to repeat myself. Ah, okay sir, I'll take care of it right away. Li Xiaoya, still in disbelief, was momentarily stunned when she received the bank card Chen Xuan handed over. But she reacted quickly since he had presented a bank card. How could he be a scammer? She hurriedly turned around, cautiously gesturing for Chen Xuan to follow her to the lobby for check-in, glaring at Wang Lily before leaving. It was all her fault. She almost missed out on a big client. Watching the respectful Li Xiaoya and the composed Chen Xuan walking towards the hall, Wang Lily, who was standing in place, was instantly dumbfounded. How is this possible? Chen Xuan is just a mere worker. How could he afford a 5-star hotel, let alone a presidential suite? However, no one answered her. Chen Xuan couldn't be bothered to give her a glance. To be honest, Wang Lily was quite good-looking, especially after putting on makeup. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to work at a 5-star hotel. But Chen Xuan had slept with women far more beautiful than her in the apocalypse, and they were obedient. In the apocalypse, women were the least valuable. Wang Lily's looks were probably worth a bag of instant noodles. After checking in smoothly, Chen Xuan comfortably took a bath, had a bit of dinner, and quietly sat in a rattan chair, smoking while gazing out the window. The brightly lit Disobey city was a product of industrialization, with its bustling streets adorned in splendor. Unfortunately, starting tomorrow, all of this would vanish. What followed would be an apocalypse where human lives were as insignificant as grass. Come on, I'm getting a bit impatient. Chen Xuan took a drag from his cigarette, gently exhaling a puff of smoke. Though the smoke curled around him, his blood was already boiling, and he was eagerly anticipating the arrival of the apocalypse. The next afternoon, the hotel sent a special lunch. After finishing lunch, it was already 1:30 in the afternoon, and there was still an hour and a half until the apocalypse. Chen Xuan strapped on his sword case, checked out of the hotel, and prepared to head to the company. There were 2 reasons for going to the company now. First, it was naturally to deal with that fat pig of a manager Sudahai. This pig had caused him considerable trouble in his lifetime. Chen Xuan couldn't swallow his anger without seeking revenge. The second and more crucial reason was that Chen Xuan's company was located in the Golden Sea building. After the apocalypse began, a significant opportunity would arise there, something he must have. Thus, he headed to the Golden Sea building before the apocalypse began. Just as he was about to leave the hall, he spotted Wang Lily. Seeing Chen Xuan, she hurriedly rushed over. Chen Xuan, I'm sorry, it was my fault for breaking up with you before. Let's get back together, okay? I promise I won't break up with you again. Wang Lily's expression bore a hint of nervousness and hope. Ever since she saw that Chen Xuan had indeed stayed in a presidential suite last night, it was as if something had struck her. Chen Xuan must have become rich. How else could he afford such a luxurious presidential suite? The moment this thought landed, it took root and sprouted in Wang Lily's mind. No, I must win Chen Xuan back. After all these years I've spent with him, I should have a share of his immense wealth. However, Chen Xuan merely glanced at her indifferently before suddenly bursting into laughter. This woman is truly adorably foolish. Chen Xuan's lips curled into a slight smirk. Sure, but you need to kneel and bark like a dog first. Kneel, bark like a dog. Wang Lily suddenly widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at Chen Xuan. He wasn't like this before. Was this still the Chen Xuan who used to be submissive, always trying to please her? Noticing Wang Lily's hesitation to move, Chen Xuan sneered coldly and then strode away. At this moment, Wang Lily panicked and quickly knelt on the ground. Woof, woof, woof. The sound of barking came from behind, and Chen Xuan curiously turned his head. He saw Wang Lily kneeling on the ground, looking up at him obediently, her eyes filled with a mix of desire and hope. Today she wore a white short skirt and black stockings, her swaying figure somewhat alluring with a delicate makeup on her oval face. All of this was her meticulous preparation. She crawled towards Chen Xuan step by step, her skirt swaying, and some men behind her instinctively gulped. No one could have anticipated such a bizarre scene. Even Chen Xuan was a bit curious. He had merely said that casually. However, this woman's figure was indeed quite impressive. Chen Xuan sneered, but he had no particular thoughts. The apocalypse was about to arrive, and he didn't have the leisure to care about this woman's fate. There's 100,000 in the card. Go book a presidential suite and wait for me. Saying this, Chen Xuan casually tossed the bank card in front of Wang Lily as if he were discarding trash. At that moment, Wang Lily looked like a starving dog, her eyes lighting up as she saw the bank card Chen Xuan threw down, disregarding her image as she picked it up. Okay, you can rest assured He'll go book it right away. He'll wait for you here, not going anywhere, and I will definitely behave. Wang Lily was ecstatic, her words stumbling out in excitement. The surrounding onlookers had complex thoughts upon witnessing this scene. Indeed, having money is great. Just casually tossing away 100,000 instantly made Chen Xuan appear as a wealthy second generation. However, Chen Xuan was completely unconcerned. After more than an hour, this money would turn into a pile of worthless paper. It didn't matter. Ignoring the overly excited Wang Lily, Chen Xuan turned and left, hailing a taxi straight to the Golden Sea building. 16th floor department manager's office. Su Dahai was raging, throwing a pile of documents. Damn it, Chen Xuan, if you don't answer my calls, you can forget about coming here for the rest of your life. Last month's salary and this month's salary, don't even think about it. If you dare to come, I'll slap you across the face, damn it. The roar echoed continuously in the office. The female secretary cautiously stepped forward, her fair fingers caressing Su Dahai's back. Su, don't get too angry, it's not worth it. Worst case, we'll just fire that useless guy tomorrow. Feeling the secretary's gentle touch, Su Dahai's anger gradually subsided, but there was still a fire inside him that hadn't been vented. He snorted coldly, his gaze sliding down to the secretary's long, slender legs. The white shirt paired with the old-style short skirt was incredibly alluring. Go climb onto the table. Hearing Su Dahai's voice, the secretary's face reddened, but she didn't say much, obediently lying on the table, her skirt revealing tantalizing glimpses. Su Dahai felt a surge of heat, an overwhelming desire that seemed to ignite everything. Damn it, you little vixen. Su Dahai mumbled, and just as he leaned closer to the secretary from behind, a loud sound of the door opening startled him, nearly causing him to lose his composure. Su. Manager Su, something's wrong. Chen Xuan is here. Wang Xiaoli said, her eyes widening as she looked at the secretary lying on the desk, and Su Dahai behind her, gulping nervously. Damn, did I just see something I shouldn't have? Damn it, couldn't you knock before coming in? Damn it, that son of a bitch Chen Xuan actually knows to come back. I'll slap him across the face. Su Dahai snorted coldly, his bulky frame shoving Wang Xiaoli aside heavily as he strode toward the door. His gloomy face was extremely unpleasant, and everyone who passed by felt as if a volcano was about to erupt. The moment he saw Chen Xuan, Su Dahai felt an overwhelming rage surge within him. This useless man had always been timid and submissive, accustomed to being bullied by him. But yesterday he actually dared to curse at him and even hung up on him. Outrageous, truly outrageous. With a swift stride, he rushed in front of Chen Xuan, his obese form blocking the way. A group of colleagues nearby, seeing this, put down their work and gathered around, eager to watch the spectacle. Fuck you, Chen Xuan. How dare you curse at me? They'll beat the shit out of you today. As he spoke, Su Dahai's thick hand came crashing down. However, instead of landing on Chen Xuan's face as expected, it was caught midair by a pale hand, as if trapped in steel. Su Dahai felt his hand, unable to move an inch, firmly stuck. Chen Xuan, what? What do you think you're doing? Looking at Chen Xuan, who was gripping his arm tightly, Su Dahai felt a pang of panic. Staring at the fat pig before him, Chen Xuan let out a cold laugh, his indifferent gaze tinged with a hint of disdain. This fat pig had bullied him for 2 years before the apocalypse, beating and cursing him daily. On the very first day of the apocalypse, he had nearly been killed by this bastard. On this day in his previous life, when the apocalypse began and the zombie horde attacked, this pig, Su Dahai, actually locked him outside to fend off the zombies. He screamed until his throat was hoarse, but the pig refused to open the door. Not only him, but those colleagues were equally cold, making sarcastic remarks. Luckily, he ran fast, or he would have died in the zombie horde. I'm here to kill you, you fat pig. Chen Xuan grinned, his radiant smile like that of a sunny boy, but his words sent chills down everyone's spine. Gulp. Su Dahai swallowed hard. The colleagues around were dumbfounded, staring at the scene. What the hell? What's going on? Chen Xuan, I warn you, this is a society of law. Don't do anything rash. My cousin is the chairman of the company. If you lay a finger on me, you're dead. Su Dahai was inwardly flustered, but still forced himself to sound confident. A society of law. Chen Xuan sneered, glancing at his phone. 1456. Oh, in another 4 minutes it won't be. Is that so? Let's see what you can do. Chen Xuan suddenly moved, delivering a heavy kick to Su Dahai's fat belly. This kick was delivered with no restraint, sending the man flying 4 or 5 meters away, rolling on the ground like a dead pig before collapsing. Pain, excruciating pain. Su Dahai had never felt such agony. He clutched his stomach, writhing in pain on the floor. Chen Xuan, don't come near me, please don't come near me. Chen Xuan sneered, lit a cigarette, slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, then walked over to him with a swagger. Grabbing the fat pig, he dragged him step by step toward the window. Although Su Dahai was very fat, weighing over 200 Chen Xuan dragged him along the ground with ease. Bang! With a loud crash, Chen Xuan slammed Su Dahai's head hard against the glass window. The glass shattered instantly, shards cutting into the pig's head, blood streaming down. Chen Xuan pressed Su Dahai's head firmly against the window, facing outward. Looking down at the bustling traffic below, Su Dahai panicked, utterly terrified. He didn't know what this madman Chen Xuan intended to do, but he could smell death. No, 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 Chen Xuan, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Let me apologize, okay? Calm down, you have to calm down. If you kill me, you'll face legal consequences. Don't ruin your own life. Su Dahai's legs trembled with fear, his pig-like face, pale his speech, slurred his face, filled with terror. At this moment he was truly scared. This Chen Xuan really intended to kill him. The surrounding colleagues all swallowed hard, staring blankly at the scene before them. It was too sudden. No one had even reacted. Chen Xuan, don't be impulsive. He's the chairman's cousin. The speaker was Su Dahai's female secretary. That woman was no good either. Chen Xuan glanced back at her indifferently, a mocking smile on his face. He remembered that in his previous life, when Su Dahai locked him out, this woman had laughed the hardest. However, Chen Xuan couldn't be bothered with her now. He looked at his phone. Only 5 seconds remained until 3 o'clock. With one hand gripping Su Dahai's hair and a cigarette dangling from his lips, he used his right hand to lift the cigarette and exhaled a puff of smoke. The last 5 seconds. Enjoy them well. Take one last look at this world. Chen Xuan's calm smile. In the distant sky, a meteor suddenly streaked across, followed by a cluster of red meteor showers sweeping over the earth. The beautiful colors dyed the entire sky red, creating a unique spectacle. Beautiful. Truly beautiful. Everyone stared blankly at the sky outside the window. It was the first time they had seen such a magnificent sky. Oh my God, the sky outside has turned fiery red. It's so beautiful. Mom, the news reported a couple of days ago that there would be red meteor showers. I can't believe they're actually here. Quick, take a picture to record this moment. This is a historic moment for humanity. Exactly. Everyone was caught up in a wave of excitement. On the streets, countless people stopped their cars to take pictures just to capture this historic, beautiful moment. But alas, beauty comes at a price. Boom. A tremendous explosion sounded. Everything changed. Below, countless humans who were taking photos just a second ago turned into zombies in the next, and the number of zombies grew rapidly, spreading in a terrifying manner. Finally here. Chen Xuan grinned, a hint of joy in his eyes. He patted Su Dahai's head and said with a smile, "Too bad there won't be any law in this world anymore." Seeing the sudden drastic change below, Su Dahai's eyes widened in terror. What the hell is going on? Just moments ago, everything was calm, nothing had happened. But suddenly, in just a few seconds, everything had changed. Zombies. Isn't that only in apocalyptic movies? In an instant, Su Dahai was so scared, he wet his pants, a foul smell emanating. Chen Xuan sneered, lifting the man with one hand, nearly pushing his entire body out of the window. Goodbye. Su Dahai suddenly turned his head, seeing Chen Xuan's sinister smile, and his face turned ashen. But before he could beg for mercy, Chen Xuan, "Let go." "Oh, no." The roar echoed throughout the entire company, resonating from near to far, and after several seconds, a loud bang, followed by silence. Chen Xuan saw that Su Dahai's body had instantly turned into a puddle of flesh, attracting numerous zombies to feast on the mangled remains. After Chen Xuan threw Su Dahai down, the celestial pattern on his body suddenly emitted a faint blue glow. Chen Xuan lowered his head slightly, looking at the pattern on his arm, as a terrifying aura gradually rose within him. He grinned, finally awakening. I wonder what kind of ability I will have in this life. In his previous life, he only had an A-level ability, which greatly hindered his cultivation and strength. In this life, possessing the celestial pattern, he was guaranteed to have at least an S-level ability. The aura around Chen Xuan began to rise slowly as he closed his eyes, carefully sensing this aura, which felt distant and profound, as if it were from ancient times. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, his heart racing, unable to hide the joy in his gaze. Mythical level, it's actually a mythical level ability, Ice Dragon. How is this possible? Excitement. Extreme excitement. Even after being reborn, Chen Xuan still couldn't contain his thrill. There was no other reason. The power of this ability was just too terrifying. Abilities are classified from low to high as DCB, AS, SSSSS, and the legendary mythical level abilities. In his past life, Chen Xuan had heard legends of mythical level abilities, but he had never witnessed one, always believing such abilities were mere rumors and did not exist in reality. Having survived in the apocalypse for so many years, Chen Xuan knew that the most powerful known ability in the world was merely SSS level, and he had never seen so-called mythical level abilities. But now, not only had Chen Xuan been reborn, but he had also awakened a mythical level ability, Ice Dragon, mastering the power of ice, and dragons, a true pinnacle. At this moment, the power within Chen Xuan was truly terrifying. The amplification of dragon power was substantial. After awakening his ability and becoming a first-tier ability user, his strength had increased at least tenfold. Moreover, all his attributes had been enhanced to varying degrees. Chen Xuan raised his hand and a blade of ice suddenly appeared before him. Unlike ordinary ice blades, this ice blade was bone-chilling, reaching the level of absolute zero, truly terrifying. Furthermore, Chen Xuan's control over ice was far from simple. Ice is an evolution of water. Controlling all ice in the world also meant controlling all water. As long as Chen Xuan wished, with a single thought, the water before him could instantly crystallize into supreme ice. If his strength were to increase in the future, even the sea could freeze at his command. I didn't expect that just as the apocalypse began, I would smoothly awaken a mythical level ability and reach first-tier ability user so quickly. He took out the extreme cold sword from the sword box, the chill emanating from the sword resonating perfectly with the ability he possessed. Chen Xuan seemed to sense a humming sound from the sword, and he smiled slightly. "Don't worry, this life will definitely let you shine." As if hearing Chen Xuan's words, the extreme cold sword emitted a humming sound. Chen Xuan, you killed Manager Su. You will go to jail. I advise you not to act recklessly. Hurry and turn yourself in. Perhaps your punishment can be reduced. The female secretary in front of Chen Xuan looked at him, holding the long sword, swallowing hard, and tremblingly said. Previously, in the secretary's impression, Chen Xuan had always been an honest person. But today's event had shaken her to the core. Chen Xuan smirked coldly, glancing around. Aside from him, there were 7 people in the office, 2 men and 5 women. A group of fools. You should worry about yourselves instead. As soon as Chen Xuan's voice fell, a sudden loud noise came from outside the door. Everyone turned their heads towards the sound, instantly becoming dumbfounded. Zombies were charging towards the office like madmen, with fierce faces and sharp teeth, their blood-red eyes fixated on their prey. These were all low-level first-tier zombies, devoid of any intelligence, only able to sense the smell of humans to hunt. Upon seeing this horde of zombies, everyone in the office was instantly paralyzed with fear, scrambling backward in panic. Chen Xuan stood his ground, chuckling coldly, disdainfully glancing at the people behind him, then stepped forward and struck down with his sword, decapitating a zombie. Why did Chen Xuan long for the extreme cold sword? It was because before the apocalypse began, he insisted on obtaining this sword due to its terrifying sharpness. These low-level zombies were like blocks of tofu before this sword, offering no resistance whatsoever. After slashing through 3 or 4 zombies, Chen Xuan was eager to test his newly acquired Ice Dragon ability. He concentrated with his left hand, and countless water droplets in the office suddenly rose into the air, swiftly transforming into ice spikes hovering behind Chen Xuan. The 7 people in the office had never seen such a scene. They widened their eyes in disbelief. No way. This isn't a television show, right? This is too realistic. Go. As soon as Chen Xuan's voice fell, countless ice spikes shot straight towards the zombies. Bang. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, over 30 zombies standing before Chen Xuan were pierced by the ice spikes, all lying dead on the ground. This Ice Dragon ability is terrifying. Witnessing this scene, Chen Xuan couldn't help but feel a bit shocked. It must be said that the power of the mythical level ability Ice Dragon exceeded his expectations. To think that his ability had just awakened and was only first year, yet he possessed such strength, was simply terrifying. But amidst the shock, there was more joy. He grinned without any hesitation, quickly stepping forward to begin searching among the pile of zombies. For humans, the greatest benefit of zombies was the crystal nuclei within them. Crystal nuclei have a wide range of uses, not only helping ordinary humans awaken abilities, but also assisting ability users in enhancing their strength. These crystal nuclei are key to strength enhancement. However, the probability of first-tier zombies possessing crystal nuclei is not high, around 30%. Among the 40 zombies before him, Chen Xuan collected 15 crystal nuclei, which was quite good. Looking at the red crystals before him, Chen Xuan smiled. These crystal nuclei are the key to enhancing strength. However, if he wants to upgrade to second-tier abilities, these crystal nuclei may not be enough. Ordinary level ability users need at least 30 crystal nuclei to go from first tier to second tier. As for mythical level abilities, Chen Xuan would likely need even more crystal nuclei to advance a tier. After storing the crystal nuclei, Chen Xuan prepared to go down and continue the slaughter to obtain more crystal nuclei. Wait a minute, Chen Xuan, what are you going to do? Just as Chen Xuan was about to go downstairs, he suddenly heard the voice of the female secretary behind him. The 7 people in front of him were already anxious, trembling behind their desks. It has nothing to do with you, Chen Xuan said flatly. You can't leave. What will we do if you go? The words came from a man next to the female secretary named Zhang Dayong, who was robustly built, a veteran of the company, and had some connections with Su Dahai. In his past life, Chen Xuan was betrayed, and he couldn't separate himself from this person. He initially didn't want to engage, but suddenly his expression changed and a hint of a smile appeared in the corner of his eye. The Jinhai building had a total of 36 floors, serving as a residence for workers, thus there were many zombies. If he had to kill zombies and collect crystal cores alone, his movements would be very slow. Why not utilize these useless beings to collect the crystal cores for him? With this thought, Chen Xuan stepped forward looking coldly at the crowd. I have some good news for you. The apocalypse has descended, order has collapsed, and now the streets are filled with zombies. If you don't want to die, you better obediently listen to me. The apocalypse has descended. Zombies everywhere. The few of them gulped nervously. What kind of good news was this? Even if the apocalypse has come, why should we listen to you? After all, I am your superior, we should discuss this together. Zhang Daong expressed his discontent. The others felt the same. After all, just before today, Chen Xuan was someone they could bully. Now that the situation had changed, everyone was expected to listen to him. How could they accept that? However, Chen Xuan sneered and remained silent, a shard of ice appearing in his hand without him noticing. Not listening, huh? Then, dot. With that, the ice shard instantly pierced through Zhang Daong's brain, exploding upon impact. He killed someone. Zhang Daong. Just like that, was dead. For a moment, the crowd couldn't process what had just happened. Killing at the slightest disagreement. Wasn't this guy a madman? Immediately, they all moved frantically, fearing to get splattered with Zhang Daong's blood. Chen Xuan looked at the crowd before him, coldly sneering. Not listening means death. Remember that. His smile was akin to that of a devil. They were all workers who typically only bullied interns. They had never seen anything like this. They all hurriedly nodded in agreement. Especially the female secretary, who was nearly in tears, kneeling on the ground and nodding frantically, her ample bosom on full display. However, Chen Xuan had little interest in her. She was somewhat attractive, but too dirty. He sneered, "Come with me." With that, Chen Xuan strode forward without hesitation. The 6 people behind exchanged glances, not daring to refuse Chen Xuan's order, and quickly followed. They kept a distance of 2 to 3 meters from him, not daring to get too close. Chen Xuan paid them no mind. The Jinhai building had a total of 21 floors, and they were currently on the 16th floor. Chen Xuan planned to kill up to the floors above, clearing out all the zombies. Because tonight there was a significant opportunity in the Jinhai building, and if he could seize it, he would have a tremendous advantage from the outset. Thus, he intended to take advantage of the afternoon to eliminate all the zombies upstairs. The elevator had long been destroyed, so they took the stairs. As they were about to ascend, they encountered 2 zombies in the stairwell. The 6 people behind were in a panic. Chen Xuan wasted no time slicing with 2 swords to resolve the situation, then turned and said indifferently, "Check if these 2 zombies have any of those crystals in their brains. If you find any, hand them to me. Check. Check if they have crystals in their brains. Do we have to peel back their heads?" The image of brain matter exploding made the 6 feel a wave of nausea. Chen Xuan narrowed his eyes, not wanting to waste time. "My patience is limited. You have 10 seconds to comply. If anyone refuses, you'll end up like Zhang Daong." The cold, murderous tone immediately snapped everyone back to reality. Indeed, this was someone who dared to kill. If they angered Chen Xuan, he might directly execute them. Therefore, without any hesitation, the 6 rushed toward the 2 zombies, frantically searching their brains. The brain matter splattered everywhere, and although they felt a sense of disgust, they had no choice but to comply to survive. Half a minute later, they found a crystal core on one of the zombies. Chen Xuan smiled, faintly nodded in satisfaction, and pocketed the crystal core. "Keep going up." With that, Chen Xuan ascended without hesitation, and the 6 quickly followed. In this apocalypse, it was impossible for them to survive relying solely on themselves. They had to cling tightly to Chen Xuan. On the 17th floor, there were as many as 60 zombies. Chen Xuan, alone wielding a sword and using his ice dragon abilities, cleared all the zombies in just 3 minutes, leaving none behind. Of course, the consumption of his ice dragon abilities was rapid, but with the crystal cores, he quickly replenished his energy. The 60 zombies on the 17th floor provided Chen Xuan with 24 crystal cores. Looking at the crimson crystal cores, Wang Xiaoli's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he cautiously asked, "Chen Xuan, what is the use of this? Is it true that having this will make us as powerful as you?" Wang Xiaoli was not foolish. Since Chen Xuan was so openly collecting these things, they definitely had value. Connecting it to the terrifying ice shard he wielded, Wang Xiaoli speculated that it was these crystal cores that made Chen Xuan powerful, which made him subconsciously yearn for them. However, in Chen Xuan's eyes, these individuals were merely tools. There was no need for tools to know too much. That's not something you should be concerned about. "Chen Xuan, we are colleagues. Just tell me. Besides, if we are as powerful as you, wouldn't we be able to help you kill zombies faster?" Yes, Chen Xuan, please tell us. Right, if we are as powerful as you, we can help you better." Exactly. A few of them revealed a glint of greed in their eyes. It must be said that in the apocalypse, the essence of human nature would be magnified infinitely. These individuals, having witnessed Chen Xuan's power, each began to harbor different thoughts. Chen Xuan sized up Wang Xiaoli before his gaze locked onto the pocket of his shirt, sneering, "So this is why you stole my crystal core?" After Chen Xuan's words, Wang Xiaoli's face changed drastically. While collecting the crystal cores, he suspected that Chen Xuan's power was linked to these cores, so he had secretly hidden one in his pocket. What? What do you mean by stealing? We helped out too. It was meant to be mine from the start. Wang Xiaoli argued with a flushed neck. He believed that since he had helped, he deserved a reward. Unfortunately, he underestimated Chen Xuan and did not understand the apocalypse. It was an era of the survival of the fittest. The weak had no right to negotiate. Is that so? Since you're openly defying my orders, then please go die. With that, an ice shard instantly pierced through Wang Xiaoli's body. Oh! The sudden scene startled the remaining 5 girls. This was the third person that Chen Xuan had killed in front of them. With Wang Xiaoli's death, the 5 girls present instantly dared not harbor any strange thoughts, each obediently lowering their heads. Chen Xuan bent down to pick up the crystal core from Wang Xiaoli, totaling 25 pieces. Adding to the ones he had previously acquired, there were a total of 41 pieces. For ordinary ability users below level A, such a number of crystal cores would have already allowed them to break through to level 2, but for Chen Xuan's mythic level ability, it was likely not enough. Without the slightest hesitation, he headed directly upstairs. There were quite a few zombies on the 18th floor, more than 50 in total. Chen Xuan slashed his way through, and with the terrifying power of his ice dragon ability, he did not stop until he reached the 21st floor. That day, the number of zombies that died at Chen Xuan's hands was as many as 400 to 500. He touched the crystal cores in his bag, and a smile appeared on his face. There were a total of 182 level 1 crystal cores filling his entire backpack. Such a large number of crystal cores would definitely enable his ice dragon ability to upgrade to level 2. With such terrifying power at level 1, if he were to advance to level 2, the power would undoubtedly be even more frightening. At 6:30 in the evening, Chen Xuan and the others returned to the 16th floor. The empty floor was filled with the corpses of zombies, permeated with a bloody scent. The 5 girls had been searching for crystal cores in the zombies' brains all day and were already immune to the smell. However, after a busy afternoon, they were all feeling quite hungry. Fortunately, there were some food supplies in the office, so they wouldn't starve in the short term. Chen Xuan was not polite either. He took a few cups of instant noodles and began to eat heartily. After eating, he glanced at the 5 women and said indifferently, "You all wait outside. Without my permission, do not enter this office." Having said that, Chen Xuan did not hesitate and turned to enter the office that originally belonged to Su Dehai, locking the door behind him. He was not worried at all that the 5 of them would escape. After all, the ground floor was swarming with zombies. Escape? They would likely become zombie fodder in an instant. After eating, the few gathered together. "Dream sister, what should we do now?" spoke a girl in sportswear named Zhang Jie, 26 years old, who had graduated and worked at the company for a few years. The dream sister she referred to was naturally the female secretary Wang Ming. What to do? How would I know? Wang Ming shook her head helplessly. With the apocalypse upon them, one misstep could lead to becoming zombie fodder, which felt like a nightmare for a woman like her who was powerless. The other 4 girls lowered their heads in response, their eyes filled with panic. Now the only one who can protect us is Chen Xuan. Only by serving him well do we have a chance to survive. Wang Ming understood this clearly. The terror of Chen Xuan when he slaughtered the monsters earlier was imprinted in her mind. Only he could lead them to survive in this apocalypse. In the office, Chen Xuan sat cross-legged, surrounded by countless crystal cores. He immersed himself in absorbing the energy of the cores. Until 10 o'clock at night, after absorbing the 180 level 1 crystal cores, Chen Xuan felt a shift in his realm. Boom! A vast power surged within him. Level 2 ability user. I didn't expect to achieve this on the first day of the apocalypse. I remember in my previous life it took 3 months to reach this level after the apocalypse began. Not only are my abilities more terrifying, but my physical strength has also increased significantly. Truly worthy of a mythic level ability. Chen Xuan could not help but compare this to his previous life's experience. In his previous life, he stumbled his way to becoming a level 2 ability user 3 months after the apocalypse began. Yet now, on the very first day, he has succeeded. Moreover, his strength far surpassed that of his previous life. The level 2 Ice Dragon ability was indeed terrifying. Chen Xuan estimated that even if 100 level 2 ability users teamed up, they probably wouldn't last long against him. Putting away the remaining 2 level 1 crystal cores, he stood up and stretched his muscles. Chen Xuan felt an endless amount of energy coursing through him, far exceeding his strength from earlier that afternoon. Truly worthy of a mythic level ability, it's so powerful. After all, he had consumed a total of 180 crystal cores to break through, so his strength was naturally not something an ordinary ability user could compare to. Chen Xuan glanced at the time. It was almost 10 o'clock. At midnight tonight, a significant opportunity would arise at the top of the Jinhai building. Opening the office door, the 5 girls had been waiting at the door, and upon seeing Chen Xuan come out, they were all nervous yet excited. "What do you all want?" Chen Xuan squinted his eyes, looking at the 5 women before him. Although this company was not particularly impressive, the few women hired were quite good-looking, especially Wang Ming, who as a secretary was not inferior in beauty to some internet celebrities. Brother Chen, I was wrong before. I apologize. From now on, I will be Brother Chen's person. Whatever Brother Chen wants to do with me, just do it. Saying this, Wang Ming slowly took off her jacket, her fair body exuding a fragrant scent, which was particularly enticing. Oh. Chen Xuan looked at Wang Ming with interest. He had to admit she was a clever woman. Being able to thrive in the secretary position was proof of her capabilities. Interesting, but unfortunately you are too dirty. I have a cleanliness obsession, Chen Xuan sneered. While she looked good, it was a pity that she had been with too many men. He was not the type to be easily swayed by beauty. For such a woman, he truly had no interest. However, Wang Ming was not surprised. Chen Xuan's reaction was within her expectations. She slowly crawled in front of Chen Xuan, tilting her head up. Brother Chen, even if I am dirty, I still have other qualities. Chen Xuan lowered his head, looking at Wang Ming's lips, which were indeed small and exquisite, covered in lipstick. As she spoke, Wang Ming began to fidget restlessly. In the next moment, a unique and wonderful feeling surged into his heart. Chen Xuan suddenly recalled a poem who at home plays the jade flute in the dark. It felt quite fitting. He smiled slightly, not rejecting the advance. Lighting a cigarette, he remained standing in place. The other four girls, seeing this, did not hesitate, and all gathered around Chen Xuan, eager to please. Everyone knew that Chen Xuan's strength was the key to survival in the apocalypse. At 11:50 at night, Chen Xuan tidied himself up, took his extreme cold sword, and left the 16th floor. It must be said that Wang Ming was indeed skilled. Her mouth was very soft. Unfortunately, there was still an important matter to attend to tonight. Otherwise, Chen Xuan would indeed have enjoyed the service of the 5 women for the entire night. The zombies upstairs had all been killed by Chen Xuan, so there was no danger at all going up from the 16th floor. After a journey of exploration, he arrived at the rooftop of the Jinhai building. The moonlight surged, emitting an eerie glow. As it approached midnight, Chen Xuan felt a surge of excitement. The opportunity was about to present itself. Time passed slowly as Chen Xuan watched the second hand of his watch move. When it fixed at midnight, the moon's surface emitted a brilliant beam of light heading straight for the top floor of the Jinhai building. As the moonlight enveloped the area, Chen Xuan saw 2 small boxes materialize on the ground. They've appeared, but it's real. The excitement in the corners of Chen Xuan's eyes was hard to conceal. In his previous life, he had heard of many opportunities, with the one at the top of the Jinhai building being the greatest. Chen Xuan hurried over, picked up the 2 small boxes, and slowly opened the first one, a chilling aura wafting toward him. Inside was a milk-white solid the size of a fingernail, crystal clear, exuding the unique chill of moonlight. Tears of moonlight. It's real, it's truly tears of moonlight. Chen Xuan murmured to himself, his words betraying a hint of excitement. This fingernail-sized solid, known as tears of moonlight, contained terrifying energy that could cleanse the Buddhist foundations, significantly enhancing potential and strengthening one's power. One could say that this fingernail-sized tears of moonlight could instantly transform a waste into a genius. For Chen Xuan, its effects would be even greater. After all, Chen Xuan's talent was already deemed terrifying. If further enhanced, it might reach a level that would instill fear. However, it was not yet the right time to absorb the tears of moonlight. He needed a quiet place to fully absorb it. Therefore, Chen Xuan closed the small box and then opened the second one. The second small box contained a simple item, a black ring. It looked ordinary, but its material was remarkably hard, and its composition was unknown. However, upon seeing the ring, Chen Xuan instantly became excited. A spatial ring, it's actually a spatial ring. Indeed, the ring before him was the legendary spatial ring, capable of storing various items. Having survived in the apocalypse for so long, he naturally knew of its existence. Yet there was only one spatial ring in the entire world, and he never expected it to be in his hands. With trembling hands and an excited heart, Chen Xuan's smile was hard to contain. He knew that the opportunities at the Jinhai building were abundant. With the tears of moonlight in hand, he never expected to also find a heaven-defying treasure like the spatial ring. Without hesitation, Chen Xuan took the extreme cold sword from his hand and made a cut on his fingertip. A few drops of blood flowed out, landing on the spatial ring. Immediately, a faint glow emanated from it. Chen Xuan could feel a connection forming between the spatial ring and himself. This was the method of recognizing the master of the spatial ring he had heard of in his past life, blood recognition. Once the bond was established, unless Chen Xuan died, no one else could open this spatial ring without his permission. Putting it on, Chen Xuan focused his mind and opened the ring. Before his eyes was a spacious area, at least 50 square meters. 50 square meters was certainly not a small space. If used to store supplies, it could probably hold a year's worth of resources. Moreover, within this spatial ring there was no flow of time, so there was no need to worry about the spoilage or temperature loss of the stored items. However, the spatial ring had one drawback: it could not store living beings. But for Chen Xuan, that was already more than enough. With a divine artifact like the spatial ring, survival in the apocalypse becomes significantly easier and more convenient. Chen Xuan murmured. This spatial ring was extraordinary. With it he could store countless supplies and weapons, making it a vital tool for survival. He placed the tears of moonlight and the extreme cold sword into the spatial ring and looked around, finding nothing unusual. It was just past midnight. Unlike the usual dazzling lights and lively noise, the current Disobey city was shrouded in darkness. Occasional sounds of zombies moving could be heard from downstairs, creating a chilling atmosphere. Especially today, the first day of the apocalypse, nearly everyone spent it in fear. This entirely new world brought about a collapse of worldviews. However, for someone like Chen Xuan, who had struggled through the apocalypse for many years, he found this atmosphere quite appealing. It was very quiet. Lighting a cigarette, he looked up at the large round moon, a satisfied smile forming at the corner of his mouth. The apocalypse is truly captivating. After finishing his cigarette, Chen Xuan turned and went downstairs, returning to the 16th floor. At this time, the 5 women were already asleep, lying on the sofa, and the floor was somewhat messy. After all, they had experienced great ups and downs during the day and had helped Chen Xuan extract crystal cores from the zombies' heads, and at night, they served Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan did not wake them, chuckling softly as he entered the office and locked the door. He then sat cross-legged and opened the box containing the tears of moonlight. A cold aura rushed toward him. The fragrance made Chen Xuan's pores involuntarily relax. What a good item, a top-tier treasure. Let's see what changes it can bring me. Chen Xuan said, his eyes shining with joy. As he sat cross-legged holding the tears of moonlight, the hazy moonlight seemed to shine upon Chen Xuan. Streams of cold aura emanated from the tears of moonlight and entered Chen Xuan's body. Once these streams of energy entered his body, they washed over him repeatedly, enhancing his foundations and soul. The terrifying energy made him feel a bit lightheaded. He did not know how long it had been, but that sensation gradually diminished and faded. Chen Xuan slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the time. It was already 2 in the morning. A little over an hour had passed. He slowly stood up, clenched his fists, feeling as if strength surged throughout his body. He felt light as a feather, and his already fair skin appeared even more radiant. The tears of moonlight are truly remarkable. My strength has increased by at least 50%. Though Chen Xuan's Ice Dragon ability remained at the 2nd tier, the enhancement of his foundations and the elevation of his talent had significantly improved all his basic qualities, leading to at least a 50% increase in his strength. Moreover, his potential had become even more terrifying. Not only that, but Chen Xuan felt some changes occurring within him, as if something was amiss. The massive energy of the tears of moonlight should have elevated his Ice Dragon ability to the 3rd tier. Yet it ultimately did not succeed. Most of the energy flowed to one specific place. Chen Xuan looked at his left arm. A dark pattern suddenly emerged. Seeing this, Chen Xuan's mouth fell agape in shock. How is this possible? A celestial pattern. He knew that there was already a celestial pattern on his right arm, which had awakened his Ice Dragon ability. Unexpectedly, under the influence of the tears of moonlight, another celestial pattern had emerged on his left arm. The mysterious pattern appeared as a cloud of mist, pitch black and impenetrable. However, in Chen Xuan's mind, an introduction to the 2nd supernatural ability had already emerged. Plunder, a mythic-level supernatural ability capable of seizing the heavenly patterns of others for oneself. When Chen Xuan saw the introduction to this ability in his mind, he was momentarily stunned, his eyes filled with shock. How is this possible? He marveled. Such a terrifying ability exists in the world, to plunder the heavenly patterns of others for oneself. How outrageous. One must know that heavenly patterns are like gems embedded in the bodies of supernatural users, utterly inseparable. Each user with awakened heavenly patterns is a person of terrifying talent. Yet Chen Xuan's 2nd ability could actually plunder the heavenly patterns of others and absorb their powers. It was beyond mere defiance against heaven. This plundering ability was far more terrifying than the Ice Dragon ability. With 2 mythic-level abilities and his control over the future, Chen Xuan felt a surge of excitement on his face. Currently, the plundering ability is still at level 1, allowing the plunder of only one supernatural ability at a time, and it cannot target ordinary abilities. Only those with heavenly patterns can be plundered. Chen Xuan murmured. This plundering ability had high standards. It could not plunder ordinary powers, only those of users who possessed heavenly patterns, aiming for quality over quantity. That's fine. Chen Xuan had no intention of plundering inferior abilities, as that would only lower his own status. Today had brought him quite a few surprises. The awakening of 2 mythic-level abilities, along with a spatial ring and the tear of moonlight. Such a terrifying opportunity had catapulted his starting point to the peak. Next, he needed to rapidly enhance his supernatural powers and not fall behind. Of course, the resources needed for his 2 mythic-level abilities were colossal. The urgent task was to quickly gather resources to boost his powers. Chen Xuan knew that if he did not seize the time to quickly enhance his strength, acquiring resources later would likely become increasingly difficult. By then, the government would react, and various military districts would establish themselves, making resources prone to monopolization. Unless he became overwhelmingly powerful later, able to operate without constraints. Otherwise, he would have to face various limitations, a situation Chen Xuan could not tolerate. Having lived a second life, he had no intention of living beneath others, not even the major military districts. Late at night, tiredness washed over him, and Chen Xuan locked the office door, securely leaning back in his chair to rest. For someone like him, a supernatural user who had fought for years in the apocalypse, sleep was superficial. Even the slightest sound from outside would put him on high alert. After all, the apocalypse was a world where people devoured each other. Sometimes the greatest danger was not from zombies, but from friends who seemed close just yesterday. Therefore, if he did not remain vigilant, he would have been devoured long ago. In the morning, sunlight streamed through the window, falling on Chen Xuan's face. One must admit the morning sun was indeed quite pleasant, but in the apocalypse, many lacked the qualification to enjoy such comfort. Help! Help! As Chen Xuan stretched and stood up, he suddenly heard urgent cries from outside the door, Wang Meng's voice. Then familiar voices followed. The zombies were coming. Yesterday, Chen Xuan had only slain all the zombies above the 16th floor, leaving those below untouched. It seemed that the 5 women had done something in the morning, inadvertently attracting a horde of zombies. Bang, bang, bang. Chen, go, hurry. Hurry, and open the door. There are zombies, so many zombies. Open the door quickly. Chen, go help. The frantic knocking from the 5 women echoed outside. Panic and fear enveloped them. This was their first direct encounter with zombies, and such a massive horde was enough to send shivers down their spines. For them, the only lifeline was Chen Xuan inside the room. Listening to the cries outside, a scene from his previous life suddenly flashed in Chen Xuan's mind. At the onset of the apocalypse, he had been locked outside by Su Dehai and others, nearly perishing in the horde. At that time, he had listened to the mocking laughter of Su Dehai and Wang Meng inside, feeling utterly hopeless, which had led him to leap down from the building. Fortunately, Chen Xuan was lucky. He survived hanging on the air conditioning unit of the 15th floor, escaping a disaster. He recalled that Wang Meng had laughed the loudest at that time. Chen Xuan sneered, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Secretary Wang, are there a lot of zombies? Upon hearing Chen Xuan's voice, the women instantly became agitated. Yes, too many. There are 30 or 40 of them. Chen, go please help. Wang Meng's urgent voice reached his ears. Chen Xuan, however, replied leisurely with a smile. Secretary Wang, you are a smart person, but unfortunately you're too clever. I cannot afford to keep someone like you around. Women like Wang Meng were terrifying. They would go to any lengths for their own interests, using all their advantages, including their bodies. Even if Chen Xuan saved her today, she would never feel grateful towards him in the future. That is human nature. Moreover, in his past life, he had almost been killed by her and Su Dehai. How could he possibly lend a hand? He had refrained from killing them before, because they still had some value, but now that he was leaving the Jinhai building, he certainly couldn't take 5 burdens with him. Wang Meng immediately understood Chen Xuan's implication. Her entire being froze momentarily as she looked at the zombies less than 5 meters behind her, fear creeping into her eyes. Chen Xuan, if you ignore my plight, I will curse you to an untimely death. I will curse you. After Chen Xuan extinguished all hope for the 5, their eyes filled with resentment as they continued to pound on the door. Unfortunately, they could not open this door. All they could do was scream in frustration. Chen Xuan calmly lit a cigarette, his eyes filled with disdain. If curses were effective, he would have died 1,000 times by now. Outside, the zombies had already closed in. Although the 5 women were eager to resist, their strength was insufficient, compounded by the fear within them. A mass of zombies surged forward. The 5 did not even resist, and were torn apart, their screams and cries echoing outside. If it were an ordinary person, upon hearing the cries for help from so many beautiful women outside, they would have rushed to open the door to assist. But Chen Xuan had survived in the apocalypse for so many years, his heart had hardened like iron. Naturally, he could not play the role of a saint. Whether they lived or died had nothing to do with him. Minutes later, the cries outside gradually faded. Chen Xuan knew that all 5 had likely become food for the zombies. Without hesitation, he directly opened the office door. The scene before him was somewhat shocking. Dozens of zombies were feasting on arms, legs, and brains, with blood and entrails strewn across the ground, the stench of blood permeating the entire space. However, Chen Xuan had long grown accustomed to the situation before him. In the apocalypse, horrors far worse than this were commonplace. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood were not mere sayings. The foremost zombies upon seeing Chen Xuan were immediately drawn to his powerful aura, abandoning their previous prey and lunging at him to bite. Chen Xuan sneered, standing firm without a hint of fear. Just as the zombies were about to reach him, ice spikes erupted, piercing through their bodies. Immediately afterward, the frigid ice spread across the ground, freezing all the zombies behind, solidly immobilizing them in place. This was not ordinary ice, it shattered upon contact. With Chen Xuan's strength as a level 2 ability user combined with the extreme hardness of this ice, even bullets would struggle to penetrate. Shatter. With a thought, the horde of zombies before Chen Xuan instantly shattered into countless small pieces, dead beyond resurrection. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Xuan picked up the crystal cores on the ground. Though there were only 12, they were regrettably all level 1 cores. For Chen Xuan, at this moment, level 1 cores held little significance. To rapidly enhance his abilities, he needed to find a substantial number of higher-grade cores. Yet it was only the second day of the apocalypse, and the evolution of the zombies had not accelerated that quickly, making level 2 zombies scarce. The energy from level 1 cores is too meager. It's unlikely to elevate the Ice Dragon ability to level 3. Looks like I need to search elsewhere. For ordinary level 2 ability users, utilizing a large number of level 1 cores could lead to a breakthrough. However, the Ice Dragon ability was different. As a mythic level ability, its energy requirements were exceedingly high. Unless he could obtain thousands of level 1 cores, ascending from level 2 to level 3 was improbable. Casually placing the level 1 cores into his spatial ring, Chen Xuan leisurely descended the stairs. The number of zombies in the Jinhai building was overwhelming. After all, this was a gathering place for workers. Unfortunately, these level 1 zombies were as fragile as paper before Chen Xuan. As he descended from the 16th floor, with each step he took, countless zombies were pierced by ice spikes. First floor of the Jinhai building. Chen Xuan slaughtered his way here, unaware of how many zombies he had killed. In any case, he had collected a total of 210 level 1 cores in his spatial ring. Next to the Jinhai building, in a coffee shop. Suzong, what should we do? The outside is swarming with zombies, we can't escape. Wang Fuqiang cautiously looked out at the zombies, gulping nervously as his body trembled slightly. They had been hiding here since yesterday afternoon, too afraid to go outside. This coffee shop was relatively concealed and had yet to be attacked by zombies. However, staying here indefinitely was not a solution. The shop had little food, and there were 9 of them which would deplete quickly. The young man referred to as Su Zong was named Su Hao, the eldest son of the Su family, in Su Bei City, managing the Su group, and considered quite accomplished. At this moment he wore a grim expression. Damn it, how the hell would I know what to do? Su Hao was in an exceedingly foul mood. He rarely visited the company, but yesterday he happened to pass by and decided to inspect. Unexpectedly, in the afternoon, a zombie outbreak suddenly erupted, leaving him no time to react, as he had to take shelter in this coffee shop with a large group of executives. From yesterday afternoon until now, he had observed the outside for quite a while. Countless zombies attacked anyone they saw. Moreover, these creatures seemed tireless, leaving no chance to escape. Damn, the satellite phone can't connect. Shit, there's no signal anywhere in the world. Furious, Su Hao slammed his phone to the ground, his handsome face twisting slightly. As the eldest son of the Su family, a prodigy, how had he ever been this embarrassed? Su Zong, look outside, something's off. Wang Fuqiang spoke up. Su Hao and the other executives turned their heads in unison, and they were instantly stunned by the scene before them. What the hell? What is this? Is this some kind of television drama? The return of a king. Chen Xuan wielded a long sword surrounded by countless ice spikes. The zombies encircling him fell like paper dolls, one row after another. Su Hao couldn't help but swallow hard. I can't be dreaming, right? This isn't the apocalypse, is it? It's all an act. The situation before him looked more and more like a performance, and a fantastical one at that. The group of executives exchanged glances, although they wished it were all a show. The collapsing skyscrapers and their colleagues being torn apart by zombies made it clear that this was no act, it was indeed the end of the world. Su Zong, that young man's combat power is terrifying. I suggest we let him escort us to the safe zone, spoke another executive beside Wang Fuqiang. Su Hao's eyes flickered. Right, find Chen Xuan to protect them. With such power, he could definitely ensure their safety. As for whether Chen Xuan would refuse, Su Hao never considered it. In this day and age, who would turn down money? As the president of a publicly listed company, Su Hao was used to being on high ground and had never thought he would be rejected. Old Wang Yu. Go call him over and tell him I'm willing to offer 100. No, 1 million, as long as he can escort us to the safe zone. Wang Fuqiang nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, Su Zong, I'll go right away. Seeing Chen Xuan slay the last zombie, Wang Fuqiang wasted no time, pushing open the door and quickly running over. Young man, wait. Wait a moment. Hearing the shouting from not far away, Chen Xuan turned his head, looking at the portly Wang Fuqiang rushing towards him, his brow furrowed. Young brother, wait a moment. Wang Fuqiang gasped for breath and hurriedly spoke. What do you want? Chen Xuan replied coldly. Sensing the chill emanating from Chen Xuan, the terrifying killing intent made Wang Fuqiang shiver. How many people had this kid killed? He cleared his throat, masking the fear within. Young brother, our Su Zong thinks highly of your strength and wishes to invite you to escort us to the safe zone. Su Zong is willing to offer 1 million. After Wang Fuqiang finished speaking, he confidently awaited Chen Xian's response. This was 1 million. Who wouldn't be tempted? However, Chen Xian merely glanced at him disdainfully, as if he were looking at an idiot. In this apocalypse, let alone 1 million, even 1 billion would be nothing but waste paper. It would be uncomfortable even to use it for wiping. Not interested. With that, Chen Xian lost interest and turned to leave. Wang Fuqiang was instantly anxious. Having been in the coffee shop for a day and a night, their stomachs were empty. If they didn't hurry to find a safe zone, even if they weren't discovered by zombies, they would starve to death. He'll offer 100 million. Su Hao had already walked up beside Wang Fuqiang, looking confidently at Chen Xian. My name is Su Hao, the heir of the Su group. You should have heard of me. As long as you can escort me to the safe zone, you will be my friend from the Su family from now on. The Su group holds a significant status in the city of Disobey. Not only do they possess substantial assets, but it is said that they also have deep connections within the upper echelons of Disobey. This is why Su Hao behaves so recklessly and ostentatiously, believing that Chen Xian would not refuse him. 100 million is nothing, but becoming friends with the Su family is a dream come true for many. In fact, one could argue that the connections of the Su family are worth more than 100 million, which is why he doesn't think Chen Xian would have a reason to decline. However, upon hearing Su Hao's words, Chen Xian squinted his eyes and gazed at him calmly. Are you Su Hao? Su Hao of the Su group. Indeed. Thinking that Chen Xian recognized his identity, a hint of arrogance flashed in Su Hao's eyes. As the heir of the Su group, Su Hao is a top figure in all of Disobey, someone no one dares to provoke. Yet Chen Xian had other thoughts. In his past life, he had heard of Su Hao, who was quite famous during the apocalypse. Su Hao is one of the top powerhouses of the 4th military district, an 8th level ability user with great ability, the mystic fire of Xuanling, and is a master elemental ability user. His family has close ties with the high-ranking officials of the 4th military district, and combined with Su Hao's terrifying strength and talent, he wielded great power and influence within the district. However, this guy's fame is not of a good nature. He has forced the virtuous into prostitution, coerced the weak, and trafficked weapons. He has committed countless heinous acts. Beneath his refined exterior with gold-rimmed glasses lies an unadulterated devil. Yet Chen Xian remained unfazed. In his last life, he had left Disobey and was not affiliated with the 4th military district, thus he had no ties with Su Hao. He is not a saint. The evils of others do not concern him. As long as they do not provoke him, Chen Xian had no intention of taking action. Of course, he would not eagerly seek to curry favor with Su Hao. For him, time is precious in the early stages. He needs to level up quickly, and he has no time to escort Su Hao to any safe zone. As for the connections of the Su family, that is even more laughable. A mere Su family is of no consequence. Sorry, I'm not interested, Chen Xian said calmly, turning to leave. As he heard Chen Xian's firm rejection, everyone present was left in stunned silence. What the hell? Rejected? This is the Su group. Su Hao's expression shifted between dark and light. It was his first time being rejected. Moreover, it was by such a minor character. This kid, is he looking down on the Su family? Is 100 million too little? Then how about I offer 1 billion? Is 1 billion acceptable? However, for Su Hao at this moment, aside from Chen Xian, he had no other options but to raise the offer. Yet Chen Xian continued walking forward without looking back. Not to mention 1 billion, even if he offered the entire Su group, he wouldn't care. Virum. The sound of a car's engine suddenly roared. At that moment, 2 military jeeps suddenly drove past Chen Xian. These were military jeeps with excellent protective capabilities, and they were filled with armed soldiers. The 2 vehicles stopped in front of Su Hao. Immediately, the soldiers on the vehicles disembarked, forming 2 rows totaling 8 men plus the commanding officer, making it 9. Young Master Su, the commanding officer, saluted Su Hao. I am the squad leader of the Special Operations Team Xiang Tianxing. Following the orders from above, I am here to escort young Master Su to the safe zone. Hearing Xiang Tianxing's words, Su Hao was instantly thrilled, his eyes sparkling with a different kind of light. Squad leader Xiang, did my grandfather send you to get me? Indeed, it was old Master Su who instructed us to escort young Master Su to the safe zone. Old Master Su, who is Su Hao's grandfather, has deep connections in Disobey and naturally within the military district as well. At the first moment of the zombie outbreak, Old Master Su had already used his military connections to reach the safe zone. Of course, the so-called safe zone now is by no means comparable to the safe zones of the later apocalypse. It is more like a temporarily controlled area. However, with military management, the safety factor is quite high. Upon hearing this, Su Hao was overcome with joy. Great. I knew my grandfather would definitely come to rescue me. Behind Su Hao, Wang Fuhai and the others exchanged glances, unable to hide their joy. The military district has sent people. They are saved now. Young Master Su, please get in the car. We will escort you to the safe zone. Great, great. Su Hao repeatedly agreed. Behind him, Wang Fuhai and the others also planned to get in the car. However, the two jeeps simply could not accommodate so many people. Xiang Tianxing coldly stated, "Sorry, everyone, my orders are to take young Master Su back to the military district. The jeeps cannot carry you. If you also wish to go to the safe zone, just follow behind on your own." Wang Fuhai, other executives, what the hell? Not taking them, making them follow behind the vehicles. Isn't this just a pure joke? No matter how fast a person can run, they cannot outrun a vehicle with 4 wheels. Moreover, with so many zombies in Disobey, even if they ran behind the vehicle, they would probably be caught and devoured by zombies in no time. In an instant, everyone's hearts sank. "Su General, I've followed you for so long, I don't want to die. Please take me with you." Wang Fuhai was the first to kneel, tears streaming down his face. He knew that if he stayed behind, he would definitely die. The only way out was to cling to Su Hao, this last straw of hope. Having followed Su Hao for so many years, he hoped that he would not be so ungrateful. However, Su Hao sneered, his eyes looking at Wang Fuhai devoid of any warmth. "Old Wang, whether you live or die has nothing to do with me." Squad leader Xiang, prepare to drive. "Ignore these people." His cold voice was like a death sentence. Wang Fuhai and the other executives stared blankly at Su Hao. This seemingly refined young man had endless indifference beneath his gold-rimmed glasses. "Yes," Xiang Tianxing nodded, then ordered the soldiers behind him to get into the vehicle. A few attempted to board the vehicle, but were forced back by the weapons in the hands of several soldiers. Daring to step forward, they might really be shot. Wait a moment. Just as the vehicle was about to start, Su Hao called out. Seeing this, Wang Fuhai and the others hurriedly gathered around, their eyes full of hope, thinking that Su Hao had changed his mind and would take them along. However, he did not even glance at Wang Fuhai and others, heading straight toward Chen Xuan. "Kid, Su Hao will remember you. Don't fall into my hands next time." Having said that, Su Hao let out a cold laugh. Just now he had to lower himself to ask Chen Xuan for something. Now he no longer needed to. With Xiang Tianxing and so many soldiers around, no matter how impressive Chen Xuan was, could he compete with bullets? What a joke. Thus, Su Hao at this moment was exceedingly arrogant. But unfortunately for him, he underestimated Chen Xuan. Is this a threat? Chen Xuan's calm words carried a hint of coldness. The cold aura emanating from Chen Xuan made Su Hao shudder involuntarily. In his past life, he had fought his way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The killing intent surrounding him was undoubtedly terrifying. Just a glance was enough to overwhelm Su Hao. Yet, thinking of Xiang Tianxing and the others behind him, he instantly regained his courage. "What can you do to threaten me? You are nothing," Su Hao sneered. He was determined that once he reached the safe zone, he would send people to hunt down Chen Xuan. In the future, he would make Chen Xuan kneel before him to repay today's humiliation. However, Chen Xuan merely smiled, his gaze towards Su Hao filled with mockery and disdain. Originally, he had no intention of taking action against Su Hao. They had no enmity, and Chen Xuan had no need to intervene. But unfortunately, this guy was too petty and dared to threaten him. If he let him go today, it would surely bring him considerable trouble in the future. Although Chen Xuan was confident in his ability to evade Su Hao, the latter was backed by the 4th Military District and had considerable power. Keeping him alive was undoubtedly a disaster. Moreover, he despised threats the most. Since that's the case, there's no need to keep you alive. As he spoke, Chen Xuan grinned, a murderous intent filling his fair face. An ice spike swirled around his fingertips and then shot towards Su Hao with a whoosh. The speed of the ice spike was incredibly fast, leaving Su Hao with no chance to evade. His eyes widened in shock as he attempted to dodge, but found his body unable to move. Faced with such a terrifying attack, he even sensed the breath of death. Boom! An explosion followed. The ice spike did not strike Su Hao, but landed on the ground, erupting with a terrifying explosion. Su Hao opened his eyes and realized he was still alive. Standing beside him was Xiang Tianxing. "Young Master Su, are you alright?" "I am fine." Su Hao was somewhat dazed at this moment, initially believing he was doomed, only to find he was still alive. That feeling of having survived a disaster caused his heart to race. "I didn't expect the military district to have evolved beings appearing so quickly. It's quite interesting. If I'm not mistaken, your awakened ability should be A-class Wind's Swift Movement." Looking at Xiang Tianxing, Chen Xuan's lips curled slightly, his eyes filled with mockery. Indeed, Xiang Tianxing was not an ordinary human, but had awakened his abilities. Wind's Swift Movement, an A-class ability. It allows for a rapid increase in speed over a short period, quite an impressive ability. No wonder Chen Xuan found the name Xiang Tianxing somewhat familiar. In his past life, this person had quite a reputation in the 4th Military District, being a 6th-stage, evolved being even stronger than the Chen Xuan of that time. However, his character was somewhat questionable, always playing the role of a sidekick to Su Hao. It seems that in his past life, it was precisely because Xiang Tianqing saved Su Hao's life that their relationship was relatively close. Just as Chen Xuan's attack was about to land on Su Hao, Xiang Tianxing's speed surged several times, saving Su Hao in time. You actually awakened your abilities. Xiang Tianqing looked at Chen Xuan with disbelief. If he had not reacted quickly, Su Hao would have been nothing but a cold corpse by now. He did not expect an ordinary person to awaken their abilities so quickly. Moreover, Chen Xuan's strength was somewhat terrifying. Chen Xuan chuckled softly. I advise you to step aside, otherwise you all will die. Let alone Xiang Tianqing being merely a first stage evolved being, even if he were a second or third stage facing Chen Xuan, would lead to his demise. Su Hao behind him instantly panicked. Squad leader Xiang Yu, you can't leave. As long as you take me to the safe zone, I'll guarantee my grandfather promotes you. Young Master Su, rest assured I will escort you to the safe zone. The reason Xiang Tianqing volunteered to save Su Hao this time was to get close to the Su family. In the current apocalypse, the Su family's influence was immense. At least in Disobey City, they were undoubtedly a giant. Therefore, latching on to Su Hao was crucial for him. All units, raise your weapons. I know your strength is formidable, but I don't believe you can withstand bullets. If you leave now, we can end this matter here. I'm confident about this, Xiang Tianqing said confidently. Chen Xuan's abilities were strong, but could he really block bullets? Absolutely impossible. It was only the second day of the apocalypse. How strong could he be? Firearms are still the mainstream. Exactly. I don't believe you can withstand bullets. Squad leader Xiang, let your men shoot, kill him, hurry up, and kill him. Su Hao urged from the side, his eyes filled with excitement. He believed Chen Xuan could not withstand firearms. Even if he could barely dodge a bullet or two, there were 8 people here. The terrifying firepower would surely end Chen Xuan. Xiang Tianqing hesitated. He did not intend to clash with Chen Xuan. The young man before him was somewhat mysterious and might possess unknown methods. However, since Su Hao had ordered, he pondered for a moment and then gritted his teeth. Fire. The bullets poured down, the terrifying firepower aimed straight at Chen Xuan. Everyone's intention was good, but unfortunately, they underestimated the terror of mythical level abilities. Chen Xuan's lips curled slightly, and a thick ice wall appeared before him. All the bullets that poured out struck the ice wall. They did not penetrate as imagined. Those bullets, upon hitting the ice wall, were as if they had struck something indestructible, falling to the ground. After a full half-minute, the bullets were all expended, yet the ice wall remained unscathed. Everyone stared at the scene before them, swallowing hard, their eyes filled with fear. What the hell? Is this something a human can do? Not even a bullet could harm Chen Xuan in the slightest. How terrifying was that? Of course, the most shocked was Xiang Tianqing. As an evolved being, he knew that in the early stages of the apocalypse, the abilities of evolved beings were not very powerful, so firearms posed a considerable threat to them. Especially with so many bullets, it was impossible to withstand. Yet Chen Xuan had done it. In fact, if it were an ordinary second-stage ice-type evolved being, they could not withstand so many bullets. But Chen Xuan's ability was mythical level. That ice wall was entirely composed of extreme ice, terrifyingly strong. Thus, facing the barrage of bullets, the ice wall held up effortlessly. Since you chose to attack me, then all of you can die. Chen Xuan sneered, and countless ice spikes rose beside him. Those ice spikes were incredibly sharp, exuding endless chill. Go! With a thought, hundreds of ice spikes flew towards the front. Xiang Tianxing's scalp instantly tingled. A sense of death enveloped him. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the 8 soldiers who were still standing collapsed simultaneously. Xiang Tianqing dodged left and right while dragging Su Hao along. Although he activated his ability, he was merely a first-tier ability user, and his powers were limited, making his speed not particularly fast. Moreover, dragging Su Hao along further hindered him, allowing Chen Xuan's ice spike to pierce through his right arm. The place where the ice spike pierced exuded waves of cold air. The terrifying chill of the extreme ice continued to spread. Xiang Tianxing's body temperature plummeted rapidly. He gasped for breath, his lips turning pale as he looked at Chen Xuan with a face full of terror. So terrifying. Is this really the power that humans can unleash? Su Hao was utterly frightened by this sudden turn of events, his pale face filled with horror, his body trembling as he hid behind Xiang Tianqing. My lord, this matter is our fault. How about we just let it go? Rest assured we will never trouble you again in the future. Yes. I swear I will never trouble you in this lifetime. Su Hao was also terrified, nodding repeatedly, unable to hide the fear in his eyes, no longer the imposing figure he had been earlier. Dignity means nothing in the face of death. However, Chen Xuan laughed. When you thought you could take me down, you showed no mercy. Now that you realize you are no match for me, you wish to beg for mercy. Your calculations are truly astute. Such blatant sarcasm, without any mercy. These people are all like this. They won't shed tears until they see the coffin. What must I do to be spared? You see, my grandfather is Su Yuanting. As long as you have any requests, he can fulfill them. Really, you must believe me. Su Hao slumped to the ground, his eyes filled with pleading and longing. Unfortunately for Su Hao, this kind of humble tone only appeared when he was at death's door. Once he regained power, Chen Xuan would surely be his first target for ruthless suppression. Such people are too common. Therefore, Chen Xuan had no intention of letting him go. My request is for you to die. Chen Xuan grinned, the murderous intent in his eyes unmistakable. Su Hao's eyes widened, suddenly gulping as he tried to say something to beg for mercy, but Chen Xuan did not give him that chance. An ice spike shot through the air, heading straight for Su Hao's head. The ice spike magnified in his pupils. Xiang Tianqing wanted to block it, but he was already gravely injured, his powers exhausted, and he had no way to stop it. Bang! The explosion rang out as the ice spike pierced through Su Hao's head, his wide-open eyes filled with unwillingness. He couldn't comprehend how he, the president of the Su Corporation and the legitimate heir of the Su family, someone so promising, could be killed on the very first day of the apocalypse. He should have stood at the pinnacle of the world. Filled with endless regret, Su Hao fell forever. Beside him, Xiang Tianxing's pupils constricted, fear evident in his gaze as he looked at Chen Xuan. You actually killed Su Hao? His grandfather is Su Yuanting. If he finds out, you won't escape death, even if you hide to the ends of the earth. As one of the most powerful figures in Subei City, Su Yuanting was certainly not someone a young brat like Chen Xuan could provoke. However, upon hearing this, Chen Xuan's lips curled slightly, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Su Yuanting, I do have some impression of him, but so what? As long as you all are dead, who will know that I killed him? To eradicate the roots. In this early stage of the apocalypse, the chaos is already here. Who would know if a few people died? Hearing Chen Xuan's words, Xiang Tianxing's eyes widened, suddenly looking at Chen Xuan in disbelief. My goodness, this guy is a madman, isn't he? But before Xiang Tianxing could react, an ice spike suddenly appeared in Chen Xuan's hand, and then it flew towards him at incredible speed. In an instant, the hairs on Xiang Tianxing's body stood on end, fear coursing through him. He wanted to escape, but with his injuries, how could he outrun Chen Xuan's ice spike? Bang! The ice spike stabbed fiercely into Su Hao's chest. One strike. Death. No breath remained. Chen Xuan let out a cold laugh, his gaze towards him filled with disdain. Chen Xuan was aware of Su Yuanting's influence. He was a high-ranking figure in Subei City, well connected with the military district. In his previous life, Su Yuanting held the position of vice head in the 4th Military District, a high-ranking role. But so what? Chen Xuan was not afraid at all. Moreover, if these people died here, who would know it was his doing? Many villains in novels are foolish, unable to comprehend the need to eradicate the roots. Only the dead can keep secrets. Young man, sir, we have no relation with them. I have a deep-seated conflict with Su Hao. May I ask if we can leave now? Wang Fuhai spoke cautiously, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at Chen Xuan. Yes, we have no connection with Su Hao. Exactly. We would rather he die sooner. That's right. These people were terrified that Chen Xuan might take out his anger on them because of Su Hao, so they all hurriedly shook their heads, pleading for their lives. All right, you may leave. Chen Xuan smiled slightly. Really, thank you. Thank you very much. The group bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Chen Xuan's lips curled up slightly, but you are moving too slowly. It's easy to encounter danger. How about this? I'll escort you on your way. Escort us? Oh my God. This is just too good. In an instant, everyone felt like crying tears of joy. Really, thank you so much. You're welcome. After saying this, countless ice spikes appeared around Chen Xuan, and with a wave of his hand, they all flew towards the crowd. Oh, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, never expecting Chen Xuan would suddenly strike. The terrifying attack descended. For these ordinary people, without any abilities, the ice spikes left them with no way to resist. They died without a chance. To be honest, Chen Xuan was not a bloodthirsty person. As long as others did not threaten his own interests, he would not act recklessly. But these people were different. They had witnessed the entire process of him killing Su Hao. If they were allowed to live, there was no doubt they would greatly trouble him in the future. Only the dead can keep secrets. Of course, Chen Xuan was not afraid of retaliation from the Su family. However, it was better to avoid extra troubles and not expose himself to others. In the apocalypse, caution is the key to survival. After eliminating everyone, Chen Xuan scanned his surroundings and found no living souls. Then he went to a nearby area to lure some zombies, watching as the zombies devoured the corpses of these people before he felt reassured enough to leave. No witnesses. Who would know that Su Hao was killed by him? After all, Chen Xuan had no enmity with Su Hao before the apocalypse began. They had no interactions at all. Even though the Su family held significant power in Subei City, they would not be able to uncover anything. After leaving the Jinhai building, Chen Xuan headed towards Subei Academy. Before the apocalypse began, Chen Xuan graduated from this school, an ordinary undergraduate with little prospects after graduation, unable to compete with students from top-tier institutions. Thus, upon leaving school, his salary was not high. The reason for returning to his alma mater was not nostalgia, but because there was a significant opportunity at Disobey Academy. The academy located near the suburbs had a python that crawled from the outskirts to the academy before the apocalypse began. Before it could be captured, the apocalypse struck. Fortunately for the python, it did not become fodder for zombies, but instead underwent a mutation, evolving into a ferocious beast. A ferocious beast refers to animals that evolved into special species before the apocalypse. The strength of these beasts is formidable, far surpassing that of zombies of the same rank. Moreover, ferocious beasts possess their own intelligence. Although slightly immature compared to normal humans, they have already awakened their spiritual awareness. As these ferocious beasts continue to evolve, their intelligence increases. High-level ferocious beasts can not only speak human language, but also possess intellect comparable to humans. The python at Disobey Academy underwent this evolution, and the opportunity Chen Xuan mentioned was the python's gallbladder. The gallbladder is the essence of a snake, especially for evolved ferocious beasts, as it is a great supplement containing significant energy. Although not as terrifying as the tears of the moon, it is still quite beneficial for Chen Xuan at present. The energy contained within should enable his ice dragon ability to break through to the third tier. He was aware of the python's situation because he had thoroughly researched his alma mater Disobey Academy in his past life. Therefore, he had more knowledge. Finally, here the gate remains as dilapidated as ever. After a swift journey, Chen Xuan finally arrived at the entrance of Disobey Academy. As an ordinary academy, Disobey Academy's entrance appeared somewhat worn down. There were also a few scattered zombies wandering about. Of course, these were all first-tier zombies, not very strong. Chen Xuan did not hesitate. With the activation of his ice dragon ability, these zombies fell immediately without a chance to retaliate. As for the crystal cores on the zombies, he did not let them go. Although merely first-tier crystal cores in the apocalypse, crystal cores are a medium of exchange. At this hour, I wonder where that python is. In my previous life, it was said that the python broke through to the 5th tier before being slain, having likely consumed a considerable number of humans, Chen Xuan murmured. 4 ferocious beasts breaking through requires devouring large amounts of human flesh and blood, which serves as a substantial supplement for them. The campus was desolate with only a few wandering zombies remaining. There should still be some surviving humans within the school, but for Chen Xuan it mattered little. He had no intention of being a savior. In the apocalypse, the worst thing to be is a saint. One could easily lose their life that way. It looks like I need to search thoroughly for that python. Chen Xuan squinted and murmured. After saying this, he flashed and began searching within Disobey Academy. At this moment, at the 9th floor of the Disobey Academy library. Qingxue, are you okay? Li Heng approached Qingxue and asked softly. I'm fine, luckily we escaped quickly. I just saw several classmates being devoured by that monster. Thinking of that scene, fear crept onto Qingxue's delicate face, and she covered her mouth, almost retching. The earlier scene had been too horrifying. She vowed that she had never seen such a terrifying scene in her life. After Qingxue spoke, her 2 roommates instantly turned pale. Qingxue, Li Heng, what should we do now? I can't possibly die. I don't want to die, I'm still so young. Zhang Li's voice trembled with a hint of weeping as she slumped to the ground, tears dripping onto her black skirt, evoking a sense of pity. Before the apocalypse began, Zhang Li was considered quite a beauty at Disobey Academy. Although she couldn't compare to the goddess-level Qingxue, she still had many admirers. At such a blooming age, she naturally did not want to die. The same applied to another roommate, Zhao Han. Seeing the 2 women's state, Qingxue felt quite helpless. She was afraid too, but she knew that merely being afraid was useless. They had to find a way to escape. At this moment, the vast library only had the 4 of them left alive. The remaining students had either turned into zombies or become fodder for that monster. Qingxue, don't worry, I will definitely get you out of here. Besides, I awakened my ability this morning. Worst case, I'll fight that monster to buy you time to escape, Li Heng said resolutely. This morning, he had been fortunate enough to find a crystal core during his escape, and in a muddled state awakened his ability. Class ability teleportation. Although it had no killing power, it could tear through space, making it an excellent ability for escape. Of course, Li Heng was only a first-tier ability user now, and the maximum distance he could teleport was only 5 meters. Upon hearing this, a bit of color returned to Qingxue's fair face. Thank you, Li Heng. Li Heng grinned, feeling quite pleased. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed. The hearts of the few tightened. The monster was coming. The python was 6 or 7 meters long and as thick as a bowl, its entire body green with traces of blood at the corners of its mouth, likely from its last meal. It moved slowly, wandering on the 9th floor. The few of them hid in a corner, trembling. Qingxue's mind raced with thoughts. She did not want to die, she wanted to live. Looking at her 2 roommates, then at Li Heng, it seemed she made a decision in her mind and cautiously approached Li Heng. Li Heng, how many more times can you teleport? I can probably do it 4 or 5 more times, Li Heng replied uncertainly. His teleportation ability consumed energy too quickly. He could manage it 4 or 5 more times. 4 or 5 times with a maximum movement of 5 meters each. Su Qingxue calculated in her mind, then glanced at the direction the python was moving. I have a plan. A plan. Upon hearing Su Qingxue's words, Zhang Li and Zhao Han seemed to have grasped a lifeline and instantly looked excited. Qingxue, do you really have a plan? Qingxue, quickly tell us what we should do. Li Heng also looked over excitedly. No one wanted to die, everyone wanted to live. Li Heng possesses the ability of teleportation. Although the distance he can move is not far, he can activate it 4 or 5 times. You two should run from the side door first while I and Li Heng distract that monster. Su Qingxue spoke. Zhang Li and Zhao Han were instantly excited. We run. You distract that monster. Great. Qingxue, is that really true? You are so wonderful. Rest assured, I will remember your great kindness for the rest of my life. Yes. If I survive, I will never forget this in my life. The two girls were very excited, as if they could see hope. Su Qingxue chuckled softly, her calm face carrying a hint of warmth. It's all right. We have been roommates for so many years. Although we have had some small conflicts, I have always considered you as family. Su Qingxue's words moved the two girls to the point of tears. Of course, whether they were really about to cry or just pretending is hard to say, as the relationships between girls can be quite complex. All right, that monster is coming soon. You two should run now. Okay, you both be careful too. Without any hesitation, Zhang Li and Zhao Han turned and cautiously walked towards the back door. The two crouched low, carefully avoiding making any noise. The distance was not far, about 7 or 8 meters. But for them, this distance felt exceptionally long. As they were about to reach the back door, Su Qingxue, hiding under the table and chairs, saw the shape of the python. She quickly picked up a glass bottle from the table and without hesitation tossed it towards Zhang Li and Zhao Han. The glass bottle traced a beautiful arc in the air before landing in front of the two girls with a loud bang. In an instant, Zhang Li and Zhao Han were stunned, while Li Heng looked at Su Qingxue in confusion, his eyes reflecting disbelief. What the hell? Before Zhang Li and Zhao Han could react, the giant python quickly moved over after hearing the sound. The massive creature flicked its tongue and glared fiercely at Zhao Han and Zhang Li. At that moment, the two girls stiffly turned their heads to look at Su Qingxue's calm face. They finally realized that they had been betrayed by Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue intended to use their lives to buy herself some time to escape. After all, it takes time for this giant python to eat a person. And Li Heng possesses teleportation skills, allowing him to escape a short distance in a brief moment. The instant they were locked onto by the giant python, Zhang Li and Zhao Han froze in place, as if they were being targeted by something terrifying. Quick, don't freeze. Activate your skill and take me away. At this moment, the giant python's attention was fully on the two girls, giving Su Qingxue the opportunity to escape. Li Heng also came to his senses. He gazed deeply at Su Qingxue. After pursuing her for 3 whole years, he realized that her image in his mind had unknowingly changed. Familiar, yet unfamiliar. A very strange feeling. What about the two of them? Li Heng hesitated. After all, they were classmates and his heart was not that ruthless. However, Su Qingxue changed her demeanor, looking pitiful as she said, Li Heng, it's impossible for the 4 of us to escape safely. Someone must attract the python's attention. You wouldn't want to watch me get eaten by the python, would you? As she said this, tears welled up on Su Qingxue's fair face, her round eyes fixed on Li Heng. Li Heng had never seen such a scene. This was his goddess whom he had dreamed of day and night. How could he bear to let her die? Therefore, the strange emotion he had just felt vanished in an instant. He nodded repeatedly, affirming, Qingxue, rest assured, I will definitely ensure your safety. Li Heng patted his chest to assure her. All right, when that python is about to eat the two of them, you activate your power and take me away. Good. Li Heng decisively vowed, patting his chest heavily. The python showed no hesitation, flicking its tongue, and then suddenly lunged towards Zhang Li and Zhao Han. There was no doubt that the two girls could not dodge the python's attack. Zhang Li was directly swallowed whole. The remaining Zhao Han collapsed to the ground, frightened to the point of nearly losing control. Now's the time, let's go. Su Qingxue quickly urged. Okay. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Heng took Su Qingxue and fled rapidly. Activating the teleportation ability, the two instantly appeared 3 meters away. Indeed, it was only 3 meters. If Li Heng were alone with his abilities as a first-tier ability user, he could teleport 5 meters. But unfortunately, he was still carrying Su Qingxue, so he could only move 3 meters. Seeing that they only moved 3 meters and had not escaped the python's line of sight, the giant python slowly turned its head, its sharp eyes fixed on the two. Su Qingxue and Li Heng felt as though they were struck by lightning, their gazes filled with uncontainable fear. Facing this giant python, that fear was amplified infinitely. Quick, hurry. Su Qingxue swallowed hard and urged. Oh, okay. Without any hesitation, Li Heng activated his ability again and teleported with Su Qingxue. The giant python showed no hesitation, bending down to swallow the already terrified Zhao Han. After chewing for a moment, it turned its body towards Li Heng and Su Qingxue. For these ferocious beasts, Li Heng was undoubtedly a greater temptation. As an ability user, being swallowed would benefit the beast far more than an ordinary person. Hiss! It flicked its tongue and then quickly slithered forward. Although the two had just created quite a distance from the python, Li Heng's teleportation ability was somewhat lacking. Being only a first-tier ability user, he could not fully unleash the power of this ability. Not good, it's going to catch up. Su Qingxue's face turned grim as she looked back at the massive creature behind her, heart sinking. She did not expect Li Heng's ability to be so inadequate. 3 meters was too short. In the blink of an eye, the python had already caught up. Bang! Just as Li Heng was about to activate his ability again, the python's tail swept over, knocking the two aside. The terrifying force sent them rolling several times on the ground, and when they regained their senses, the giant python had already surrounded them. Looking at the giant python before her, Su Qingxue swallowed hard. She knew that today she was probably doomed. Qingxue, you go first to hold off this python. Saying this, Li Heng stood in front of Su Qingxue, his eyes resolute. Thank you, Li Heng. It's what I should do. Li Heng thought he had moved the goddess and left a deep impression on her, feeling a sense of satisfaction. But what he did not know was that for Su Qingxue, a green tea type, it was impossible to be moved by a simp, even if the other party paid the price of their life. Li Heng estimated that his abilities could be activated one more time. Once it should be enough to buy some time for the goddess to escape. Thinking of this, Li Heng's gaze became even more resolute. He glanced back at Su Qingxue, the girl he had liked for 3 whole years. In his eyes, Qingxue had always been the moonlight, in his heart the brightest star in the crowd. Goodbye, goddess, Li Heng whispered softly. Immediately, with firm determination in his eyes, he gripped a fruit knife tightly, and then with a flash of his figure activated his teleportation ability, arriving at the top of the giant python in an instant. Taking advantage of the giant python's moment of surprise, he thrust the fruit knife fiercely into its head. The fruit knife was short, and coupled with its insufficient hardness, only penetrated about a centimeter into the python's head, oozing a little blood. The giant python let out a cry of pain. Blood dripped from the wound on its head, and its sharp gaze was filled with murderous intent. It had never been injured before, and today it was actually hurt by a mere human bug. Such a humiliation, truly a dreadful disgrace. It roared without any hesitation, its massive body lunging towards Li Heng, who clung tightly to the python's body. No matter how the giant python attacked, trying to shake Li Heng off, he held on desperately. Seeing this scene, Su Qingxue ran towards the exit without any hesitation. Watching her retreating figure, Li Heng's eyes held a hint of relief. However, the agility of the giant python was terrifying. Ultimately, he was still wrapped up and caught, his powers long depleted, leaving no possibility of escape. Goodbye, goddess. His lips moved slightly, looking towards the direction. Su Qingxue fled, a smile on his face, hoping only for her survival. In the next moment, without hesitation, the giant python directly swallowed Li Heng whole. For it, devouring a superhuman was far better than consuming an ordinary human, providing much more energy. However, the fact that this bug had just injured it made it even angrier. The python's body flashed and slid towards Su Qingxue's direction. Although Li Heng had delayed some time for her, Su Qingxue, being a girl, was not fast enough, and soon she was pursued by the giant python. Looking at the giant python before her with blood left from swallowing, Li Heng still on its mouth, Su Qingxue couldn't help but tremble, her eyes filled with terror. Am I going to die? Countless fears surged within her. The giant python let out a roar and then dove down, ready to devour Su Qingxue. She closed her eyes, seemingly accepting the fact that she was going to die. 1 second, 2 seconds. Am I not dead? Bang! She heard a loud bang, and when Su Qingxue opened her eyes, she saw an incredible scene. The giant python had been knocked away by something and lay on the ground. In the next second, a figure appeared before her. With a fair face bearing a hint of wickedness, the handsome man showed no sign of fear, gazing at the giant python with a hint of disdain and delight. Chen Xuan sneered, finally found you. I didn't expect you to have broken through to the 2nd tier. Tisk, looks like your innards will be sufficient for me to break through to the 3rd tier. The energy accumulated from the tier of moonlight was considerable. Although most was used to awaken the 2nd ability of plunder, the remaining energy had also enhanced the ice dragon ability. The giant python in front of him had already broken through to the 2nd tier, and the energy contained within its innards was far greater than that of a 2nd tier zombie. It must have devoured quite a few people to advance so quickly. The giant python, having been struck by Chen Xuan, looked at him with a hint of anger as it regained its composure. The killing intent in its eyes was undeniable. Damn human. Just now the human bug had ambushed it, causing blood to seep from its head. now being ambushed again by another damned human. Although the giant python's intelligence was not high, it could sense that Chen Xuan's strength was not simple. It coiled up, preparing for an attack. However, seeing it like this, Chen Xuan merely smirked slightly, his gaze filled with disdain. A mere second-tier beast for ordinary second-tier superhumans would be a nightmare, requiring at least 3 or 4 second-tier superhumans to handle. But Chen Xuan was not an ordinary superhuman. The mythic level abilities were no joke. He sneered, "Then let me see how much strength you have." After saying this, Chen Xuan flickered, using the momentum to stand in midair, the extreme cold sword already drawn from his spatial ring held tightly in hand, its frigid glare causing the temperature of the entire library to drop significantly. The giant python seemed to sense Chen Xuan's terror. Its coiled body suddenly shot out. Bang! A terrifying explosion echoed. Su Qingxue was pushed back a few steps by the terrifying air current. When she raised her head again, she witnessed a scene that would be etched in her memory forever. She saw Chen Xuan standing unscathed in midair. Beneath his feet was a bridge made of ice. The giant python lay on the ground with blood dripping from it, extremely weak. How is this possible? Su Qingxue's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. This incredibly handsome man before her possessed such strength. One strike had severely injured this giant python. Is this really the kind of power a human can possess? Su Qingxue did not know. All she knew was that she could feel the air around her was cold, more than 10 degrees colder than before, making her shiver. Nothing special. Chen Xuan sneered. It must be said that the enhancement from the mythic level abilities was indeed significant. If it were his previous self facing such a second-tier beast, he would need at least third-tier strength to have any chance. Otherwise, he would likely become the python's prey. But for the giant python before him, it was an effortless task for Chen Xuan. He sneered again, not wasting any time, as countless ice spikes stood suspended around him. Looking at the dreamlike scene before her, Su Qingxue felt as if her worldview was about to collapse. Although she had witnessed Li Hang's abilities, the mere teleportation over a few meters was far from the terrifying power Chen Xuan displayed now. Hundreds of ice spikes surrounded them, a truly spectacular sight. This scene was enough to leave one dumbfounded. Ice meteor. Countless ice spikes fell like meteors, heading straight for the giant python. The dense barrage of ice spikes rained down. Even at its peak, the giant python could not evade them. How much more difficult was it for the injured beast to escape? There was no doubt that the ice spikes struck the giant python. Bang! Countless spikes pierced it, instantly dead beyond resurrection. In just 2 moves, a second-tier beast was utterly defeated. The power of this mythic-level ability truly astonished. Su Qingxue behind him stared in astonishment at this scene, her shock evident in her expression. Just moments ago, so many classmates in the library had perished at the hands of this giant python. Even the only superhuman Li Hang had been slain. Yet this mysterious man before them effortlessly killed the giant python with just 2 casual moves, shattering everyone's perception of reality. Chen Xuan naturally noticed Su Qingxue behind him, but he said nothing. She was just an inconsequential woman. After slaying the giant python, Chen Xuan did not hesitate for a moment. He stepped forward, standing before the python, and with his extreme cold sword, he sliced open its skin, revealing a bright red internal organ. Tisk, tisk, tisk. The internal organ of a second-tier python contains quite a substantial amount of energy. Chen Xuan's eyes revealed a hint of desire as he looked at the still warm organ before him. The energy contained in this organ, combined with the energy accumulated from the tier of moonlight within him, was enough to allow him to break through from second-tier to third-tier. The power of a third-tier ice dragon ability would likely undergo a tremendous transformation. After all, every advancement in the ice dragon ability brought immense changes, significantly boosting its power. Just as Chen Xuan was about to seize the python's internal organ, he suddenly sensed a terrifying aura approaching, aimed directly at him. He quickly conjured numerous ice shields to protect himself. Boom! In the next instant, a terrifying explosion rang out, striking Chen Xuan's ice shields. The ice shields formed from ultimate ice surprisingly developed large cracks. Chen Xuan couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment. After all, the power of these ice shields was not weak. Even bullets struggled to cause any damage, yet they were harmed by an unknown species. When Chen Xuan tore away the ice shield, he saw a black figure rushing toward the giant python's internal organ. "My, dare to snatch my internal organ." Chen Xuan snorted coldly, sending countless ice spikes flying toward the black figure. However, the black figure moved with astonishing speed, evading Chen Xuan's ice spike attack and grabbing the internal organ tightly. Now Chen Xuan could clearly see the appearance of the black shadow. It was a pitch-black dog, significantly larger than an ordinary dog, about the size of a wolf, with scruffy fur that made it look like a stray. Seeing this dog before him, Chen Xuan's eyes widened. The dog resembled the black dog from his memories. No way. Is it really it? The mutated black dog that roamed the apocalypse for countless years, a ninth-tier superhuman, the Dog Emperor. Indeed, this dog was a genuine ninth-tier superhuman during the apocalypse, and it possessed an SS-level ability, making it extremely powerful. In his past life, the title of Dog Emperor was incredibly renowned. The Dog Emperor had a high level of intelligence, and after years of survival in the apocalypse, its IQ was not inferior to that of humans. The reason he recognized the Dog Emperor at a glance was that Chen Xuan had encountered it during an outing in his past life. At that time, Chen Xuan was only a 5th-tier superhuman, while the Dog Emperor was already 7th-tier, a formidable figure. Moreover, with its terrifying SS-level ability, even 8th-tier superhumans might not be its match. Additionally, the 7th-tier Dog Emperor could speak human language, showcasing its high intelligence. Chen Xuan had an exceptionally deep impression of it. This was because back then he had met the Dog Emperor and had been extorted by the creature, giving it all the crystal cores he had. However, although the Dog Emperor was unscrupulous, it did not eat humans. Thus, Chen Xuan managed to escape a calamity. Little did he expect to encounter the Dog Emperor so soon after his rebirth. This creature, which had snatched his crystal cores in his past life, now dared to snatch his giant python's internal organ after his rebirth. However, it was not the same Dog Emperor as before, it was merely a peak 2nd-tier dog now. He was no longer the weakling of his past life, his mythical level ability was not to be underestimated. The Wheel of Fortune turns. A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth as he looked in the direction of the Dog Emperor. Hand it over, or I'll skin you alive. Chen Xuan was confident that this creature could understand him. The Dog Emperor had high intelligence even when its strength was not that formidable in the early stages. Woof woof woof. The Dog Emperor barked, furiously tightening its grip on the giant python's internal organ. This creature was indeed consistent in its behavior. However, Chen Xuan would not yield to it. You stubborn creature, if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't learn your lesson. Without hesitation, Chen Xuan drew his extreme cold sword and dashed toward the Dog Emperor. The Dog Emperor's combat instincts were certainly not lacking. It focused its gaze, and then 7 or 8 bolts of purple lightning shot directly toward Chen Xuan. This was the Dog Emperor's SS-level ability, the Purple Sky Divine Thunder. It was precisely because of this SS-level ability that the Dog Emperor could dominate in the apocalypse, its strength deemed terrifying. Even among the powerful of the human race, few could match it. However, Chen Xuan had long been aware of the opponent's abilities and thus felt no surprise. Although the SS-level lightning ability was fearsome, Chen Xuan possessed a mythical-level Ice Dragon ability and was naturally unafraid of his opponent. As the lightning was about to strike, Chen Xuan countless ice shields suddenly appeared around his body, perfectly blocking the lightning attack. One must admit that the Dog Emperor's Purple Sky Divine Thunder ability was indeed powerful. The explosive lightning attack managed to inflict considerable damage on Chen Xuan's ice shields. Nevertheless, it still could not breach his defenses. In just 2 seconds, Chen Xuan had already arrived before the Dog Emperor. With a single sword strike, he unleashed an overwhelming might. The Dog Emperor hastily used its ability to escape. The Purple Sky Divine Thunder, being a lightning-type ability, naturally provided a significant boost to its speed. Thus, the Dog Emperor's escape speed was impressive. One sword strike fell, and the Dog Emperor fled. Chen Xuan's sword struck the ground, causing the 9th floor of the library to collapse instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xuan activated his ability, summoning countless ice walls to surround the Dog Emperor. Want to escape? Dream on. Chen Xuan let out a cold laugh, and countless ice spikes soared upward. Following his command, the ice spikes surged crazily toward the Dog Emperor. Woof! Seeing the sudden onslaught, the Dog Emperor's fur bristled, stunned. This attack was simply terrifying. Bang! Bang! The sky was filled with ice spike attacks. Although the Dog Emperor tried to defend with the Purple Sky Divine Thunder, Chen Xuan's ice spikes were more powerful and numerous, making it nearly impossible to fend off. Numerous spikes struck the Dog Emperor, sending it flying and crashing heavily against the ice wall behind. This ice was the ultimate ice, extremely cold. The Dog Emperor was directly injured by Chen Xuan, its body covered in frost. Yet possessing an SS-level ability, it still managed to stand up, looking at Chen Xuan with unprecedented caution. The Dog Emperor's eyes were already filled with thoughts of escape. Earlier, it had sensed the terrifying energy erupting from the python's internal organ while wandering outside. Had it known Chen Xuan was this formidable, it would never have dared to approach. Boom! As the Dog Emperor stood up, countless purple lightning bolts surged toward the ice wall before him, creating a massive sound as a gap was opened in the wall. Seeing this, the Dog Emperor planned to escape through the gap. Chen Xuan naturally took all of this in a slight smile, curling at the corners of his mouth. This is the Dog Emperor, a breed of dog. Even in the late apocalypse, as a 9th-tier powerhouse, it could rob and escape through dog holes, capable of anything. After all, to rise from a mere dog to the 9th-tier level and establish the formidable reputation of the Dog Emperor is no small feat. Yet Chen Xuan would not simply watch it escape, especially not with the giant python's guts. Escape? In your dreams. Chen Xuan chuckled coldly, accelerating to his top speed, and with a leap his figure vanished from the spot, then appeared midair, countless ice shards covering the entire 9th floor of the library. The Dog Emperor was now covered in frost. The appearance of this extreme ice greatly limited the Dog Emperor's speed. Chen Xuan retracted his sword and dove down, delivering a heavy punch onto the Dog Emperor. Bang! The terrifying force of the punch struck the Dog Emperor. Awoo! Although the ice dragon controlled the power of ice, it was still a dragon. Chen Xuan's ice dragon ability provided a terrifying enhancement to its physical strength. The Dog Emperor howled in agony, directly knocked to the ground by this punch. The giant python's guts scattered across the floor. Chen Xuan smiled slightly, stepped forward, grasped the giant python's guts in his hand, felt the energy within, and then placed the guts into his spatial ring. Afterward, Chen Xuan's gaze fell upon the Dog Emperor. The Dog Emperor leaped up again. This time its eyes held a hint of fear as it looked at Chen Xuan. This human is formidable. Woof woof, woof woof woof. The Dog Emperor lowered its head, wagging its tail in a flattering manner to show submission. Chen Xuan naturally understood what this creature meant. It was merely looking at the giant python's guts being taken by him, realizing it could not defeat him, and wanted to beg for mercy. This clever dog. Yet Chen Xuan had some different plans in mind. In his previous life, the Dog Emperor was a powerful figure. Despite being a dog, no one dared to underestimate or tame it. But now it was merely at the peak of the 2nd tier, far from the 9th-tier level of its past life. Perhaps there was a chance to tame this creature. If successfully tamed, it would mean an additional 9th-tier powerhouse as an ally for Chen Xuan in the future. Moreover, this one possessed the SS-level ability of Purple Lightning. Such a valuable ally was hard to come by. Therefore, Chen Xuan certainly could not let the Dog Emperor leave easily. Wanna leave? Woof woof. The Dog Emperor barked twice, nodding repeatedly. Chen Xuan laughed and said, "You steal my things, realize you can't defeat me, and then want to call a truce. Where in the world does such good fortune exist?" Hearing this, the Dog Emperor knew it was in the wrong. It let out a low bark, looking at Chen Xuan, implicitly asking what he wanted to do. "I heard that dog meat is quite good, and awakened abilities make the meat even better. Why not let me have a feast?" Upon hearing Chen Xuan's threat, the Dog Emperor's hair stood on end. Eat dog meat? That would mean eating itself. Woof, woof, woof. It immediately took a few steps back, its eyes filled with unprecedented wariness, fearing that Chen Xuan might actually eat it. "I won't eat you, but you must recognize me as your master and follow me obediently from now on." After saying this, Chen Xuan watched as the Dog Emperor shook its head. As a dog with awakened abilities, possibly the only one with an SS-level ability, the Dog Emperor naturally had its own pride. How could it easily submit to a human? "Don't agree." Chen Xuan laughed coldly. "Then I'll beat you until you agree." The Dog Emperor was indeed a breed of dog. Only by defeating it would it consider submission. Without hesitation, Chen Xuan launched himself forward, aiming straight for the Dog Emperor, unleashing massive punches that landed on it. Though the Dog Emperor possessed the power of the Purple Lightning, it was severely suppressed by Chen Xuan. It endured numerous punches. Woof, 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 woof. The sounds of barking echoed throughout the entire 9th floor of the library. A man and a dog ran around the entire 9th floor of the library, with Chen Xuan chasing behind and the Dog Emperor sprinting ahead. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan felt a sense of exhilaration. In his previous life, he had been tricked by the Dog Emperor, losing all his valuable possessions to this creature, and he hadn't dared to strike back because he couldn't win. Now he had returned to take revenge, chasing the Dog Emperor and beating it. Happy, extremely happy. Watching the bizarre scene before her, Su Qingxue gulped, utterly bewildered. What is happening? A man and a dog are fighting in the library. The key point is that this dog seems very powerful, capable of unleashing lightning. Su Qingxue wanted to run, but the outside was filled with zombies, and she didn't know where to go. The air around her was cold. The terrifying extreme ice had dropped the temperature of the entire space below freezing. Awoo! The Dog Emperor was knocked to the ground by Chen Xuan's punch, letting out a pitiful howl. It was bruised all over, especially its face, which looked so battered that no female dog would find this ugly Dog Emperor appealing. Foolish dog, still want to fight. Foolish dog. Hearing Chen Xuan's words, the Dog Emperor felt disgruntled, but still obediently shook its head. To be honest, it was scared of being beaten by Chen Xuan. This is simply not human, it's terrifying. It couldn't win. Seeing the Dog Emperor like this made Chen Xuan want to laugh. "Will you submit to me or not?" Woof woof. This time the Dog Emperor dared not refuse. It quickly barked twice, and then nodded firmly. There was no choice. Under the eaves, dogs had to bow their heads. Unable to win, it had to join. Now that's more like it. Chen Xuan smiled slightly, feeling a surge of excitement. This foolish dog would become the famed dog emperor in the future, and having it would mean an additional 9th-tier powerhouse as an ally. Moreover, this dog was quite clever. It could provide significant assistance to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan walked up with a smile, and looking at the dog emperor lying on the ground, he directly kicked it. "Oh woo," the dog emperor howled, looking at Chen Xuan with some resentment. "Let me tell you, we'll give you a chance this time not to stew you. If you dare to have any other thoughts, he'll pluck all your fur and stew you in an iron pot. Do you hear me? Woof woof woof." Seeing Chen Xuan's sincere expression, the dog emperor shivered and nodded repeatedly. This human was too terrifying. "Since you are following me, let me give you a name. Forget it from now on, I'll call you Foolish Dog. It rolls off the tongue well." Foolish Dog. Upon hearing these 2 words, the dog emperor immediately flared up, shaking its head repeatedly. Those 2 words were an utter insult to the name of the dog emperor. "Aren't you feeling good?" Chen Xuan kicked the dog emperor directly with his foot. The latter let out a mournful howl, looking at Chen Xuan with a hint of pity. Forget it, it'll give you a new name. Let's call you Dog Emperor, the king among dogs. How does that sound?" The dog emperor's eyes instantly lit up, sparkling with excitement. Good. This name is perfect. King among dogs. That's how a dog should be. Woof woof woof. The dog emperor happily barked a few times, spinning in place. "Your grand name is Dog Emperor, but your little name will be Silly Dog. It's easier for me to call you that." The dog emperor, its excited smile abruptly vanished. Ow. Although feeling a bit displeased, the dog emperor wisely chose not to argue. After all, with such a majestic name, it was only natural that the little name would be called by the owner. In front of its master, let it be Silly Dog. Out in the world, it is the renowned dog emperor. Looking at this silly dog, Chen Xuan smiled slightly. Today's harvest cannot be said to be small. The inner core of a 2nd-tier python is enough to elevate his ice dragon abilities to the 3rd tier. Plus, he acquired a silly dog with SS-level Purple Sky Divine Thunder abilities. Although this fellow was temporarily relying on its own strength to submit, Chen Xuan was confident he could ensure its loyalty. It was already evening outside. Although the sky had not completely darkened, it was nearing gloom. Chen Xuan did not plan to leave in a hurry. Traveling at night is unsafe with obstructed vision. Currently, the most important thing for him should be to absorb the inner core of that giant python and elevate it to the 3rd tier, first enhancing his own strength. No matter when, the enhancement of strength is the most crucial. He glanced at the 9th floor of the library, where there were no survivors left. Oh, not quite. There is still one woman. Su Qingxue stood in the corner, dressed in a white long dress and black knee-high boots, but her dress was quite tattered due to the python's attack, and her face was covered in dust. Yet even so, it was hard to conceal her stunning beauty. As the campus belle of Su Bei Academy, Su Qingxue's appearance undoubtedly matched the aesthetic preferences of most boys. However, Chen Xuan was very clear that the girl before him was not as innocent as she appeared. She must have plenty of schemes, and perhaps even a hint of green tea. But all of this had nothing to do with Chen Xuan. He didn't care about it. He merely cast a faint glance at Su Qingxue, said nothing, and then walked aside, kicking the dog emperor. "Don't slack off, go stand guard over there. I'm about to break through." Saying this, Chen Xuan took out the giant python's inner core from his spatial ring. The blood-red inner core exuded immense energy, and even just a whiff made one's pores open wide. Looking at the giant python's inner core in Chen Xuan's hand with a pitiful gaze, the dog emperor's eyes showed a hint of envy. This thing was also greatly beneficial to it. How could it not desire something that could help it break through to the 3rd tier? "Stop looking. Once I break through, I'll find you 2nd tier and 3rd tier crystal cores to help you advance. Following me will definitely let you reach the 9th tier." Chen Xuan directly painted a grand picture. Upon hearing this, the dog emperor instantly became delighted, sticking out its tongue and nodding repeatedly, standing by obediently in a defensive posture. This fellow may be a silly dog, but its combat power is no joke. Even if it encounters a 3rd-tier ability user, it would not be a match for it. Moreover, considering that the apocalypse had not been long since it arrived, 3rd-tier ability users had yet to appear, so there was naturally nothing to fear. Chen Xuan sat cross-legged, placing the giant python's inner core beside him, then activated his ice dragon abilities to begin absorbing the energy within the core. It must be said that although the giant python's inner core was merely of 2nd-tier level, the energy contained within was incredibly terrifying. Furthermore, Chen Xuan was already close to breaking through. If it weren't for the sudden awakening of his 2nd ability, Plunder, his ice dragon might have already surpassed the 3rd-tier level. Of course, given Chen Xuan's character, even while immersed in absorbing energy, he still divided some of his attention to monitor the surroundings, especially towards the dog emperor. After all, this dog had just submitted to him, and Chen Xuan certainly could not fully trust it. If it dared to harbor any ill intentions, even if he had to forcibly stop his breakthrough, he would have to stew this silly dog. Fortunately, the dog emperor was not foolish, it was quite clever. It knew Chen Xuan's terrifying strength, so it dared not have any bad thoughts obediently standing guard nearby. Also squatting nearby was Su Qingxue. She carefully watched Chen Xuan's direction, lost in thought, her eyes showing a hint of fear. Time passed bit by bit, and the outside sky grew darker. With Chen Xuan's breakthrough, the temperature on the 9th floor of the library dropped lower and lower, plummeting to several degrees below zero. Although Su Qingxue was relatively far from Chen Xuan, that cold still made her feel a chilling sensation in her heart. There was nothing she could do but find some unclaimed clothes on the 9th floor to put on. The aura became stronger, and a vortex surrounded Chen Xuan, carrying a hint of ancient mysterious energy. The Dog Emperor's hair stood on end, watching Chen Xuan's direction with a hint of fear. It was not because Chen Xuan's combat power overwhelmed the Dog Emperor, but because the aura emanating from Chen Xuan instinctively instilled a sense of reverence in it. The Ice Dragon is a being with an incredibly noble bloodline among all creatures. This kind of bloodline suppression made the Dog Emperor feel awe. It lay prostrate looking at Chen Xuan, its heart filled with inexplicable thoughts. Although it had submitted to Chen Xuan because it could not defeat him and had to surrender to survive, it now seemed that its master was not simply capable of unleashing such a terrifying aura. Following him appears to be a good choice. The Dog Emperor thought to itself. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Chen Xuan. Then he slowly opened his eyes, a rich joy flickering in his gaze. It's done. 3rd-tier Ice Dragon abilities. Clenching his fists, feeling the terrifying aura and power surging through him, Chen Xuan was filled with excitement. There is no doubt about the power of this Ice Dragon ability. Moreover, breaking through to the 3rd tier caused a tremendous increase in Chen Xuan's strength. A 3rd-tier ability user, while not considered anything in the late apocalypse, was undoubtedly top-tier combat power at this moment. Furthermore, Chen Xuan's Ice Dragon ability is of mythic level. With such terrifying capability, he is certainly not afraid, even when facing 4th-tier ability users. His current strength is even close to surpassing his peak during his past life. How could Chen Xuan not be excited? Seeing Chen Xuan break through, the Dog Emperor hurriedly approached, standing beside Chen Xuan, wagging its tail and licking his pant leg. Chen Xuan smiled slightly. Don't worry, as long as I have something to eat, you won't go hungry. Woof woof. The Dog Emperor excitedly barked twice. Chen Xuan smiled faintly, stretching his muscles and bones, feeling somewhat eager to test his current strength. The 3rd-tier Ice Dragon ability is truly terrifying. Just as Chen Xuan was deep in thought, a crisp voice broke the silence of the 9th floor of the library. Following the sound, he looked over to see Su Qingxue standing in the dim light, cautiously meeting his gaze. What is it? Chen Xuan's cold voice came through. Hearing this, Su Qingxue slowly stepped forward, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, giving her a rather pitiful appearance. Big brother, my name is Su Qingxue from Disobey Academy. All my classmates died trying to save me. Can you help me? Su Qingxue's pitiful demeanor and soft voice, combined with her looks, would likely have made most people nod in agreement without hesitation. However, Chen Xuan had slept with many women in his past life and would not be so easily swept away by impulse. Su Qingxue's looks were quite good, ranking among the top 3 of the women he had encountered in his past. Her figure was indeed charming. However, taking on a burden was absolutely out of the question. No. Chen Xuan rejected her without hesitation, his indifferent tone leaving Su Qingxue momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected him to refuse so decisively. As a stunningly beautiful girl known as the goddess campus flower of Disobey Academy, Chen Xuan's firm rejection left Su Qingxue at a loss for words. She hesitated, then, after a moment of silence, said, Big brother, you are so powerful, you must have many of those red crystals, right? Could you spare me one? Su Qingxue spoke cautiously. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan narrowed his eyes. Oh, you know the function of that thing. His curiosity was piqued. It was quite interesting that someone knew the function of crystal cores right at the beginning of the apocalypse. Su Qingxue nodded, then shook her head. A classmate of mine named Li Heng said that he awakened his ability because of that red crystal and could teleport, but he was eaten by a giant python while trying to save me. I see you are so formidable, so you must have awakened your ability too, right? Hearing this, Chen Xuan was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected someone to be lucky enough to successfully awaken an ability with a Tier 1 crystal core, and it was an inscribed teleportation ability at that. The odds of this happening were quite slim. Awakening an ability with a crystal core mainly depends on one's talent. A person like Li Heng who awakened inscribed talent could definitely be considered quite good. But unfortunately, this guy was out of luck. At the early stages, teleportation abilities are not very powerful, and meeting a 2nd-tier ferocious beast meant he had no chance to escape, ultimately perishing in the jaws of the giant python. Yes, I have awakened my ability. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's affirmative reply, Su Qingxue's eyes lit up with joy. Big brother, then. Could you lend me a crystal? I promise to return it to you later. I also want to awaken my ability and take revenge for my classmates. They all died because of me. As she spoke, Su Qingxue cried. Those unaware might truly believe in the depth of their classmate bond, thinking she would evoke sympathy. But Chen Xuan had long seen through that this girl was not simple. A quintessential scheming woman. Revenge for classmates. I suspect the chance of your classmates being harmed by you is much greater. Chen Xuan had seen too many such women in his past life and was already immune. He chuckled, looking at Su Qingxue with interest, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Giving you a crystal is not out of the question. Really? Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, Su Qingxue's eyes brightened, filled with excitement. Does this mean she has the chance to awaken her ability and become stronger? After witnessing Chen Xuan's battle with the giant python, envy filled her gaze. She was quite clever, knowing that in the apocalypse the best way to survive was to become stronger. Therefore, she was willing to play the pity card just to get Chen Xuan's sympathy to help her awaken her ability. She thought she was acting convincingly, but unfortunately, she underestimated Chen Xuan's perception and even more so his indifference. He was someone who wouldn't act until he saw results. If she wanted to gain something from him, she needed to offer something in return. Of course it's true, but what will you offer in exchange? Chen Xuan's lips curled up slightly, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Exchange. Su Qingxue hadn't expected Chen Xuan would want something in return. Big brother, as a weak woman, what do I have to offer? Rest assured, once I awaken my ability, I will repay you well. Oh, drawing a pie. I'm familiar with this trick. Chen Xuan's lips curled up slightly. Drawing a pie was the most useless tactic for him. I only value immediate benefits. Since you have nothing to offer, let's forget it. With that, Chen Xuan turned to leave. Wait a moment. Su Qingxue was anxious as well. He can't just leave like that. If Chen Xuan left, she definitely couldn't survive on her own. Currently, she had nothing valuable on her. If anything was valuable, it would probably be herself. But she had preserved her purity for 20 years, never even holding hands with other boys, all for the hope of meeting a wealthy, handsome man and rising to prominence. Big brother, what do you think of me? Su Qingxue said this with a slight tremble in her voice. Though she was scheming and cunning, there was no doubt that she had never slept with another man. For a first-timer like her, this kind of thing was quite nerve-wracking. Chen Xuan turned around with a smile, giving her an up-and-down look. He had to admit Su Qingxue's figure and looks were indeed impressive, worthy of a goddess and not inferior to some female celebrities. Just barely passable, Chen Xuan said with a smile. Just barely passable. Hearing those 4 words, she almost exploded on the spot. No one had ever described her that way. But in order to awaken her ability, Su Qingxue still forced a smile. Big brother, how about I sleep with you tonight, and you give me a crystal to help me awaken my ability? Having an ability was her confidence to survive in the apocalypse. She was very clear on this. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan revealed a smile. This girl is somewhat interesting. He could tell that Su Qingxue was still a virgin, but her ambitions were not small. However, awakening an ability is not as simple as one might imagine. If one is not careful and the awakening fails, they could lose their mind and become a zombie. Moreover, the probability of becoming a zombie is not small. Additionally, if one uses a higher-tier crystal core to awaken their ability, the chances of success increase. However, Chen Xuan had no intention of telling her this. Whether she succeeded or failed in her awakening had nothing to do with him. Failure in awakening would turn one into a zombie. Moreover, the probability of a successful awakening was not high, but Chen Xuan had no intention of telling her that. He only cared about his own satisfaction. Why bother about her? Between them, it was merely a transaction. All right then, reluctantly agreed, Chen Xuan said with a faint smile. Yet that smile appeared far from genial in Su Qingxue's eyes. Though the man before her was handsome and formidable, their relationship was nothing more than a deal. From their brief exchange, Su Qingxue knew this was a man she could never control. He was on a whole different level. Chen Xuan glanced at the dog emperor beside him and kicked its backside. What are you standing there for? Go keep watch outside. Have you no sense? With a mournful woof, the dog emperor grumbled. Without hesitation, Chen Xuan took 10 first-tier spirit cores from his spatial ring and tossed them casually to the dog. Woof, woof, woof. Seeing the spirit cores, the dog emperor instantly grew excited, its barks tinged with fervor. Without a moment's delay, it scurried off with the cores to absorb their energy. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue's eyes lit up at the sight of the cores on the dog. This was the very thing that had awakened Li Heng's ability. Envy flickered in her gaze. Even a dog could obtain 10 spirit cores, while she had to sell her body just to get one. How unfair. Yet Su Qingxue was unaware that the dog emperor's worth far surpassed hers. In fact, she was not even worthy of polishing its shoes. Hurry up. What are you waiting for? Strip yourself, or shall I do it for you? Chen Xuan said indifferently, his voice devoid of any emotion. Between her and him, it was nothing but a transaction. Had she not possessed some measure of beauty, Chen Xuan would not have even bothered. Of course, since she had offered herself, he would not refuse. Though not a man enslaved by lust, he was no eunuch either. Letting such an opportunity slip would be a crime against heaven. Moreover, the night was long and pleasures of the flesh were to be savored. Su Qingxue felt a surge of humiliation. After guarding her chastity for 20 years, it was being taken from her in such a manner. Yet after only a moment's hesitation, she slowly shed her clothes, revealing an expanse of snowy skin. Indeed, Su Qingxue's body was flawless, pale skin exuding a faint virginal fragrance, smooth as silk. Even Chen Xuan found himself stirred. No man could remain unmoved by such temptation unless he were a eunuch. In this apocalypse, he saw no reason to suppress his desires. "Come here." His calm voice carried a peculiar undertone like the stillness before a storm. As if sensing what was to come, Su Qingxue bit her lip and stepped forward, slowly, resignation in her eyes. Before long, within the dimly lit 9th floor of the library, the temperature rose. Beneath flickering flames, two bodies intertwined their distance, shifting from positive to negative. The woman's cries echoed through the entire floor. It was her first time accompanied by sharp pain, and Chen Xuan had no intention of being gentle. It was merely a transaction, nothing noble about it. Tenderness was reserved for the deserving, and in Chen Xuan's eyes, Su Qingxue was not. Outside, the night stretched on under a moonlit sky scattered with stars. Zombies roamed the campus while the dog emperor hid in a corner, quietly absorbing the first-tier spirit cores. Though the energy from the first-tier cores was too thin to help it break through to the second tier, it was better than nothing. The next morning, as sunlight streamed through the window, the storm from the previous night on the library's 9th floor had finally subsided. Seeing Su Qingxue curled up in a corner, still trembling, Chen Xuan smirked slightly. He lit a cigarette, the swirling smoke adding a touch of satisfaction. He had barely paused throughout the night, continuing his conquest. Bloodstains on the floor bore witness that the events were no dream. After evolving into a third-tier ability user, Chen Xuan's physique had undergone a dramatic transformation. Perhaps it was related to his Ice Dragon ability, which greatly enhanced his combat prowess in bed. Su Qingxue, on the other hand, was not so fortunate. Chen Xuan's extraordinary constitution meant she bore the brunt of it. Her throat hoarse, her lower body torn with pain. It was a suffering she had never experienced in her life. The tears in her eyes had long dried, leaving clear streaks. "Here, take this first-tier spirit core," Chen Xuan said. True to his word, he took a first-tier spirit core from his spatial ring and tossed it on his Su Qingxue. This core would help her awaken her ability, but the success rate was uncertain. At the sight of the core, excitement broke through Su Qingxue's calm expression. After all, this was what she had sacrificed her night for. Her blood and suffering had finally yielded a reward. Thinking of Chen Xuan's displayed power, longing flickered in her eyes. She too would possess such strength. How do I use this?" Su Qingxue asked, looking up with a hoarse throat. Her voice was raspy from screaming all night. "Hold it tightly in your hand and focus on sensing the energy within," Chen Xuan replied. He saw no reason to hide the method. Following his instructions, Su Qingxue sat on the ground, clutching the first-tier spirit core tightly. Soon wisps of energy from the core flowed through her arm and into her body. Chen Xuan did not leave. He stood nearby, watching quietly, curious whether Su Qingxue would awaken an ability, and if so, what it would be. The dog emperor also sauntered over and stood by Chen Xuan's side. At first, the energy flowing into Su Qingxue's body seemed normal. Suddenly, Su Qingxue felt an overwhelming pain, as if something inside her was mutating. Her pale skin grew hard and wrinkled, her nails elongated wildly, her face aged, and her consciousness began to fade. Terror filled her eyes. She could not understand why she was turning into this monstrosity. Wasn't she supposed to gain an ability? It failed, Chen Xuan stated calmly, his eyes narrowing. Awakening an ability carried great risk. Insufficient talent would result in becoming a zombie. It was a fine line between heaven and hell. Had Chen Xuan intervened and cut off the energy flow in time, Su Qingxue might not have turned into a zombie. But he had no intention of doing so. Their transaction was for a single spirit core. He was no simp, and he saw no reason to waste his ability to save her. Even if he saved her, she would never awaken an ability and would remain an ordinary person. In this apocalypse, life for an ordinary person was far from easy. Especially for beautiful women like Su Qingxue, if they lack the ability to protect themselves in the apocalypse, the most likely outcome is to become the playthings of the powerful. Therefore, for her, death might be the best result. Soon Su Qingxue completely lost her consciousness and became a zombie. "It's a pity you lack the fate to awaken your abilities. You might as well die well," Chen Xuan said indifferently, his gaze emotionless. As a zombie, Su Qingxue's eyes were filled only with endless killing intent, craving flesh and blood. Chen Xuan glanced at Dog Emperor. "I'll leave this to you." Woof woof. This low-level first-tier zombie posed no challenge for Dog Emperor. It charged forward and lightning struck down instantly, heading straight for the zombie's body. This purple cloud divine lightning was something a first-tier zombie could not withstand, instantly turning it into charred remains dead beyond recovery. Dog Emperor picked up a first-tier crystal core from Su Kings's corpse and obediently handed it to Chen Xuan. Use it as you wish. Naturally, Chen Xuan had no use for a first-tier crystal core. With his current third-tier strength, a first-tier crystal core was of little value, and thus he had no need for it. Only a large number of second-tier crystal cores could truly enhance his power. Woof! Dog Emperor wagged its tail and began munching on the crystal core. In the morning, Chen Xuan took out some food from his spatial ring and indulged in a feast. Although ability users are powerful, they still need to eat. However, Chen Xuan had not stocked up on supplies, so the food in his spatial ring was limited, consisting of only some instant noodles and compressed biscuits. But these items were already considered rare delicacies in the apocalypse, especially towards the late stages. After finishing his meal, Chen Xuan pondered quietly. The supplies in the spatial ring were running low. He needed to find some food. It would be best to find cooked food because his spatial ring had a preservation function. Even cooked food could be stored for 100 or 80 years and still come out steaming hot. It seems I need to go out and look for supplies. Storing them in the spatial ring will alleviate future worries about food, Chen Xuan thought to himself, and after resolving this in his mind, he planned to leave the library. He kicked Dog Emperor awake. Let's go, silly dog, it's time to head out. Woof woof. Dog Emperor responded with a couple of barks, and then the pair swaggered out of the library. Unfortunately, Dog Emperor was too ugly and not suitable for riding, otherwise Chen Xuan could have saved some energy. The duo of man and dog was extremely conspicuous. The wandering zombies were no match for them. Chen Xuan didn't even need to intervene, as Dog Emperor dispatched several with ease and hurried to collect the crystal cores. Chen Xuan dismissed the first-tier crystal cores, which were a windfall for Dog Emperor. As they passed by the dormitory building, several figures were peering out of the windows. Seeing the two eliminate a considerable number of nearby zombies, the onlookers were filled with excitement. Hey classmates, which major are you from? You're so amazing. On the second-floor balcony, about 4 or 5 figures were cautiously peering out, one of whom, a student with golden hair, shouted excitedly. Chen Xuan raised an eyebrow, noticing they were a few students, likely the surviving ones. He didn't respond, mainly due to his reluctance to engage. Hey bro, could you help us out? Yes, can you take us out? Exactly. The group was filled with excitement. They had been trapped in the dorm for over 2 days, having nearly consumed all their food, and they dared not go outside due to the zombies. Today, seeing Chen Xuan pass by felt like spotting a savior, their eyes filled with hope. Relying on oneself is the key. In the apocalypse, no one will genuinely help you. If you're afraid, you might as well commit suicide early. Chen Xuan glanced at them and said blandly, in the apocalypse, it was a paradise for the strong. For the weak, however, it was hell. If they were filled with fear, they might as well end it sooner to suffer less. He wouldn't help others for no reason, nor would he play the caretaker. Walk your own path. The fact that he could say such things was already the greatest help. Of course, this depended on whether these fellows could understand it. If they couldn't and remained hiding upstairs, they could only wait for death. Having said this, Chen Xuan left without hesitation, leaving the group in a state of confusion. He did not care about their thoughts or plans. Upon exiting the school gate, he initially planned to head towards a large supermarket in the city center. After all, at the beginning of the apocalypse, many food items in large supermarkets had not yet been contaminated, and storing them in the spatial ring would alleviate future food worries. However, standing at the school gate, Chen Xuan frowned slightly, his expression growing serious. He noticed an increase in the number of zombies on the street bustling about. If it were only that, it would be one thing. The key issue was that these zombies were actually moving in groups toward a certain direction, completely ignoring Chen Xuan and Dog Emperor standing beside them. It should be known that human presence was a huge temptation for these zombies. Yet they seemed utterly oblivious. Could something have occurred? Chen Xuan pondered. It seems something has happened in the southwestern direction. To witness a zombie tide in the early apocalypse is probably not trivial. The southwestern direction is suburban, usually sparsely populated. This is interesting. Oh, let's go check it out. Resolving his mind, Chen Xuan kicked Dog Emperor. Let's go, follow me to take a look. Woof woof. Dog Emperor barked twice and promptly followed Chen Xuan toward the southwestern direction. The duo of man and dog moved swiftly. Within half an hour, they had covered a distance of 20 to 30 kilometers. Chen Xuan saw a densely packed swarm of zombies ahead, numbering over 10,000, and these zombies were attacking a military camp where soldiers were stationed. This is the temporary safe zone of the 4th Military District. Upon seeing the military camp, Chen Xuan finally recalled that this place was the temporary safe zone of the 4th Military District. Due to the overwhelming number of zombies in the city, the 4th Military District had established the safe zone here with numerous soldiers stationed. However, the situation in the 4th Military District was far from optimistic. Outside the safe zone, countless zombies were attacking from all directions, their sheer numbers overwhelming. Despite the presence of firearms, ammunition was limited, and the zombies' physical condition had already changed. If shots didn't hit critical spots, even bullets struggled to kill them. More importantly, within these zombies, several second-tier zombies had appeared. Observing the countless zombies before him, especially the second-tier ones, Chen Xuan's eyes glinted with excitement. Second-tier crystal cores still held some value for him. I didn't expect so many second-tier zombies to appear so quickly. Could there be some special circumstances? Chen Xuan squinted, curiosity flickering in his eyes. The number of second-tier zombies was considerable, totaling hundreds. Moreover, it was evident that something was directing these second-tier zombies, allowing them to launch a coordinated assault on the safety zone of the 4th Military District. However, regardless of what was controlling these zombies, the crystal nuclei within these second-tier zombies had long been coveted by him. He would not let a single one go. Furthermore, with so many second-tier crystal nuclei, the Dog Emperor would likely break through. Prepare for battle. Those second-tier crystal nuclei can help you make your breakthrough. Chen Xuan spoke. Woof, woof, woof. Hearing his master's words, the Dog Emperor was filled with excitement, a wide grin on its canine face. Soon the man and dog charged into the tide of zombies, beginning a frenzied slaughter. For Chen Xuan and the Dog Emperor, these first and second-tier zombies were hardly a challenge. Although second-tier zombies were significantly stronger than first-tier ones to Chen Xuan, they were merely slightly more formidable. They were all akin to ants. With the activation of the extreme cold sword, a single stroke felled dozens of zombies. This is bad, team leader Xue. The number of zombies is too great, and the eastern defense line is about to be breached. Hearing the words of the team leader of the 3rd Company, Xue Yang's face turned serious. What is the ammunition consumption like? Xue Yang inquired. The consumption is quite heavy. Although those zombies are merely first-tier, their defensive capabilities are astonishing. Unless we hit a critical area, it is difficult to take one down with a single shot. The team leader of the 3rd Company swallowed hard. When the apocalypse began, they had left the inner city with the army and established a safety zone here to defend against the zombies. Little did they expect that just a few days later they would be besieged by a large number of zombies, including quite a few second-tier zombies. These were indeed significant troubles. At present, the military district lacked an arms factory. While there were stocks of weapons, they were consumables that would run out. Xue Yang furrowed his brow, realizing that the situation was already very dangerous. However, he could not retreat. Behind him were the leaders and senior officials of the military district, all high-ranking members of Disobey City. What is the loss of the ability users in the military district? Although the apocalypse had only started a few days ago, the military district's response could not be deemed slow. Ability users had gradually emerged from among these soldiers. After all, with a large enough base, some ability users would always appear. Hearing this, the team leader of the 3rd Company looked somewhat grim. The loss of ability users is substantial. Over 20 have died. Most of our ability users are first-tier, with only one reaching the 2nd tier, but even he cannot withstand so many zombies. Over 20 ability users lost. Hearing this, a flicker of pain flashed in Xue Yang's eyes. These were all valuable assets for the military district. Among all the soldiers, only 53 had awakened abilities, and now half of them had been lost. How could he not feel heartache? Damn it, no matter what, we absolutely cannot lose the safety zone. Go reinforce the eastern side. The defense line must not be breached. Yes. The team leader of the 3rd Company saluted and quickly went to mobilize troops for support to the east. Unfortunately, the current military district did not have sufficient personnel, and with limited ammunition and weapons, facing such a massive tide of zombies made it difficult for everyone to hold their ground. Xue Yang narrowed his eyes and turned to enter the safety zone. Inside the central military tent. Report. Come in. Xue Yang strode in. This military tent housed the senior leaders of the 4th Military District, all of significant authority. Sitting in the foremost position was the leader of the 4th Military District, Yang Hua, known as Elder Yang. Elder Yang held great prestige in Huaxia, having joined the army at a young age, exuding an aura of righteousness, with sharp light radiating from his eyes. To his right sat the second-in-command of the military district, named Su Yuanting, who was Su Hao's grandfather. The tent also housed several other senior officials from the military district, totaling 7 or 8. Xue Yang, what is the situation outside? Elder Yang was the first to speak. The eyes of everyone else turned to him in unison. Xue Yang sighed, worry evident in his gaze. Elder Yang, the situation outside is not optimistic. There are too many zombies, and just now the eastern defense line was nearly breached. Hiss. Hearing Xue Yang's words, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Where did so many zombies come from? After all, the 4th Military District had just barely managed to establish a temporary station here, only to be besieged by the enemy. Elder Yang, with so many zombies outside, I believe it would be better to retreat. Su Yuanting narrowed his eyes, already harboring thoughts of retreat. Several high-ranking military officials nodded in agreement. That's right, rather than fighting to the death here, it would be better to withdraw and await further developments. Exactly, survival is the most important thing. Yes. Listening to the voices of the crowd, Elder Yang snorted coldly. Retreat. Where to retreat? Disobey City is full of zombies, the surrounding cities have also fallen, and with so many zombies outside, even if us old folks can escape by helicopter, what about those soldiers? Are we sending them to their deaths? A hint of coldness flickered in Elder Yang's eyes. Retreat. Of course, as high-ranking officials they could do that. After all, the military district still had a few helicopters. They could certainly escape in helicopters, but what about those soldiers? How could they escape from such a horde of zombies? For Yang Hua to abandon those low-ranking soldiers and flee himself was something he could never do. After Elder Yang spoke, everyone present fell silent. Su Yuanting lowered his head, stealing a glance at Elder Yang, his eyes carrying a hint of coldness. However, he did not dare to say anything further. After all, Elder Yang was currently the leader of the 4th Military District. Let's go, I want to see just how terrifying those zombies are. Even if I die, I will die alongside my soldiers. Elder Yang snorted coldly and then stood up. Though aged, he was far from weak. He had joined the army in his youth, earning his merits through battles amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Looking at the elderly man before him, Shui Yang's eyes were filled with admiration. Not just him, nearly every soldier admired Elder Yang. This was a true soldier. Yes. Shui Yang shouted excitedly, and then followed closely behind Elder Yang. The other senior military officials dared not hesitate and followed suit. Only Su Yuanting walked at the back, snorting softly, his eyes flickering as if deep in thought. After a while, he too hesitated no longer and followed the crowd. Outside the safety zone, countless zombies attacked, with the sounds of battle resounding throughout the land. The vast tide of zombies appeared exceptionally terrifying and surging. Such a multitude of zombies was undoubtedly a horrifying number. Warriors, I Yang Hua stand with you. As soldiers, we should die on the battlefield for our country. I will die alongside you. As the commander of the military district, Yang Hua held a high reputation. Thus, upon hearing his words, the soldiers present could not help but feel their morale soar. If the commander is willing to die alongside them, then what is there to fear for these soldiers? Naturally, they would fight fiercely. However, the number of zombies outside was overwhelming, dense as locusts, impossible to kill or eliminate, while their ammunition was far from sufficient. As a result, several defensive lines were on the brink of collapse. Even with the presence of supernatural beings, their numbers were simply too few and their strength lacking, leaving them powerless against the endless horde of zombies. Damn it, is there really no way out? Seeing everything before him, Shui Yang's eyes were filled with unwillingness. The number of zombies was simply too great. Boom. Just as everyone resigned themselves to their fate, a terrifying explosion suddenly erupted, causing countless zombies to fall in droves not far away. All eyes turned towards the source. Even Yang Lao and Su Yuanting, along with other high-ranking officials of the military district, gazed towards the northwest direction. There was a shadowy figure seemingly accompanied by a black dog. However, that dog did not seem like an ordinary creature surrounded by countless bolts of lightning. Wherever the lightning struck, numerous zombies collapsed instantly, no longer stirring. This was an SS-class supernatural ability, its power not to be underestimated, and the Dog Emperor was at the 2nd-tier level, capable of slaughtering these 1st-tier zombies. Stupid dog, let me handle those 3 2nd-tier zombies. I want to test just how strong they are. Chen Xuan was quite curious about the strength of the 2nd-tier zombies. After all, 1st-tier zombies were not much different from ordinary people, in his eyes posing no real threat. He was genuinely curious about the 2nd-tier zombies. Woof! Woof! The Dog Emperor barked twice, then flew to the other side, and wherever the purple lightning struck, countless zombies fell. Chen Xuan let out a cold laugh, his figure flashing as he instantly appeared before 3 2nd-tier zombies. An ice spear appeared out of thin air, and under Chen Xuan's control shot straight towards the chest of one 2nd-tier zombie. Bang! The terrifying ice spear transformed into a sharp arrow, flying straight out and accurately striking the chest of that zombie. Without a shadow of a doubt, the chest of the 2nd-tier zombie was pierced through, leaving a gaping hole that emanated a chilling aura before it collapsed directly. Is that it, eh? Seeing the scene before him, Chen Xuan was momentarily stunned. This is a 2nd-tier zombie. Is this all it has? So weak. With a single strike, he pierced through and killed it without any hesitation. It seemed that the strength of this 2nd-tier zombie was not much different from that of a 1st-tier zombie. Of course, this was not because the 2nd-tier zombies were weak, but because Chen Xuan's strength was terrifying. With a mythical level ability and 3rd-tier power, both his strength and ability level far surpassed that of 2nd-tier zombies. If an ordinary 2nd-tier supernatural being faced this 2nd-tier zombie, they certainly would not be so relaxed. After all, the strength of this 2nd-tier zombie was several times stronger than that of a 1st-tier zombie, with physical toughness and attack power on an entirely different level. Since that's all the strength you have, then there's no need to keep you alive. Chen Xuan let out a cold laugh, unsheathing his extreme cold sword, and with a single strike the second-tier zombie before him was instantly killed. Another second-tier zombie charged towards Chen Xuan. However, its attack was far too slow for him. He merely sidestepped and dodged its attack, followed by an ice spear that pierced it through. So trashy. Chen Xuan chuckled lightly, shaking his head. The speed of the extreme cold sword did not slow down, and with a single strike, several zombies were slain. He did not continuously employ his supernatural ability. Although the Ice Dragon ability was terrifying, it consumed a considerable amount of energy. It felt like a waste to use it against these first-tier zombies. Furthermore, after eliminating these zombies, there were still people from the 4th Military District to consider. While his actions in slaughtering zombies were a life-saving grace for the people of the 4th Military District, Chen Xuan would not naively believe that they would harbor no ill intentions towards him. In the apocalypse, human hearts are difficult to gauge. Moreover, he had no intention of leaving the crystal cores from the zombies he killed for the people of the 4th Military District. These were all crucial strategic resources, particularly the second-tier crystal cores, even more so. Chen Xuan and the Dog Emperor, one on the left and one on the right, were slaughtering zombies at an astonishing speed, quickly causing countless losses among the zombies. This scene did not escape the eyes of the soldiers from the 4th Military District. Who are that person and that dog to be so terrifying? Shuiyang swallowed hard, speaking in shock. He considered himself well-informed, yet witnessing the battle between Chen Xuan and the Dog Emperor left him utterly amazed, the shock in his eyes hard to conceal. His subordinates did not lack supernatural beings, yet even the top-tier, second-tier supernatural beings did not slay zombies with such speed. To think there are such terrifying supernatural beings, how strong. Indeed, I didn't expect supernatural beings to wield such power in the apocalypse. That's right, the high-ranking officials near Yang Lao expressed their surprise. They were witnessing such a terrifying supernatural being for the first time, and such strength was somewhat beyond their understanding. Su Yuanting glanced at Chen Xuan, a flicker of unusual light flashing in his eyes, which quickly vanished hidden beneath the surface. Good. It seems that the 4th Military District is not doomed, having such a strong ally. Yang Lao's aged face couldn't help but show a hint of joy. The combat power of Chen Xuan and the Dog Emperor was truly terrifying, having slaughtered countless zombies amounting to over 10,000, with casualties reaching a third, drastically reducing their numbers. For some reason, the remaining zombies suddenly launched an attack simultaneously, then began to retreat like a tide. Seeing this scene, Chen Xuan's eyes held a hint of curiosity. These zombies are actually retreating. It should be noted that Chen Xuan had survived in the apocalypse for several years in his previous life, naturally aware that these first and second-tier zombies had very low intelligence and could hardly execute large-scale attacks. It was impossible for them to retreat in an orderly manner as they were now. Such a retreat did not resemble that of zombies, but rather of an army. Could it be that someone is controlling these zombies? Chen Xuan narrowed his eyes, observing the retreating figures of the zombies, unable to help but harbor doubts. If someone is controlling them, then this is interesting. Launching such a large-scale zombie tide, and there are even a considerable number of second-tier zombies, their strength must not be simple. Interesting, truly interesting. A hint of interest flickered in Chen Xuan's eyes. Then he looked in the direction where the zombie tide was retreating and instructed, "Stupid dog, go follow the direction these zombies are leaving and investigate where their nest is." The Dog Emperor's Purple Cloud Divine Thunder ability not only harnesses the power of lightning, but also offers a terrifying enhancement to speed. Moreover, this foolish dog possesses excellent stealth skills, making it perfectly capable of scouting the whereabouts of the zombies. After all, in his past life, the Dog Emperor had risen to the 9th tier, which is no small feat. Woof! The Dog Emperor drooped its head, showing reluctance. Chen Xuan kicked its rear. "Hurry up, you can have half of these second-tier crystal cores, which will help you break through to the 3rd tier. There are quite a number of second-tier zombies. Although many have shed their skins, there are at least 300 second-tier zombies that died here. Moreover, within the second-tier zombies, there must be crystal cores present. In other words, there are more than 300 second-tier crystal cores right in front of us. Such a quantity is enough for the Dog Emperor to break through to the 3rd tier." Upon hearing Chen Xuan's promise, an excited, silly grin appeared on the Dog Emperor's face. Woof, woof, woof. It happily wagged its tail, even attempting to lick Chen Xuan's calf, but was kicked away. "Quickly keep up. If you lose track of those crystal cores, don't expect to get them back." Woof, woof. After Chen Xuan spoke, the Dog Emperor barked seriously twice, and then swiftly began running in the direction the zombie tide had retreated. The number of zombies was vast and dense, so the Dog Emperor hidden within the horde faced no issues. Seeing this, Chen Xuan smiled lightly, his eyes filled with curiosity. What could possibly drive so many zombies? Is it a human? Or something else? If it is a human, that would be interesting. A smile flickered across Chen Xuan's face. He then turned his gaze towards the location of the 4th Military District. Currently, the 4th Military District had repelled the zombie tide, with countless soldiers cheering in excitement, having regained their lives. Perhaps it was not entirely their achievement, but they had survived. Without any hesitation, Chen Xuan slowly walked towards the 4th Military District. He was also curious about the high-ranking officials in the 4th Military District. In his past life, he was only a 5th-tier ability user, and his awakened ability was merely a grade, hardly catching the attention of these high-ranking officials. But now, everything was different. Thank you for your assistance. Oh, I am the person in charge of the 4th Military District, Yang Hua. At the entrance of the 4th Military District, Yang Hua, accompanied by several elders from the district, approached, their eyes filled with joy and curiosity. The crowd was naturally curious about this unfamiliar young man, but due to his overwhelming strength, they dared not scrutinize him indiscriminately. Yang Hua. Chen Xuan was not unfamiliar with these two characters. Or rather, any Chinese person would likely not be unfamiliar. He was a respected elder born into poverty and served in the military from a young age, rising to the position of head of the 4th Military District through his relentless struggles. He was known for his fairness and integrity, a rare good official. Chen Xuan had also heard some rumors about him in his past life. However, after laying the foundation for the 4th Military District in the early days of the apocalypse, Yang Hua had suddenly passed away for reasons unknown. Information about Yang Hua flashed through his mind. Chen Xuan couldn't help but feel a tinge of respect, though it was merely a slight feeling. In the face of the apocalypse, Chen Xuan would only prioritize his own interests. You're too polite, Elder Yang. Chen Xuan smiled and waved his hand. I still don't know your esteemed surname. Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan. Upon hearing this name, the military district leaders exchanged glances, their expressions revealing varying degrees of curiosity. They were certain that they had never heard this name before. Elder Yang and everyone else need not be so polite. The reason I acted was for these zombie crystal cores. All of these crystal cores are mine. After speaking, Chen Xuan grinned, his gaze calm. Yang Hua was indeed formidable and worthy of respect. But what did that have to do with Chen Xuan? What he wanted were the crystal cores. He had no intention of establishing any deep connections with the people of the 4th Military District. There was no need. As for giving up benefits and working for free, that was out of the question. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, the expressions of those present suddenly changed. After the apocalypse began, they were all aware of the significance of crystal cores. They not only enhance the strength of ability users, but also serve as a medium for ordinary people to awaken abilities. It is easy to imagine that with such terrifying strength, the future would certainly belong to ability users, making the strategic importance of these crystal cores apparent. They are undoubtedly the most precious wealth in the apocalypse. There are at least tens of thousands of zombies in front of them. Even if a first-tier zombie has a probability of possessing a crystal core of about 30 to 40%, there would still be at least 3,000 first-tier crystal cores. More importantly, among the corpses of the zombies present, there were not only first-tier zombies, but also quite a few second-tier zombies. The energy of second-tier crystal cores is even more terrifying. Yet Chen Xuan opened his mouth to demand all the crystal cores from the zombies present. That essentially meant that the 4th Military District had fought this battle for nothing, with all the benefits going to Chen Xuan. This, Brother Chen Xuan, our 4th Military District also put in considerable effort and suffered heavy casualties. We killed a third of these zombies. How about this? Could you share some of these crystal cores with us? 1/5 would suffice. Shui Yang spoke first. He was acutely aware of the losses incurred by the 4th Military District in this battle. It was significant. Not only ordinary soldiers, but even ability users had suffered considerable losses. Given such heavy losses, it would be too unfair to gain nothing at all. Shui Yang's words received the agreement of many military district leaders. Indeed, our 4th Military District also contributed significantly and suffered greatly. That's right, little brother, you are also a Huaxiao person. There should be a sense of collectivism. It's not easy for us either. Just so, young man, as a Huaxiao person, it's only right to contribute a little. The military district leaders were all shrewd individuals who valued resources highly. These crystal cores are strategic resources, so naturally, they were unwilling to give them all to Chen Xuan, even if the other party had just saved their lives. This is human nature, and even more so for these high-ranking officials. In their eyes, what mattered more was not life, but profit. Thus, they began to morally pressure Chen Xuan. The spirit of sacrifice, the consciousness of collectivism. One after another, they placed lofty hats on Chen Xuan, making it seem as if refusing to agree would mean he was a selfish villain. If this were an ordinary person, they might have retreated. After all, giving up 1/5 of so many crystal cores wouldn't be a big deal. But what they encountered was Chen Xuan. The spirit of sacrifice. Collectivism. To hell with that. It was merely greed for these benefits, then finding some grandiose excuses to whitewash themselves. The sharp and cold gaze bore no trace of emotion, resembling a primordial beast, terrifying in its intensity. In Chen Xuan's eyes they were not human, merely prey. Ladies and gentlemen, have you forgotten something? If I hadn't acted just now, you all would likely be dead by now. Chen Xuan let out a cold laugh, his eyes filled with disdain. His words momentarily froze the expressions of Shui Yang and the military bigwigs present, especially the military leaders behind him, whose faces turned grim. Indeed, if Chen Xuan had not intervened, their lives would have been in jeopardy. Or rather, the entire 4th Military District would have faced annihilation. After all, they lacked the capability to combat such a terrifying horde of corpses. Yet faced with so many crystal cores driven by profit, they were still unwilling to abandon such abundant resources. Chen Xuan did not give them a chance to speak, but continued, I spared your lives, yet it seems you do not understand how to cherish that gift and still want to seize my belongings. You are a little greedy. His calm words struck at the hearts of everyone present. Chen Xuan's words were painful, yet true, dissecting their actions thoroughly. However, you seem to have misunderstood something. I can kill those zombies and I can also eliminate you. What gives you the moral authority to bind me? Chen Xuan sneered, a hint of mockery in his eyes with a chilling, murderous intent. He respected Elder Yang, but that respect was merely that if his interests were infringed upon, all would meet their end. Moreover, how many good individuals could truly be found among the military leaders present? Chen Xuan would not trust these men. Anyone who reached such a position harbored deep schemes. Hearing Chen Xuan's words, the military leaders present, including Su Yuanting, all wore extremely grim expressions. It was clear that Chen Xuan's words were a blatant threat. Before the apocalypse began, they were all military leaders wielding tremendous power, commanding their armies. And Chen Xuan, he was a nobody, clearly just an ordinary person before the onset of the apocalypse. To be threatened by such an ordinary person was a humiliation. Kid, don't be too arrogant. I stand here as Zhang Bei, and even if I die, I will not let you succeed. As Chen Xuan's words fell, a man in a major's military uniform stepped forward, coldly fixing his gaze on Chen Xuan. The sharpness in his eyes carried a hint of murderous intent. Zhang Bei, before the apocalypse began, was the captain of a special forces team. After the apocalypse commenced, he became one of the first to awaken powers possessing glass abilities and a body of steel. He was also the only second-tier ability user in the 4th Military District. Coupled with his strength as the Special Operations Team captain, his combat capabilities were formidable, which allowed him to slay many zombies amidst the recent horde. Otherwise, the 4th Military District would have crumbled even faster. Yet to Chen Xuan, the opponent's strength seemed insignificant. In his eyes, there was no difference between a class second-tier ability user and a first-tier zombie. They were all just ants, easily extinguished. However, the Zhang Bei before him was merely a stronger ant. Chen Xuan's lips curled slightly, and his gaze shifted, causing several ice spikes to suddenly appear before Zhang Bei. Zhang Bei didn't even have the chance to react, staring blankly at the ice spikes radiating chilling aura. This coldness was truly terrifying. Extreme ice, the temperature had dropped to an extreme point. The mere temperature of the ice spikes sent chills down his spine. I advise you not to move, otherwise these ice spikes will instantly take your life. Chen Xuan's voice, laced with calmness, fell into Zhang Bai's ears. Although he had not directly felt the power of the ice spikes, his intuition told him that if Chen Xuan wished, he could take his life in an instant. Such terrifying power was truly daunting. He dared not act recklessly and stood rooted in place. The others present were equally bewildered, unable to react. Enough. Elder Yang spoke, his aged voice filled with vigor, carrying an undeniable weight. Today, thanks to young brother Chen Xuan, our 4th Military District would have faced total annihilation. All these crystal cores should rightfully belong to him. Having said that, he turned to Chen Xuan, a hint of apology on his aged face. I apologize, young brother Chen Xuan. It was our 4th Military District's fault. I will ensure the soldiers gather all the crystal cores for you. Regardless, today we owe you a debt of gratitude. Otherwise, my soldiers would have likely suffered heavy casualties. I owe you a favor. If you have any requests in the future, as long as I can do it, I will not refuse. Elder Yang spoke with a sense of seriousness. He was well aware that they had been saved by Chen Xuan today. Otherwise, none of his soldiers would likely have survived. The other military leaders exchanged glances, their eyes filled with reluctance. That was an extremely large strategic resource to just hand it all over to Chen Xuan. But Elder Yang had already spoken. Moreover, no one in the entire 4th Military District could match Chen Xuan. Therefore, whether they liked it or not, they had no choice but to feel the pain in their hearts. As for Elder Yang's favor, Chen Xuan merely smiled, harboring no special thoughts. After all, if they did not offer these crystal cores, Chen Xuan would still retrieve them by force. Regarding Elder Yang's favor, it held no value for him. With mythical level abilities like Ice Dragon and Plunder, a third-tier ability user, and a Dog Emperor with SS-class abilities, he was far ahead of the world. With such power, he truly did not need the other party's favor. In other words, if Chen Xuan could not accomplish something, Elder Yang would be equally incapable. However, he naturally would not refuse. Since that is the case, I will thank Elder Yang then. He agreed with a smile. Elder Yang smiled slightly, then instructed Shui Yang beside him. Have the soldiers quickly collect the crystal cores and hand them over to young brother Chen Xuan. Yes. Shui Yang saluted and then turned to issue orders. Young brother Chen Xuan, please wait a moment. All right. Chen Xuan smiled slightly. Naturally, collecting the crystal cores would take time, and he understood that. With so many soldiers gathering, it would likely be completed within half an hour. He glanced at Zhang Bei, his expression shifting, and the ice spikes instantly transformed into a puddle of water falling to the ground. Zhang Bei also regained his composure, taking 2 steps back, unwilling to provoke Chen Xuan. The pressure he had felt from the other party was simply overwhelming. He even doubted that with Chen Xuan's strength, had they not reached an agreement just now, he could have truly killed everyone present. The key was not only did this person possess such strength, but he also harbored such intentions. That was truly terrifying. 15 minutes later, Chen Xuan had been waiting in place when he suddenly heard several barks. He turned around to see the figure of the Dog Emperor rushing towards him, its massive form causing everyone in the 4th military district to freeze in surprise. Woof woof woof. The Dog Emperor reached Chen Xuan's side, barking excitedly, seemingly having made a significant discovery. Any findings? Chen Xuan's brows furrowed slightly. Woof, woof. The Dog Emperor barked excitedly several times, its tail wagging vigorously. Seeing this, a faint smile flickered across Chen Xuan's eyes. Of course, not yet. First, these crystal cores had to be secured. He placed little trust in these military district leaders. After all, the crystal cores represented a substantial reservoir of resources. Go monitor them closely. If anyone dares conceal even a single core, show no mercy. No sooner had Chen Xuan spoken than the Dog Emperor dashed off to patrol. A significant portion of these cores was destined for its own consumption. How could it possibly tolerate embezzlement? Thus, its gaze swept the scene with extraordinary vigilance and precision. Others observing the Dog Emperor's demeanor murmured in quiet astonishment. Shui Yang studied the creature curiously. Never imagined a dog could awaken an ability. Xiaozhang, what do you make of this dog's strength? Zhang Bei squinted toward the Dog Emperor and murmured softly. I fear I would stand no chance against it. Hearing Zhang Bei's words, not only Shui Yang, but all the other military district leaders stood dumbfounded, disbelief flooding their expressions. After all, Zhang Bei was the undisputed supreme powerhouse of the 4th military district. A second-tier ability, user wielding and class ability firmly entrenched among the elite. Could such formidable strength truly be surpassed by a mere dog? Surely this was a jest. Yet, however unwilling he was to admit it, the truth remained. Zhang Bei felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the Dog Emperor. Black fur shimmered around the creature, wreathed in crackling violet lightning, a terrifying aura radiating outward. All the military district leaders present gazed toward the Dog Emperor, their eyes gleaming with unmistakable covetousness. To possess such a beast would mean having an unparalleled combat asset at one's side. Soon every crystal core had been gathered. Before them rose a small mountain of crystal cores, enough to make every soldier and commander's eyes burn with longing. Yet they knew full well these belonged solely to Chen Xuan, not to them. Young Master Chen Xuan carrying so many cores would be quite cumbersome. How about this? We of the 4th military district will safeguard them for you. You may retrieve them anytime you wish. What say you? A senior military leader smiled amiably as he beheld the towering mound of crystal cores. Indeed, their sheer quantity was staggering. Chen Xuan alone could never transport them all. Better to entrust them to the district's care, ready for him whenever he returned. Such an arrangement offered manifold advantages. Once the cores passed into their hands, retrieving them later would prove exceedingly difficult. Others quickly grasped the implication and chimed in. Exactly. Young Master Chen Xuan, why not leave the cores here? Absolutely. We'd never misappropriate your cores. Chen Xuan let out a cold, mocking laugh, his gaze sharpening with disdain as he surveyed their faces. He understood their intentions perfectly. Hand over the cores for safekeeping, and reclaiming them later would be nearly impossible. How very kind of you all. A subtle sardonic curve lifted the corners of Chen Xuan's mouth. The military leader's eyes lit up with triumph. They believed he had accepted. In their minds, the cores were now theirs to use freely. As for returning them later, that could wait. Future generations would find a way. Trusting in posterity's ingenuity, they watched, only to see Chen Xuan step calmly toward the horde. Then in a flash of white light, every single crystal core vanished without a trace. Stunned silence fell. Every onlooker stared, disbelief etched deep into their features. HSS, what sorcery is this? Vanished into thin air. An astonishing technique. The entire cache gone in an instant. Clearly he carries a spatial storage artifact. Such an item is nothing short of divine. Witnessing Chen Xuan's display, every expression shifted, especially those of the military leaders whose eyes now gleamed with raw avarice. Su Yuanting scrutinized Chen Xuan from head to toe, his gaze flickering with inscrutable intent. A thought stirred within him. If he could recruit Chen Xuan to his faction, who in the 4th Military District would dare oppose him? At that, excitement surged within him. As deputy commander of the 4th Military District, he had long coveted the position held by Elder Yang. But the old man commanded immense prestige and enjoyed powerful patronage above. Before the apocalypse, supplanting him seemed utterly impossible. Now, however, the world had ended. All things had become possible. Chen Xuan, meanwhile, paid no mind to the leader's scheming. His creed was unyielding. In the apocalypse, strength reigned supreme. Their power struggles meant nothing to him. When he ascended to the 9th tier, even the proudest would bow before him. With the crystal cores secured, Chen Xuan cast a final glance over the assembly and prepared to depart. The mystery behind those zombies intrigued him deeply. Given his own prowess and the Dog Emperor's, he faced little danger in investigation. He resolved to explore the matter alongside his loyal companion. Elder Yang, time grows late. I shall take my leave. Chen Xuan spoke calmly. He harbored no intention of forging close ties with the 4th Military District, not even with Elder Yang himself, the revered elder statesman. Wait, young Master Chen. Elder Yang suddenly interjected. My. Chen Xuan turned curious. Is there something else? Your strength, young Master Chen, stands among the apex even in this apocalyptic age. Zombies besiege our cities, countless citizens wander homeless, their lives hanging by a thread. Given your extraordinary power, might you consider joining the 4th Military District to serve China with honor and purpose? Elder Yang's recruitment overture was unmistakable. For a talent like Chen Xuan, Elder Yang sincerely hoped to enlist him, not merely for tactical advantage, but to ensure his strength served the greater good of China. Yet Chen Xuan refused without hesitation. I regret to decline. I am accustomed to solitude and have no intention of affiliating with any organization. Join the 4th Military District. Rescue civilians. Preposterous. In the apocalypse, selfless saints perish swiftly. Having witnessed humanity's darkest depths in his past life, Chen Xuan had abandoned all pretense of virtue. Wanted his help. Certainly, he would assist, provided the compensation was commensurate. Expecting unpaid altruistic service. Impossible. Elder Yang's expression dimmed with palpable disappointment. In his view, a cultivator of Chen Xuan's caliber should embody patriotic devotion, dedicating his strength to rescuing China's people from peril. Old Yang's intentions are noble and his character is admirable. Chen Xuan is well aware of this. However, it is evident that Old Yang does not understand the rules of the apocalypse. In the apocalypse, there is no such thing as national sentiment. Personal interests are far more important. Perhaps this explains why the position of the commander of the 4th Military District changed hands later on, and Old Yang's death might be related to this. Chen Xuan had heard rumors about this in his past life. Yet he couldn't be bothered to care, not even feeling the need to remind anyone. After all, his relationship with Old Yang was merely transactional. He had no obligation to ensure his safety. Wait a moment, brother Chen Xuan. If you join my 4th Military District with your strength, you could easily become a colonel or even a major general. You should think it over more carefully. Just as Chen Xuan was about to turn and leave, Su Yuanting suddenly spoke, his gaze fixed on him with a hint of fervor. He believed that Chen Xuan rejected Old Yang because the offer was too meager. If he increased the offer, perhaps the position could be swayed in his favor. After all, the rank of Major General holds significant weight, even in peacetime. Moreover, in this current apocalypse, the status of soldiers has greatly risen. The position of a Major General is enough to make countless people envious. Moreover, Chen Xuan is merely an ordinary civilian. Even if he possesses extraordinary abilities, he is still just a somewhat stronger civilian. He couldn't believe that Chen Xuan would not be tempted by such a position. Major General. Hearing these words, all the soldiers present, including Shui Yang and Zhang Bei, were filled with envy. This is the identity and status they have fought for their entire lives. Yet now it seems a young man could easily acquire it. How could that not make people envious? Upon hearing Su Yuanting's words, Chen Xuan shifted his gaze towards him, his eyes filled with a touch of mockery. Indeed, it was mockery. Not to mention the position of Major General. Even if they offered him the entire 4th Military District, he wouldn't care. Chen Xuan was curious about what Su Yuanting would feel if he knew he had eliminated his only grandson. He probably would have a mental breakdown. However, Chen Xuan naturally wouldn't make trouble for himself by bringing it up. He smiled and shook his head, saying, "Not interested, I bid you farewell." After saying this, to everyone's astonishment, Chen Xuan turned around and left without hesitation, with Dog Emperor closely following behind. The two of them walked away just like that. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. Even Su Yuanting did not expect Chen Xuan to reject his offer. That was a major general. He actually refused. All right, let's clean up the battlefield quickly. Old Yang surveyed the surroundings and said calmly. In fact, he was also quite surprised by Chen Xuan's boldness. It was the first time he had seen someone like this truly remarkable. Yes. Everyone responded in unison and then turned to clean up the battlefield. Old Yang turned around and discreetly glanced at Su Yuanting, his gaze deep and contemplative, but he said nothing and turned to walk into the military tent. Leaving the 4th military district, Chen Xuan and Dog Emperor rushed forward at top speed. Silly dog, are you sure it's just ahead? Woof woof. The Dog Emperor barked excitedly a few times. Just a moment ago it had trailed behind a group of zombies and had seen them enter a valley. That place must be their hiding spot. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan did not say a word, his expression darkening as he quickened his pace. Soon enough, a canyon appeared before Chen Xuan. The canyon was narrow and elongated, devoid of any sound. A gust of wind howled through, carrying a hint of eeriness. Looking at the place before him, Chen Xuan squinted and murmured, "It seems this is the spot. The place Dog Emperor mentioned should be right here." Dog Emperor wagged its tail and nodded. "Let's go, be careful and don't alarm the snakes." Although Chen Xuan was not afraid of those low-level zombies, the sheer number of zombies was truly overwhelming. Despite having taken down about a third of them, the remaining zombies still numbered in the terrifying range. Even with their strength, if surrounded by these zombies, it was highly likely they would exhaust their energy and perish. Moreover, who knows what lies behind the control of these zombies? A cautious approach is essential. Chen Xuan, who has navigated the apocalypse for many years, certainly understands this. The pair advanced cautiously. The seemingly empty canyon revealed a shocking sight as soon as Chen Xuan and Dog Emperor ventured deeper, causing them to gasp in astonishment. Countless zombies stood neatly within the canyon. Their terrifying numbers filled the entire space. These zombies stood still and quiet, resembling a group of terracotta warriors guarding their master. It seems these zombies are not simple at all. Chen Xuan squinted, a hint of excitement and curiosity emanating from him. Clearly his previous suspicions were correct. These zombies were under control. However, it was unclear what exactly was controlling them. Dog Emperor's eyes widened in surprise. Chen Xuan whispered, "Let's move closer to the center and see what is hidden there." These zombies were clearly guarding something. The pair carefully navigated along the peaks on either side of the canyon. Is that a human? As they reached the center of the canyon, Chen Xuan saw that among the countless zombies, there was actually a human dressed in a black robe. That person was sitting cross-legged on a high platform surrounded by second-tier zombies. Hundreds of second-tier zombies surrounded them. However, the figure in the black robe was obscured, making it impossible to discern their gender. Upon seeing this figure, Chen Xuan squinted, curiosity piqued. It was clear that the person in the black robe was the mastermind controlling these zombies. Yet for some reason, Chen Xuan had never heard of this person's name in his past life. Logically speaking, someone capable of controlling so many zombies and unleashing such a terrifying horde in the apocalypse should not be unknown. However, in his past life, he had indeed never heard of anyone who could control zombies. The most likely scenario is that this person didn't survive long enough to make a name for themselves. To be able to control zombies and unleash a horde, such abilities are undoubtedly extraordinary. I wonder what this person's powers are, and if they possess any heavenly marks. If they do have heavenly marks, slaying them would allow me to gain their abilities. As he thought of this, a fervent glint appeared in Chen Xuan's eyes. This individual in the black robe undoubtedly possesses remarkable powers. After all, to control such a vast number of zombies and create a horde is no simple feat. If the opponent possesses heavenly marks, he could seize them and acquire their abilities. This prospect held immense allure for Chen Xuan. Regardless of whether they have heavenly marks or not, they cannot be left alive. Such formidable powers, if unchecked, could potentially become my greatest enemy in the future. Damn it, I don't know which guy is so powerful that he killed nearly 1/3 of the zombies. Forget it. If I can't provoke him, I can at least hide. After a few more years, I'll be the god of the apocalypse. I truly am a genius. Indeed, I am the man chosen by fate. In the center of the canyon, the man in black robes let out a sinister laugh. Beneath the dark robe stood a plump young man, his face somewhat pale, with heavy dark circles under his eyes and lips as dark as if he had rewarded himself too many times. Boom. Just as Yu Xiaoyong was excited, a terrifying explosion suddenly erupted. Immediately after, a man and a dog appeared in the air. With each step, the man took a bridge of ice formed beneath his feet, sparkling with crystalline brilliance. He walked effortlessly, floating gracefully in the air. Seeing this scene, Yu Xiaoyong's eyes widened in an instant, shining with excitement. Wah! What the hell, isn't that Qingji from the Straw Hat Pirates? Floating in the air, this is Kingzi's unique skill from One Piece. So cool. As a seasoned otaku, he greatly enjoyed Japanese anime, especially One Piece, which was his favorite. He never expected to see someone using a technique similar to Kingsley's, and Yu Xiaoyong was so excited, he almost cried. However, in just a moment he reacted. What the hell? Are they here to kill me? No doubt. Chen Xuan and the Dog Emperor are here to slay him. Yu Xiaoyong swallowed hard and quickly instructed the zombies below. Hurry, hurry, block them. Don't let them come over. Beneath the black robe, the plump figure was extremely tense, issuing commands frantically. The zombies were somewhat clumsy, especially with Chen Xuan and the Dog Emperor moving through the air. The zombies below couldn't reach them at all. With each lightning strike from the Dog Emperor, countless zombies perished. This scene made Yu Xiaoyong extremely anxious. He hurriedly commanded the second-tier zombies to surround him, trembling in fear within the horde. Seeing Yu Xiaoyong's appearance, Chen Xuan couldn't help but be taken aback. Why is this man in black so cowardly? How can he be so cowardly and still wear black robes? It's just pretentious. Chen Xuan chuckled softly and then walked towards Yu Xiaoyong at a leisurely pace. By controlling the freezing, he formed an ice path in the air, enabling what is referred to as floating. This move seems simple, but in reality it is difficult for ordinary ice-type superhumans to achieve. Firstly, controlling the freezing in such a manner requires a strong mastery of one's powers, which ordinary superhumans simply cannot manage. Secondly, condensing ice in the air consumes considerable energy, and ordinary third-tier superhumans have limited energy, making it hard to maintain prolonged floating. Only superhumans like Chen Xuan, possessing mythological-level powers and abundant energy, can perform such a feat. Moreover, the ultimate ice is incredibly hard, so there is no fear of it breaking while walking on it. Looking down at the man in black, Chen Xuan sneered, kicked the Dog Emperor, and then both he and the dog leaped down elegantly, arriving in front of Yu Xiaoyong. However, there were over 100 second-tier zombies blocking Yu Xiaoyong's path. These second-tier zombies surrounded him tightly. Seeing Chen Xuan and the Dog Emperor before him, Yu Xiaoyong swallowed hard, a hint of fear in his eyes. Before the apocalypse began, he was just an ordinary otaku, a deadbeat who had never had much confidence. Later, awakening his powers and controlling a large number of zombies slowly built his confidence, igniting his middle school heart. I, Yu Xiaoyong, am a man destined to stand at the pinnacle of the world. But unfortunately, he encountered Chen Xuan. Quick, quick, quick. Don't let them get close, take him down. Yu Xiaoyong quickly issued commands. Those second-tier zombies rushed frantically towards Chen Xuan and the Dog Emperor. The already narrow space was filled with zombies. Chen Xuan and the Dog Emperor were in the very center of the zombie horde. But no matter how many zombies there were, it was nothing to the two of them. With a thought, Chen Xuan summoned the extreme cold sword from his spatial ring, gripping it in his hand. Seeing the sword appear out of thin air, Yu Xiaoyong's eyes widened once more. Wah! What the hell, what kind of trick is this? Chen Xuan's methods once again stunned Yu Xiaoyong. Bang! With a single swing of the sword infused with endless icy power, he instantly annihilated 7 or 8 second-tier zombies that were about to reach him. With each step, he slashed once, taking down multiple second-tier zombies with a single blow. The hundreds of second-tier zombies before him simply could not withstand the speed at which he slashed. In no time at all, Chen Xuan was already nearing Yu Xiaoyong, with only about 30 second-tier zombies remaining in front of him. As for the large group of first-tier zombies with the Dog Emperor around, Chen Xuan didn't need to worry. He looked at the man in black before him with great interest. That plump face, short and stout figure, unkempt beard and dark circles under his eyes made him look quite disheveled, with a face marked by indulgence. Isn't this just a deadbeat otaku? Chen Xuan now understood why this man in black had been so cowardly earlier. How could a deadbeat not be cowardly? The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, sketching a curve. Since it was like this, then he had nothing to worry about. Chen Xuan snorted coldly, his figure suddenly becoming ghostly as he slashed with his sword. The second-tier zombies appeared as if made of paper before the extreme cold sword, their defenses practically non-existent. In just a few seconds, all the second-tier zombies before Chen Xuan were killed. Holy crap! Seeing this scene, Yu Xiaoyong was instantly shocked. What the hell is this? Is this even human? So terrifying. As a deadbeat, Yu Xiaoyong had only seen such skills in anime. So fast, too fast. Chen Xuan's speed surpassed even what he could imagine. It should be noted that Chen Xuan had struggled through the apocalypse for years in his previous life, and his combat instincts were absolutely terrifying. Moreover, in this life, his ice dragon powers greatly enhanced his physical body, making his explosive strength incomparable to that of a mere Yu Xiaoyong. Looks like it's the horde of zombies you control. Chen Xuan smiled slightly calmly, looking at Yu Xiaoyong before him. You don't come any closer. I know I can't beat you, but I'm not a pushover either. Faced with such a life-and-death crisis, Yu Xiaoyong struggled to speak, fear flickering in his eyes. Is that so? Then let me see what other tricks you have. Saying this, an ice spear hurtled towards Yu Xiaoyong's body. The terrifying speed was nearly invisible to the naked eye. For a deadbeat like Yu Xiaoyong, he was utterly helpless, not even having the ability to run. Just as the ice spear was about to pierce Yu Xiaoyong's brain, suddenly an explosion rang out, followed by the ground before Yu Xiaoyong erupting. Chen Xuan's ice spear had vanished in an instant. Third-tier zombie king. Looking at the zombie before him, Chen Xuan displayed a hint of surprise on his face. Indeed, it was this third-tier zombie king that had just leaped from the ground, blocking his ice spear. This zombie before him was not a simple creature, it was a true zombie king. The so-called zombie king is the monarch among zombies, capable of infinite evolution, potentially reaching the 9th tier, summoning storms, controlling countless zombies, and possessing terrifying power. In his past life, he had heard of a 9th tier zombie king that triggered a massive zombie tide, directly breaching several safe zone bases. In that battle, even a 9th tier superpower perished. The combat power of a zombie king is undeniably terrifying. Among peers of the same tier, ordinary superpowers are no match for it. Chen Xuan did not expect a zombie king to appear here. Although it was only at the 3rd tier, it was far from the horrifying heights of a 9th tier zombie king. However, the apocalypse had just begun. This zombie king had already evolved to the 3rd tier. If left unchecked, it might truly become a 9th tier zombie king in the future. Perhaps this zombie might even be the 9th tier zombie king from his past life. How about it? Are you scared? I originally intended to communicate with you as an ordinary person, but I didn't expect to reveal my extraordinary nature in the end. Saying this, Yu Xiaoyong sighed, dramatically unable to hide the joy in his eyes. This was his ultimate weapon, the 3rd tier zombie king. It was precisely because of this zombie king that he could control so many zombies, triggering a massive zombie tide that nearly breached the 4th military district. Chen Xuan looked towards Yu Xiaoyong, then shifted his gaze to the 3rd tier zombie king. To be honest, he really did not take Yu Xiaoyong seriously. Just a dead fat otaku. Having such power was merely due to awakening a decent superpower and lucking into controlling the zombie king. Otherwise, in this apocalypse, with his abilities, he would hardly survive 3 days. What he truly cared about was the 3rd tier zombie king before him. The combat strength of a zombie king is indeed quite terrifying. In his past life, he did not possess the strength to fight a zombie king. Back then, he was only in a level superpower. Facing a zombie king, he could only be instantly killed. But now it was different. The enhancement of his myth-level superpower was exceptionally terrifying. This also ignited a spark of combativeness in Chen Xuan. The corners of his mouth slightly curled up, sketching a faint arc. Just in time, I also want to stretch my muscles. Let's see how strong this zombie king really is. Saying this, Chen Xuan gripped the extreme cold sword tightly, and a strong battle intent erupted in his eyes. Upon seeing this, Yu Xiaoyong's eyes widened instantly. What? Is he really going to fight? He thought the appearance of the zombie king would scare Chen Xuan away, but he didn't expect the other party to dare to take action. Without hesitation, Chen Xuan's figure flickered swift as lightning, and in an instant he arrived beside the 3rd tier zombie king, bringing down the extreme cold sword, exuding waves of cold air. Naturally, the 3rd tier zombie king was not to be trifled with. A fierce glint flashed in its sharp eyes as its sturdy arm struck against the extreme cold sword. The terrifying aftermath of the battle instantly knocked Yu Xiaoyong back several steps. He quietly watched the fight between Chen Xuan and the 3rd tier zombie king from the side. Bang! Chen Xuan was knocked back a few steps by the power of the 3rd tier zombie king, while that creature was also pushed back a few steps. As expected of a 3rd tier zombie king, the most terrifying existence among zombies, its strength is not at all inferior to mine. Such power truly lives up to its reputation. Feeling the strength of the zombie king, Chen Xuan couldn't help but marvel. If it were an ordinary zombie, it would have been cut in half by his sword long ago. After all, Chen Xuan wielded the extreme cold sword, a top-tier weapon that cuts through iron like mud. Yet it could not breach the defenses of the zombie king. Such physical strength should not be underestimated. However, Chen Xuan's interest grew ever stronger. He was also eager to test the limits of his own abilities. Continue. After saying this, Chen Xuan let out a cold snort, and countless ice spears surrounded him, 100 ice spears swirling around. He raised a hand, and countless ice spears flew directly towards the zombie king. If ordinary 1st and 2nd tier zombies merely enhanced a portion of their speed and strength, the zombie king could be considered a hexagonal warrior. In terms of speed, power, and combat instinct, it was truly terrifying. Facing the rapidly approaching ice spears, it moved swiftly, dodging while attacking towards Chen Xuan. Several ice spears struck its body, causing only slight effects and not significant damage. Seeing this, Chen Xuan's eyes grew even more excited. The zombie king had already reached him. Its long claws, though not as hard as the extreme cold sword, were still much tougher than the vast majority of weapons. One claw came down, and Chen Xuan intercepted it with an ice wall. However, the hardness of the ice wall could hardly withstand the zombie king's continuous assaults, and after several strikes, the ice wall collapsed. Chen Xuan did not hesitate, slashing out with his sword. A fierce battle unfolded between man and zombie in the canyon. This left Yu Xiaoyong, who was watching from the side, utterly shocked. He had controlled the zombie king due to sheer luck, not because he was particularly strong. Having controlled the zombie king for so long, this was his first time witnessing its true strength. So strong. It was truly too strong. But in comparison, Chen Xuan was even more terrifying. No, it can't be that even the zombie king can't defeat him. Watching Chen Xuan's figure, Yu Xiaoyong instinctively shrank back. As Chen Xuan engaged the zombie king, the dog emperor behind him was also rampantly slaughtering. The second-tier zombies had basically all been slain by Chen Xuan, and the remaining first-tier zombies could not withstand the dog emperor's purple sky thunder. One by one they fell like fragile skins. With each lightning strike, countless zombies perished. However, the consumption of the purple sky thunder was not small. It was merely a second-tier super beast, and by now a third of its energy had already been depleted. If this battle continued like this, it was very likely to be drained to death by these zombies. The dog emperor was well aware of this, so it kept weaving through the tide of zombies, using its claws to slay many. However, the ultimate key to deciding the outcome of this battle lay with Chen Xuan. Bang! A terrifying explosion sounded, and the zombie king was knocked back 5 or 6 steps by Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan let out a cold laugh, narrowing his eyes. It seems it's not much after all. The strength of the zombie king was indeed formidable. If the dog emperor also broke through to the third tier, it would probably not be a match for it. But unfortunately for it, it encountered Chen Xuan, whose myth-level superpower was truly terrifying. The energy within him was remarkably pure, and his physique was robust. After exchanging hundreds of blows, the zombie king was now in a weakened state, with several wounds inflicted by Chen Xuan, looking somewhat disheveled. In that case, let me end you. Chen Xuan let out a cold laugh, and slowly stepped forward, his gaze incredibly indifferent. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying rumble echoed from not far away. Yu Xiaoyong looked up in confusion. In the next moment, his face turned pale, his eyes filled with disbelief. Countless streams of water coalesced above Chen Xuan, drawn from all directions, gathering at the top of his head, and soon those streams began to freeze into ice. And not just any ice, but the purest of ice. The intensely cold ice enveloped the sky above the canyon, a terrifying aura spreading around Yu Xiaoyong, his instincts warning him that this move was formidable. The energy within Chen Xuan was being consumed frantically. This move utilized the river water within a 3-mile radius, using it to freeze and create a massive, terrifying attack. It could be said that Chen Xuan's move was not only powerful, but also had a wide range. Of course, this move nearly exhausted all of his energy. He stood in midair grinning, and with a thought, a rain of ice spikes came crashing down from the sky. Most of the ice spikes headed towards the corpse king, aimed directly at its body. The remaining scattered ice spikes targeted other zombies. Though they seemed like mere scattered fragments, the power of these ice spikes was immense, almost guaranteed to be lethal to the Tier 1 zombies. Such a large-scale attack was simply unresistible. Boom! The massive ice spikes fell, heading straight for the corpse king's head. Although the latter exerted all its strength to resist, after battling Chen Xuan for so long, its stamina and energy were already depleted, and with the terrifying power of this move, it was indeed hard to withstand. The enormous ice spike shattered its arms that were trying to block, then crashed down upon it, forcefully pinning it to the ground. Most of the surrounding Tier 1 zombies also perished under this move. Watching everything below, a slight smile crept onto Chen Xuan's lips, his eyes glinting with joy. Although he was nearly drained of all his energy from the battle with the Corpse King, the reward was tremendous. After all, the Corpse King contained a crystal core. He slowly descended, gazing at Yu Xiaoyong before him. At this moment, Yu Xiaoyong was frozen in place, his eyes wide with disbelief. How is this possible? The Corpse King actually died. This was a Tier 3 Corpse King. Yu Xiaoyong was terrified. Without the Corpse King, he was just an ordinary person. Although he possessed special abilities, he had no combat power. Moreover, years of self-rewarding had rendered him weaker than an average adult. With the Corpse King dead, countless zombies lost their will to fight and fled madly towards the canyon's exit. Although the zombies had low intelligence, they were not devoid of it, and how could they not run with the Corpse King dead? Chen Xuan merely turned his head slightly to glance, not bothering with the escaping zombies. They were just Tier 1 zombies. For Chen Xuan, now the Tier 1 crystal core energy within them was too scarce and no longer of significant use. Holding the extreme cold sword, Chen Xuan took measured steps towards Yu Xiaoyong, who had already collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, his eyes filled with fear. "No, please don't kill me," Yu Xiaoyong said in a panic. Chen Xuan let out a cold laugh and slowly spoke. "What is your special ability, and how did you manage to control this Corpse King?" "I'll tell you everything, please don't kill me, okay?" Yu Xiaoyong pleaded without hesitation. "I'm so scared I could cry," Yu Xiaoyong said, his eyes revealing endless dread. He was just an otaku who had not yet enjoyed the wonders of the two-dimensional world and did not want to die. You have no right to bargain with me. If you don't explain honestly, I will take action, Chen Xuan snorted coldly. Yu Xiaoyong quickly nodded nervously, saying, My awakened special ability is called Soul Capture, an SS-level ability that can control the souls of others. This Tier 3 Corpse King I encountered in an underground parking lot when the apocalypse began. It was heavily injured, and I happened to activate my Soul Capture ability, which allowed me to control it. I won't hide anything, I'll tell you everything about my ability and the Corpse King, Yu Xiaoyong declared clearly. Soul Capture, an SS-level ability. It can control the souls of all things in the world, including this zombie. Moreover, being an SS-level ability, its power is quite terrifying, but this ability does not significantly enhance combat power, which leads to Yu Xiaoyong's relatively weak strength. On hearing this, Chen Xuan narrowed his eyes, a hint of surprise in his gaze. He had never heard of this Soul Capture ability in his past life. It seems that he may have experienced some misfortune in his past life, which led to his demise. After all, this ability is significantly powerful. Although it cannot directly enhance strength, the ability to control the minds of others is more than just powerful. Why did you attack the 4th Military District? Chen Xuan continued to inquire. He was curious about why Yu Xiaoyong had proactively attacked the 4th Military District with the zombie tide. Yu Xiaoyong did not dare to hide anything, quickly explaining, because when the 4th Military District left the city before, I wanted to join them, but they expelled me. Moreover, these zombies needed to consume humans, so I ordered them to attack the 4th Military District. Chen Xuan nodded slightly, indicating he understood. May I leave now? Yu Xiaoyong swallowed hard, speaking cautiously. One last question. Do you have a celestial mark on you? Celestial mark? Yu Xiaoyong was taken aback for a moment, then quickly lifted his shirt, revealing a black eye on his plump belly. Is this what you mean? On the morning the apocalypse began, when I woke up, this thing suddenly appeared on my belly. I thought it was someone's prank. Chen Xuan squinted, looking at Yu Xiaoyong. The dark tattoo resembled an eye. Indeed, he was right. Yu Xiaoyong had the celestial mark. This was also the key to his awakening of the SS-level ability. Come here, Chen Xuan beckoned. Yu Xiaoyong was momentarily stunned, unsure of what he wanted. He looked cautious. You're not going to kill me, are you? Chen Xuan did not respond. After a moment of silence, Yu Xiaoyong obediently walked forward. He knew that without the protection of the Tier 3 Corpse King, it would be too easy for Chen Xuan to kill him. There was no escaping. When he reached Chen Xuan, he felt a powerful pulling force emanating from Chen Xuan. In an instant, Yu Xiaoyong was left confused and disoriented, wanting to escape, but unable to, as he was firmly held by this force. After an unknown duration, Yu Xiaoyong felt the pulling force dissipate, and he fell heavily to the ground. A hint of delight flickered in Chen Xuan's eyes. It worked. Indeed. Just now, Chen Xuan utilized his second special ability, Plunder, successfully stealing the extraordinary power from Yu Xiaoyong. At this moment, a deep pitch-black tattoo, resembling an eye, appeared on Chen Xuan's abdomen, as if it were naturally formed affixed to his body. This is the SS-level ability Soul Capture. After plundering the ability from Yu Xiaoyong, Chen Xuan comprehended all the capabilities of the Soul Capture ability. This ability truly deserves its SS-level classification. It is incredibly powerful. The Soul Capture ability can control the souls of others, and if the controlled harbors any treasonous thoughts, the controller can extinguish the very essence of the controlled with but a thought. Moreover, this Soul Capture ability possesses more than just this one capability. Each enhancement of the ability increases mental strength, allowing for the launch of mental attacks. If the Soul Capture ability is enhanced to the 9th tier, with just a single thought, one can turn countless individuals into fools. It can be said that the Soul Capture ability not only controls other souls, but can also launch mental attacks. It truly deserves its SS-level designation. Unfortunately, Yu Xiaoyong never fully exhibited the terrifying potential of this ability. He merely controlled a Corpse King, yet he himself lacked any offensive power. Due to Yu Xiaoyong's ability level being only 2nd tier, and having spent his nights watching films and indulging himself, his mental state had weakened. Even at the 2nd tier level, he was unable to utilize mental attacks. Such a terrifying ability was reduced to mere rubbish in the hands of Yu Xiaoyong. Of course, it wouldn't be entirely fair to call it rubbish. One could only say that 80% of the ability's power remained undeveloped, truly a waste. Now that the ability belongs to Chen Xuan, he naturally knows how to maximize the potential of the Soul Capture ability. Moreover, as a reincarnator, his mental prowess already surpasses that of ordinary ability users. Thus, the Soul Capture ability could unleash its full power in his hands. What is happening? Where is my ability? Where has my ability gone? Feeling the absence of his power, Yu Xiaoyong panicked instantly. As a man determined to be the strongest in the apocalypse, his abilities were fundamental to his existence. Now, with his abilities vanished and feeling no energy, panic surged within him. He looked at Chen Xuan, his eyes filled with agitation. Did you steal my abilities? Chen Xuan did not deny it, and calmly nodded, indeed. The realization that Chen Xuan had truly taken his abilities struck Yu Xiaoyong like a heavy blow, filling him with despair. Without his abilities, he was just a deadbeat in this apocalypse. Not only could he not live, but survival itself seemed impossible. Outside, hordes of zombies awaited, and a moment's carelessness could lead to him being devoured. Can you please return my abilities? I beg you, please. Yu Xiaoyong suddenly knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his chubby face. That's impossible, Chen Xuan replied coolly. He felt not a shred of guilt. After all, this was the apocalypse. Guilt? Save your breath. If Yu Xiaoyong had been stronger than him, would he have felt any guilt after being killed by the Corpse King? Besides, didn't Yu Xiaoyong's unleashed zombie tide just claim the lives of many in the 4th military district? Did he ever feel guilty? In the apocalypse, one must bury their compassion. As long as it enhances power, there should be no guilt. This is Chen Xuan's life principle. Chen Xuan's words instantly stunned Yu Xiaoyong, causing his brain to short-circuit. Soon after, he raised his head to look at Chen Xuan, his eyes filled with hatred. It must be noted that the soul capture ability was the foundation of his existence in the apocalypse. It was also the only path towards his dream of reaching the pinnacle of the world. Now, with Chen Xuan blocking that path completely, without his abilities, what could a deadbeat like him do? He couldn't even match a first-tier zombie, let alone a Corpse King. Why are you doing this? I've never wronged you. Yu Xiaoyong shouted out his inner rage. He couldn't recall any offense against Chen Xuan, so why did the latter seek to take his abilities? Chen Xuan smiled slightly and calmly countered, did the soldiers of the 4th military district who died due to the zombie tide offend you? This, a simple rhetorical question, left Yu Xiaoyong momentarily speechless. Indeed, those soldiers of the 4th military district had never offended him, yet many had died under the zombie tide, which was unleashed by him. Stop pretending. In the apocalypse, interests come first. You may not have offended me, but you possess benefits worth my action. Innocent bystanders suffer, and those who possess valuable abilities but cannot control them simply become my targets. Each word from Chen Xuan pierced Yu Xiaoyong's heart. His face gradually paled, his pupils dilated, and beads of sweat began to drip. Indeed, Chen Xuan's reasoning was sound. Yu Xiaoyong had never cared about the lives and deaths of others, so why should Chen Xuan care about his? I see hatred in your eyes, but if that's the case, then you may as well die. He preferred not to leave any potential threat for himself, so Yu Xiaoyong had to be eliminated. As he spoke, an endless killing intent erupted from Chen Xuan. He could feel the intense hatred radiating from Yu Xiaoyong. Such hatred was irreconcilable. Though he knew that a deadbeat like Yu Xiaoyong posed no real threat, even a 1 in 10,000 chance was too much for Chen Xuan to gamble on. Eliminating him was simpler and more decisive. Thus Chen Xuan sneered, and an ice spike appeared behind him. Upon seeing the chilling, bone-piercing ice spike before him, Yu Xiaoyong's face turned pale. Instantly his legs buckled, and he fell to the ground, his eyes filled with terror. Before he could utter a word with a thought from Chen Xuan, the ice spike shot towards Yu Xiaoyong. Bang! A crisp sound rang out as the ice spike pierced through Yu Xiaoyong's head, splattering blood. He stared wide-eyed, lying down without a trace of breath. After slaying Yu Xiaoyong, Chen Xuan searched him, but found nothing. He turned and approached the Corpse King, extracting the crystal core from its body. The crystal core of the Corpse King was different from that of ordinary zombies. It was entirely golden, and a terrifying energy coursed through it. This was the crystal core of a Corpse King. In his past life, Chen Xuan had never seen one. The only time a 9th-tier Corpse King appeared, it unleashed a terrifying zombie tide, and it took 5 9th-tier ability users working together to slay that Corpse King. As for the utility of the Corpse King's crystal core, he had never heard of it. Woof woof. Seeing the crystal core in Chen Xuan's hand, Dog Emperor excitedly ran over, staring intently at the core. Don't even think about it. I haven't even used the Corpse King's crystal core yet. Go gather the 2nd-tier crystal cores. Chen Xuan pouted, quickly storing the crystal core in his spatial ring. The Corpse King crystal core is undoubtedly not as simple as it seems. It might possess some special effects that Chen Xuan never utilized in his past life, so how could he possibly give it to this foolish dog? Woof! The Dog Emperor glanced longingly a few times, nearly drooling, but still turned around to fetch the 2nd-tier crystal cores. It also understood that Chen Xuan would definitely not give the Corpse King crystal core to it. The two quickly cleaned the battlefield and collected all the 1st and 2nd-tier crystal cores. Considering the 1st and 2nd-tier crystal cores obtained earlier in the 4th military district, the number of crystal cores in Chen Xuan's possession could be described as a mountain. There were over 6,000 1st-tier crystal cores. As for the 2nd-tier crystal cores, there were 312 of them. The quantity of these 2nd-tier crystal cores was considerable. It was more than enough for the Dog Emperor to break through to the 3rd tier. Looking towards Chen Xuan, the Dog Emperor's eyes sparkled with intelligence, filled with excitement. A third-tier Dog Emperor would undoubtedly see a significant increase in strength. However, Chen Xuan chuckled and crouched down, stroking the Dog Emperor's fur, and then said, "Don't worry, you'll break through, but you still need to help me with something." Help with something? The Dog Emperor was taken aback, not understanding what Chen Xuan meant. Immediately after Chen Xuan slowly spoke, "I just absorbed his ability Soul Capture, so I need to test it on you. How about it?" That's right. Chen Xuan indeed intended to use the Soul Capture ability on the Dog Emperor. This Soul Capture ability can control others, and naturally, it can control the Dog Emperor as well. Moreover, Chen Xuan's strength surpassed that of the Dog Emperor, particularly in terms of mental capacity, so there would be no issues with control. He was also aware of the Dog Emperor's potential and capabilities. If he could fully subdue it, it would undoubtedly be a great help in his future endeavors. By using Soul Capture to control it, Chen Xuan could trust it completely. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, the Dog Emperor naturally understood what this meant. A hint of hesitation flickered in its gaze. Chen Xuan also understood that although the Dog Emperor could not speak human language for now, its intelligence was not low, so he stood by quietly waiting for it to ponder. Of course, Chen Xuan was not a benevolent individual either. If the Dog Emperor refused today, not only would it not achieve the third tier, but it might not even survive the day. After all, the Dog Emperor's talent was terrifyingly high, and now that it was aware of its second ability, Plunder, such secrets could not be revealed to outsiders. Thus, if the Dog Emperor did not agree, Chen Xuan would undoubtedly ensure that it did not leave alive today. The Dog Emperor pondered for a moment, and soon had an idea. It slowly approached, licked Chen Xuan's shoe, and then rubbed against his pants to show its affection. Indeed, the Dog Emperor intended to follow Chen Xuan. Having spent so much time together, the Dog Emperor understood Chen Xuan's extraordinary qualities and knew he was no ordinary person. Hence, following him would only bring benefits and no drawbacks. Seeing the Dog Emperor's demeanor, Chen Xuan smiled slightly. "Rest assured, you won't regret your choice today." Chen Xuan had this much confidence. Woof woof. The Dog Emperor barked excitedly twice. "All right, open your mind. I'm about to use my ability." Woof. The Dog Emperor nodded and then stood still. Chen Xuan showed no hesitation and directly activated the Soul Capture ability. In just a moment, Chen Xuan felt a slight connection with the Dog Emperor. Soon after, he sensed a wisp of the Dog Emperor's soul appearing in his mind. With just a single thought, this wisp of soul could instantly dissipate, leading to the Dog Emperor's immediate death. This was the marvelous use of Soul Capture, able to draw another soul into one's mind and control their life and death. What a remarkable technique. With this ability, Chen Xuan did not worry about the Dog Emperor betraying him. The Dog Emperor also sensed this, bowing its head and obediently approaching Chen Xuan, its eyes filled with a desire to please. Chen Xuan smiled slightly, using his spatial ring to take out 200 second-tier crystal cores. "Here, take these. If following me won't leave you at a loss." 200 second-tier crystal cores were more than enough for the Dog Emperor to break through from the second tier to the third tier, even leaving plenty to spare. Seeing the small mountain of crystal cores before it, the Dog Emperor's eyes gleamed with excitement as it barked twice, and then found a cave to prepare for its breakthrough to the third tier. As for Chen Xuan, he did not remain idle, but began to study the Soul Capture ability. Now Chen Xuan possessed 3 abilities: the Mythic level ability, Ice Dragon, at the third tier; the Mythic level ability, Plunder, at the first tier; the SS level ability, Soul Capture, at the first tier. Among the 3 abilities, Ice Dragon was the strongest and possessed significant offensive power. The Plunder and Soul Capture abilities were particularly important for Chen Xuan. After all, these 2 abilities were extremely powerful supportive abilities, especially Plunder, which could absorb others' abilities for oneself. Simply incredible. However, currently the Plunder ability was only at the first tier and could only absorb 1 ability. It was presumed that if Chen Xuan could enhance its strength, it could absorb more abilities. Nevertheless, Chen Xuan planned to use the Corpse King Crystal Core to enhance his Soul Capture ability. This was because the Soul Capture ability had more than just the function of controlling souls. More importantly, it could conduct mental attacks. Just imagine if 2 people were in battle, and one suddenly suffered a mental attack. Even a brief disruption could be the key to turning the tide of the battle. Therefore, enhancing the Soul Capture ability first would yield even more terrifying increases in combat power. Resolute in his decision, Chen Xuan planned to use the Corpse King Crystal Core to enhance his Soul Capture ability. I wonder if this Corpse King Crystal Core has any special functions. I hope it brings me some surprises. Chen Xuan had never heard of or seen the marvelous uses of the Corpse King Crystal Core in his past life. After all, this thing was indeed too rare. However, at this moment, he did not rush to absorb the energy within the Crystal Core, but waited for the Dog Emperor to finish its breakthrough. After all, the moment of breakthrough was when he was most vulnerable. If any issues arose that affected his own breakthrough, it would not be good. In the cave, the Dog Emperor was vigorously absorbing the energy from the crystal cores. The energy within the second-tier crystal cores was quite rich. For some weaker ability users, a few dozen second-tier crystal cores could lead to a breakthrough. However, for the Dog Emperor with its SS-level ability, much more energy was required. 100 crystal cores were quickly consumed, yet the Dog Emperor showed no signs of breaking through. Chen Xuan was not in a hurry and quietly waited on the side. Time passed slowly, and 3 hours later a commotion suddenly came from the direction of the Dog Emperor. Chen Xuan turned to look. He saw the Dog Emperor's figure continuing to swell, and its already wolf king-sized body grew even taller, doubling in height. Its height was nearly reaching Chen Xuan's chest. Chen Xuan had never seen a dog this tall. Woof! A dog's bark echoed through the air. Chen Xuan's lips curled slightly upward, revealing a hint of a smile. It's done. Indeed, the Dog Emperor had successfully broken through to the third tier. At this moment, it had already become a third-tier mutant. Moreover, it possessed the SS-level Purple Sky Divine Thunder, a power not to be underestimated. However, even so, Chen Xuan was confident he could suppress it. Mythical abilities were no joke, and naturally, they were not comparable to SS-level abilities. Woof woof. After the breakthrough, the Dog Emperor excitedly ran to Chen Xuan's side, circling around him, with its dark tail raised high, its excitement hard to hide. Chen Xuan affectionately patted its fur. Go over there and guard for me. Ooh, I need to break through too. Woof woof. The Dog Emperor obediently nodded and then squatted down beside him. Its stout body looked somewhat amusing. Chen Xuan chuckled lightly and turned to enter the cave he had just left. The Dog Emperor's breakthrough to the third tier had consumed a full 170 crystal cores. Chen Xuan put away the remaining 30 crystal cores into his space ring and then took out the Corpse King's crystal core. Looking at the golden-yellow crystal core before him, a glint of excitement flickered in Chen Xuan's eyes. After all, this kind of item was legendary. He never expected to have the chance to use it in this lifetime. He hoped it would bring him some surprises. With that thought, Chen Xuan sat cross-legged, tightly gripping the Corpse King's crystal core, calming his mind and beginning to extract energy from the core. It must be said that this Corpse King's crystal core was indeed extraordinary, containing incredibly terrifying energy. The immense energy instantly erupted within Chen Xuan's body. He carefully guided it. Soon Chen Xuan felt the soul capture ability rapidly increasing. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Xuan slowly opened his eyes. His pitch-black eyes shone with a sharp glint. Those dark eyes were captivating, making one hesitate to look directly at them. He slowly stood up, stretching his body, producing a sound of bones cracking. Huh. Chen Xuan gradually exhaled a breath of turbid air, a smile spreading across his face. No wonder it's the Corpse King's crystal core. It's truly a rare treasure. Indeed, at this moment, Chen Xuan had completely absorbed the Corpse King's crystal core, significantly enhancing his strength. He clenched his fists and murmured, "The soul capture ability has reached the third tier, the plunder ability has reached the second tier, and my physical quality has undergone comprehensive enhancement. Not only that, but I also unexpectedly developed the ability of the soul capture ability." When Chen Xuan first began to absorb the Corpse King's crystal core, due to the overwhelming energy, after raising the soul capture ability to the third tier, there was still some leftover energy, so Chen Xuan, without any hesitation, directly used it to enhance the plunder ability. The plunder ability was raised to the second tier, and as a result, he gained an additional opportunity to plunder. Chen Xuan speculated that with every enhancement of the plunder ability, he would gain one additional opportunity to plunder. This also meant that if he could raise the plunder ability to the 9th tier, Chen Xuan would have 9 chances to plunder. Furthermore, with his Ice Dragon ability and the plunder ability itself, Chen Xuan would possess 11 abilities. This was completely unimaginable. Even in his past life, Chen Xuan had never heard of anyone having 2 abilities, let alone 11. Even if he said it, no one would believe him. However, with 9 opportunities to plunder, Chen Xuan certainly would not plunder casually. At the very least, it had to be an SS-level ability. Otherwise, if the level was too low, it was simply not worth his effort to plunder. The enhancement of the plunder ability was just a small episode. What excited Chen Xuan the most was that the Corpse King's crystal core was indeed exceptional. Not only did it contain vast energy that raised the soul capture ability to the third tier, but more importantly, it awakened an additional ability. Absolute Domain. The so-called Absolute Domain is a field that exists around oneself, capable of enhancing one's strength and diminishing the opponent's strength. The domain Chen Xuan formed currently had a range of about 5 meters. In other words, the area within 5 meters was his domain. Moreover, the ability of the domain was quite peculiar, capable of reducing the opponent's attack, defense, and movement by 40%. Furthermore, the domain ignored all defenses. This meant that even if you had some special treasures, you could not resist it. This was incredibly terrifying. What would it mean to reduce strength by 40%? It was almost equivalent to having one's strength. The key was that this thing caused collective damage. Anyone within a 5-meter radius of Chen Xuan would be affected. This was too terrifying. Chen Xuan couldn't help but be astonished by this special ability. No wonder it was the Corpse King's crystal core. It was truly hard to believe. Of course, although the absolute domain was terrifying, the consumption was also significant. If Chen Xuan were to activate it with his current abilities, he could maintain it for at most 1 minute. 1 minute is enough for a life-and-death battle. Chen Xuan would not reveal this easily. He considered it his trump card and would only use it in a life-and-death situation. It could be said that this time Chen Xuan's strength enhancement was substantial, so much so that it was beyond his imagination. 3rd-tier Ice Dragon ability, 3rd-tier Soul Capture ability, 2nd-tier Plunder ability, Absolute Domain, Oh Right, and the Extreme Cold Sword and Dog Emperor. With so many trump cards in hand, even if I encounter a 5th-tier ability user, I could probably slay them. Chen Xuan secretly estimated his strength. With so many trump cards in hand plus his combat experience from his previous life, even if a 5th-tier ability user faced him, they might meet their end if they weren't careful. He was very satisfied with his current strength. After all, this was not long after the apocalypse had just begun and his strength had already surpassed that of his peak self in his past life. It was worth the effort of being reborn. With this thought, a faint smile appeared on Chen Xuan's lips. Woof woof. Seeing Chen Xuan's successful breakthrough, the Dog Emperor wagged its tail and nuzzled against him. This time, Chen Xuan's breakthrough took a full 2 days and nights. During these 2 days, the Dog Emperor had also been diligently adapting to its newfound strength. With 3rd-tier strength and the terrifying ability of the Purple Sky Divine Thunder, its combat power was indeed extraordinary. Not bad, silly dog, you didn't slack off. Woof woof. Hearing Chen Xuan's praise, the Dog Emperor barked twice, its expression excited. It's getting late, we should go. After staying in this canyon for 3 days, it was time to leave. In the early days of the apocalypse, there were still some opportunities left, and Chen Xuan did not want to miss them. Hastening to enhance his strength was the way to go. Woof! The Dog Emperor naturally had no objections. The man and his dog planned to leave. When leaving, Chen Xuan sat on the back of the Dog Emperor. Although the Dog Emperor looked somewhat ugly, its current size was quite large, easily carrying him without any problems. Of course, the key was that the Dog Emperor's ability provided a swift speed boost, and Chen Xuan was more than happy to enjoy it. On the road, Chen Xuan sat atop the Dog Emperor. The massive figure with its striking black fur certainly caught the attention of numerous scattered survivors along the way, and naturally some wished for Chen Xuan to rescue them, but they were all denied. He was not a saint, how could he possibly act as a caretaker for others? Sitting on the Dog Emperor, he munched on a piece of crispy noodle. This snack is fine to eat occasionally, but eating it constantly becomes somewhat unpleasant. Looking at the crispy noodle in his hand, Chen Xuan muttered to himself. For most people in this apocalypse, this snack was indeed a rare treasure. After all, in the apocalypse, food was scarce, and a bag of instant noodles could ensure a night of companionship with a decent-looking woman. However, for Chen Xuan, now he had grown somewhat tired of it. Let's head to the supermarket and stock up on some food. It would be best to get some meat products. At this early stage of the apocalypse, the food in the supermarket should still be uncontaminated. After all, Chen Xuan possessed a spatial ring capable of storing food, and the food kept inside would not expire. He did not plan to stockpile too much, just enough to last a year or so, just in case. Determined, Chen Xuan instructed the Dog Emperor to head towards a nearby large supermarket, Walmart. He remembered this large supermarket as a massive store in the vicinity. He chose it because Walmart had a large storage warehouse filled with fresh goods that were quite good. In a residential house. Brother Kai, it's no use, there are too many zombies. The brothers have suffered heavy casualties, and both Lao Chi and Xiao Lu have been killed by zombies. Zhang Yun's face was filled with panic, and his eyes showed signs of distress. Li Kai, armed with 2 handguns, was shooting at the endless horde of zombies, but the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. Despite hitting several headshots, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Hearing about the heavy casualties among his brothers, Li Kai's eyes turned bloodshot. Damn it, those cursed things, I will kill them all. These brothers had shared a bond since childhood, and upon hearing that Lao Chi and Xiao Lu had been killed by zombies, he was naturally furious, his eyes seemingly ready to spit fire. Bang! Just as Li Kai spoke, a 2nd-tier zombie lunged at him at high speed. Its claws seemed sharp enough to tear him apart. Li Kai was instantly startled. He quickly pushed Zhang Yun aside and hurriedly activated his ability. Metal Shield. Countless pieces of metal rapidly formed a shield around Li Kai. Boom! The claws of the 2nd-tier zombie came crashing down, shattering the metal shield in an instant. Li Kai was pushed back 4 to 5 steps, and as he looked at the 2nd-tier zombie before him, a hint of fear flickered in his eyes. Damn it, this is a 2nd-tier zombie. Although Li Kai's awakened ability was impressive, classified as S-level controlling metal, he had only recently awakened, just 2 days ago, and was still at the 1st-tier level. Moreover, due to his limited combat experience, he was no match for the combat prowess of the second-tier zombie. Second-tier zombies far surpassed first-tier zombies in both offensive and defensive capabilities, making them impossible for a first-tier ability user to contend with. Even if the first-tier ability user had awakened an S-level ability, it would not matter. Of course, to Chen Xuan with his current strength, there was no difference between first-tier and second-tier zombies. They were all the same. But for Li Kai and his group, this second-tier zombie was indeed a tough opponent. Even bullets struggled to inflict any substantial damage. Bang! After knocking Li Kai back, the second-tier zombie did not relent and charged forward. Li Kai's eyes widened as he dodged frantically. Zhang Yun also dodged repeatedly. Without awakening an ability, if he were scratched by the second-tier zombie, he would likely turn into a zombie himself. As the two dodged, the surrounding first-tier zombies were closing in. Zhang Yun, you run first, I will hold this guy off. Li Kai shouted. Even though his ability struggled to inflict any harm on the second-tier zombie, handling these first-tier zombies was still manageable. Zhang Yun, being an ordinary person, could not deal with such a large number of zombies. No way, Brother Kai, if we die together as brothers. As he spoke, Zhang Yun fired several shots with his handgun while continuously dodging. Hearing this, Li Kai's eyes flickered with a hint of emotion. These brothers had grown up together, having shared a strong bond in the same residential compound. All right, then let's fight these cursed things together for our brothers. Li Kai was also a man of spirit. Facing so many zombies, there was not a shred of fear in his eyes. Life and death were trivial, they might as well fight. All right, Zhang Yun responded emphatically, and then he and Li Kai fought side by side. However, the threat of the second-tier zombie was immense, and the number of zombies before them was overwhelming, at least hundreds. Their ammunition was insufficient. As they continued to dodge, Zhang Yun and Li Kai ran out of bullets. The two retreated to the bottom of the residential building, faced with an endless sea of zombies. 3 young men rushed down the stairs quickly. Brother Kai, Brother Yin, are you okay? The speaker was a lean man named Ho Liang, nicknamed Skinny Monkey. As for the other two, one stood over 6 feet tall with a robust figure named Li Zhuang, nicknamed Big Zhuang. The other wore black-framed glasses looking scholarly, named Li Han. Like Li Kai and Zhang Yun, the 3 had grown up in the same residential compound, sharing a deep bond. Don't worry, we are fine. Upon hearing that Li Kai and Zhang Yun were safe, the 3 visibly relaxed. But Lao Qi and Xiao Lu have been killed by zombies. After Zhang Yun finished speaking, Big Zhuang grunted, "Damn zombies, I will fight them today." Exactly, we might as well fight. That's right. The 3 did not hesitate. Since retreat was not an option, they might as well fight for revenge for their brothers. All right. Li Kai nodded firmly. Seeing that the zombies were about to swarm them, he said, "You all stay behind me for now. Oh, I will activate my ability." As the only ability user, Li Kai was the strongest among the 5. The others did not hesitate and stood behind him. Li Kai took a deep breath, his expression focused. Countless pieces of metal flew into the air, hovering before him in a considerable quantity. Metal storm. Li Kai activated his ability, and countless metal pieces formed a massive storm, swirling towards a large group of zombies ahead. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted. Dozens of zombies in front were instantly slain, and the second-tier zombie was also injured. However, Li Kai was ultimately just a first-tier ability user, and the strength he could unleash was limited. Furthermore, after activating his ability, this time his energy was nearly depleted. Countless zombies had already closed in around him. Kai is awesome. Seeing Li Kai kill dozens of zombies with a single move, the brothers behind him were all smiles. I have exhausted my ability and can no longer continue to attack. Li Kai's eyes dimmed, showing a hint of unwillingness on his face. It was all because he was too weak. If he could elevate to the second stage, he would not be without the power to fight back against these zombies. But being only at the first stage was somewhat inadequate. Hee Kai, I killed 9 zombies today, so I've already made my quota. At worst, we brothers will die together. De Zhuang patted his chest, grinning, as he spoke, his honest smile infectious to the other 4. Exactly what De Zhuang said is right, we're not at a loss. That's right, Kai. At worst, we brothers will die together, and we can keep each other company on the road to the underworld later. Ha ha ha, exactly. The group had no fear of death. For them, brotherhood clearly outweighed the fear of dying. Hearing this, Li Kai's face revealed a smile once more. All right, since that's the case, let's die together. With that, Li Kai pulled out a machete. This machete was very sharp. Now that his abilities were exhausted, and he had run out of bullets, he could only rely on this cold weapon to fight. The other 4 also drew their weapons, machete, sickles, and more. Soon the first batch of zombies surrounded them. The 5 exchanged glances, then drew their weapons and struck. All 5 had been fighting since childhood, and when it came to using knives, they were not lacking in skill. Bang! Li Kai's machete struck directly at a first-stage zombie's neck, severing its head. At that moment, another zombie's claws attacked from the side, but De Zhuang swung a heavy hammer directly at it. His strength was great, far exceeding that of his peers. With one swing, the zombie was sent flying over 3 meters. Well done, De Zhuang. Li Kai smiled. De Zhuang chuckled and scratched his head. The group dared not hesitate and fought carefully. However, as the number of zombies increased, they found 2 second-stage zombies among them. For everyone, dealing with these first-stage zombies was already enough to make their scalps tingle, let alone the 2 second-stage zombies. The machete couldn't even break through the defenses of a second-stage zombie. Be careful, Kai. After Li Kai killed a first-stage zombie, a second-stage zombie had somehow sneaked up behind him, and its sharp claws were about to strike down on his head. Li Kai was shocked. It's over, I'm going to die. At that moment, he had no hope left in his heart. At such a close distance, he simply could not escape. Goodbye, brothers. Just as Li Kai thought he was doomed, a sudden explosive sound pierced through the air. He waited a second, 2 seconds. I'm not dead. He slowly opened his eyes, looking at the world before him with a hint of disbelief. I am still alive. He slowly turned his head to look at the second-stage zombie behind him. The zombie was lifeless, lying on the ground with its head blown apart. What is going on? Looking at the second-stage zombie before him, Li Kai swallowed hard, his eyes flashing with disbelief. This was a second-stage zombie. How could it just die like this? Who did this? Kai, are you alright? Are you okay, Kai? Seeing Li Kai unharmed, the others quickly crowded around him, their eyes filled with concern. Li Kai shook his head. I'm fine. What just happened? Why did that second-stage zombie die so easily? Li Han adjusted his glasses and spoke. Just now I saw an ice spear flying through the air, heading straight for the zombie's head, and then it was completely dead. Li Han's words left Li Kai in a daze. Ice spear? Where did the ice come from in this weather? Are you joking? However, before he could collect his thoughts, a sound came from afar. The 5 looked over to see a person riding a black dog. But this black dog was unusual, much larger than ordinary dogs, clearly several times bigger. Such a massive body looked somewhat strange. Kai, who is that person? Zhang Yun thought Li Kai knew him. Li Kai shook his head. I don't know, but it seems a bit terrifying. He suspected that the ice spear just now had been launched by this person. Anyone who could kill a second-stage zombie in one move must be formidable. Indeed, Li Kai was not mistaken. Chen Xuan looked at the endless sea of zombies before him, a smile appearing on his face. He let out a cold snort, and countless water droplets behind him began to condense into ice spears. Those ice spears floated in the air behind him, hundreds of them reflecting the sunlight. Then Chen Xuan waved his hand, and countless ice spears shot forward at great speed. The next second, Li Kai and the others witnessed a scene they would remember for a lifetime. Hundreds of ice spears charged towards the bodies of countless zombies. Those ice spears seemed to have consciousness. Boom, boom. A series of explosions echoed, and instantly hundreds of zombies exploded. Including one second-stage zombie, all were killed under the barrage of ice spears. Such small ice spears possessed terrifying power. The crucial point was that the person using them had such formidable control, with each ice spear targeting a specific zombie, no more no less. What kind of mastery was required for this? Li Kai and the others had never seen such a technique before, and they were instantly awestruck, their eyes reflecting their shock. They had been nearly killed by so many zombies. Yet their opponent had killed all the zombies in an instant without even moving his body. This was beyond their imagination. The dog emperor slowly walked forward. Chen Xuan remained seated on its back. Seeing this, Li Kai and the others hurried over to Chen Xuan, their eyes filled with admiration. As they got closer, they realized that this terrifying expert was actually a fair-skinned, handsome youth looking considerably younger than them. Thank you, sir, for your assistance. The 5 of them didn't dare to be disrespectful and quickly bowed in respect. After all, this person could kill so many zombies with a single thought, and he could easily do the same to them. Thus, they naturally did not dare to show any disrespect. Looking at the 5 before him, Chen Xuan nodded slightly. Then he casually glanced at the ground, his gaze falling on the metallic objects scattered there. Is there anyone among you with abilities? Chen Xuan asked. Li Kai cautiously nodded, reporting, Sir, only I have awakened abilities. Oh, what is your name, and what ability have you awakened? Chen Xuan felt a surge of interest towards Li Kai before him. He could naturally see that Li Kai was merely a first-tier ability user, having awakened his powers not long ago, yet he was able to slay so many zombies. It seemed that his awakened ability was indeed remarkable. Moreover, Chen Xuan felt that Li Kai's face looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. In response to Chen Xuan's inquiry, Li Kai did not hesitate for a moment and confidently replied, I am Li Kai. My awakened ability is an S-level ability, Metal Control. Li Kai, an S-level ability, Metal Control. Chen Xuan was initially taken aback, but then quickly realized. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity with this person, or it turned out to be him. The name Li Kai was a thunderous presence in Chen Xuan's past life. Especially in Disobey City, almost no one was unaware of his name. Li Kai, the owner of the S-level Metal Control ability, was an 8th-tier ability user with formidable strength. He had established a significant force in Subei City. It was the largest force aside from the 4th military district known as the Apocalypse Sanctuary. Within the sanctuary, there were thousands of elite warriors, not to mention many ordinary humans amounting to over 100,000 people, a considerable number. It was said that this sanctuary was founded by Li Kai and his 4 brothers who had grown up together since childhood. The 5 of them were also known as the 5 Tigers of Subei. They had established a formidable reputation in Subei City and many surrounding areas. Their strength was undeniable. Chen Xuan's gaze swept over the 5 of them. It seemed that these were indeed the 5 Tigers of Subei, a rare sight. Apart from the leader Li Kai, who possessed an S-level ability, 2 of the other 4 had S-level abilities while the other 2 had A-level abilities. All 5 possessed abilities simultaneously and none were weak, which was a rarity in the Apocalypse. However, Chen Xuan held no particular thoughts about them. The reputation of the 5 in the Apocalypse was quite good. The Apocalypse Sanctuary was relatively well managed, unlike some sanctuaries that could be described as hellish. Thus, Chen Xuan felt no hostility towards them. Seeing Chen Xuan deep in thought, Li Kai felt somewhat puzzled. "My lord, is there a problem?" Chen Xuan shook his head with a faint smile. "No problem at all. You 5 are quite impressive and have great potential. You will surely accomplish something in this apocalypse." 4 bold individuals like them, the apocalypse, seemed more like a great opportunity to help them soar to new heights. Hearing Chen Xuan's praise, smiles appeared on the faces of the 5. Li Kai smiled and said, "Thank you for the compliment, my lord. We will definitely work hard. Where did you get these guns?" Chen Xuan asked curiously, looking at the firearms in Li Kai's hands. The 5 exchanged glances, and then Zhang Yun scratched his head somewhat awkwardly and said, "We 5 live in this residential compound, and there is a police station nearby. After the apocalypse began, we sneaked into the police station and stole a few weapons." Chen Xuan nodded slightly. Indeed, the apocalypse was just beginning, and it was a chaotic battleground. Whether firearms or other weapons, the regulation was quite lax. He smiled faintly and glanced at the corpses of the zombies on the ground. There were bound to be many crystal cores among them. 2 second-tier crystal cores and over 100 first-tier crystal cores were undoubtedly a considerable fortune for ordinary people, but for Chen Xuan, they were somewhat insufficient. He looked at the 5 and said, "The crystal cores inside those zombie corpses are yours to keep. Use them to enhance your strength." Hearing Chen Xuan's words, the faces of Li Kai and the others showed disbelief. This was over 100 crystal cores, definitely a significant fortune. Since Li Kai awakened his ability, he had understood the value of these crystal cores. For ability users, these cores had immense utility. Chen Xuan was surprisingly generous to offer them these cores, including 2 second-tier ones. The value was not trivial. "We cannot accept such generosity from you, my lord," Li Kai quickly refused. Although he wanted the crystal cores, he knew that the 5 of them were already saved by Chen Xuan. Now the other party was giving them so many cores, and they felt unworthy. Chen Xuan smiled slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of appreciation. In this apocalypse, it was rare for someone to remain unmoved by such wealth. Clearly, Li Kai had a good character. "No need to be polite. I have no use for these crystal cores. Take them and enhance your strength as soon as possible." These crystal cores were not of interest to Chen Xuan, and he was too lazy to collect them. Furthermore, he found these 5 somewhat interesting, especially Li Kai, whose talent and character were commendable, so he left the cores for them. Hearing Chen Xuan's words, the 5 were instantly overjoyed. Li Kai quickly asked, "Thank you, my lord, but we still do not know your name." "Chen Xuan." Chen Xuan. The 5 had never heard this name before, but they all remembered it deeply. "Thank you, Brother Chen, for saving our lives today. We 5 brothers swear to repay this debt one day." "What Brother Kai said is true. We will definitely repay Brother Chen for saving our lives in the future." "Yes." Looking at the 5's expressions, Chen Xuan smiled slightly. He did not take their gratitude to heart. After all, he was indifferent even towards the colossal 4th military district, let alone these few people. However, he was quite satisfied inside. Gratefulness in this apocalypse was indeed a good virtue. Therefore, Chen Xuan did not mind offering some guidance. "You 5 are quite good. If you have an idea, feel free to use this residential compound as a foundation to establish a sanctuary and form your own force." Establish a sanctuary. Form their own force. Hearing Chen Xuan's words, the 5 of them were instantly invigorated. Establishing a sanctuary was equivalent to declaring themselves as kings. Before them, this was something they had never dared to imagine. But now Chen Xuan was opening a door to a new world for them. Li Kai's eyes lit up, and he respectfully walked up to Chen Xuan and said, "Brother Chen, why don't you establish a sanctuary here? We will follow you. Rest assured, we 5 will definitely listen to your orders." Li Kai patted his chest, speaking with certainty. Having witnessed Chen Xuan's skills, he knew he was no ordinary person. Therefore, he naturally wanted to follow Chen Xuan. In this apocalypse, if they could have a powerful ally like Chen Xuan, their safety would be greatly assured. The other 5 nodded repeatedly, saying, Yes, brother Chen, we have no objections. Right. However, upon hearing this suggestion, Chen Xuan shook his head with a smile. I am not interested in establishing a sanctuary. A sanctuary. It sounded good, but in reality Chen Xuan was not interested. He did not want to spend a lot of energy managing a so-called sanctuary, hindering his own strength enhancement. In this apocalypse, strength was fundamental. Besides, if Chen Xuan were interested in power, he would have stayed in the 4th military district long ago. He had no interest in those things. Enhancing his strength was his only desire. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's resolute refusal, the five's faces fell slightly. After all, Chen Xuan's strength was terrifying, and being able to follow such a powerful being would undoubtedly be a great benefit for them. Chen Xuan smiled and said, "All right, with your abilities you will surely do well. Work hard, I have matters to attend to and must leave. We shall meet again if fate allows." After saying a few words, Chen Xuan intended to leave. The five, seeing this, could not retain him. Li Kai nodded heavily. "Brother Chen, rest assured, I will do well." Chen Xuan smiled slightly, and then rode off towards the northeast on his giant black dog. The speed of the dog was so fast that even Li Kai, a first-tier ability user, could not keep up. The five were not fools and naturally knew that the enormous black dog Chen Xuan was riding was not ordinary. This only further confirmed Chen Xuan's terrifying nature. The five watched his departing figure, their faces filled with awe. "Brother Kai, how terrifying do you think Brother Chen's strength is? He effortlessly slaughtered hundreds of zombies. It's truly horrifying." "Yes, and that black dog is so huge and incredibly fast, it's unbelievable." "Exactly what kind of status does Brother Chen have? It's impossible to see through it all." Listening to the discussions of the others, Li Kai gazed at Chen Xuan's retreating figure with a hint of reverence in his eyes. "I cannot see through it either, but I can be sure that Brother Chen's strength is indeed terrifying, and it is not something we can compare to." Li Kai spoke with certainty. Although he was not very clear about Chen Xuan's strength, he could sense something. Chen Xuan was likely someone he would never catch up to in this lifetime. Hearing Li Kai's words, the awe on the faces of the others deepened. Brother Chen truly was a remarkable figure. All right, let's not think too much. We need to work hard and repay Brother Chen for saving our lives. Zhang Yun, monkey, you four go collect all the crystal cores from these zombie corpses. Sure. The others had no objections and began to clean up the battlefield, gathering the crystal cores from the zombies. Li Kai, who had just fought the zombies and was greatly exhausted, had already depleted his ability, so he picked up 2 first-tier crystal cores to the side to absorb. He needed to recover his abilities to have some assurance of strength. After all, for the 5 of them, the bullets in their firearms had already been completely used up. The only usable weapons were the cold weapons in their hands. However, these cold weapons were not as sharp as Chen Xuan's extreme cold sword and were not very effective against zombies. In fact, when facing second-tier zombies, these knives could not even break through their defenses. It was not until evening that they finished collecting all the crystal cores. They collected 113 first-tier crystal cores and 2 second-tier crystal cores. For the 5 of them, it was undoubtedly a huge fortune. At night, Li Kai brought the others to a room in the residential house. Zhang Yun, monkey, Dazhuang, Li Han, each of you take a first-tier crystal core to prepare to awaken your abilities. Remember, be cautious. Rest assured, Brother Kai, we will not let you down. Yes. Hearing this, Li Kai smiled a little. If we 5 brothers work together, we will surely make a name for ourselves in the future. Good. The reason for helping Li Kai and the others was merely a convenient act for Chen Xuan. After all, the 5 of them possessed good character and decent talent, especially Li Kai, who had an S-level talent for metal control, making him quite impressive. If these 5 were to establish their own power in the future, Chen Xuan could also benefit from it. There is no free lunch in this world. Chen Xuan only extended his help because he saw potential in them. If he were only dealing with a few ordinary people, Chen Xuan would never consider giving those resources away for free, nor would he even contemplate offering assistance. It's already dark, and we are still about 7 or 8 miles away from the Walmart. There's no need to rush. Let's find a place to stay for the night first. As night fell, Chen Xuan was not in a hurry to continue his journey. The darkness affected visibility, and besides, he hadn't eaten dinner yet. He decided to find a place to rest, have a meal, and further explore his abilities. The nearby houses were mostly uninhabited. Chen Xuan found a large hotel, easily dispatched the zombies inside, and then casually picked a room to stay in. The room was about 70 to 80 square meters, enough for both Chen Xuan and Dog Emperor to stay in. Chen Xuan took out 7 or 8 second-tier crystal cores from his spatial ring and tossed them beside Dog Emperor. Go ahead and eat. Dog Emperor's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of the crystal cores. Woof, woof. It barked twice and then ran off to happily devour the crystal cores. Dog Emperor was not very picky about food. As long as he had crystal cores, he could quickly replenish his energy. Moreover, his teeth were incredibly strong, allowing him to bite through the second-tier crystal cores, releasing immense energy. Watching Dog Emperor Chen Xuan smiled faintly. After eating a few biscuits to restore his energy, he began to study his abilities. The strength of one's combat power is not only related to the level of their abilities, but also greatly depends on how well those abilities are developed. Some people possess powerful abilities, but lack sufficient control and haven't fully developed them, resulting in their combat power not being realized. In life and death battles, a moment of carelessness can lead to death. This is quite common in the apocalypse. Many individuals were merely office workers or laborers before the apocalypse with no combat experience at all. Suddenly thrust into an apocalyptic world with powerful abilities, their arrogance led them to neglect the serious development of their skills, resulting in their demise. This is a very common occurrence. Having been reborn, Chen Xuan naturally would not make such a basic mistake. Damn it, it's been so long, and there's still no news. What is Xiang Tianqing doing? He hasn't found Howard yet. Su Yuanting's face was grim, and the fury in his eyes was about to explode. A few days ago, he learned that Su Hao was still in the city, so he sent Xiang Tianqing with a special operations team to assist. Although there were many zombies in the city, Xiang Tianqing was from the special operations team and was a first-tier ability user with a great ability. His strength should not be underestimated, especially with the backing of a special operations team. It should be no problem to assist one person. However, he had been gone for many days without a single update. Su Lao, according to the communicator on Xiang Tianqing, his last known location was downstairs from Young Master Zu's company building. He should have met the young master by now. He met Su Hao, but it's been so long without any news. A middle-aged man in a colonel's uniform spoke in front of Su Yuanting. Moreover, the communicator's signal had been cut off, and Su Yuanting had no idea what the situation was. His expression fluctuated between dark and light. Could it be that Howard and Xiang Tianqing, along with that special operations team, encountered some kind of mishap? It can't be, unless they faced a massive zombie tide like the one encountered by the 4th Military District last time. Otherwise, with their firepower, there shouldn't be any issues. The current situation left Su Yuanting feeling uncertain. He narrowed his eyes, suppressing the anger within. Go send 2 more special operations teams. Make sure to find Howard and Xiang Tianqing. Yes. The colonel immediately turned and left after responding. In the room, only Su Yuanting was left, his face dark as he stared at the door. A bunch of useless fools, they can't even handle such a small matter. As he spoke, he suddenly thought of Chen Xuan's figure. If he could recruit him, he would likely gain considerable influence in this 4th military district. Unfortunately, Chen Xuan had declined. It seems I need to think of more ways to recruit some ability users. The times have changed. Ability users are the key now. Su Yuanting squinted his eyes, his gaze profound. He understood that the times had changed and the power that ordinary soldiers could unleash in such circumstances was limited. The only ones he could rely on were the ability users. Therefore, Su Yuanting was determined to recruit more ability users. In the future, he might even be able to bring down that old man. What a pity it would have been if he had been able to recruit Chen Xuan back then. However, if one day Su Yuanting learns that Chen Xuan killed his own grandson, what would he feel? Of course, he would never know in his lifetime. Chen Xuan not only eliminated the threat, but also ensured that not a single trace remained. Currently, the 4th military district was stable. Although they suffered considerable losses after the zombie tide, the number of soldiers lost was over half. However, the surviving soldiers had undergone the baptism of battle and no longer faced the previous fear of zombies. And although Chen Xuan reaped the benefits from that battle, ever since the death of the zombie king, the nearby zombies lost their controller and began to roam freely. Naturally, the soldiers of the 4th military district were not afraid of those sporadic zombies. In the past few days, they had killed many zombies and collected numerous crystal cores. Recently, many ability users have emerged from the 4th military district, most of them being low-ranking soldiers. After awakening their abilities, the combat power of these soldiers underwent a significant transformation and their status rose accordingly. Such changes attracted all the soldiers, each wanting to obtain crystal cores to awaken their abilities. However, gradually many soldiers turned into zombies due to failed awakenings. Everyone then realized that not everyone could awaken abilities and the cost of failure was high, thus the number of those attempting to awaken decreased significantly. Soldiers who became ability users became objects of envy for all. Not only Su Yuanting, but all the high-ranking officials in the military district understood the importance of ability users and were deliberately courting them. Therefore, the status of ability users in the 4th military district rose increasingly, and their numbers gradually increased as well. Everything appeared to be developing in a positive direction. However, beneath this development, there seemed to be undercurrents. Early the next morning, the sky was beginning to brighten. Chen Xuan left the room with Dog Emperor. The Walmart supermarket was about 7 or 8 miles away, not too far. With Dog Emperor's speed, they could arrive quickly. Chen Xuan chose this supermarket because it was well stocked with supplies enough to fill his spatial ring to capacity and still not exhaust its resources. After about 10 minutes, Chen Xuan spotted the large supermarket not far away. At the entrance, numerous zombies were wandering about, mostly first-tier zombies, with only 3 or 4 second-tier ones. Currently, the zombies had not undergone large-scale evolution, hence the number of second-tier zombies was limited. However, they were already beginning to take form. It was estimated that soon the number of second-tier zombies would increase significantly. But for Chen Xuan, it was of no concern. Whether first-tier or second-tier zombies, they posed no threat to him. The zombies caught the scent of humanity emanating from Chen Xuan and converged upon him, their eyes filled with excitement. Chen Xuan calmly patted Dog Emperor's back. "Leave these to you." With that, Chen Xuan's figure flickered and he leaped down. These zombies were weak, so he didn't need to take action. Dog Emperor barked once, then his form flickered and vanished from sight. Immediately, countless bolts of lightning flashed in the air and struck down in unison. The terrifying lightning directly hit every zombie. Boom. After a tremendous explosion, all the zombies in front of Chen Xuan were dead, not a single one remaining alive. Not bad. After breaking through to the 3rd tier, my strength has improved significantly. Looking at the power displayed by Dog Emperor, Chen Xuan nodded lightly. Dog Emperor's 3rd tier strength was indeed formidable, with a considerable enhancement in lightning power. Chen Xuan estimated that if Dog Emperor unleashed his full power, he could probably sweep away all 3rd tier supernatural beings, and even ordinary 4th tier ones would likely not be his match. Of course, excluding Chen Xuan himself. His combat strength was not within the range of evaluation. Collect the crystal nuclei from these zombies. Woof woof. Dog Emperor barked twice and then began to gather the crystal nuclei from the fallen zombies. Walmart warehouse. As the largest storage warehouse in Disobey City, the items here were extremely abundant. The supplies here were enough to ensure the food and drink of thousands for a lifetime. Zhang Xiaoyu, you're not human. Let me go, don't touch me. A wretched voice came from within the warehouse. The speaker was a disheveled girl, tall and strikingly beautiful, but at this moment, she looked extremely disheveled. Her clothes were tattered, her body bruised and battered as if she had endured some inhuman torture. Her eyes flickered with pain and endless hatred. Her name was Lin Zixuan, and before the apocalypse began, she was also a member of the middle class in Disobey City. Though not wealthy, her family was well off. Her boyfriend was a chief physician at a top-tier hospital, handsome and ambitious. To others, she seemed quite happy. She once thought so too. But the outbreak of the apocalypse shattered all of that. On the day of the apocalypse, she was at Walmart with her boyfriend buying daily necessities when suddenly the apocalypse descended and countless zombies rampaged. She and her boyfriend ran frantically, finally reaching a safe place, the storage warehouse of Walmart. This place was rich in supplies and the outer door was strong enough to hold. They thought they would be safe here, but unexpectedly they had entered a den of dragons and tigers. Along with her, about 30 other customers arrived, as well as 7 security guards from Walmart. Initially, everyone was calm, not disturbing one another. But over time, things began to change. The leader among the 7 security guards, Zhang Chao, awakened his supernatural ability and along with a few other guards turned everyone here into his slaves. With Lin Zixuan's looks, she naturally would not be spared. Over these days, she had suffered inhuman torment and her mental state was on the brink of collapse. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, Zhang Chaos' eyes gleamed with lust. A woman like Lin Zixuan before the apocalypse, not only could he not sleep with her, but even seeing her was a rare opportunity. But now with the apocalypse upon them, she had become his slave. He sneered, stepping forward, then grabbed her hair and violently threw her aside. Still dare to insult me? Today I'll let you know what it means to go in and out 7 times. With that, Zhang Chao chuckled and turned to a bespectacled man beside him, saying, "You come here and help me hold her down." The bespectacled man was taken aback for a moment, then glanced at Lin Zixuan, his eyes flashing with a moment of hesitation. But in just an instant, the fear within him compelled him to not dare to resist. Sigh. Okay. With that, he slowly stepped forward, but the eyes behind the glasses dared not look directly at Lin Zixuan. Looking at the man before her, Lin Zixuan felt her heart wrenching. Wang Ji, what kind of man are you? When others bully your girlfriend, you don't even dare to say a word. Pak. Being with you, I must have been blind in my life. You're not a man. Lin Zixuan's curses continued to ring out. Indeed, the bespectacled man was Lin Zixuan's boyfriend Wang Ji, a chief physician at a top-tier hospital. Previously, Lin Zixuan always believed she was the happiest woman in the world. She had met a husband who understood her, ambitious and handsome. But in reality, all of that was useless. With the apocalypse, he had become a coward. When others bullied her, Wang Ji didn't even dare to utter a word, and even he helped others bully her. What use is such a man? Facing Lin Zixuan's curses, Wang Ji lowered his head in silence. He slowly walked to Lin Zixuan's side, then knelt down, pressing her body down firmly to prevent her from moving. Looking at the familiar man before her, Lin Zixuan felt nothing but strangeness. Her heart had long been shattered, as if it were being twisted by a knife. Had she known it would come to this, she would have preferred to be devoured by zombies when the horde appeared. Wang Ji, I will hate you for a lifetime. Her bloodshot eyes flashed with endless killing intent, as if she wanted to swallow Wang Ji whole. Meanwhile, Zhang Chao laughed heartily. He patted Wang Ji on the shoulder with a grin. Not bad, good performance. You can have an extra portion of food today. Hearing Zhang Chaos praise Wang, Ji raised his head and quickly said in a low voice, Thank you, Boss Zhang, thank you, Boss Zhang. His voice echoed continuously. Zhang Chao laughed heartily, looking quite satisfied. This is the apocalypse, truly wonderful. It must be said that the apocalypse changed everything, and more importantly, it changed everyone's mindset. Boss, when you're done, can we have a turn too? Behind Zhang Chao, several security guards chuckled. They were originally under Zhang Chaos' command, and when the apocalypse struck, they quickly clung to his coattails, allowing them to live quite comfortably. Aside from Lin Zixuan, they had their way with every other woman. But Lin Zixuan's appearance was exceptionally striking and alluring. In terms of beauty, she far surpassed those online celebrities and minor stars. Thus, they too harbored such intentions. Zhang Chao smirked upon hearing this. No problem in getting bored of her anyway. Once I'm done, you can have your fun. With that, Zhang Chao caressed Lin Zixuan's face with a grin. This exquisite visage was incredibly smooth, as if it were sheer perfection. The lackeys' faces lit up with delighted smiles. Thanks, boss. Thanks, boss. Their gazes at Lin Zixuan were like those of predators eyeing prey. That excitement was impossible to conceal. Hearing their conversation, Lin Zixuan felt utterly desolate. She wished for death, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. As they spoke, Zhang Chao began to undress. His modest member was exposed to all, and Zhang Chao seemed rather proud of it. He patted Lin Zixuan's back with a grin, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Bang! Suddenly, he heard a series of noises from outside like thunderclaps. In an instant, Zhang Chao nearly went limp with fear. What's that noise? Such a loud commotion terrified everyone in the warehouse. The lackeys exchanged bewildered glances, clueless. Old Wang, go check it out. Zhang Chao ordered directly. Hearing this, Old Wang's face twisted in dismay. With so many zombies outside and that sudden explosion, who knew what was happening? Boss. Old Wang wanted to refuse, but Zhang Chaos' intimidating glare made him cave. He crept to the door, hesitating to open it. But just as his hand touched the door, bang! Another terrifying explosion sent the massive iron door flying. Old Wang, standing right beside it, was swept away by the iron door and slammed heavily to the ground. The impact was so brutal that the door crushed him, blood gushing out, leaving no sign of life. The sudden scene startled everyone. Lin Zixuan's boyfriend Wang Ji trembled with fear, collapsing onto the ground as his heart pounded wildly. Lin Zixuan sneered at the sight. This was the man she had loved for years. How ironic. He was nothing but a coward. Zhang Chao squinted at the doorway on high alert. He didn't know what was happening, but his instincts told him it was no simple matter. You dumb mutt, how could you be so careless? You killed someone, tisk, look how gruesome it is. Apologize now. A lazy voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Then they saw a handsome young man with fair skin, looking like a college student, very youthful. Yet he was riding a dog. That dog was enormous, several times larger than an ordinary black dog. This bizarre combination struck everyone as absurd. What the hell? Hearing Chen Xuan's words, Dog Emperor barked twice at Old Wang. It didn't want to apologize, but since its master said so, 2 barks would suffice. Chen Xuan smiled faintly, then turned his gaze to the crowd. Oh, how interesting. In the warehouse, there were 30 or 40 people with 6 or 7 men in security uniforms wearing hostile expressions, and behind them 20 or 30 ordinary folks huddled in the corners. Even more intriguing, a woman knelt on the ground with a man standing behind her. Tsk. Chen Xuan understood the situation at a glance. Such scenes were all too common in the apocalypse. After all, in this world, might made right, and those who suddenly gained power often saw their ambitions explode. Bullying, rape, murder, all were perfectly normal. Thus he was unfazed. However, Chen Xuan's gaze settled on Zhang Chao, drifting from his face downward, finally stopping at his lower half. Suddenly, Chen Xuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. So small, and you still dare to show it off. Zhang Chao. What the hell? A blatant insult. Hearing Chen Xuan's words, Zhang Chao was stunned at first, then his face flushed crimson. Glancing at the others who seemed to stifle their laughter, he panicked, quickly pulling on his pants, and glared at Chen Xuan with fury. Kid, you're asking for death. Zhang Chao raised his iron rod, pointing it at Chen Xuan. After all, he was an ability user. How could he tolerate such provocation from a youngster? And in front of so many people, if he let it slide, he'd lose all face. Chen Xuan smiled faintly, utterly dismissive. I have no interest in your affairs. Don't provoke me, but go about your own business. Otherwise, you won't survive the day. In such small shelters, rape and murder were common occurrences hardly worth noting, and Chen Xuan couldn't be bothered to intervene. Nowadays, order had collapsed. Wherever there were crowds, it was much the same. Zombies weren't the real terror. In this apocalypse, the human heart was the most fearsome thing of all. With that, Chen Xuan urged Dog Emperor to move deeper into the warehouse, intending to scavenge resources and leave. Zhang Chao stood frozen, his expression fluctuating. Truth be told, he wanted to cut off Chen Xuan's head and vent his anger thoroughly. But Dog Emperor gave him immense pressure. Though he didn't know Chen Xuan's strength, such a massive dog was clearly no ordinary beast. It might have mutated as well. And Chen Xuan's ability to command it proved his strength was formidable. Coupled with Chen Xuan's recent threat, he hesitated. Although Zhang Chao was an ability user, he wasn't foolish. Having survived as a security captain before the apocalypse, he had honed his skills in reading people. Thus, he watched Chen Xuan's retreating figure reluctant to act, even as his underlings signaled for him to teach Chen Xuan a lesson. Tsk tisk, no wonder it's the warehouse of welcome to your mart. The supplies are abundant. Chen Xuan couldn't help but admire. These supplies could sustain a major force for years. Wait. Just as Chen Xuan guided Dog Emperor further, in a clear female voice rang out. Dog Emperor halted, and Chen Xuan looked over curiously. It was Lin Zixuan who had spoken. She knelt there empty-handed like a puppet bearing too much torment, her eyes devoid of hope. Only despair remained. Oh, what is it? Chen Xuan asked with interest. Can you do me a favor? Lin Zixuan's voice was slightly hoarse. Oh, what favor? Chen Xuan became intrigued and looked at her. For some reason, even though Lin Zixuan's hair was disheveled and her body was covered in bruises, Chen Xuan felt that this woman was extraordinary. Moreover, he seemed to have seen her somewhere before. Thus he stopped and spoke a few more words with her. Help me. Kill them, everyone. Her cold voice seemed to come from the abyss devoid of emotion. She appeared to have lost all hope in this world, wanting to eliminate everyone. Lin Zixuan's words also made everyone's hair stand on end. Beside her, Zhang Chao snorted coldly and kicked her, sending her crashing to the ground. Damn it, you want to kill me? Do you think you're worthy? Damn thing. Facing Zhang Chaos' relentless beating and cursing, Lin Zixuan remained silent like a zombie, allowing him to hit her without a word of complaint. Her pupils were fixed tightly on Chen Xuan's direction. It seemed that only this person could provide her with the only hope. Kill everyone. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan's eyes revealed a hint of interest. This was an intriguing woman. Killing them is certainly not difficult, but why should I help you? Looking at Lin Zixuan's eyes beneath her disheveled hair, Chen Xuan asked with a smile. To be honest, killing everyone present posed no difficulty for him. But why would he take action? He didn't see himself doing anything without benefit. In the apocalypse, the saint was always the first to die, and Chen Xuan absolutely would not play the role of a saint. It was completely unnecessary. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, Lin Zixuan merely paused for 2 seconds, then resolutely said, "Me. You. Yes, my life. As long as you can kill them, all my life is yours. From now on, I will do whatever you ask, even if it involves killing." Lin Zixuan said without hesitation. The time since the apocalypse began had subjected her to inhuman torment. Her mental state was nearing collapse. But even in this moment of collapse, she had undergone a tremendous transformation. As long as she could kill these people, even if Chen Xuan ordered her to die immediately, she would not hesitate. Chen Xuan, upon hearing this, smiled even wider, his gaze sweeping back and forth over her. Interesting. What is your name? Chen Xuan asked with a slight smile. Lin Zixuan raised her head slowly at the sound, her disheveled hair pushed to one side, her eyes resolute to the point of being fierce, showing not a shred of fear, only boundless killing intent. My name is Lin Zixuan. Lin Zixuan. Upon hearing these 3 words, Chen Xuan's pupils constricted as he scrutinized her closely. It was her. It truly was her. The name Lin Zixuan was like thunder in the apocalypse, carrying a reputation that was not any less than that of the Dog Emperor. Lin Zixuan, known as the Xian Empress, was the first female empress of the 9th tier in the apocalypse with terrifying power. It was said that this empress had a strong aversion to men. Whenever she encountered men who raped women regardless of their status, she would dismember them completely. Chen Xuan still remembered a major incident that occurred in the apocalypse, shocking the entire world. This Xian Empress, for reasons unknown, personally dismembered a leader of a shelter in 8th tier powerhouse, even cutting off his genitals and hanging them at the entrance of the shelter before leaving. After this incident, the world was left in shock. Countless powerhouses felt a chill in their lower bodies, fearing that they might be next to be cut down by this Xian Empress. No one knew what this Empress had gone through in the past, or perhaps those who did had already perished. However, regarding her formidable reputation, no one dared to provoke her, especially those men. Chen Xuan did not expect that in this small Woima warehouse he would encounter the Xian Empress. It was truly a stroke of luck. Of course, Chen Xuan had no personal intentions towards the Xian Empress. However, she was a person of great value. If he could gain the loyalty of such a person, Chen Xuan's power would surely increase dramatically. With the Dog Emperor beneath him and the Xian Empress beside him, who would dare to provoke him in the apocalypse? Thus, upon learning Lin Zixuan's identity, Chen Xuan did not hesitate at all and smiled, saying, "In that case, I accept. However, from now on, your life is mine." Saying this, Chen Xuan flashed a grin. However, beneath that smile, he did not appear to be a youthful figure full of joy, but rather like a grim reaper. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's agreement, a glimmer of light suddenly flickered in Lin Zixuan's previously dim eyes. She stared intently at Chen Xuan and suddenly broke into a smile. Good. Just a simple word, good, expressed her determination. From now on, Chen Xuan would be her everything. Even if it meant killing herself, she would not hesitate. Seeing this, Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction. He then cast a glance at everyone present. "I wasn't planning to take action against you, but I'm sorry someone made an offer, and the price is quite high. I seem to have no reason to refuse." Chen Xuan's gaze grew increasingly cold, his eyes glinting with frost. Beside him, Zhang Chao snorted coldly. "Go to hell," pretending to be mysterious. "I'm an ability user, why would I be afraid of you? You six go deal with him." Zhang Chao snorted and ordered 6 of his minions to go take down Chen Xuan. The 6 looked at each other, hesitating for a moment. However, before they could react, they saw Chen Xuan's figure descend from the Dog Emperor, taking deliberate steps towards the 6. Lin Zixuan's gaze was fixed on him, never leaving. Suddenly, countless ice spikes appeared beside Chen Xuan. With a wave of his hand, those ice spikes flew like arrows released from a bow, darting towards the 6 minions. The terrifying speed of the ice spikes shattered the air, producing sharp explosive sounds, and these people had no chance to evade. Bang! Countless ice spikes flew forward, accurately striking the 6. Over 100 ice spikes pierced them, turning them into a sieve. One by one, they fell to the ground. Seeing this, Zhang Chao was shocked, Wang Ji was stunned, and all the supermarket survivors displayed expressions of disbelief. Only Lin Zixuan revealed a smile on her fair face, though that smile was not innocent, rather it carried a hint of sickness. You are also an ability user." Zhang Chao was astonished upon witnessing Chen Xuan's abilities. He did not expect that the young man before him was also an ability user and seemingly skilled, his strength formidable, causing him to shiver involuntarily. However, Chen Xuan said nothing as he slowly approached him. Zhang Chao suddenly panicked, grabbing Lin Zixuan by the neck. "You don't come closer, or I will choke her to death." Chen Xuan observed the situation calmly, continuing his advance, his gaze filled with disdain. At this moment, Zhang Chao was already anxious. Although he was unsure of Chen Xuan's true strength, the latter's demeanor instilled fear within him. Indeed, it was fear. His legs trembled. Chen Xuan let out a cold laugh, and then a piercing ice spear shot out, striking Zhang Chaos' arm before he even had time to react. "Ah!" He cried out in pain, his body involuntarily falling to the ground, crashing heavily. He lowered his head to look at his right arm. The ice spear had penetrated his right arm, and a chilling aura emanated from the wound. Cold. It was unbearably cold. His entire being was filled with anguish. Chen Xuan stood beside Lin Zixuan, casually retrieving a coat from his spatial ring and handing it to her. "Put it on." After all, she was still bare at this moment, her body covered in wounds, looking quite disheveled. However, Lin Zixuan shook her head and wobbled to her feet. "Not for now. They won't survive today anyway. If they die, they die." Her tone was surprisingly calm, almost eerily so. Yet Chen Xuan glanced at Lin Zixuan, his interest growing stronger. Indeed, it was quite to his taste. After all, Chen Xuan had also experienced death once. He was very pleased with Lin Zixuan's slightly deranged personality and her indifference towards life. If Lin Zixuan were a saint, even if she had the potential to become a 9th-tier powerhouse, Chen Xuan would never help her. A saint would only drag others down. What Chen Xuan needed was a loyal and cold-blooded individual. "Do as you wish." Saying this, Chen Xuan casually threw the coat to the ground. He then turned his gaze towards Zhang Chao. "Do you want to kill him yourself?" "Yes." Without a hint of hesitation, Lin Zixuan replied. If there was anyone she wanted to kill at that moment, it was undoubtedly Zhang Chao. She wished to peel his skin and strip his tendons. That would bring her satisfaction. Chen Xuan smirked slightly. "Since that's the case, I'll grant you this opportunity." With that, Chen Xuan stepped forward, looking at Zhang Chao before him. It was evident that Zhang Chao was still unwilling to accept his fate, reluctant to die just like this. He suddenly stood up, and a surge of psychic power erupted. Level psychic ability, Unmatched Iron Fist. While not particularly powerful, it merely enhanced the strength of his punches. However, at the beginning of the apocalypse, it was still quite impressive among ordinary people. Zhang Chao was currently a peak-level 1st-tier psychic user, and Unmatched Iron Fist could increase his punching power by 5 times. Zhang Chaos' strength was not weak to begin with, and with a 5-fold increase in punching power, he was definitely at the top tier among ordinary people. He was even more terrifying than any boxing champion. This gave him quite a bit of confidence. Kid die. Zhang Chao unleashed his psychic ability and fiercely swung at Chen Xuan. Watching the incoming attack, Chen Xuan merely lifted the corner of his mouth, his eyes glinting with disdain. A mere level psychic ability. What a piece of junk. He didn't even move, and suddenly an ice wall appeared before him. Bang! Zhang Chaos' heavy fist struck the ice wall. The ice wall showed no signs of damage, not even a single shard of ice fell. In contrast, Zhang Chao was directly knocked back by the terrifying impact, crashing heavily to the ground. He covered his fists in terror. It hurt. It hurt far too much. Zhang Chao lay on the ground looking at Chen Xuan with a face full of fear. He couldn't understand how a mere ice wall could withstand his iron fist. He knew that with his psychic powers activated, his iron fist could even deform steel. How could he not break through such a trivial ice wall? But Chen Xuan did not explain. He snorted coldly, and several ice spears shot out, heading straight for Zhang Chaos' limbs. Bang! 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 With a series of sounds, the ice spears firmly pinned Zhang Chaos' limbs to the ground. He exerted all his strength, trying to break free from the ice spears' restraints. But he found it impossible. These were not ice spears, they felt more like iron spikes, utterly immovable. At that moment, he was more like fish on a chopping board, unable to move. Chen Xuan turned to Lin Zixuan and playfully tossed her a knife. Here, it's your turn. At this point, Zhang Chao was completely immobilized. Without hesitation, Lin Zixuan picked up the knife from the ground and slowly walked towards Zhang Chao. Her calm face finally revealed a few ripples. It was hatred. Extreme hatred. God knows what inhumane torment she had endured during this time. The root cause of all this was Zhang Chao. As she approached Zhang Chao, seeing the murderous intent in Lin Zixuan's eyes, finally panicked. He desperately tried to escape from Chen Xuan's ice spears, but it was all in vain. With each struggle, the pain from the ice spears only deepened. Wait, I was wrong, bro. I'm a psychic user. I'm stronger than her. If you let me go from now on, I'll be your little brother. Just point and I'll strike, okay? Zhang Chao was utterly terrified at this moment, especially as he watched Lin Zixuan approach him step by step. He deeply understood the fear he was about to face. However, Zhang Chaos' words only elicited laughter from Chen Xuan. Psychic user, don't make me laugh. A mere level garbage psychic, how dare you say you'll ally with me? Even if you were to be my dog, I wouldn't want you. Chen Xuan's mockery displeased the nearby dog emperor. Woof woof. The dog emperor proudly raised its head, disdainfully staring down at Zhang Chao. What kind of lowlife dares to act as a dog for the master? Huh. Lin Zixuan stood before Zhang Chao, still completely naked. However, she paid no attention to her appearance. Instead, she crouched down, her numb face taking on a colder hue. Do you like me like this? Her icy words instantly sent a chill through Zhang Chao. He swallowed hard, momentarily unsure how to respond. Then Lin Zixuan's expression turned frigid, and she swung the knife in her hand down fiercely. Off. A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed throughout the warehouse. The other survivors witnessing this scene were all struck with cold sweat. Lin Zixuan's slash didn't cut Zhang Chaos' head, but rather targeted his lower body, directly severing it. At that moment, Zhang Chao lay back, screaming in agony. He was castrated. The excruciating pain, both physical and psychological, was something only those who had not experienced it would fail to understand. Now Zhang Chao understood. He saw Lin Zixuan unashamedly pick up the bloody remains, squeezing them in front of Zhang Chao, then smiling mockingly, her gaze filled with derision. So small. Those two simple words completely broke Zhang Chaos' defenses. It was truly a killing blow to the heart. Chen Xuan, witnessing this, was also momentarily stunned. What the hell? Playing so wild. Why does it feel like looking at her is making me a bit uneasy? However, Chen Xuan was even more pleased to have such a subordinate. This is interesting. Zhang Chao nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Killing was one thing, but to strike at the heart was utterly terrifying. He stared at Lin Zixuan in front of him, his eyes flashing with a look of horror. This woman must be insane, right? Absolutely mad, simply too mad. However, Lin Zixuan suddenly grinned at him, her terrifying expression making him gulp involuntarily. Where should I cut next? Let's start with the legs. As she spoke, Lin Zixuan's knife glinted coldly, and a terrifying shadow of the blade swept through the air. In the next moment, Zhang Chaos' scream echoed like that of a slaughtered pig. His thigh was directly severed by Lin Zixuan. Following that, the other leg was cut off as well. Two neatly severed thighs lay before everyone, and upon witnessing this scene, a chill surged from the depths of their hearts. Especially Wang Ji, Lin Zixuan's boyfriend, or rather ex-boyfriend. He had never seen Lin Zixuan like this. She was terrifyingly insane. The survivors from the shelter behind him were retching in disgust. It was too horrifying. Zhang Chao, with two severed thighs, was bleeding profusely, and he could clearly feel the flow of life slipping away. Even if Lin Zixuan did not lay a hand on him, he wouldn't live much longer. Feeling the terrifying aura, Zhang Chaos' eyes were filled with agony. Please kill me, just put me out of my misery, will you? Zhang Chaos' face was pale, already panicking. At this moment he no longer wished to live, he only hoped that Lin Zixuan would grant him a quick end. However, all he received in return was a cruel smile. How could I bear to let you die so easily? As she said this, Lin Zixuan began to chop at his fingers. One, then two. Until all 10 fingers were cleanly severed. Chen Xuan, watching from the side, couldn't help but be surprised, a chill running through him. Tisk, truly ruthless. Indeed, even Chen Xuan had to admit that Lin Zixuan was exceptionally cruel. No wonder she was known as the Empress, of being that instilled fear in countless souls in the apocalypse. However, Chen Xuan did not intervene. Instead, he stood by quietly waiting for Lin Zixuan to vent her frustrations. Time seemed to stretch, and Zhang Chao, tormented beyond recognition, finally breathed his last, his eyes wide open, the terror in his pupils unmistakable. For him, death might be a form of liberation. Lin Zixuan slowly stood up. Without saying a word, she directly crushed Zhang Chaos' eyeball. At this point, there was not a single intact part left on Zhang Chaos' body. Chen Xuan observed this scene, unable to stifle his amazement. Then Lin Zixuan, holding the knife, slowly walked towards Wang Ji. With each step, she resembled a harbinger of death. Wang Ji naturally knew what was about to happen, his eyes filled with terror, especially thinking of Zhang Chaos' recent appearance, causing him to feel even more frightened. A foul scent even emanated from his lower regions. Yes, he had urinated. The overwhelming fear had made him wet himself. I was wrong, Zixuan, please, for the sake of our past, don't kill me, I beg you. Wang Ji's pleas echoed continuously. However, Lin Zixuan turned a deaf ear. If Zhang Chao was the man she hated most, then Wang Ji was the second. She loathed Wang Ji's weakness, despised his shamelessness, and abhorred his hypocrisy. Die. With that, Lin Zixuan's blade glinted coldly, raising her long knife before bringing it down heavily. Bang! The sharp, long knife instantly cleaved through Wang Ji's head, a huge cranium soaring into the sky, drenched in blood, before crashing heavily to the ground. Wang Ji is dead. After killing the two, Lin Zixuan let out a long sigh, the long knife in her hand dropping to the ground. Her revenge was finally fulfilled. Her heart finally found peace. Chen Xuan smiled faintly, slowly walking forward. How do you feel? Like I've been liberated, but at the same time I suddenly feel devoid of motivation to live on. Lin Zixuan spoke calmly. Indeed, in that moment of revenge fulfilled, it seemed as if life lost all meaning, and she couldn't find a reason to continue living. Just like Lin Zixuan at this moment. Having taken the lives of Zhang Chao and Wang Ji, she now found herself without the will to live, unable to find a goal. However, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Chen Xuan's mouth, forming a hint of a curve. Remember, your life is now mine. I decide when you live or die. Upon hearing this, Lin Zixuan suddenly raised her head, locking eyes with Chen Xuan. The calmness in her pupils suddenly stirred with emotion, and then she nodded heavily. Okay. One simple word conveyed 1,000 sentiments. Chen Xuan, hearing this, felt quite satisfied. What should we do with these people, Chen Xuan's gaze turned towards the 2 or 3 dozen survivors nearby. They were ordinary people who had survived by chance, like Lin Zixuan, and had also been bullied under Zhang Chaos' hand. Everyone looked at Lin Zixuan with hopeful eyes, wishing she would speak and spare their lives. Kill them all, came Lin Zixuan's cold voice, devoid of any emotion, icy to the core. Everyone was stunned upon hearing Lin Zixuan's words. Miss Lin, we are victims too. We have never harmed you. Exactly. I was also a victim. Why do we have to die? Yes. The atmosphere in the warehouse changed instantly. Voices rose in a clamor as everyone tried to argue for their lives. After all, they had never harmed Lin Zixuan. Like Lin Zixuan, they were all victims. However, Lin Zixuan calmly stated, "This passed aside from my master. I do not wish for anyone else to know. Only the dead can keep secrets." Indeed, Lin Zixuan did not want anyone besides Chen Xuan to know about this dark past. Only the dead can keep secrets. This was also why she had not put on any clothes until now. After all, these people before her were merely corpses. What use were dead people who had seen too much? Not bad, I knew I had not misjudged you. Chen Xuan nodded appreciatively. Lin Zixuan's style of doing things was exactly to his liking. If it were him, he would have made the same choice as Lin Zixuan. Since that was the case, Chen Xuan no longer held back. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of ice spikes shot towards the survivors before him. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the entire warehouse was drenched in blood, with not a single survivor left. Thank you, master. Lin Zixuan said respectfully. Chen Xuan smiled slightly, waving his hand. It's all trivial matter. Now we should proceed to the main event. What main event? Awakening our abilities. Chen Xuan slowly uttered 4 words. Indeed, the main event was awakening their abilities. This was the future Empress, the first female emperor of the human race with unparalleled power, and her abilities were certainly extraordinary. Her abilities were also of SSS rank and were not in the least inferior to those of the Dog Emperor. Upon hearing the words awakened supernatural abilities, Lin Zixuan's originally calm eyes flickered with a hint of unusual light. I can also awaken supernatural abilities. She found it somewhat hard to believe. She had yet to fully grasp the rules of the apocalypse and had only seen the awakening of supernatural abilities in Zhang Chao. Of course, otherwise why would I save you? I do not keep idle people under my wing, Chen Xuan said with a slight smile. Do I not keep idle people? Hearing Chen Xuan's words, Lin Zixuan fell into thought and then asked, how do I awaken my supernatural abilities? Sit cross-legged, then hold this crystal core. Chen Xuan produced a second-tier crystal core. The stronger the energy of the crystal core, the higher the probability of successfully awakening supernatural abilities. The second-tier crystal core was the best Chen Xuan could offer at present. Taking the crystal core handed to her by Chen Xuan, Lin Zixuan's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. She had seen this before. When Zhang Chao was hunting zombies, she had witnessed him collect this type of crystal core from a zombie, though Zhang Chaos crystal core had been somewhat duller in color. Even just holding it, she could feel the terrifying energy emanating from the crystal core. This is a second-tier crystal core. Hold it and concentrate on feeling the energy within the core guiding that energy into your body. Chen Xuan explained. All right. Without any hesitation, Lin Zixuan followed Chen Xuan's instructions, sitting cross-legged and holding the crystal core, feeling its energy as she guided it into her body. At first, Lin Zixuan felt a surge of powerful energy. Without any hesitation, she began to draw the energy from within the crystal core into her body. The energy surged forth like a flood that had broken its dam, flowing continuously. Chen Xuan watched without surprise. After all, this was the Xuandi of her past life, a ninth-tier empress. How could awakening her supernatural abilities possibly fail? That was absolutely impossible. Chen Xuan waited nearby. Soon the energy within Lin Zixuan became increasingly potent. Following this, a terrifying aura began to emanate from her. That long, terrifying aura carried a sense of dark dominance, making it somewhat difficult for others to look directly at her. This was the pressure of supernatural abilities. Of course, for Chen Xuan, this pressure was nothing. His own supernatural abilities were far more terrifying when unleashed. Indeed, it is an SS-level supernatural ability. No wonder she is the Xuandi. Chen Xuan quietly thought to himself, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Zixuan. This Xuandi was certainly not simple. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Lin Zixuan slowly opened her eyes. Her originally normal pupils had turned completely black, an abyss that was deep and unfathomable, making it hard to discern reality. After a few seconds, her eyes returned to normal. Master, I succeeded. Rising to her feet, Lin Zixuan's voice trembled slightly. She was filled with excitement. How could she not feel any emotional fluctuations upon awakening her supernatural abilities for the first time? Looking at Lin Zixuan before him, Chen Xuan revealed a smile. Not bad. What supernatural ability did you awaken? In response, Master, the supernatural ability I awakened is an SS-level ability, Dark Sovereign, which allows me to control the power of darkness, suitable for assassination. At night, my body can merge with the darkness, tripling my strength. Lin Zixuan did not conceal anything, honestly telling Chen Xuan about her supernatural ability. SS-level supernatural ability. Dark Sovereign. Controlling the power of darkness, adept at assassination. In the darkness, strength is tripled. Hiss. This supernatural ability is truly terrifying. A hint of surprise also surfaced in Chen Xuan's eyes. Because in her past life, this Xiandi's style of action was extremely domineering, and she had not interacted with any one of those who had interacted with her had mostly died. As a result, very few people knew what the Xiandi's supernatural ability was. All they knew was that it was an SS-level ability and incredibly terrifying. Who would have thought it would be the SS-level Dark Sovereign, a born master of the night? This supernatural ability is by no means inferior to the Dog Emperor's. In fact, in certain aspects, it may even surpass it. Not bad. I truly did not misjudge you. Chen Xuan smiled slightly, his smile growing broader. However, there is something you need to know. Please speak, Master. I possess a soul capture ability. After using it on you, I can absorb a fragment of your soul and merge it into my mind. From now on, you will be unable to betray me. Are you willing? Chen Xuan smiled slightly, looking at Lin Zixuan calmly. Although he believed in her loyalty, the soul capture ability was essential. Otherwise, he would not feel entirely secure in his heart. I have already said I am the Master's blade. The Master can do as he wishes. Without any hesitation, Lin Zixuan blurted out, her gaze steady and unwavering as she looked directly at Chen Xuan. It was as if everything was just so. She was Chen Xuan's blade, meant to sever all obstacles for him. Good. Chen Xuan said without hesitation, directly instructing, "Open your mind." Yes. Lin Zixuan, without any hesitation, stood calmly in place, fully opening her mind to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan activated the soul capture ability, quickly absorbing a fragment of Lin Zixuan's soul into his mind. As long as he willed it, Lin Zixuan would die in an instant. This is the terror of the soul capture ability. Master, Lin Zixuan respectfully saluted. Chen Xuan smiled slightly. First, put on your clothes. At this moment, Lin Zixuan was still standing naked before Chen Xuan. All right, Lin Zixuan responded, picking up the clothes on the ground and putting them on without any hesitation. Use your supernatural ability and attack me with all your strength. Chen Xuan wanted to test just how powerful the SS-level Dark Sovereign truly was. He knew the Dog Emperor's Purple Sky Divine Thunder ability was extremely terrifying and provided a significant boost to speed. He wondered just how fearsome Lin Zixuan's supernatural ability would be. Yes, Lin Zixuan obediently responded, and then her figure moved, her speed surpassing that of ordinary people by 5 or 6 times. Immediately after, a mass of dark matter began to surge in. Chen Xuan could not help but click his tongue in wonder. He raised an ice wall surrounding himself with it in a 360-degree shield. However, this dark matter was not air, it actually penetrated through the ice wall directly. Chen Xuan couldn't help but be even more surprised. Hiss, this darkness can penetrate my ice wall. It seems physical defenses have no effect whatsoever. Indeed, the power Lin Zixuan unleashed was quite unique. It could penetrate physical defenses, but was not a mental attack. A very unique type of matter. Once the mass of darkness passed through the ice wall, it surrounded Chen Xuan. Then, with a thought from Lin Zixuan, that mass of darkness transformed into a long spear, thrusting fiercely toward Chen Xuan. Boom! Chen Xuan struck out with a punch, shattering the spear. After all, Lin Zixuan was a first-tier supernatural ability user, and the energy within her was greatly consumed. As a result, her supernatural ability could not be maintained for long. Thus, once the spear was shattered by Chen Xuan, that mass of dark matter instantly vanished. The moment the black spear vanished, Lin Zixuan's face turned pale and her powers dissipated completely. Take this to replenish your powers. Yes. Lin Zixuan responded, then accepted the spirit stones handed to her by Chen Xuan, moved aside, and sat cross-legged to absorb the energy from the stones. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan pondered Lin Zixuan's abilities. As expected of the Dark Sovereign, her SS-level powers are truly remarkable. Chen Xuan muttered to himself. Although the dark spear was incapable of harming him, it was merely due to Lin Zixuan's relatively weak strength at the first level. If her strength were to increase, she would likely become a nightmare for countless ability users. Why? Because of the peculiar nature of her powers. Earlier, that mass of dark matter could actually penetrate Chen Xuan's ice wall, meaning it could disregard any physical defenses and pass through. Of course, during this penetration, the dark matter posed no threat. However, once it penetrated and formed a spear, it would possess formidable offensive power. Yet after forming the spear, the dark matter could no longer ignore physical defenses. What an interesting ability. If utilized properly, it could undoubtedly become a nightmare for many, killing invisibly. Moreover, Lin Zixuan mentioned that the Dark Sovereign's powers triple at night. This is undoubtedly a terrifying enhancement. Indeed, this power makes her a born assassin, leaving people defenseless. Chen Xuan said with a hint of excitement. It was evident that having Lin Zixuan by his side would bring him tremendous benefits. Once she enhanced her strength, he would surely have a powerful ally. Furthermore, this ally would be absolutely loyal. With this thought, a faint smile appeared at the corners of Chen Xuan's mouth. While Lin Zixuan was recovering her powers, Chen Xuan began raiding the Womomo warehouse with Dog Emperor, storing countless supplies into his spatial ring. The spatial ring could hold up to 50 square meters, allowing for ample storage. Chen Xuan and Dog Emperor didn't take too much, just enough for the three of them to last 3 to 5 years. In the future, even if they encountered danger, the food within the spatial ring would ensure they wouldn't starve. Half an hour later, Lin Zixuan stood up energetically. After absorbing the 2 first-level spirit stones, not only did her powers recover fully, but she also progressed further and became more familiar with controlling her abilities. Master, Lin Zixuan walked up to Chen Xuan and said calmly. Chen Xuan nodded and smiled, saying, "Your abilities are quite impressive. Develop them well and do not become complacent." Understood, Lin Zixuan replied. She fell silent for a few minutes, seeming as if she had something to say. Chen Xuan noticed her hesitation and asked, "Is there something you want to say? Can I go back to my hometown to check on my parents? However, if you have plans, I want return." Return to check on her parents. The apocalypse had begun for over 10 days now, and the number of zombies had reached a small peak. Not to mention the elderly, even young people had died almost completely. The surviving population across the country was less than half. Lin Zixuan's parents likely also perished in the tide of zombies with a near-zero chance of survival. However, Chen Xuan did not intend to refuse Lin Zixuan. Accompanying her back to check was also acceptable. Once she knew her parents had died, she could serve him with peace of mind. In that case, let's go. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, Lin Zixuan's calm expression showed a hint of turmoil, and the gratitude in her eyes was hard to conceal. This man before her not only rescued her from hell and granted her a new life, but he also helped her awaken her powers. Now he was even willing to accompany her back to check on her parents. Such kindness left Lin Zixuan unsure of how to repay him. Even if it meant dying for Chen Xuan immediately, she would be willing. Thank you, master. Lin Zixuan knelt down and bowed her head heavily. Chen Xuan smiled slightly. Where's your hometown? Anning County, Lin Family Village. Anning County, Lin Family Village. Upon hearing Lin Zixuan's words, Chen Xuan was taken aback and then showed a strange expression. He never expected Lin Zixuan's hometown to be the same place he originally planned to go. Lin Family Village was also on Chen Xuan's agenda. In this apocalypse, besides zombies, fierce beasts, and ability users like Dog Emperor, there were also many mutated plants. One such mutated plant named Bloodvine was located in Lin Family Village. Its origins were unknown, but it was extremely unique, feeding on human blood. That bloodvine had existed near Lin Family Village during the early days of the apocalypse, having consumed quite a bit of human blood and rapidly strengthened its powers. By the later stages of the apocalypse, it had already become an 8th-tier demon plant possessing incredibly tenacious life force and difficult to deal with. Even ordinary 9th-tier powerhouses struggled to slay it. Eventually, it took the combined efforts of 3 9th-tier powerhouses to slay this bloodvine. Chen Xuan also learned some secrets about the bloodvine that would greatly benefit his strength. Thus, he had his sights set on the bloodvine. Initially, he thought Lin Zixuan's parents had a slim chance of survival. Now it seemed they had none. Master, is there something wrong? Seeing Chen Xuan's unusual expression, Lin Zixuan asked. Chen Xuan shook his head. It's nothing, let's go. We're setting off now. He temporarily did not plan to mention the bloodvine matter, reasoning that they would discuss it after arriving at Lin Family Village. All right. Chen Xuan leaped onto Dog Emperor, waving at Lin Zixuan. Come on up. Yes. Without any hesitation, Lin Zixuan jumped up and sat behind Chen Xuan. After awakening her powers, her physical abilities had greatly improved. After all, it was an SS-level ability, and the Dark Sovereign type was particularly lethal. Chen Xuan patted Dog Emperor's back. Let's go, heading to Lin Family Village. Go. Dog Emperor barked twice, then swiftly turned and dashed outside. With the enhancement of the 3rd-tier ability Purple Cloud Thunder, Dog Emperor's speed was astonishing. Sitting on Dog Emperor, Lin Zixuan couldn't help but feel a bit shocked. She had always thought that although Dog Emperor appeared large, it was merely a mutated dog and should not possess great strength. However, the speed Dog Emperor displayed was hard for her to believe. It seemed that this large dog was anything but ordinary. Indeed, there were no useless beings under her master's command, even if it was a dog. With this thought, Lin Zixuan's determination to grow stronger deepened. She would definitely repay her master's kindness. Anning County is a district under Yuning City, located approximately 500 to 600 kilometers from Subei City. If it were before the apocalypse, driving on the highway would take only 6 or 7 hours, but now the highway is mostly filled with zombies, making it difficult to drive. With the speed of the Dog Emperor, it would take about 3 days to reach the destination. To cross a city, it is estimated to take 2 to 3 days. However, there is no need to rush. The apocalypse has only begun for half a month, and that bloodvine, no matter how strong, has a limited evolution speed. Chen Xuan quietly calculated on the road. No matter how extraordinary that bloodvine was, its strength would not be too terrifying. In his past life, as an A-class ability user, he naturally wouldn't dare to harbor any unusual thoughts. But now Chen Xuan possessed a mythic-level ability, and with his foresight he had achieved 3rd-tier strength, naturally daring to compete with that bloodvine. In the afternoon, the Dog Emperor entered the highway. A dog running on the highway would have definitely made headlines before the apocalypse. However, now aside from zombies, there was almost nothing else on the highway. Given the size of the Dog Emperor, any zombies that dared to come close would be crushed and sent flying. 1st and 2nd-tier beasts were simply no match for the Dog Emperor. Watching the zombies being knocked away, Lin Zixuan's cold face showed a hint of shock, and Chen Xuan smiled and said, "Don't underestimate this silly dog. It's not weak, possessing the SS-level ability of Purple Sky Divine Thunder, and at the 3rd-tier level its combat power is considerable." Lin Zixuan was momentarily taken aback. This dog actually possesses an SS-level ability, and at the 3rd-tier level. Are you kidding me? If someone else had said this, Lin Zixuan would definitely not believe it. But since Chen Xuan said it, she had no reason to doubt. However, her eyes still held a hint of shock. She couldn't believe that she was outdone by a dog. It was somewhat of a blow to her. Chen Xuan glanced at Lin Zixuan and saw her thoughts. You need not feel disheartened. Even if you look globally, the Dog Emperor is unique. Besides, your ability is not weaker than it. You just work hard to enhance your strength. Lin Zixuan nodded earnestly. Master, rest assured, I will definitely work hard to enhance my strength and become the sharpest blade in your hand. Her words carried an undeniable determination. No matter how difficult the process, she would become the sharpest blade in Chen Xuan's hand. Chen Xuan smiled slightly and remained silent. He had purposely stimulated Lin Zixuan to work hard. After all, if she couldn't even surpass a dog, how could she endure it? Clearly the effect was quite good. Lin Zixuan's fighting spirit was ignited. This tactic was reminiscent of a boss motivational speech. Hearing the conversation between Chen Xuan and Lin Zixuan, the Dog Emperor instantly became displeased. It might not yet speak human language, but that didn't mean it couldn't understand. It was a dog, but not a foolish one. The audacity of this woman Lin Zixuan to challenge the Dog Emperor's position in the master's heart was utterly ridiculous. The Dog Emperor barked loudly at the sky, and its speed doubled immediately. A series of sonic booms echoed. Lin Zixuan, having relatively weak strength, found it somewhat difficult to withstand such speed. This was akin to an old employee making things difficult for a new employee. Chen Xuan kicked the Dog Emperor's body. Silly dog, why are you running so fast? Slow down for me. Woof! The Dog Emperor, feeling wronged, reduced its speed. As a clever dog, it naturally understood that the master's words were absolute. A well-behaved dog has the best life. It resumed its original speed. Along the way, Lin Zixuan absorbed energy from a second-tier crystal nucleus to enhance her strength. Enhancing strength with an SS-level ability naturally requires more energy. Night fell. Lin Zixuan had absorbed half of the second-tier crystal nucleus, resulting in a slight increase in her strength. There's a service area ahead. Let's rest there for the night before continuing. The Dog Emperor had also been running for a while, and its abilities had been significantly drained. Moreover, it was getting dark, and Chen Xuan wasn't in the habit of traveling at night. Even if he was strong, he understood that caution was paramount in the apocalypse. Having a good rest overnight and adjusting his state was the most important thing. Woof! The Dog Emperor barked and then ran towards the service area. This service area was considered a large one, but after the apocalypse, the number of zombies inside had surged. Before entering the service area, Chen Xuan saw a large group of zombies wandering at the entrance. Sensing the presence of Chen Xuan and the others, the zombies immediately surrounded them. These were all first-tier zombies which posed no threat to Chen Xuan and his companions. Just as the Dog Emperor was about to take action, Chen Xuan stopped it. Zixuan, you go, these zombies are up to you. Chen Xuan directly instructed Lin Zixuan to handle these zombies, which was also a form of training for her. After all, in the apocalypse, whether an ability is powerful or not is important, but combat capability is even more crucial. Chen Xuan intended to cultivate Lin Zixuan's combat ability. Yes. Without any hesitation, Lin Zixuan replied, and then leaped down, standing in front of the Dog Emperor. This was her first time facing so many zombies. It would be a lie to say her heart was unperturbed. However, she had already made up her mind to become the sharpest blade in Chen Xuan's hand, so she could not show any signs of retreat. These zombies would serve as her sharpening stone. Dark spear. Lin Zixuan called out softly, and a pitch-black spear appeared in front of her. This spear was even more powerful than the one she faced Chen Xuan with during the day. Firstly, Lin Zixuan had been honing her ability and absorbing crystal nuclei to enhance her strength, so the spear's power was naturally greater. Secondly, it was the characteristic of the Dark Sovereign. In the darkness, her strength tripled. The spear's power was naturally terrifying as dozens of zombies rushed forward, their delight at the prospect of flesh hard to hide. Puff! As the spear was launched, a first-tier zombie was pierced through the heart. The pitch-black spear pierced through the zombie, and the spear, which had been embedded in the zombie's body, instantly transformed into a mass of black substance, returning to Lin Zixuan's hand. The death of that zombie did not stop the other zombies' advance. Lin Zixuan showed no fear. She waved her hand, and countless dark substances formed into a cage, trapping all the zombies inside and preventing any progress. Then, darkness strangle. In the next moment, countless black spikes suddenly appeared within the cage, turning it into a purgatory, directly slashing all the zombies into pieces. After doing all this, Lin Zixuan's face turned pale, her eyes showing a hint of fatigue. This move was the most energy-consuming one she had used so far, consuming all her energy with just a single attack. Good. Chen Xuan exclaimed upon seeing this, seeing his eyes filled with admiration. Truly, she was the sovereign of Xianyuan. Even as a first-year, her strength was not to be underestimated. Hearing the praise from Chen Xuan, a faint smile appeared on Lin Zixuan's pale face. She bent down and collected all the first-stage crystal cores from the zombies, managing to gather 7 cores from over 20 zombies, which was quite decent. She initially intended to hand the crystal cores over to Chen Xuan, but he waved his hand, saying, "Keep them for your energy recovery." A few first-stage crystal cores were truly beneath his notice. Yes, Lin Zixuan acknowledged, and then sat on the back of Dog Emperor. Without the interference of zombies, Dog Emperor quickly led the two of them inside the service area. In the vast service area aside from the zombies at the entrance, there were also quite a few roaming zombies inside. As soon as Chen Xuan and the others entered, they attracted the attention of these zombies. To save time, he directly instructed Dog Emperor to take action. With several bolts of purple lightning striking down, none of the low-level zombies survived. Among the dozens of first-stage zombies, there were also 2 second-stage zombies, but they couldn't withstand even a single bolt of lightning from Dog Emperor. After collecting the crystal cores, the 3 of them found a room to settle down. The density of zombies in the service area was too high. After so many days since the apocalypse began, there were no survivors left. They had either turned into zombies or become food. After entering the room and tidying up a bit, Lin Zixuan took a shower and changed into a fitted outfit, wearing a black short-sleeve shirt paired with tight black jeans, her long black hair cascading down, giving her an aura of a dark queen. Once she was ready, Lin Zixuan found a corner to continue absorbing the second-stage crystal cores she hadn't finished earlier in the afternoon. Seeing her working so hard, Chen Xuan couldn't help but smile. Without hesitation, he sat on the bed and began to absorb the energy from the crystal cores. Just then, at the entrance of the service area, 4 men and 1 woman stepped out of a black jeep. The leading man appeared to be in his 30s, resembling a middle-aged man with a buzz cut adorned with a large gold chain around his neck. He would have been a typical gang leader before the apocalypse. Boss, something's off. Why are there so many dead zombies in this service area, and all the crystal cores have been dug out? Wang Xiaohu inspected the corpses of the zombies and spoke up. Listening to his subordinates report, Zhang Dalong stroked his round belly, squinted his eyes, and looked in the direction of the service area, his gaze displaying a hint of interest. These zombies have just died not long ago. It seems someone has occupied this service area in advance. Hearing Zhang Dalong's words, his subordinates were all taken aback. Hiss, there are actually other ability users. Interesting. I wonder if they are lone ability users, they might have some good stuff on them. But I wonder how strong these people are. If they are stronger than us, it could be troublesome. His subordinates were discussing among themselves while Zhang Dalong carefully examined the zombies on the ground. Then the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, revealing a cold smirk. Don't worry, the abilities left on these zombies are merely of the first stage. They aren't strong. First stage? Then what's there to fear? Li Yin walked over to Zhang Dalong with a flirtatious stride, her ample bosom swaying, undeniably drawing attention. With her heavy makeup and bright red lips, she was quite alluring. Just a few first-stage ability users. With Brother Long's strength, he could easily wipe them out. There's no need to worry about anything. Hearing Li Yin and the others' flattery, Zhang Dalong laughed, heartily satisfied, as he caressed Li Yan's bosom. Indeed, a few first-stage ability users, I can easily take them out with a wave of my hand. Let's go in and see how strong they are. If they are sensible and willing to join us, we can spare their lives. If not, we'll kill them and loot. Killing and looting was something he had done plenty of since the apocalypse began, so he spoke without a hint of guilt. Upon hearing this, the smiles on the others' faces grew even wider. They drove their jeep directly into the service area, the path littered with zombie corpses. They weren't surprised by this, and were even more convinced that there must be ability users in the service area. Someone's coming. Inside the room, Chen Xuan slowly opened his eyes and said softly. He had just been absorbing the energy from the crystal cores when he suddenly heard the sound of the jeep outside. Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor also approached. Through the window, Chen Xuan saw 5 individuals, 4 men and 1 woman, getting out of the jeep. To his surprise, all 5 were ability users wielding various weapons. Of course, they were all cold weapons. This is getting interesting. Looking at their appearance, Chen Xian's lips curled slightly. Master, what should we do? Should we kill them all? Lin Zixuan spoke up, her words laced with murderous intent. Dog Emperor was already on high alert beside them. Chen Xuan smiled slightly, saying, let's go down and take a look. These 5 fellows are quite interesting. With that, Chen Xuan walked ahead, heading downstairs, followed closely by Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor. Brother Long, look, someone is coming. Zhang Xiaohu pointed to the left front and spoke. Instantly, all their gazes turned in that direction, spotting a man, a woman, and a large dog approaching them. It seems these are the survivors. Zhang Dalong snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. A man and a woman, they didn't seem like much. However, that big dog needed to be taken seriously. Such a large dog must have mutated. Yet Zhang Dalong did not regard the 3 of them highly. After all, they had 5 people on their side, while the other side had only 2 and a dog. Moreover, as an S-level ability user, his strength was not something ordinary ability users could match. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so many underlings following him. Kid, did you kill all these zombies? Zhang Dalong asked directly, his loud voice echoing through the previously silent service area. Chen Xuan stood about 5 to 6 meters in front of him, his gaze calm as he smiled. and nodded, yes, what's your opinion? Zhang Dalong sneered, it seems you're quite capable. I'll give you a chance to follow me. He appeared quite domineering as he spoke. However, Chen Xuan laughed, what if I refuse? Refuse. Zhang Dalong's smile turned cruel. Refusing means you only have one path ahead, death. Behind him, several underlings also mocked. Exactly, kid, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Our brother Long is a second-stage ability user with S-level abilities. He will undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of the world in the future. Right, being able to follow brother Long is your honor. Oh, S-level ability. That's somewhat interesting. However, for Chen Xuan, it was still not enough. Is that so? I am truly sorry, but I must refuse. Chen Xuan spoke calmly, his eyes betraying no flicker of emotion. Zhang Dalong narrowed his eyes, revealing a hint of murderous intent. Kid, it seems you really want to die. If that's the case, then I shall grant you your wish. It's a pity about that beauty behind you, TSK Tisk. Let's first have our fun before killing you. Looking at Lin Zixuan, Zhang Dalong's eyes sparkled with a strange light. The girl behind Chen Xuan was stunningly beautiful, especially with her cold and ethereal aura, making it hard for anyone to look away. It was particularly addictive, not just for him, but for the few lackeys behind him as well. They were all thinking about how their boss would let them have a turn after he was done. Upon hearing their words, Lin Zixuan's eyes flashed with icy fury. She seemed to recall the painful memories from the warehouse incident in Wonima, a pain that momentarily made it hard for her to breathe. The anger in her eyes was about to erupt. It was these scum. They all deserved to die. Chen Xuan naturally noticed Lin Zixuan's state and smiled slightly, saying, I'll leave this guy to you to handle. Thank you, master. Lin Zixuan replied coldly. After experiencing the events in the warehouse, Lin Zixuan's heart had become somewhat twisted. She couldn't bear to hear such remarks. She wished to dismember them completely. Chen Xuan's lips curled up slightly. Just in time, I want to stretch my muscles. Let me see your S-grade ability. Saying this, Chen Xuan slowly stepped forward. With each step, even without using his abilities, he exerted immense pressure on the few before him. This kid seems rather extraordinary. Zhang Dalong snorted coldly and said to his lackeys, you guys show him what you're made of. The 4 Tier 1 ability users launched their attacks simultaneously. He was confident that even if Chen Xuan was strong, he would definitely be no match for them. Understood, the others responded. Immediately, Li Yin swayed her alluring body slightly forward, gathering a ball of fire in her hand. Kid, accept the baptism of flames. With that, a large ball of fire shot straight towards Chen Xuan. The scorching flames illuminated the entire service area, radiating heat and light. However, in the face of this attack, Chen Xuan merely sneered. With a wave of his hand, he watched as the numerous flames suddenly began to freeze. The searing flames instantly solidified layers of ice, forming on top. Seeing this scene, the smiles on Zhang Dalong and his companions' faces froze instantly. Especially Li Yin. She had thought that this move would surely take down Chen Xuan. But now, what the hell is this? It seems you're not that impressive after all. Chen Xuan sneered as the frozen flames transformed into a spear hurtling straight toward Li Yin. The speed was incredibly fast, reaching its peak. Bang! In an instant, the spear pierced through Li Yan's body, and the next second, she collapsed lifelessly. She's dead. Not a trace of breath remained. Sister Yin, Xiao Yin. Seeing their teammate fall, Zhang Dalong's eyes turned crimson, and the others were also consumed by rage. Li Yin was the only woman in their team, and she had a very close relationship with them. They never expected her to be killed by Chen Xuan. A single move had taken her life. Kid, you should spare those you can. You killed my person, and if I don't flay you alive today, my surname isn't Zhang. Zhang Dalong glared at Chen Xuan with bloodshot eyes. However, what he received in return was a merciless jeer. Is that so? Looks like you'll be changing your surname today. Forget it, you won't survive today anyway, so it doesn't matter. Chen Xuan scoffed dismissively, not taking the opponent seriously at all. With such little strength, did they think they could deal with him? Dream on. Originally, Chen Xuan had no intention of doing anything to them. As long as they didn't infringe upon his interests, he didn't mind. But they were so unwise to take the initiative against him. Since that was the case, Chen Xuan naturally would not hold back. All right. Everyone go for it. Zhang Dalong snorted coldly. The 3 behind him attacked together. Among these 3, one was a class ability user with magnetic control, and the other 2 class ability users were both physical enhancers. Chen Xuan merely glanced at the 3. Behind him, countless ice spikes rushed toward their bodies. Faced with the suddenly appearing ice spikes, the 3 were instantly shocked, each trying to flee quickly, but they found that these ice spikes seemed to have eyes, and their speed was extremely fast. They simply could not evade. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of piercing sounds, the ice spikes instantly passed through the bodies of the lackeys, and they soon lost all signs of life. 3 of them dead. Stunned, utterly bewildered. Looking at everything before him, Zhang Dalong could hardly believe it. They had come with 5 people, yet in the blink of an eye, he was the only one left. The key point was that Wang Xiaohu and the others were all killed by Chen Xuan with a single move. This strength was terrifying. Even Zhang Dalong himself couldn't achieve that. In an instant he understood that he seemed to have kicked an iron plate, and it was the hard kind. It seems your subordinates are not up to par. Chen Xuan smiled slightly with a hint of mockery. Zhang Dalong's body instantly felt weak with fear. He hurriedly clasped his hands together and said this young brother, today, we were in the wrong. I beg you spare me this once, and I promise from now on we will not interfere with each other. Before the apocalypse began, he was just a thug, so he had developed quite the ability to bend and stretch. However, he miscalculated Chen Xuan. Miscalculate? Sorry, I don't accept that. Chen Xuan sneered. Sorry, but I refuse. Just those simple words made Zhang Dalong's heart tighten. Looking at Chen Xuan's figure, he realized he was no match. Gritting his teeth, he said, Wait a moment, I have a good thing. If I give it to you, can you spare my life? Zhang Dalong had no choice but to take out the most valuable thing on him, pleading for Chen Xuan to let him go. What is it? Chen Xuan was somewhat curious. He saw Zhang Dalong reluctantly take out a jade pendant from his pocket. The jade pendant was a vibrant ice green, and its material was not ordinary jade. I'll give you this. Can you spare my life? Zhang Dalong raised the jade pendant in his hand and said cautiously. He couldn't guarantee whether Chen Xuan knew the value of it, but this was indeed the most valuable thing he had. Chen Xuan's gaze shifted, and in the next moment his eyes fixed on the jade pendant. Then a wave of emotions surged across his calm face, and his heart stirred like a storm. It's it. The relic key. It truly was the relic key. Looking at the jade pendant, Chen Xuan finally lost his composure. It should be noted that the ice green jade pendant was not an ordinary item, but the key to unlocking a relic. After the apocalypse descended, the world was filled with bizarre occurrences, abilities, zombies, evolution, and a myriad of other phenomena. Ruins also emerged during the apocalypse. Each ruin has an extraordinary origin and contains unbelievable treasures. However, the insides of these ruins are fraught with dangers. The key in Zhang Dalong's hand is the key to opening the ruins, and judging by its shape, Chen Xuan could roughly guess which ruin it belonged to. At this moment, his heart was filled with excitement. This ruin was the first to appear after the apocalypse, and was also the one with the most terrifying opportunities. Years after the ruin was opened, Chen Xuan heard reports about it. 3 ability users entered the ruins. 2 of them achieved level 9 abilities, while the other became a level 8 ability user with extraordinary strength. One can imagine the treasures hidden within the ruins. However, with Chen Xuan's strength back, then he did not qualify to enter. In the early days, few knew about the ruins, while later ones were mostly controlled by various military districts. Gaining entry into a ruin was fraught with challenges. For someone like Chen Xuan, who had average talent and weak strength at that time, there was simply no qualification to enter. Now a complete key to the ruins lay before him, and this particular ruin would open in 2 months, allowing him to enter. Thinking of this, Chen Xuan couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. All right, I promise you, he said. Zhang Dalong's expression brightened upon hearing this. Really? Of course, I always keep my word, Chen Xuan affirmed. In the apocalypse, one must rely on keeping one's promises. Zhang Dalong glanced at Chen Xuan, who bore a righteous demeanor, and gritted his teeth. Fine, I believe you. Saying that, Zhang Dalong tossed the jade pendant away. Chen Xuan caught it. It felt icy cold in his hand. The material was exceedingly special, not of this world. Indeed, this was the item. Then I will take my leave, he said, glancing at Chen Xuan before turning to drive away. As for the corpses of his teammates, he couldn't care less. As long as he was alive, he could make a comeback. However, just as he was about to get in the car and leave, he suddenly felt a murderous aura behind him. He swiftly dodged. In the next moment, an ice spike fell directly onto the car. The Jeep was instantly rendered scrap. Immediately after, a rain of ice spikes descended. He widened his eyes in shock, feeling an immense pressure. In an instant, Zhang Dalong activated the ability within him. A massive surge of ability erupted, causing his body to expand, muscles bulging all over as a killing intent filled his gaze. Boom! He punched out, shattering countless ice spikes before him. Only a few spikes struck his body, one embedding a third of the way into his thigh, blood trickling out as he felt a chill. He gritted his teeth, pulling the ice spike out despite his pale complexion. He stared fixedly at Chen Xuan, his eyes filled with fury. You're not keeping your word. What about sparing my life? Zhang Dalong never expected Chen Xuan to go back on his word in public, breaking his promise. However, a hint of mockery crossed Chen Xuan's face. In the apocalypse, you're talking to me about credibility. Are you out of your mind? What's that worth? Are you joking? Zhang Dalong not only harbored hatred towards him, but also knew about the key to the ruins. If he were to spread that information, it would surely lead to trouble for Chen Xuan. Therefore, he had no intention of letting him leave alive. Zhang Dalong was infuriated, his eyes reddening. If looks could kill, Chen Xuan would have died 1,000 times at that moment. Fine, very well. If that's the case, even in death, I will drag you down with me. Zhang Dalong knew that Chen Xuan would not let him off easily, so he resolved that even in death he would bring Chen Xuan down with him. However, his words only drew a sneer from Chen Xuan. Bring me down with you. Do you even have the right? Bang! Zhang Dalong's figure suddenly vanished from the spot. His robust body descended from the sky a punch, carrying sky-high power. Seeing this, Chen Xuan's lips curled up slightly, showing no sign of dodging. He had roughly guessed what Zhang Dalong's ability was, an S-level ability, the mighty King Kong ape. There are many types of awakened abilities, and each person's ability is generally unique, but they can be classified into several categories. These categories are Elemental Beast Enhancement and Mysterious Totaling, 4 main types. Elemental types can manipulate elements. For example, Chen Xuan can control ice elements, Dog Emperor can control thunder elements, and Lin Zixuan manipulates dark elements. Of course, elemental abilities vary in strength. For instance, 2 users with thunder abilities might differ vastly, one merely at level B, and the other, like Dog Emperor's Purple Cloud Divine, Thunder being at level SS. As for enhancement types, they refer to physical enhancement, i.e. Chen Xuan in his past life was of this type. This category is relatively common, with few terrifying ability users. Mysterious types are fascinating, encompassing all abilities that do not belong to the aforementioned categories, such as Chen Xuan's plundering ability. As for beast abilities, they are quite impressive. However, this type of ability has a drawback. It can only unleash true power after reaching level 4. Level 4 allows for a special evolution, awakening the real strength of the beast. Chen Xuan's Ice Dragon ability is quite special. It can manipulate ice elements and undergo a special evolution after reaching level 4. In fact, Chen Xuan is also curious about how the Ice Dragon ability will evolve after level 4, considering it is an ancient ice dragon. It must be a terrifying existence. However, before reaching level 4, beast abilities are not as formidable as imagined. Thus, facing Zhang Dalong's attack, Chen Xuan merely stood firm, conjuring an ice wall. Boom! The terrifying fist struck the ice wall, producing a dreadful sound. Yet the ice wall did not shatter as expected. It merely developed a faint crack, barely visible unless one looked closely. In an instant, Zhang Dalong panicked. He had not held back in that punch. He had used all his strength. Yet he couldn't even break an ice wall. This can't be real, right? With that little strength, you think you can drag me down? It seems you are somewhat overestimating yourself. Chen Xuan said, a slight smile curling his lips. Seeing that strange smile, Zhang Dalong's heart sank, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The ice wall vanished, transforming into a spear that shot straight at Zhang Dalong. The spear was incredibly hard, and Zhang Dalong seemed to catch a whiff of death's presence. The terrifying spear shot towards Zhang Dalong's body. The spear, forged from the extreme cold ice, moved at an incredible speed, leaving even Zhang Dalong, a second-tier ability user, unable to react. He frantically tried to escape, but could not get away. The spear pierced through his thigh. With a thud, Zhang Dalong fell weakly to the ground, blood gushing out. The blood that flowed out emitted a chilling aura. As Chen Xuan watched the bleeding Zhang Dalong, he suddenly fell into deep thought. What if I refine some venom into a weapon? Wouldn't that be even more effective? He stroked his chin, pondering. If the venom was refined into a spear, as soon as the opponent was injured, the venom would instantly merge into their blood. At that point, not only would their strength plummet, but if the toxicity was strong enough, the opponent might even die on the spot. Thinking this way, Chen Xuan felt that this operation was increasingly feasible. It seemed he needed to stock up on more poison in his spatial ring. It could be useful when necessary, and its effectiveness would be top-notch. As for whether it would be seen as unfair and provoke mockery from others, Chen Xuan didn't care at all. In the apocalypse, life and death were the most important matters. Those who survived would not be mocked. However, Chen Xuan's muttering frightened Zhang Dalong. He looked at the devil before him and realized that he was no match for Chen Xuan's power. If the other party wanted, they could easily kill him. In that moment, he suddenly bowed his head towards Chen Xuan. Please don't kill me. I was wrong, I truly was wrong, Zhang Dalong said in terror. However, Chen Xuan merely sneered. It seems you still don't understand why I want to kill you. Since that's the case, let me teach you. In this apocalypse, as long as you pose even the slightest threat to me, I will not let you live. After saying this, with a flick of his mind, several spears were summoned, pinning Zhang Dalong's limbs brutally to the ground. The ice spears were incredibly hard. Even a second-tier beast-type ability user known for its strength, like the mighty King Kong monkey, could not break free. In fact, every attempt to escape would only bring more intense pain. They'll leave this to you. Chen Xuan glanced at Lin Zixuan and said with a smile, "Thank you, master." Lin Zixuan expressed her gratitude, then slowly walked towards Zhang Dalong with a knife. She still remembered Zhang Dalong's previous words and would definitely not let him off easily. Moreover, Zhang Dalong had provoked her master. In this world, Chen Xuan was a deity in her heart. To provoke a deity meant to face punishment. Soon the service area was filled with intense screams and pleas for mercy. However, it was not a plea for her to let him go, but rather for her to end his life quickly. When it came to tormenting others, Lin Zixuan was undeniably on a perverse level. First, she cut off his third leg, then began to torment him slowly. Both psychologically and physiologically, it was a tremendous torture. Such a level of torment was beyond what a petty thug like Zhang Dalong could withstand. Even with iron-like willpower, he would likely break. All right, master. Half an hour later, Lin Zixuan returned carrying a strong smell of blood. Chen Xuan glanced at the bloodied and mangled Zhang Dalong and couldn't help but feel a chill. TSK, TSK, TSK. No wonder she was known as the Empress of Xuan, as she had already begun to exhibit terrifying prowess. All right, let's go back to the room and continue resting. We depart at dawn. Yes. With the night still dark, the three of them returned to the room to continue their rest. After killing Zhang Dalong and his 5 companions, they managed to collect a substantial amount of crystal nuclei from them, 23 second-tier nuclei and 320 first-tier nuclei. It seemed they had collected these for quite some time, though a significant portion of them was obtained through murder and robbery. Of course, in the end, they all became Chen Xuan spoils. Placing the crystal nuclei into the spatial ring, Chen Xuan sat cross-legged and took out the jade pendant. This relic key was the most precious item. The special material felt cold to the touch and had a calming effect on the mind. If I remember correctly, the location to unlock this relic seems to be at Tianqi Mountain, about 300 miles from Subei City. Since it was the first relic, no one had known about its existence prior to this. Only the ability users who obtained the relic key could feel its call within 10 days before it was unlocked. Others had no way of knowing. Holding the relic key before me, I am deep in thought. As the first relic to be unlocked, no one was aware of its existence. Only the ability users who held the key could sense the call of the relic. Therefore, there was no military intervention at Tianqi Mountain, and the opportunities within it were considered the most terrifying among all relics. Although I don't know how many people have obtained the relic key initially, there were 5 who entered the relic and 3 came out later. Since it was the first relic, the history surrounding it was reported in great detail, which Chen Xuan naturally remembered. Those who emerged became top-tier powerhouses. One can imagine how terrifying the relic at Tianqi Mountain was. However, since the opportunities within this relic are so terrifying, those 3 have no part in it. Chen Xuan's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of confidence. In this life, with his involvement, he would not allow the opportunities within the relic to be given to those 3. The best plan was to kill them all. Then all the treasures would belong to him. Moreover, with the key in hand, he didn't have to worry about how to get inside. First, he would deal with the blood vine in Lin family village, then prepare to head to the relic at Tianqi Mountain. With this resolution, Chen Xuan's mood lifted significantly. After a night of rest, the next morning sunlight streamed through the window, and Chen Xuan and his companions planned to depart. After a night of absorbing crystal nucleus energy, Lin Zixuan had completely absorbed her second-tier nucleus, and her abilities had significantly improved. She was getting closer to breaking through to the second tier. Riding on Dog Emperor, the trio made their way towards Lin family village. Along the way, Lin Zixuan practiced manipulating her abilities to enhance her strength. It must be said that to become a 9th-tier ability user, Lin Zixuan was not only diligent, but also possessed terrifying talent. In just a few days, she had become quite adept at using her abilities. After spending another day on the road, they were getting closer to Lin family village. In recent years, Lin Zixuan had rarely returned, and she found it hard to recognize the surrounding scenery, especially since the zombies had destroyed many buildings along the way. However, she could not forget that familiar feeling. As she approached home, her heart felt uneasy, afraid to inquire about the people around her. It seemed to be this kind of feeling. Yet more than that, Lin Zixuan was worried about her parents. Master, that is Lin family village. We've arrived. Not far ahead lay a small mountain village, Lin family village. The 2 humans and 1 dog quickly stepped into the territory of Lin family village. Chen Xuan observed the vast village eerily empty, with not a soul in sight on the road. Just moments after entering the village, more than 20 villagers emerged, wielding hoes, sickles, and various weapons. Who are you, and what brings you to Lin family village? The elder at the forefront spoke sternly. Gazing at the large dog before him, he felt a twinge of fear. But as the village head, Lin Yuanshan had to step forward. In the next moment, Chen Xuan and Lin Zixuan leaped down from the Dog Emperor. Uncle Yuanshan, it's me, Zixuan. Lin Zixuan's melodious voice rang out, and Lin Yuanshan instantly looked over. The girl before him seemed familiar, especially her voice and appearance, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Suddenly, he remembered. Isn't this Zixuan? The villagers behind also recognized her. Although Lin Zixuan didn't return home often, her successful career in the city and affluent family made her the envy of everyone in the village who previously sought to curry favor with her parents. Zixuan, you. Why have you returned? Lin Yuanshan stammered, his words tinged with tremors. However, the trembling was not from excitement, but rather a strange emotion. Uncle Yuanshan, where are my parents? Where are they? Lin Zixuan's voice reached him, and some villagers of Lin family village exchanged glances, lowering their heads in shame. Lin Yuanshan's eyes were conflicted, but he soon revealed a faint smile. Your parents? They are storing grain in the back mountain. That's our Lin family village's granary. Now that the world has changed, we must stock up on grain in Lin family village. After Lin Yuanshan explained, over 20 villagers quickly chimed in with cheerful agreement. Yes, Zixuan, your parents are in the back mountain. Exactly in this day and age we must hoard grain. Right. The crowd spoke one after another, yet Lin Zixuan's doubts remained unaddressed. Among the crowd, only Chen Xuan squinted, roughly guessing what had transpired. However, he remained silent, curious to see what tricks these people could devise. Zixuan, it's getting dark. How about this, you and your friend stay in the village tonight, and tomorrow I'll take you to the back mountain to see your parents. How does that sound? Lin Yuanshan said with a smile. All right. Lin Zixuan glanced at Chen Xuan. Seeing him not oppose, she nodded in agreement. That night the three of them stayed at Lin Zixuan's old home. A few years ago, Lin Zixuan's family had been wealthy and had invested a considerable sum to renovate their old house, which had made many villagers envious. The house was a 3-story villa with modern furnishings and decor, still looking quite new. Master, I feel something's off, Lin Zixuan suddenly expressed her suspicions. From the moment she entered Lin family village, she sensed something was amiss. From the village head to the common villagers, the way they looked at her seemed to carry a strange undertone. That gaze was peculiar, as if they were looking at prey. Chen Xuan chuckled lightly, his gaze drifting to the window. Don't worry, they won't stir up much trouble. By tonight at the latest, everything will be clear. Tonight. Lin Zixuan remained silent, quietly absorbing the crystal core beside her. Uncle, why has Zixuan returned, and why did she bring a wild man? In the village chief's room, a sturdy man spoke up. His name was Lin Zhun, and he was Lin Yuanshan's nephew. Inside the room were 7 or 8 villagers, all gazing at Lin Yuanshan with intense eyes. Just in time for the tree god to need a sacrifice. Their arrival is quite fortuitous, especially with that dog. I'm sure the tree god will be pleased. Mentioning the tree god, a hint of fervor flickered in the villagers' eyes. To them, the tree god was the protector of Lin family village. As long as the tree god was present, Lin family village would remain safe and sound. But that man seems difficult to deal with, especially with such a large dog. We may not be a match for them, right? Lin Zhun said cautiously. Though he had never confronted Chen Xuan, he could sense that this man was not ordinary, especially with that large dog. The dog's massive size was larger than that of a wolf dog. Such a physique could not help but instill fear. Lin Yuanshan confidently produced a pouch of powder. Don't worry, with this, no matter who they are, they will sleep soundly tonight. Looking at the powerful sleeping powder in Lin Yuanshan's hand, smiles spread across everyone's faces. Indeed, with this powerful sleeping drug, it didn't matter who Chen Xuan was, he would sleep without waking. It was said that Lin Zixuan's parents had died from this very powerful sleeping drug. Having made up their minds, they all began to busy themselves. An hour later, knock, knock, knock. Outside Chen Xuan's room, a hurried knocking echoed. Lin Zixuan awoke from her meditation, glanced at the calm Chen Xuan, then walked out to open the door. Standing at the door was village chief Lin Yuanshan, with more than 20 villagers behind him. Zixuan, after such a long journey with your friend, you must be hungry and tired. I had the villagers prepare chicken soup for you. It's made from the chickens we raise in the village, absolutely fresh. Come taste it. As he spoke, Lin Yuanshan gestured to Lin Zhun and another villager. The two walked in from either side and placed the chicken soup on the table. The chicken soup looked inviting, emanating a rich aroma that made one salivate. In a post-apocalyptic setting, being able to enjoy a bowl of chicken soup was a luxury for ordinary people. Seeing the chicken soup before him, Chen Xuan slowly approached, a faint smile gracing his lips as he said, "Such delicious chicken soup, thank you all so much. No need to be polite. You are Zixuan's friend, which makes you a distinguished guest of Lin family village. Hurry and drink it while it's hot." Exactly, what a delightful chicken soup. Hurry and drink it. Right. Countless villagers behind Lin Yuanshan also began to urge him, eager for Chen Xuan to drink it as soon as possible. Chen Xuan smiled cheerfully, picked up a bowl of chicken soup, and just when everyone thought he was about to drink it, he slowly walked forward to Lin Zhun. "I'm not much of a soup drinker, so I'll let you have it instead." Saying this, Chen Xuan grabbed Lin Zhun by the neck and prepared to pour the soup down his throat. Lin Zhun panicked instantly. He desperately tried to escape. However, how could his strength compare to Chen Xuan's? Like a little chick, he had no power to resist as Chen Xuan forcefully poured the soup down his throat. After the chicken soup was finished, Lin Zhun was carelessly tossed to the ground by Chen Xuan. The other villagers stood frozen in shock at this scene. "You, what do you want? We kindly invited you for chicken soup. What is this about?" Lin Yuanshan was both surprised and angry. Chen Xuan let out a cold laugh, kindly invited. Is that so? As he spoke, Lin Zhun tilted his head and fell asleep. The effect of this powerful sleeping drug was simply unparalleled. Seeing Lin Zhun's condition, Lin Yuanshan and the villagers of Lin family village were all a bit flustered. Is this what you call kindness? Chen Xuan let out a cold laugh, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Uncle Yuanshan, where are my parents? Lin Zixuan's eyes turned icy as she pressed him. Your parents? Ha ha, they have become the nutrients for the tree god. It is their honor. Lin Yuanshan's eyes suddenly revealed a hint of madness. Upon hearing this, Lin Zixuan's pupils constricted instantly. Her parents dead. Only Chen Xuan remained calm. He had already guessed that Lin Zixuan's parents had been fed to that blood vine. Moreover, these villagers of Lin family village were undoubtedly influenced by the blood vine. Their hearts were inherently evil. They'll leave it to you to handle it. As he spoke, Chen Xuan patted Lin Zixuan's shoulder and then calmly walked into the room. Outside, a cacophony of screams and pleas for mercy soon erupted. But no one responded. For Lin Zixuan, with her parents gone, killed by them, what was the point of these people's existence? It would be better if they all died. The sky had just begun to dawn. A sharp stench of blood wafted in from outside the door. Blood flowed like a river at the entrance. Oh, everyone in Lin family village was dead, not a single survivor. Let's go to the back mountain. Chen Xuan didn't even glance at the corpses. To him, this was commonplace in a post-apocalyptic world. Right now, the urgent task was to find that blood vine in the back mountain. That thing was of great benefit to him. All right. Lin Zixuan did not hesitate and followed closely behind. The two walked toward the back mountain. Along the way, they did not see a single living creature. Not to mention a person, not even a small animal was seen. This was the terror of the blood vine. If Chen Xuan's guess was correct, there probably weren't any survivors within 10 miles. Having devoured so many living beings, the blood vine's rate of evolution was likely impressive. At this moment, it was probably quite formidable. However, Chen Xuan was not afraid. Instead, he felt a hint of joy within. If he could devour this blood vine, it would greatly benefit him and his strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. Perhaps it even had some special functions. Thus, this blood vine was something Chen Xuan was determined to obtain. We've arrived, master. This is the back mountain, but it seems a bit desolate. Not a single blade of grass or tree seems to have vitality. Looking at everything before her, Lin Zixuan was somewhat surprised. She had grown up in Lin family village, so she was naturally well aware of the situation in the back mountain. But the back mountain before her was entirely different. Endless barren grass devoid of any vitality, with trees in decay, not a hint of green to be seen. Chen Xuan narrowed his eyes. Let's go. It seems that guy's rate of devouring is quite fast. As he spoke, Chen Xuan walked quickly. Although Dog Emperor and Lin Zixuan did not understand what Chen Xuan was talking about, they still obediently followed behind. However, they had not walked far when the two were stunned by the sight before them. At the peak of the back mountain stood a massive vine tree, its countless branches lush and vibrant. This vine tree was extremely tall, reaching over 20 meters. Even more eerie was the fact that this vine tree was not green, but blood red. As the wind blew, the vine tree swayed in the breeze. Upon seeing this vine tree, Lin Zixuan's face also turned serious. Dog Emperor felt an immense pressure emanating from it. Its fur bristled, and its spirit became tense. Looking at this vine tree, a faint smile appeared on Chen Xuan's lips. Finally arrived. This is the thing. Chen Xuan came here for this vine tree. It actually broke through to the 3rd tier. Its speed is indeed not slow. As he got closer, Chen Xuan discovered that this blood vine had already reached the 3rd tier, and a bloody aura surrounded it. The vine tree had evidently sensed the presence of Chen Xuan and the others. The originally calm vines began to move. You two step back. I will handle this guy personally. Looking at the vine tree before him, a hint of battle intent flickered in Chen Xuan's eyes. Since his rebirth, his strength had advanced rapidly. Yet he had not fought at full force. Whether facing Dog Emperor or the zombie horde, they were not strong enough to warrant him unleashing his full power. But this blood vine was extremely troublesome, possessing alarming vitality, making it just right for him to go all out and test his combat strength. Upon hearing this, Dog Emperor and Lin Zixuan exchanged glances, and without hesitation, to Chen Xuan's command, they slightly retreated, leaving the fighting range of the blood vine and standing quietly outside to observe. Boom! As the two stepped back, one of the massive vines of the blood vine suddenly attacked Chen Xuan. The blood-red vine carried a terrifying pressure. Chen Xuan did not let his guard down, directly taking out the extreme cold sword. Just as the vine was about to touch Chen Xuan's body, the sword's edge slashed through the terrifying sword, energy shimmering with ice as it struck the vine. Bang! In an instant, the vine was severed by the extreme cold sword, one segment falling to the ground. The blood vine seemed to feel pain and rapidly retracted its long vine. However, Chen Xuan's strike infuriated the blood vine. This was the first time it had been injured. In an instant, the entire mountaintop shook and the blood vine seemed ready to uproot itself. In the blink of an eye, countless vines surged toward Chen Xuan like tentacles. The sky was filled with blood-red vines, instilling fear in all who beheld them. Even Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor, who were dozens of meters away from the battlefield, fell to terror. Yet Chen Xuan remained calm. "Are you angry? Perfect, let me test your strength." As he spoke, Chen Xian's figure flashed and instantly disappeared from his original spot, leaping into the air. An ice bridge appeared beneath his feet. The vines changed direction, heading straight for Chen Xian's body. Bang! The blood-red vine was about to hit Chen Xuan, but was blocked by a heavy ice wall. However, the blood vine's attack was powerful, and even Chen Xian's ice wall was on the verge of collapsing, covered in dense cracks. Bang! With the second impact, the ice wall shattered. Yet at this moment, Chen Xuan did not retreat, but advanced directly toward the blood vine. Only by slaying this blood vine would these vines shatter. The moment the absolute domain was activated, the blood vine's strength suffered utter suppression. Its attack, defense, and speed all plummeted by 40%, a truly terrifying margin. The blood vine's power diminished by far more than 40%. Although Chen Xian's absolute domain could only last for a minute, it was more than sufficient for someone of his caliber. The blood vine's attack speed was halved so much so that even Lin Zixuan and the Dog Emperor could perceive it as if the creature were moving in slow motion, a starkly evident sight. Yet the girl and the dog had no inkling of what had transpired. With a light tap of his foot, Chen Xuan leaped and was already before the blood vine. The blood vine still attempted to unleash its vine attacks, but a faint smirk curled at the corner of Chen Xian's mouth. Soul Strike. After his soul capture ability was elevated to the 3rd rank, he could now unleash spiritual attacks. After all, it was an SS rank ability, so its power was naturally formidable. This was also Chen Xian's first time employing the Soul Strike, and he was uncertain of its might. The moment the ability was activated, the blood vine writhed in agony, and the vines that had been attacking Chen Xuan went limp on the ground. Unlike physical attacks, soul strikes directly assailed the spirit, making them nearly impossible to guard against. Unless one possessed exceptionally formidable mental fortitude or had prepared in advance, it was exceedingly difficult to withstand. Though the blood vine possessed tenacious vitality, its spirit was feeble, and coupled with its complete lack of preparedness, it was utterly defenseless against Chen Xian's soul attack. Amplified by the absolute domain, its strength was at its nadir, and this precisely was Chen Xian's golden opportunity. Ice Meteor. In an instant, countless icicles rained down from the heavens, blanketing the entire mountain peak with their sheer multitude. Lin Zixuan and the Dog Emperor, witnessing the terrifying ice meteor, could not conceal the shock in their eyes. For no other reason than the sheer terror of Chen Xian's attack. The power it unleashed was simply astonishing. Boom! Countless icicles crashed onto the blood vine. One must understand that the blood vine, already reeling from Chen Xian's mental assault and the absolute domain, had its defenses severely compromised. Under this strike, it suffered immense agony. Yet this was merely the beginning. Chen Xian's figure flickered like a phantom as he charged straight for the blood vine. To strike a snake, one must hit its vital spot. The same held true for the blood vine. Its weakness lay in its roots. This was why the blood vine had been so desperate to keep Chen Xuan at bay, for if he drew near, its roots would be in peril. Gripping the polar sword, Chen Xuan seized the moment while the blood vine was weakened and distracted, reaching its roots. This blood vine had devoured countless flesh and blood, and a terrifying aura of gore permeated the air around it. Die! The polar sword in Chen Xian's hand glinted with a cold light as it sliced through the blood vine's roots, severing them cleanly. An ordinary weapon could never have inflicted such damage, nor even left a scratch on the blood vine. But the polar sword was different. It could truly cleave through metal like mud. Whooshed! The blade cut the blood vine in half at the root. The vines instantly withered, a bloody stench spreading through the air as a pool of blood stained the ground. The roots implanted in the earth also began to shrink rapidly until they vanished entirely. Seeing this, Chen Xian's lips curled into a smile, and a hint of delight gleamed in his eyes. It's done. It's dead for good. Indeed. The blood vine was deader than dead. Originally, its vitality was exceptionally tenacious, but unfortunately for it, it had encountered Chen Xuan, a man who not only knew its weakness, but also possessed terrifying strength. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xuan swiftly began to process the blood vine. This vine was exceedingly precious, truly a treasure in every part. Among its parts, the most valuable was the blood vine's essence blood. Having absorbed countless flesh and blood, it had refined them into this essence, the very distillation of its life force. 1 drop, 2 drops. Fully 23 drops of essence blood. Damn, I've hit the jackpot. A brilliant gleam erupted from Chen Xian's eyes. 23 drops of essence blood contained terrifying energy. Chen Xuan estimated that his ice dragon ability could be elevated to the 4th rank, thus completing its evolution. The mere thought of the legendary dragon force stirred excitement within him. True dragon force. Beast-type abilities only unleash their true power after the 4th rank, and he was eager to discover just how terrifying his strength would become. Storing the essence blood, Chen Xuan turned his attention back to the blood vine's body. Every part of this vine was a treasure, and he collected its remains into his spatial ring. This material was excellent for crafting weapons. Finally, there were the blood vine's roots. After its death, they had already withered. Yet in truth, these roots were the most precious part aside from the essence blood, for with them, there was a chance to regrow the blood vine. Given Chen Xuan's current circumstances, however, he had no means to do so. Perhaps if he encountered an opportunity in the future, he could cultivate a new blood vine. Having cleared the battlefield, Chen Xuan was in high spirits. In this battle, he had unleashed his full combat power, and even a being as formidable as the blood vine had been annihilated in an instant. He was thoroughly satisfied with his own strength. Moreover, with the blood vine's essence blood, he would soon break through to the 4th rank and evolve the power of the dragon. Master, are you injured? As the battle concluded, Lin Zixuan and the Dog Emperor quickly approached, concern etched on their faces. A faint smile played on Chen Xuan's lips, his eyes carrying a hint of warmth. Don't worry, I'm fine. Let's head back first. Yes. Lin Zixuan replied with reverence. The two mounted the Dog Emperor and headed toward Lin village. Within a radius of several li around the village, not a single living creature remained, and as night fell, the silence was profound. Here are 3 drops of blood vine essence blood, 2 for Dog Emperor, 1 for Zixuan. Use them and strive to break through as soon as possible. Chen Xuan distributed the essence blood to his companions. For Lin Zixuan, currently at the 1st rank, the immense energy of a single drop was enough to propel her to the 2nd rank. As for the Dog Emperor, still some distance from the 4th rank, these 2 drops would likely bring it to the peak of the 3rd rank. Sensing the terrifying energy radiating from the essence blood in Chen Xuan's hand, both the Dog Emperor and Lin Zixuan registered astonishment. Lin Zixuan accepted the drop calmly, her sole thought being to elevate her strength swiftly so she could aid her master sooner. The Dog Emperor, on the other hand, approached Chen Xuan with a fawning expression, wagging its tail, obediently licking his thigh, and rubbing its head against him in a display of affection. Then with a smug look, it cast a sidelong glance at Lin Zixuan and rolled its eyes at her. Though it said nothing, the pride in its gaze was unmistakable. See, Master loves me the most. He gave me 2 drops, and only 1 for you. Having made its point, it cheerfully stowed away the 2 drops of essence blood. Chen Xuan shot the Dog Emperor a look of disdain. This beast was truly a dog in every sense. The Dog Emperor and Lin Zixuan left the room. Chen Xuan sat cross-legged, taking out the 20 drops of essence blood, feeling somewhat excited inside. Without any hesitation, he directly opened his mind and absorbed the energy within the essence blood. The immense energy surged directly into Chen Xuan's body, all of it used to enhance the Ice Dragon ability. The Ice Dragon ability, being both elemental and beast-like, was therefore extremely formidable. As he was about to break through to the 4th level, the Ice Dragon ability was also expected to evolve like a beast-type ability. However, Chen Xuan was unaware of what the result of this evolution would be. Yet he had a vague premonition that the evolved Ice Dragon ability would likely bring him a great surprise. Energy continuously surged into Chen Xuan's body. Although he absorbed energy at a rapid pace, the essence blood's energy was vast, making this a lengthy process. Time passed slowly. From night to day, then back to night. 2 days later, Lin Zixuan walked out of the room. With her high ponytail swaying, she wore long boots, a black short-sleeved top, paired with black jeans, her cold face showing no warmth. At this moment, she was vastly different from 2 days ago. I have finally broken through to the 2nd level. The power at this level is truly remarkable, she murmured to herself, a glimmer of confidence radiating from her gaze. After breaking through to the 2nd level, her strength had undergone a significant enhancement. It is known that each level of SS class abilities brings a terrifying increase in strength, and with Lin Zixuan absorbing the blood vine essence, which could cleanse her physique, the enhancement to her strength was considerable. At this moment, she felt that even when facing a 3rd level ability user, she had the power to fight back. Of course, this did not include the abnormality that was Chen Xuan. Woof woof. When Lin Zixuan reached Chen Xuan's door, she heard the barking of the Dog Emperor. The 2 drops of essence blood absorbed by the Dog Emperor were consumed, quickly finishing 2 hours earlier than Lin Zixuan, and its strength had also reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level, needing only to consolidate for a while before breaking through to the 4th level. For the mutated beast known as the Dog Emperor, the 4th level was also a significant threshold, so it could not rush the breakthrough. Lin Zixuan glanced at it, then calmly stood by, waiting for Chen Xuan to come out. The 2 one person and 1 dog stood there. However, the Dog Emperor still felt a twinge of jealousy towards Lin Zixian. After all, without her, it would be the only one by its master's side. But since Lin Zixian arrived, she had often stolen its favor. Looking at the Dog Emperor's proud expression, Lin Zixian let out a light hum. "What's wrong, silly dog? Are you feeling unsatisfied?" The calm words rang out. Although the Dog Emperor could not speak human language for the time being, it could certainly understand it. Lin Zixian's tone made it even more displeased. "Woof woof." The Dog Emperor barked fiercely twice. After all, it possessed an SS-class ability and was a third-level ability user, so it naturally did not fear Lin Zixian in terms of strength. "Silly dog, since that's the case, why don't we have a spar?" Lin Zixian had her own intentions in doing so. Having just broken through to the second level and significantly enhanced her strength, she was eager to test her abilities. This silly dog was the perfect candidate. After all, Chen Xuan's strength was too terrifying. Let alone sparring, she estimated that she would only be defeated in an instant by her master. Moreover, Lin Zixian was unwilling to strike at Chen Xuan, even knowing that she wouldn't harm him. But the Dog Emperor was different. This silly dog had always been unconvinced along the way, just right to show it a lesson. Although Lin Zixian might not be its opponent, she definitely wouldn't be easily defeated. "Woof woof." The Dog Emperor barked twice in agreement, then suddenly, its eyes became serious, preparing for battle. This dog, although a bit proud, usually did not let its guard down during a fight. Although it knew that Lin Zixian's strength was not as strong as its own, it still maintained a combat-ready posture. Lin Zixian did not hesitate either, as a mass of dark substance instantly appeared before her. Dark prison. The next moment, the Dog Emperor was trapped within a dark prison. The power of this prison was far more terrifying than what Lin Zixian had previously displayed. After all, after breaking through to the second level, her abilities had strengthened considerably. Yet facing this level of attack, the Dog Emperor was naturally unafraid. It snorted coldly, and a purple lightning bolt struck down directly onto the dark prison. Instantly, the prison dissipated. Although the dark prison was formidable, the Dog Emperor's strength was not something an ordinary third-level ability user could compare to, and thus the prison could not contain it. After breaking free, the Dog Emperor instantly vanished from its spot. The next second, it appeared right in front of Lin Zixian. With the enhancement of the purple sky divine lightning, its speed was incredibly fast. Lin Zixian was slightly startled, but quickly steadied her mind, using dark power to defend while preparing to counterattack. The battle between the two was quite intense. Although Lin Zixian's strength was not as strong as the Dog Emperor's, her ability was too troublesome. Moreover, it was nighttime, and her power increased threefold, allowing her to exchange blows with the Dog Emperor. However, the Dog Emperor was not in a good mood. As a third-level canine king, it could not take down a mere second-level ability user. It was an utter disgrace. The battle between one person and one dog continued for a full half-hour. Suddenly, a violent tremor erupted from Chen Xuan's room, followed by a terrifying aura. Both the person and the dog instinctively ended their fight. The master is about to break through. They dared not let their battle disrupt their master's breakthrough, so they obediently stood guard at either side of the door. However, the Dog Emperor's gaze towards Lin Zixian changed slightly. No longer looking down at her, as before, it instead held a bit more regard. It realized that this woman was genuinely insane. She was the type who would disregard her life. Not only were her abilities terrifying and exceedingly troublesome, but when she fought, she was like a lunatic willing to take risks with her life. Who could withstand such a fighting style? Even the Dog Emperor could not. The aura inside the room grew increasingly terrifying, as if it reached its peak. Both the person and the dog outside felt a wave of fear emanating from within, instinctively wanting to kneel to the ground, their eyes filled with dread. An hour later, the room was already covered in frost, resembling an ice cellar. Even the temperature inside was colder than that of an ice cellar. Chen Xuan slowly opened his eyes. After 2 whole days and nights, not only was there no sign of fatigue in his gaze, but he also appeared invigorated, his eyes shining brightly and a smile on his face. "I have finally broken through the Ice Dragon ability to the 4th level. This is the true power of the Ice Dragon ability. It is terrifying." Feeling the energy coursing through his body, Chen Xuan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. This was the true strength of the Ice Dragon ability. "This is the first time I am writing a post-apocalyptic story. I humbly request everyone to give a 5-star rating and a push for updates. Feel free to share any thoughts, and I would be eternally grateful for any small gifts. Thank you to all the handsome and charming readers." After the Ice Dragon ability broke through to the 4th tier, Chen Xuan's true strength was finally revealed. Chen Xuan murmured to himself, his eyes reflecting disbelief, as the surprise brought by this evolution was truly overwhelming. After the evolution of the Ice Dragon ability, Chen Xuan awakened a new power. 1. Dragon transformation, possessing partial dragon form and power. After activating dragon transformation, Chen Xuan would gain the strength of a dragon, and his body would undergo dragon-like changes. Of course, the effects of dragon transformation would become even more terrifying as his strength increased. Now, when Chen Xuan activated dragon transformation, he maintained a human form, but possessed a dragon's physique commonly referred to as a half-dragon state. His power had undergone earth-shattering changes. His strength increased fivefold, speed increased fivefold, and defense improved fivefold. Naturally, the half-dragon form consumed a considerable amount of energy. If fully activated, it could last about 3 minutes. 3 minutes may not seem like a long time, but the boost in strength from dragon transformation was terrifying. With full power, he could easily crush a 5th-tier ability user. Moreover, as Chen Xuan's strength increased, the duration would also extend, and the power boost from dragon transformation would become even more formidable. 2. Dragon wings. Possessing dragon wings capable of soaring through the skies. This ability may seem ordinary, but in reality, it is a remarkably terrifying power. Only 9th-tier ability users can fly. Yet Chen Xuan, at merely the 4th tier, could soar through the air, significantly enhancing his speed and allowing him to escape danger swiftly. It could be considered a unique artifact. 3. Dragon Might. True dragon pressure, which when activated could induce a feeling of dizziness in opponents. Unlike Soul Shock's Dragon Might has a wider coverage area and is classified as an area effect attack. Currently, under Chen Xuan's strength within a radius of 30 meters, all would be affected by Dragon Might. The greatest advantage of possessing Dragon Might is that Chen Xuan need not worry about group attacks. Even when facing hundreds or thousands of people under the activation of Dragon Might combined with Ice Fall, he could eliminate them in an instant. Such extensive killing power is undoubtedly a terrifying presence. 4. Dragon language. Proficient in the language of the dragon race. Dragon transformation. Dragon wings. Dragon Might. Dragon language. I have almost acquired all the abilities of the dragon race. It's truly extraordinary. Chen Xuan's eyes were filled with astonishment. These skills were completely beyond his expectations. He knew that after breaking through to the 4th tier, abilities would evolve, but he never anticipated the extent of this evolution would be so monstrous. With a thought, Chen Xuan's body suddenly transformed into a dragon. His hands became dragon claws, sharp beyond measure, and his body was covered with a layer of scales shimmering with ice crystals, yet exceptionally hard. Not only was the defense strength maximized, but the intensity of the claws exceeded Chen Xuan's expectations. Although the strength of the claws was not as powerful as the extreme cold sword, it was not far off. If his strength were to increase further, the hardness of the dragon claws might even surpass that of the extreme cold sword. In the next moment, a pair of ice crystal wings suddenly sprouted from Chen Xuan's back. With a thought, he flapped his wings as if they were an extension of his arms, leisurely floating in the air. These dragon wings did not consume much energy and could be used for an extended period, proving to be highly effective in combat. TSK. After dragon transformation, my strength, speed, and defense have increased by more than 5 times. My power is maximized. With this strength alone, I could probably kill an ordinary 5th-tier ability user. If I add Dragon Wings, Dragon Might, as well as Absolute Domain and Soul Capture abilities, I could likely slay even a 6th-tier powerhouse, and perhaps even a 7th-tier powerhouse could be challenged. Chen Xuan stroked his chin, silently estimating his strength. In his past life, he was merely a 5th-tier ability user and had never encountered stronger ability users. He was unsure about the true strength of a 7th-tier user. However, with so many means at his disposal, if he unleashed all his abilities, even an ordinary 7th-tier powerhouse would find it difficult to contend with him. Even having lived a second life, Chen Xuan couldn't help but feel somewhat excited. 1 month into the apocalypse, his strength had surpassed everyone's imagination. At this moment, he was curious about where his limits truly lay. If one day the Ice Dragon ability reached the 9th tier, and the other abilities he absorbed also ascended to the 9th tier, possessing a dozen 9th tier abilities who could stand against him. Thinking of this, Chen Xuan couldn't help but feel excited. He released the dragon transformation state and retracted his dragon wings, focusing his gaze on dragon language. After acquiring this skill, Chen Xuan instantly comprehended the language of the dragon race. However, possessing dragon language made him even more curious. Do dragons really exist in this world? Dragons, according to legend, should exist only in myths and are creatures of imagination. But with the apocalypse arriving, various bizarre occurrences had transpired. Perhaps the dragon race truly existed. In my past life, I never heard of any traces of dragons, but perhaps in the future, I might have the opportunity to encounter one. If I could tame a dragon, that would be incredible. With this thought, Chen Xuan couldn't help but feel a bit elated. If he could tame a dragon, that would be extraordinarily remarkable. He chuckled softly and walked out of the room feeling refreshed. Master, woof woof. Seeing Chen Xuan emerge, Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor's eyes lit up with excitement. The two stood on either side. Both could sense the terrifying aura emanating from Chen Xuan. Even without him deliberately releasing it, the aura was so overwhelming that it made one's heart race. Chen Xuan nodded, scanning Lin Zixuan with his gaze. Not bad, you've broken through to the second tier. Keep up the good work. Hearing Chen Xuan's praise, Lin Zixuan's cold expression softened a bit. She might not care about others' words, but Chen Xuan's words were always in her heart. Rest assured, master, I will definitely work hard to improve my strength. Chen Xuan replied, while Dog Emperor barked twice, pompously showing off its strength. Although it hadn't broken through to the fourth tier, it had reached the peak of the third tier with speed that was certainly impressive. Chen Xuan chuckled and playfully kicked Dog Emperor's rear. Got its silly dog good speed. Woof woof, Dog Emperor grinned. All right, you two go back and rest for the night. We depart tomorrow morning. Yes. Woof. Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor returned to their room, while Chen Xuan stepped outside, and his dragon wings appeared in an instant. He was curious about how fast the dragon wings could go. Boom. With a powerful flap, Chen Xuan soared into the sky. His speed was astonishing, and the ice crystal wings streaked across the sky like a shooting star. So this is what it feels like to fly. It's wonderful. Feeling the sensation of soaring through the air, Chen Xuan felt an immense joy in his heart. His strength in this life had already far surpassed that of his past life, and his foundation was even more profound. With full power, I can reach a speed of about 200 kilometers per hour. The next morning, the two people and the dog were in high spirits as they prepared to leave Lin family village. There was still some time before the ruins of Tianqi Mountain would open, so Chen Xuan was not in a hurry. Instead of using the dragon wings, he rode on the back of the Dog Emperor. Chen Xuan planned to keep the dragon transformation and dragon wings as a backup and would not use them lightly. In the apocalypse, if one does not keep some trump cards, being completely exposed to the enemy could lead to disaster. To reach the Tianqi Mountain ruins, they had to pass through Disobey City and continue north. Along the way, Lin Zixuan was making the most of her time to increase her strength. Her eagerness to enhance her strength was already intense, and after battling the Dog Emperor, her desire for power grew even stronger. However, after the last battle, the Dog Emperor's attitude toward Lin Zixuan changed significantly. This clever dog was quite shrewd. It also realized that Lin Zixuan's potential was on par with its own, so it put away its previous disdain and even planned to build a good relationship with her. After 2 days, the journey was smooth without any troubles, and the occasional scattered zombies were all dealt with by Lin Zixuan. Master, we have arrived at Disobey City. As dusk fell, Lin Zixuan spoke. Let's find a place to rest for a day and continue tomorrow. Returning to Disobey City again, although it had only been a few days since they left last time, Chen Xuan's strength had undergone tremendous changes. Yes, the two people and the dog planned to find a place to rest. Third brother, I spotted 2 fat sheep ahead. They seem unusual. In a ruined area, several men were lying in wait. The leading man's eyes glinted with a hint of excitement upon hearing this. Great. Damn it, the Tianqi shelter has been too dominant lately, and our Tianyuan shelter has been suppressed too severely. It's infuriating. Yang Ding's eyes burned with anger. After the apocalypse hit, their Tianyuan shelter had developed rapidly thanks to substantial supplies and weapons, almost unifying the southern part of Disobey City. However, a short while ago, 5 young brats emerged claiming to be from the Tianqi shelter, showcasing incredible strength, gathering a lot of people and occupying many of Tianyuan shelter's interests. The leader of Tianyuan shelter had once led many subordinates to hunt them down, but was defeated instead. Now the territory controlled by Tianyuan shelter was shrinking, and its population was decreasing significantly. Who says otherwise? Our Tianyuan shelter was originally the strongest, but unexpectedly a Tianqi shelter popped up. Exactly, it said that the 5 leading them are all ability users with formidable strength. Even our brother Zhou isn't their match. Isn't that right? It's all the fault of Tianqi shelter. Our lives have become difficult. Listening to the complaints of his subordinates, Yang Ding felt even more troubled. He snorted coldly. All right, we will deal with that group from Tianqi sooner or later. For now, prepare to greet those fat sheep. Yes. The subordinates didn't dare to say much and hurriedly went to prepare. Soon, third brother, they are coming. Saying this, Yang Ding's gaze turned towards them. It was a man and a woman riding a large dog. The dog was robust, even larger than a wolf. Wow, such a big dog, it can't possibly be mutated, right? Tisk, these two are not simple. They must have a lot of good stuff on them. If we can take them down, it might be quite a windfall. Looking at the two before him, Yang Ding's eyes held a glimmer of delight. He knew that during this time they had been suppressed by Tianqi, and his previously good days had become tight. Is the horse trap ready? Yang Ding asked. Their Tianyuan shelter's weaponry was very complete, and even a horse trap was available. Don't worry, third brother, it's ready. Good, I want these two to come and go without return. Saying this, he waved his hand, instructing everyone to prepare the horse trap. Sitting on the dog emperor, Chen Xuan looked toward the distance, a slight smile forming on his lips, his eyes filled with a hint of mockery. With his spiritual perception, he could naturally sense the situation not far away. A few little thieves were trying to ambush him. How amusing. Zixuan, those little thieves ahead are up to you. Chen Xuan, feeling too lazy to intervene, handed it all over to Lin Zixuan. After all, they were just a few little thieves. He didn't need to make a move. Yes, Lin Zixuan replied calmly. Not to mention that Chen Xuan asked her to deal with a few little thieves. Even if it were against some major demon, Lin Zixuan wouldn't say a word of dissent. Lin Zixuan jumped down and slowly walked forward while the dog emperor stopped in its tracks, standing at a distance. Third brother, what's going on? Why have they stopped? Right? A woman is coming over, my goodness, her figure is unbelievable. Third brother, what should we do? Yang Ding's eyes also showed a hint of uncertainty. What is happening? Could it be that they've discovered us? That can't be possible. They were hidden so well. How could they be discovered? Regardless, it's just a woman. With so many of them, there was no reason they couldn't defeat her. Moreover, Yang Ding himself was an ability user, and he was quite confident in his strength. Let's go first capture this woman alive, and then take down the man. All right. Yang Ding's words immediately garnered agreement from his subordinates. Soon, one by one, they emerged from their hiding spots. Yang Ding stood at the front of the group, looking at Lin Zixuan with a smile, and said, "Stop. Do you know whose territory this is?" His lazy voice carried a hint of provocation. However, Lin Zixuan had no intention of chit-chatting with them. Her gaze turned cold, and then a mass of pitch-black substance suddenly appeared before her. Dark prison. In an instant, a massive prison enveloped Yang Ding and his 7 companions. What the hell? Yang Ding was shocked. What the hell is this? An ability user? He did not expect that the stunningly beautiful woman before him was actually an ability user. Moreover, her strength seemed terrifying. Third brother, she is an ability user. What should we do? Yeah, what should we do? Hearing this, Yang Ding cursed angrily. A bunch of useless fools, what are you panicking about? I'm also an ability user, what's there to be afraid of? Just watch me perform. Saying this, Yang Ding roared, and a powerful ability surged from his body. He was a 2nd-level ability user. A class beast ability, Thunder Leopard. He roared and threw a punch, aiming to shatter the dark prison. However, when his fist struck the prison, it did not shatter as he expected. Instead, it remained completely intact. What's going on? This is impossible. He exerted all his strength in a punch, yet he could not break this dark prison. Not even the slightest reaction occurred. How could this be possible? Yang Ding was indeed a genuine 2nd-tier ability user, albeit one who had just broken through, but his strength should not be underestimated. He was one of the top 3 in the entire Tianyuan shelter. How could he not even shatter a cage? However, Lin Zixuan had no intention of wasting words with him. Dark strangulation. A terrifying killing intent surged forth, sending a shiver down Yang Ding's spine. Faced with this dreadful aura, he found himself momentarily stunned. What the hell? Why is it so terrifying? In a moment of life and death, he hurriedly activated his ability. After all, it was a beast-type ability, and although it was only at the A level, its power was not weak, with a significant boost in defense. Boom. A horrific attack struck. Yang Ding staggered, his eyes devoid of color. Yet despite this blow, he was still alive, gasping for breath. However, his few underlings were not so fortunate. They were merely ordinary people with weak strength. In the face of Lin Zixuan's attack, even Yang Ding, a 2nd-tier ability user, was heavily injured, and they lost their lives outright. Just one more, let me send you on your way. Lin Zixuan's gaze turned icy, devoid of any ripples. It was as if the person before her was not a living being, but a mere corpse. If you kill me, Brother Zhou will not let you go. The Tianyuan shelter will definitely eradicate you completely. Just before dying, Yang Ding spat out a fierce threat. However, Chen Xuan merely laughed, commanding Dog Emperor to step forward and look down at Yang Ding. In that case, let's eliminate the roots and take him to the Tianyuan shelter. Rather than leaving hidden dangers, it would be better to kill them all. Although Chen Xuan did not believe that a mere Tianyuan shelter could harm him, he disliked leaving any safety risks. Kill them all, how simple. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, Yang Ding's pupils constricted. No way is he really that brutal. He did not even doubt the truth of Chen Xuan's words. After all, to wield such a terrifying existence as Lin Zixuan, Chen Xuan's strength must have reached a terrifying level. Such a formidable being could truly annihilate the Tianyuan shelter. In an instant, Yang Ding regretted it immensely. His one sentence had brought such great danger to the Tianyuan shelter. He was the sinner. I will never tell you where the shelter is, so give up. Yang Ding acted tough. However, Chen Xuan couldn't be bothered to engage with him. He glanced at Lin Zixuan, who directly hoisted him up and casually tossed him on a Dog Emperor's back. As if it were a joke. With Dog Emperor around, how could they possibly not find the way? A dog's nose is the keenest, and moreover Dog Emperor had evolved able to smell a person's presence within a 10-mile radius. As for the Tianyuan shelter, a medium-sized shelter, its population could not be hidden from Dog Emperor's nose. Half an hour later, outside the Tianyuan shelter. Brother Zhou, it's bad. There's something happening outside. In a huge villa area, a little brother rushed in anxiously, his eyes revealing hints of tension. Hearing this, Zhou Xiong immediately sprang to his feet. What's going on? Did that group from Tianqi come again? During this time, the Tianqi shelter had been in constant conflict with them. The key was that the other party's strength was quite formidable, with far more ability users than they had. They could not win in a fight, so they had given up many benefits, leaving Zhou Xiong seething with anger. No, it's not them, it's a man and a woman riding a dog. A man and a woman riding a dog? What kind of combination is this? Moreover, on the dog's back, there's a person who seems to be third brother. Third brother. Upon hearing the little brother's words, Zhou Xiong's pupils constricted in disbelief. How could this be possible? Wasn't third brother out hunting? Let's check it out. His intuition told him that this matter was not so simple. It was likely that the visitors meant no good. Instantly, the entire Tianyuan shelter was on high alert for battle. Zhou Xiong armed himself to the teeth, bringing all the ability users from the shelter. This is the Tianyuan shelter, right? Today, let's wipe them all out, it would save trouble. Chen Xuan said lightly. The Tianyuan shelter before him was built in a villa area, thus decorated very luxuriously. Outside, there was a wall made of reinforced concrete. However, this wall was only over 2 meters high, lacking adequate defense. But it was enough to fend off ordinary zombies. Upon hearing this, Yang Ding's heavily injured body could not help but tremble. This cannot be some kind of devil. He saw Chen Xuan coldly sneer, and instantly countless ice spikes appeared in the sky. Ice meteor. With a single move, countless shards of ice began to fall. Rumble. They crashed directly onto the wall. Although the wall was made of reinforced concrete, it was nothing compared to Chen Xuan. In an instant, the Tumterhai wall collapsed with a thunderous crash. Inside the shelter, everyone who witnessed this scene was instantly horrified, their eyes filled with terror. What the hell? Is this something a human can achieve? Even Zhou Xiong was shocked by the sudden scene. Who on earth is this possessing such terrifying strength? As the strongest in the shelter, Zhou Xiong believed he did not possess such strength. Just then, as the dust settled from the collapsed wall, everyone saw a man and a woman riding a gigantic dog approaching. The dog was several times larger than a wolf. On its back lay a person gravely injured and drenched in blood. Third brother, old 3. Upon seeing the person on the dog's back, everyone instantly exploded with rage. That person was Yang Ding, the third-ranking figure in the Tianyuan shelter. He lay there like a dead dog, gravely injured. The crowd nearly charged forward, but was held back by Zhou Xiong. He cautiously stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Chen Xuan, disbelief etched in his eyes. You. Indeed. Although he had changed significantly in the past month, Zhou Xiong still recognized him immediately. It was Chen Xuan who had stolen the extreme cold sword from his shop. Yet he also informed him about stockpiling supplies. If it weren't for the early stockpiling, whether he could build such a large foundation was uncertain, let alone survive. Thus, Zhou Xiong's feelings toward Chen Xuan were quite complex. Oh, it's you. Chen Xuan naturally recognized Zhou Xiong, a hint of amusement in his eyes. As for Zhou Xiong, he had not taken him seriously. After all, stealing his extreme cold sword and informing him about stockpiling supplies was already a form of exchange. There was essentially no friendship between them. Therefore, even if he killed Zhou Xiong today, Chen Xuan would show no mercy. How unfortunate that your underlings came to kill me, but are outmatched, and you say that the Tianyuan shelter will avenge him. I dislike trouble, so I came over to settle this. Chen Xuan's words fell lightly, as if slaughtering thousands or tens of thousands meant nothing to him. Your tone is far too arrogant. Exactly. If you want to kill me first, see if my AK agrees. That's right. Behind Zhou Xiong, all his underlings raised their weapons, including not only cold steel, but also hot weapons like AKs, a formidable display of firepower. However, Chen Xuan merely cast a faint glance at the weapons, his eyes devoid of any ripple. Ordinary firearms were no longer of any use to him, unless it was a large-scale destructive missile. All of you shut up. Zhou Xiong snorted coldly, and the crowd of underlings behind him dared not utter a word. Then Zhou Xiong turned around, a trace of fawning added to his face as he faced Chen Xuan. Sir, this matter is the fault of my Tianyuan sanctuary. If you hadn't warned me to stockpile food in advance, I, Zhou Xiong, would have died on the very first day of the apocalypse. I would never dare to oppose you. Zhou Xiong spoke sincerely. First, he was genuinely grateful to Chen Xuan. Without him, he would have perished within the first 2 days of the apocalypse, never achieving what he had today. Second, Zhou Xiong was a shrewd man who could see at a glance that Chen Xuan's strength was extraordinary. That casual move had shattered an entire wall. Such power was beyond him. Thus, Zhou Xiong was extremely respectful to Chen Xuan, almost obsequious. Chen Xuan chuckled lightly, his gaze sweeping over Zhou Xiong. This fellow was indeed a shrewd operator and a man of some caliber. However, Chen Xuan had never heard of Zhou Xiong in his past life. Presumably, he had died at the onset of the apocalypse. In this life, thanks to his warning, Zhou Xiong had survived, awakened an ability, and founded the Tianyuan Sanctuary. Seeing Chen Xuan still composed, Zhou Xiong continued, "Sir, I owe you my life. I am willing to bring the entire Tianyuan Sanctuary to pledge allegiance to you. I hope you won't refuse." At Zhou Xiong's words, everyone was stunned. What the hell? Brother Zhou, how can this be? He's a stranger, why should we pledge ourselves to him? Exactly. We built this sanctuary together with you, brother. How can we just hand it over to someone else? I won't accept it. Let's just fight him. I don't believe he can take on all of us. The underlings behind Zhou Xiong murmured among themselves, unwilling to submit to Chen Xuan. After all, he was a young man of unknown origin. They couldn't just give away the foundation they had fought so hard to build. All of you shut up. Anyone who speaks another word, I'll kill them. Zhou Xiong's eyes turned fierce. Those behind him could fight and kill, but they truly lacked brains. Although Zhou Xiong didn't know Chen Xuan's exact strength, he sensed it was immense, so immense that the entire Tianyuan Sanctuary combined might not be a match for him. Moreover, he had predicted the apocalypse before it began. What did that mean? It meant his origins were extraordinary, and he knew much. Following someone so powerful, resourceful, and knowledgeable was the way to a future. You're quite clever. Chen Xuan chuckled. Zhou Xiong grinned and scratched his head. But their exchange left countless underlings bewildered. What the hell? What was going on? From the boss demeanor, it seemed they were the ones benefiting. How is that possible? If you want to join me, you must follow my rules. First, I don't need disobedient underlings, I demand absolute obedience. Second, I don't accept useless people. Rest assured, sir, I will follow your lead. Zhou Xiong thumped his chest in affirmation. Tell me about your ability. Chen Xuan said calmly. Not daring to delay, Zhou Xiong quickly replied, Sir, the ability I awakened is an S-grade ability, the Earth Sacred Bear. I am currently at the peak of the 2nd rank. Zhou Xiong honestly revealed his ability and strength. S-grade, Earth Sacred Bear. Not bad. Chen Xuan narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly. He hadn't expected Zhou Xiong's talent to be quite impressive, exceeding his imagination. This beast-type ability, Earth Sacred Bear, would unleash its true power after evolving to the 4th rank. At that point, its explosive strength would rival even most SS-grade abilities. It was a fairly decent ability. Not bad, passable. Chen Xuan nodded. Zhou Xiong smiled, knowingly understanding that Chen Xuan had accepted his allegiance. But the underlings behind Zhou Xiong were instantly displeased. What the hell? An S-grade ability is 2nd rank, Peak Awakener. Passable. Are you joking? But remembering Zhou Xiong's earlier words, they dared not speak up. May I ask for your name, sir? Zhou Xiong asked cautiously. Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan. Everyone silently etched that name into their minds. Everyone remember Brother Chen is the leader of our Tianyuan Sanctuary. Anyone who dares disrespect him, I'll skin them alive, understand? Zhou Xiong said harshly, his gaze sweeping over each person. Pledging to Chen Xuan was a hard-won opportunity he couldn't let these fools ruin. Yes. Though they found it hard to accept, they dared not contradict him. One by one, they bowed respectfully toward Chen Xuan. Greetings, Brother Chen. Chen Xuan acknowledged, calmly unperturbed. Most of these people were ordinary, the awakened were few and weak, so Chen Xuan paid them little heed. The reason he accepted Zhou Xiong was that he recognized the man was indeed talented, with a formidable ability and a knack for reading the room. By taking him in, he could delegate tasks to him in the future. Chen Xuan lifted Yang Ding gently. He's barely alive. There's still time to save him. Hearing this, Zhou Xiong quickly ordered a few men to retrieve Yang Ding. The base had doctors, so medical treatment was available. With an expedited surgery, he could definitely be saved. Though Yang Ding was severely injured, Zhou Xiong dared not blame Chen Xuan. It was Yang Ding's own fault. Why would he provoke Brother Chen? Wasn't that asking for death? Please, Brother Chen, I'll have someone arrange a proper welcome feast for you. Zhou Xiong said excitedly. Chen Xuan nodded, ready to enter with Lin Zixuan and Emperor Dog. Suddenly, the roar of vehicles and hurried footsteps arose behind them, kicking up clouds of dust. Damn, it's those bastards from Tianqi. Quick, prepare for battle. Zhou Xiong's face changed, and his men, looking grim, grabbed their weapons, as if facing a great enemy. It must be noted that recently Zhou Xiong's life has become increasingly difficult due to the rapid rise of Tianqi. Moreover, their strength is formidable. The abilities of the superhumans far exceed those of the Tianyuan group. Not only that, but they also possess firearms. Originally, the southern part of Subei City was close to being unified by Zhou Xiong, but unexpectedly, such a formidable opponent appeared. Everyone stood in a state of high alert, their expressions serious. Before long, 5 or 6 jeeps sped towards them, stopping before the crowd, from which emerged 20 to 30 strong men wielding firearms. Zhou Xiong, our brother Kai, said that your strength is commendable. If you surrender, we can offer you the position of deputy leader. How about it? We Tianqi are approaching with great sincerity. The voice from the opposite side was quite arrogant. However, before Zhou Xiong could respond, his subordinates could no longer hold back. But Zhang Yin, do you think you Tianqi are worthy? I'd rather fight you than surrender. Exactly, if anyone is to surrender, it should be you Tianyuan. No way, surrender is not an option. The crowd was vehement, their eyes filled with unwillingness. Surrender? How is that possible? However, Zhang Yin smiled and said, is that so? The people of Tianyuan only know how to boast. If you have the ability, come and fight us. Although Zhou Xiong is also an S-level superhuman, he is far inferior compared to our brother Kai. Both sides were aware of each other's strengths. Zhou Xiong was indeed powerful, being an S-level superhuman, but beast-type abilities do not exhibit overwhelming strength before the 4th tier. As a result, he was continually suppressed by the opponent. Not wanting to lose face for Chen Xuan, Zhou Xiong stepped forward, squinting his eyes in the direction of Zhang Yin. Zhang Yin, you are not qualified to challenge me. Call out Li Kai for me. Zhou Xiong spoke with a commanding presence. Zhang Yun's mouth slightly lifted, and soon after a jeep came speeding and drawing everyone's gaze. The jeep stopped in the center, and a figure slowly stepped out. Greetings, boss. Greetings, boss. Behind Li Kai, dozens of people cheered, their eyes filled with reverence. This was their leader of Tianqi, Li Kai. Zhou Xiong, am here. Do you have the courage to challenge me? If you lose, you and all of Tianyuan will have to submit to me. What do you think? Li Kai said with a smile. In fact, he had always intended to annex the Tianyuan shelter and then unify the entire Subei city. However, although Tianyuan's strength was not as strong as that of Tianqi, it was not an easy target to conquer. If they attacked with full force, Tianqi would likely suffer heavy losses as well. Therefore, he wanted Zhou Xiong to submit to him so they could expand their territory together. If you have the ability, kill me. If you want me to surrender, that's impossible. Saying this, Zhou Xiong wielded a heavy blade and approached Li Kai. Li Kai sneered. You don't cherish the opportunity I've given you. Since that's the case, I'll take you down first, and then annex Tianyuan. With a firm resolution, Li Kai wasted no words, his figure flashing as he directly attacked Zhou Xiong. Although both were peak 2nd-tier superhumans, Li Kai's S-level ability to control metal granted him formidable strength. Let you taste the power of metal. As he spoke, countless pieces of metal flew up from the Tianyuan shelter, rapidly coalescing and hurtling towards Zhou Xiong. These metals flew like missiles with incredible speed, even cutting through the air and sparking. Zhou Xiong naturally did not dare to be careless. Having fought against Li Kai many times, he knew the opponent's strength well. In an instant, he unleashed all his abilities. With his abilities activated, he wielded the heavy blade, constantly maneuvering to block the numerous metal attacks. At that moment, Li Kai's figure rapidly closed in a smirk playing on his lips. Zhou Xiong's heavy blade suddenly seemed uncontrollable, attempting to slip from his grasp. I control all metal. What do you have to fight me with? As he spoke, it appeared as though metal was covering Li Kai's arms, and his steel-like fists slammed forward, landing directly on Zhou Xiong. Zhou Xiong was still struggling to control the heavy blade, and before he knew it, Li Kai was upon him. He intended to dodge, but found it difficult to escape. Boom! A punch struck him forcefully, sending him several meters away. Damn, that really hurts. Zhou Xiong grimaced, anger flashing in his eyes. He cursed and threw away the heavy blade, channeling his abilities into his fists. Although the Earth Saint Bear ability does not unleash its full power until the 4th tier of evolution, it is still an S-level ability, and its power should not be underestimated. Li Kai's attack power was strong, but Zhou Xiong's defense was not to be trifled with. You'll take a punch from me. Zhou Xiong readied his fists. However, his speed was not as fast as Li Kai's, and the latter could still manipulate his metal abilities, making it clear that Zhou Xiong was at a disadvantage in the battle. Damn, is brother Zhou in danger? He shouldn't be. Even if brother Zhou can't defeat Li Kai definitely won't be able to take down brother Zhou. It's hard to say. Li Kai must have come prepared this time. The surrounding subordinates were quite worried about Zhou Xiong's situation. After all, Zhou Xiong was currently being suppressed by Li Kai, and it would be a lie to say they were not concerned. Chen Xuan, on the other hand, was watching with great interest. He didn't expect Li Kai to have improved so quickly. Initially, he had casually rescued Li Kai, and now he found that the latter had quite a few skills, reaching the peak of the 2nd tier and establishing a considerable power base. He indeed exhibited the means of a formidable leader. The current situation was clearly leaning towards Li Kai's side. Although Zhou Xiong's Earth Saint Bear ability was powerful, he had almost no chance against Li Kai before the 4th tier. Brother Chen, can you help brother Zhou? I see that brother Zhou's situation is quite bad. Zhang Ziliang cautiously approached Chen Xuan. He was Zhou Xiong's second-in-command, a 2nd-tier superhuman whose reputation in the Tianyuan base was second only to Zhou Xiong, and he was also one of his staunch supporters. Seeing Zhou Xiong in a weak position, he wanted to ask Chen Xuan for help. However, Chen Xuan smiled. and said, "No need to rush, let's observe a bit more. No need to rush. Let's observe." Seeing Chen Xuan's calm demeanor, the surrounding subordinates had a hint of dissatisfaction in their eyes. Could it be that Chen Xuan was afraid? However, given Zhou Xiong's previous words, no one dared to say anything and could only turn their heads in frustration. Zhang Ziliang gave Chen Xuan a deep look, somewhat confused about his thoughts. His ability to control is quite good, but his combat awareness is lacking a bit. In this regard, Li Kai is stronger. Watching the battle between the two, Chen Xuan smiled and commented, then turned his gaze to Lin Zixuan. "Do you feel confident about fighting against them?" In response to Chen Xuan's inquiry, Lin Zixuan nodded calmly, without hesitation, yes. Although Lin Zixuan's time to break through to the second tier was shorter than that of Zhou Xiong and Li Kai, her combat talent and abilities were naturally incomparable to theirs. "In that case, you go ahead. Which one should I hit? You take on two, let them practice against you," Chen Xuan said calmly. "Oh right, don't use lethal force." Chen Xuan's idea was simple. Since Li Kai and Zhou Xiong were quite strong, he wanted Lin Zixuan to hone her skills. By the way, let the two stop fighting. Their joint attack indeed had the qualifications to compete with Lin Zixuan. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Zixuan's figure flashed like a ghost, disappearing from the spot and heading towards the center of the battlefield. Seeing this, Zhang Ziliang's eyes lit up with a hint of joy. "Brother Chen, is he taking action?" On the other side of the battlefield, Zhang Yun and others were momentarily stunned as they saw a woman sprinting rapidly towards the battlefield. "What's going on? Could it be that Tianyuan sent someone to ambush us?" "It shouldn't be. I haven't heard of anyone like that from Tianyuan." "Exactly. All right, prepare for battle. If they dare to gang up on her, we will immediately rush in to assist." "Yes," Zhang Yun ordered the crowd. The group had prepared for battle early on, determined that if Lin Zixuan and Zhou Xiong teamed up against one, they would step in to help. In terms of numbers of ability users, they had more on their side and were naturally unafraid. When Lin Zixuan appeared on the battlefield, the most surprised were Zhou Xiong and Li Kai. The two were locked in a fierce struggle when they suddenly saw Lin Zixuan shoot two dark spears towards them. The terrifying spears aimed at their chests, devoid of any aura, were cold and pure. Not good danger. The two fighters sensed the danger immediately and swiftly separated, intending to evade the spear's assault. Boom. One to the left and one to the right, they each blocked the spear's attack. However, Lin Zixuan's sudden burst of power was somewhat terrifying and caught them off guard. "Damn, did I hit the wrong person? I just pledged allegiance to Brother Chen, you know," Zhou Xiong said, looking bewildered. Just moments ago, the woman had been sitting alongside Chen Xuan, clearly one of his subordinates. However, she unexpectedly attacked him, leaving him utterly perplexed. "You two come at me 2 against 1. Lin Zixuan's voice was calm, as if she were describing a trivial matter. Hearing this, Zhou Xiong and Li Kai exchanged glances. "Who is this person?" Li Kai asked, bewildered. "Didn't she just run out from Tianyuan's camp?" "Don't ask, just attack." He roughly understood that Chen Xuan wanted to test his subordinate's strength while also giving them a lesson. "Damn, this is ridiculous." Li Kai cursed, but his actions were not slow. He was already preparing for battle. The two stood, one to the left and one to the right. Lin Zixuan's gaze was icy, her calm eyes devoid of any color. It was as if the two living beings before her were merely corpses. Dark prison. Countless dark materials instantly imprisoned the two in a massive cage. Although it was still not dark, Lin Zixuan's power couldn't increase threefold, but it was enough to handle the two of them. "What the hell is this thing?" "Don't ask, just smash it." The two had made up their minds and attacked in opposite directions. Boom. The terrifying attack struck the prison, shaking it, yet it did not shatter. "Damn, this thing is too sturdy." Li Kai swallowed, nervously, looking bewildered. How could this seemingly dark object be so hard? His attack couldn't break through it. "Listen, in the upcoming battle, we must work together, otherwise we will definitely not be her match," Zhou Xiong said earnestly. "Wait, who exactly is she?" Li Kai remained confused. Why did a woman suddenly appear, and why is she so strong? "Don't ask, just attack." Damn it. Although he cursed, Li Kai still followed Zhou Xiong's advice, as he sensed that the woman before them was not simple. Moreover, she seemed a bit neurotic. She didn't appear to be quite normal. Boom. The two focused their attacks at one point, unleashing a terrifying force that shattered the entire cage. At that moment, Lin Zixuan's figure appeared like a ghost, her dark spear aiming directly at their chests. This move was a lethal strike. The two dared not be careless, each using their strongest abilities to confront her. The sudden change in the battlefield also left their subordinates bewildered. What the hell? What just happened? This is unscientific. Brother Chen, what's going on? Aren't we supposed to help Brother Zhou? Zhang Ziliang spoke up. Chen Xuan glanced at him without replying. He had his own plans and didn't feel the need to explain. Firstly, he intended to hone Lin Zixuan's strength. Combat is always the best catalyst for improvement. Secondly, by letting her take on two opponents, he aimed to establish his own authority. After all, if Lin Zixuan as his subordinate could take on two and win Chen Xuan's status would reach a new pinnacle. Seeing that Chen Xuan did not speak, Zhang Ziliang wisely kept his mouth shut. On the other side, Zhang Yun looked bewildered. Brother Yun, should we go help the boss? They never imagined the situation would turn out like this. Let's wait a bit longer. The people from Tianyuan had not yet made a move, so it was not wise for them to act first. Yes. The group of subordinates stood by fully prepared, fearing that Li Kai might face any danger. Meanwhile, the battle situation developed rapidly. Although Lin Zixuan was a woman, her SS-level ability gave her a heightened combat awareness. Facing the combined efforts of the two, she consistently maintained the upper hand, even leaving them struggling to defend. Damn, Zhou Xiong, where did this person come from? Is she a complete lunatic? Li Kai felt a bit broken inside. His once proud ability seemed insignificant against her. The key was that even when the two joined forces against her, they could not retaliate at all. After all, they were both genuine S-level ability users. If the opponent were stronger than them, it would be understandable, but Lin Zixuan was merely a second-tier ability user just like them. This was a major problem. Damn it, can you stop asking? I'm just as broken inside. Zhou Xiong thought he might cry. He never expected that a small follower of Chen Xuan would be this strong. This was simply outrageous. At that moment, he felt an urge to hold on to Chen Xuan's leg tightly. The battle raged on, but it was evident that Zhou Xiong and Li Kai were nearing their limits. They could never have imagined that together they would fail to subdue even a single woman. It was utterly absurd. Dark judgment. Suddenly Lin Zixuan's eyes turned pitch black. Beneath that shroud of darkness, a profound terror enveloped them, chilling to the bone. The sensation was strange. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai exchanged glances, shivering involuntarily. What the hell? However, before they could react, Lin Zixuan's figure abruptly vanished from their sight. Bang! 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 In that instant, Lin Zixuan resembled a wraith, her speed reaching its peak as her attacks rained down on the two men, the pitch-black spear following them like a shadow. Boom! In an instant, Zhou Xiong and Li Kai were knocked to the ground, spitting out blood, utterly devoid of the strength to continue fighting. This move, Dark Judgment, was the deadliest technique Lin Zixuan had recently comprehended. Naturally, if used at night, its power would be even more terrifying. However, after executing this move, Lin Zixuan found her powers greatly diminished. After all, she was merely a second-tier ability user with limited energy reserves. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai were now devoid of fighting strength. Not bad, keep it up. Hearing her master's praise, a hint of a smile appeared on Lin Zixuan's calm face. She could disregard the words of anyone else, but she listened attentively to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan slowly approached, followed by Dog Emperor. All eyes were on this man and his dog. For some reason, despite Chen Xuan's seemingly frail figure and his fair youthful face, he emanated a formidable aura that instilled fear in everyone. Chen, brother Chen why are you here? Upon seeing Chen Xuan, Li Kai felt as if his CPU was about to overheat. It was actually Chen Xuan. Li Kai could never forget him. He was his greatest benefactor. The success he enjoyed today was largely due to Chen Xuan. Back then, Chen Xuan's sudden arrival not only saved their lives, but also provided them with over 100 crystal cores, allowing them to rapidly enhance their abilities and awaken their powers. Without Chen Xuan, there would be no today for them. They might have perished in the tide of corpses. Before Chen Xuan could speak, Zhou Xiong was already stunned. What? You know Brother Chen too? Of course. If it weren't for Brother Chen back, then we 5 brothers would have been dead long ago. Brother Chen is our savior from Tianqi. Saying this, Li Kai struggled to rise despite his injuries, then knelt on one knee before Chen Xuan. Brother Chen, we have been searching for you. I never expected to find you here. Please come back to the Tianqi base with me. I am willing to give the position of base leader to you and obey your commands from now on. Li Kai spoke earnestly, his eyes gleaming with determination. This statement came from the heart. He sincerely wished for Chen Xuan to return with him. However, as soon as Li Kai finished speaking, everyone, including Zhou Xiong, gaped in disbelief. What the hell? What was going on? This was the position of leader of the Tianqi base, and Li Kai was willingly handing it over. Zhou Xiong knew very well that Li Kai was speaking the truth. He just didn't expect the other party to be so straightforward. At that moment, the people from Tianyuan base felt as though they were dreaming. What? Did I hear wrong? Tianqi actually invited Brother Chen to be the leader. Oh, my Brother Chen is really something. No wonder Zhou Xiong just pledged allegiance to him. This is too unbelievable, right? Zhang Ziliang gazed at Chen Xuan's back, speechless for a long time. His heart stirred with emotions, and a hint of reverence appeared in his eyes. People always tend to feel awe towards the unknown. Watching Li Kai, Chen Xuan smiled slightly and said, "All right, you can get up now." Yes. Li Kai obediently stood up, while Zhou Xiong quickly stood beside him, grinning. Li Kid, I have already pledged allegiance to Brother Chen, so now I am also one of Brother Chen's subordinates. Zhou Xiong spoke this with pride, showing no shame whatsoever. Look at you. You have been begging Brother Chen for so long, yet he hasn't agreed to take you in. But I'm different. I am already one of Brother Chen's men. Hearing Zhou Xiong's words, Li Kai became anxious. Brother Chen, I am willing to bring everyone from Tianqi to follow you. He nearly knelt again. Chen Xuan chuckled softly, saying, All right, let's talk inside first. With that, he turned and walked towards Tianyuan base, while Zhou Xiong cheerfully walked beside him, guiding the way. Li Kai too wasted no time hurriedly beckoning his subordinates towards Tianyuan base. The Tianqi crowd still hesitated, pondering whether this was a trap set by Tianyuan. But as the leaders Li Kai and Zhang Yun took the lead, trap? What a joke. If Brother Chen wanted to act, they wouldn't stand a chance against him. There was no need for any traps. A large group marched steadily towards the interior of Tianyuan base. In a certain villa, this was Zhou Xiong's residence, covering an area of over 600 square meters, quite spacious. In the villa were only Chen Xuan, Dog Emperor Lin Zixuan, Zhou Xiong, and Li Kai. Brother Chen, please have a seat, Zhou Xiong said with a grin, a hint of flattery on his face. Chen Xuan, not one to be polite, nodded slightly and took the main seat, while everyone else stood before him. Brother Chen, I, Li Kai, am willing to bring everyone from Tianqi base to submit to you. Please accept me. Li Kai walked confidently to Chen Xuan, his eyes filled with sincerity. From the moment Chen Xuan first saved the lives of the 5 brothers, they had wanted to follow him. However, he had refused. Now that they had finally encountered Chen Xuan again, Li Kai was determined not to let this opportunity slip by. Especially since Chen Xuan had already taken Zhou Xiong under his wing, Li Kai couldn't afford to fall behind. Brother Chen, Zhou Xiong, and everyone from Tianyuan base are already committed to you. Zhou Xiong chimed in, eager to assert himself. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan smiled lightly and said, You two have decent talent and are qualified to follow me. However, you must understand that once you pledge allegiance to me, betrayal will have serious consequences. Yet Chen Xuan's words did not intimidate the two. Brother Chen, rest assured, I, Li Kai, will never betray you in this lifetime. Right, I feel the same way. The two responded with unwavering determination. Good, I can place a soul-binding restriction on both of you with my abilities. From now on, your lives and deaths will be at my discretion. Are you both willing? Willing. The two did not hesitate for a moment and immediately agreed. Chen Xuan couldn't help but regard the two with a more favorable impression. Their agreement was indeed swift. From their perspective, it was quite simple, and it hardly posed a problem. After all, they never intended to betray Chen Xuan, so they naturally did not care about the issue of the restriction. Moreover, neither of them was a fool. Chen Xuan's strength and background were undoubtedly extraordinary. Even a seemingly frail subordinate of his was someone they could not contend with together. It should be noted that the 3 of them were of the same realm, all being second-tier ability users. With such powerful followers, how could Chen Xuan be an ordinary person? In that case, you two come over and clear your minds. Yes, they stood in front of Chen Xuan, one on the left and one on the right, without any hesitation. In the next moment, Chen Xuan instantly activated his soul capture ability. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai felt a change in their minds, yet they remained obediently in place, afraid to move excessively lest they disturb Chen Xuan's operation. Before long, Chen Xuan lowered his arms. In his mind, he now had 2 souls belonging to Zhou Xiong and Li Kai. As long as he wished, with a mere thought, the two would perish in an instant. All right. After Chen Xuan spoke, joy appeared on the faces of the two. Greetings, Brother Chen. They immediately knelt on one knee, respectfully addressing him. This time they bowed as subordinates of Chen Xuan. Get up, there's no need to be so formal. Chen Xuan smiled slightly, his gaze holding a hint of calmness. The two stood up joyfully. Thank you, Brother Chen. Now tell me about the situation in your respective bases. Chen Xuan spoke slowly. Yes. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai exchanged a glance, and then Zhou Xiong stepped forward first, saying, Brother Chen, our Tianyuan base currently has 13210 people, with a total of 13 ability users, including 3 second-tier ability users, myself included. The rest are all first-tier ability users. Not only that, but the base also possesses some firearms. Although we do not have large weapons, we do have a few heavy machine guns. After Zhou Xiong finished speaking, Chen Xuan nodded slowly. The population of Tianyuan base is quite substantial. To gather such a large population in such a short time, since the apocalypse began, along with over a dozen ability users, it can be considered a significant force. After Zhou Xiong finished, it was Li Kai's turn. Brother Chen, our Tianqi base currently has 5215 people, with a total of 15 ability users, including 5 second-tier ability users, myself included. The rest are all first-tier ability users. The base has few weapons, mostly cold weapons. Zhou Xiong managed to acquire quite a few firearms because he was a weapon dealer before the apocalypse began and naturally knew the channels for weapon trading. As for Li Kai, he was able to obtain some weapons because he scavenged a police station's firearms. However, the number of firearms in the station was limited and large weapons were even more unlikely. However, the reason Tianqi could suppress Chen Xuan was that the strength and number of ability users were crucial. Especially as the leader of Tianqi, Li Kai could control metal, making bullets useless to him. In fact, they could even bounce back to the opponent. After listening to the two, Chen Xuan nodded silently, his eyes thoughtful. After a while he spoke. Currently, the 4th Military District is planning to expand from the suburbs to Disobey City. Their first step will surely be to reclaim the heavy industry in the northern part of Disobey City and then establish a foothold in the north to gradually conquer the entire Disobey City. After Chen Xuan finished speaking, everyone nodded silently. Indeed, this was the development path of the 4th Military District. First, reclaim the heavy industry in the north, and then eliminate the zombies to recover the entire Disobey City. However, our arms factory is located in the east of Disobey City, so we must quickly reorganize the south and swiftly seize the eastern part of Disobey City to take control of the entire arms factory. In the apocalypse, while ability users are becoming increasingly important for any force, the number of ability users is still a minority, with ordinary people making up the vast majority. If we can take the arms factory and gain the right to manufacture firearms, it would be a tremendous boost to the strength of the entire base. Moreover, in the early stages, the strength of ability users is not very strong and firearms can fully threaten the lives of ability users. Not everyone possesses terrifying strength like Chen Xuan, capable of completely ignoring firearms below the missile level. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, Zhou Xiong and Li Kai's eyes lit up. Exactly. The path laid out by Chen Xuan was perfect. Furthermore, acquiring an entire arms factory held an indescribable allure for them. Brother Chen, if we take the arms factory, the 4th Military District will likely take action against us in the future, won't they? Zhou Xiong pondered for a moment and said. Not long after the apocalypse began, everyone naturally still held a sense of reverence towards the military district and soldiers. However, Chen Xuan smiled. Do you think that if you do not take the arms factory, the 4th Military District will not act against you? This. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai exchanged glances. Neither of them was foolish. They quickly understood the meaning of Chen Xuan's words. The apocalypse has arrived. The military district is no longer the military district of the past. Even if it were, it would not tolerate anyone proclaiming themselves as king. Therefore, even if the bases behind Zhou Xiong and Li Kai do not oppose them, as long as the 4th Military District is strong enough, one day they will be eradicated. Unless their strength is strong enough that the other side dares not act against them. I understand now, Brother Chen. This is the apocalypse, and it's different now. Only by continuously growing stronger can we remain safe. Zhou Xiong said seriously. Li Kai beside him also nodded in agreement. Chen Xuan smiled and nodded. It was no surprise that a tyrant capable of establishing a force in the apocalypse had good insight. Indeed, the enhancement of strength is crucial. We must hold on to the arms factory, and the improvement of abilities is even more critical. We cannot let our guard down. In the apocalypse, the strongest fist speaks the loudest. Yes. After Chen Xuan finished speaking, the two nodded heavily. Brother Chen, since we from Tianqi and Chen Xuan are merging and following you, what should we name our new base? That's right, Brother Chen, please give it a name. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai eagerly said. After pondering for a moment, Chen Xuan smiled and said, in that case, let's call it Tianqian Base. Tianqian Base. The two exchanged a glance and both rejoiced. Yes. From now on, Tianyuan Base and Tianqi Base would no longer exist. The only one that remained would be Tianqian. These two words would surely resonate throughout the world in the future. You two manage the specifics of the base. I will not interfere. If you encounter any insurmountable problems, feel free to inform me. Chen Xuan set the tone directly. He had never intended to manage the base. That was a drain on energy. Enhancing strength was the key. Only when they truly encountered problems that they could not solve should he step in, and that posed no issue. Yes, Chen Xuan's words were naturally accepted by the two. Although both were considered fierce figures, their strategic vision was still lacking compared to Chen Xuan, who had traversed from the apocalypse and knew well the management models and developments of bases in the later stages of the apocalypse. Once the strategy was set, it was considered accomplished. Brother Chen, I have already had the people prepare dinner. All right, let's go. Chen Xuan did not refuse. As the sky darkened, he felt a bit hungry. Sounds good. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiong displayed a smile. Soon the group exited the villa. At the entrance, Zhang Ziliang and Zhang Yun stood guard like gatekeepers, one on each side. These two were the second in command of their respective bases, holding esteemed positions. Brother Zhou, Brother Kai, they both saluted. Call him Brother Chen. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong spoke in unison. The crowd was taken aback, but seeing Zhou Xiong and Li Kai walking ahead of Chen Xuan like little brothers, they seemed to understand something. Brother Chen. The loud voice reverberated throughout the entire base. Chen Xuan nodded lightly. At night, Zhou Xiong specially organized a banquet for Chen Xuan with countless delicacies that would have been rare even before the apocalypse. However, in the face of the apocalypse where countless people could not even afford a meal, they still had access to such delicious food. It must be said that power reigned supreme in this world. After dinner, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong began significant moves. The first step was, of course, to merge the two major forces. The combined forces of Tianyuan and Tianqi totaled nearly 20,000 people, which was definitely not a small number. Previously, merging the two forces would have been fraught with difficulties. But now with Chen Xuan present, merging was merely a matter of a single command. In one night, countless people learned that the two bases of Tianyuan and Tianqi no longer existed. From now on, the only one that remained was Tianxian, a completely new force, not only larger but also much stronger. For those at the bottom, they did not care who managed the base, they were more concerned about whether they could eat tomorrow and live well. After integrating the two bases, Zhou Xiong and Li Kai began to plan an advance toward the eastern side of Disobey City, where there was a military factory. If they could occupy it, it would undoubtedly greatly enhance Xuan's strength. However, Chen Xuan regarded these matters as trivial and had no intention of participating. Thus, early the next morning, he set off from the base. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong wished to have Chen Xuan stay a few more days, but were refused. He only took Dog Emperor and Lin Zixuan with him and set off for the ruins. With about a month until the ruins opened, Chen Xuan planned to go early to hunt down other entrants. The ruins contained numerous treasures, and he had no intention of sharing with others. I have a premonition that when Brother Chen returns from this trip, his strength will be even more terrifying. Looking at Chen Xuan's departing figure, Zhou Xiong murmured. For some reason, he always felt that this man possessed an indescribable mystery, like a fog that could never be seen through. Of course, Brother Chen will definitely be the man standing at the pinnacle of this world. Old Zhou, we cannot lag behind Brother Chen. We must quickly develop the base and enhance our strength. Otherwise, we might not even qualify to follow Brother Chen. Li Kai said earnestly. Yes. Zhou Xiong nodded deeply in agreement. He did not want to find himself unable to catch up with Chen Xuan one day, lacking even the qualification to be his subordinate. In that case, let's take action. The two exchanged a glance, making up their minds. The first battle would be to seize the military factory. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan and Lin Zixuan, riding Dog Emperor, had already set off toward the ruins. On the streets of Disobey City, zombies still roamed, but they posed no threat to the three of them. 3 days later. Master, we are almost at Tianqi Mountain. Looking at the towering peak ahead, Lin Zixuan spoke. The three of them were not in a hurry. They practiced while on their way, and during this time Lin Zixuan's strength had increased significantly. After all having fought with Zhou Xiong and Li Kai, she naturally gained some battle insights. Looking at Tianqi Mountain before him, Chen Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. We've arrived. This was the first ruin opened after the apocalypse, with opportunities within that outsiders could hardly imagine. Even Chen Xuan himself was unsure of what lay inside, but he could be certain that it would make countless people covet. Let's find a place to settle down first, then wait for the rabbits. Tianqi Mountain covered a vast area, and Chen Xuan did not know where the ruins would open. The jade pendant in his hand had not yet shown any signs of activity. So for now, they needed to find a place to settle, waiting for other ability users with jade pendants to arrive. At that time, they would catch them all in one net. Yes, although Lin Zixuan did not understand what Chen Xuan meant by waiting for the rabbits, she was not one to ask too many questions. The two found a spot at the foot of Tianqi Mountain, set up a tent, and settled down. Tianqi Mountain was remote with few visitors, so there were hardly any zombies here, making it quite peaceful. After arriving here, Chen Xuan, Lin Zixuan, and Dog Emperor did not idle. Besides waiting for the ruins to open, they were constantly cultivating, as Chen Xuan had no shortage of crystal cores in his spatial ring. 20 days passed. Chen Xuan's soul-capturing ability successfully reached the 4th tier. Lin Zixuan also successfully broke through to the 3rd tier. As for Dog Emperor, he also successfully broke through to the 4th tier. The strength of the three increased rapidly. After upgrading the soul-capturing ability to the 4th tier, Chen Xuan's soul strength improved significantly, and the power of his mental attacks became stronger. The jade pendant has reacted. One day after finishing his cultivation, Chen Xuan suddenly felt the jade pendant emitting a signal. Southeast direction, it seems the ruins should be there. Chen Xuan smiled slightly as he felt the direction indicated by the jade pendant. He felt as if the ruins were beckoning him. Set off southeast direction. Yes. The two and Dog Emperor moved forward in the southeast direction as guided by the jade pendant. Before long, they arrived at a spot halfway up the mountain. Once they reached here, the jade pendant ceased its reaction. It seems this is the place. Master, someone is coming. Lin Zixuan suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, Chen Xuan revealed a slight smile. There was no need to think. The person arriving at this moment must be an ability user possessing the jade pendant. How many people have arrived? 5 coming from different directions. Wow, 5. They all arrived at once. After all, there are only a few days left until the ruins open, and they are probably all arriving now. If he could eliminate these 5 individuals in one go, the treasures within the ruins would all belong to him once they opened. Thinking of this, Chen Xuan quickly revealed a smile. Let's go take a look at those guys. Yes. With that, Chen Xuan led Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor towards the direction of the group. These 5 individuals set out from different directions, not knowing each other, yet they unexpectedly met here. Brothers, did you also arrive here guided by the jade pendant? One of the young men in a black denim jacket smiled and said. The others nodded in unison. Indeed, it seems everyone was guided here by the jade pendant. Could there be some treasure here? I don't know, perhaps there are dangers. I propose that since we all came together, we might as well form a team to face any potential dangers together. Hearing this, the others secretly pondered the feasibility of this suggestion. Although they were all ability users, with the apocalypse looming, no one could guarantee that this mysterious place wouldn't harbor dangers. Sticking together was undoubtedly the best strategy. However, the only concern was whether these guys were trustworthy. I agree. The first to speak was the young man in the black denim jacket. Seeing him speak, the others nodded in agreement. I agree too. I concur. The others chimed in one after another. Suddenly a noise came from a distance, and they instantly became alert. In the next moment, a man riding a black dog slowly approached, accompanied by a graceful woman. Observing this peculiar pairing, everyone present became wary. Oh, it seems I found the right people. Looking at the faces of the group, Chen Xuan's mouth curled into a slight smile, his eyes reflecting a hint of excitement. Indeed, it was these 5 individuals. In his previous life, 3 of them had emerged alive from this secret realm, with 2 becoming 9th-tier powerhouses and 1 an 8th-tier powerhouse. Chen Xuan naturally remembered the appearances of those 3. They were among the 5 present. One of them was the young man in the black denim jacket named Zhang Shuyuan, a 3rd-tier ability user with an S-level ability Blood Flame. The other was a man in a purple short-sleeve shirt named Li Lei, also a 3rd-tier ability user with an S-level ability Purple Lightning. The last was a haggard-looking man wearing a duckbill cap named Wang Xuanquan, a peak 2nd-tier ability user with an S-level ability Berserk Body. These 3 were not weak, and since their abilities had all reached S-level, they were able to hold their ground in the apocalypse. The other 2 were presumably the 2 who perished in the secret realm. Who are you? Zhang Shuyuan was the first to speak. The others also showed guarded expressions. Chen Xuan replied lightly, the one who will take your lives. Take their lives? The others scoffed, their faces showing disdain. Having survived in the apocalypse for so long, they were certainly not weak. Moreover, among the 5, there were 2 3rd-tier ability users. The remaining 3 were all 2nd-tier ability users with considerable strength. How could they be intimidated by Chen Xuan? We have no grievances or enmity with you. There's no need for this, right? Li Lei squinted and said. However, Chen Xuan was too lazy to waste words with them and gave Lin Zixuan a glance. The latter instantly understood, darting out in a flash. Lin Zixuan's speed was incredibly fast, especially after breaking through to the 3rd tier, significantly enhancing her strength. Although there were 2 3rd-tier ability users and 3 2nd-tier ability users in front of her, she showed no fear in her eyes. Instead, she was vaguely excited. The stronger the opponent, the more exhilarating the battle. Alright, don't just stand there, go help out, and quickly resolve the fight. Chen Xuan patted the dog emperor's body. Woof woof. The dog emperor did not hesitate, barking twice before pouncing toward the direction of the battle. Boom. A bolt of purple divine lightning struck down, instantly landing among the 5. The 5 scattered in response. Feeling the terror of the lightning, Li Lei's eyes widened in surprise. As a fellow lightning ability user, he could clearly sense the power of this lightning, even stronger than his own. Is that dog also an ability user? Looking at the figure of the dog emperor, the 5 were stunned, each wearing an expression of disbelief. At this moment, Lin Zixuan had already arrived, her pitch-black spear striking towards the group. Waves of dark terror surrounded them. The 5 suddenly felt an overwhelming killing intent, their hearts trembling. Dark Judgment. Lin Zixuan initially focused on the 2 2nd-tier ability users. With her 3rd-tier strength, those 2 were naturally unable to keep up with her speed. Boom. Their abilities were not strong enough, and in one strike they were instantly killed. Instantly killing 2 with one strike left the remaining 3 even more horrified. What the hell? What kind of monster was this? Damn, where did this person come from? I've never offended him. Wang Xuanquan said in bewilderment. Stop thinking about it. He must be here for the jade pendant in our hands. Li Lei's expression darkened, but he roughly guessed the truth. The only commonality among the 5 of them was that jade pendant. However, it was unfortunate that even if they guessed it, they could hardly escape death. So what do we do now? What to do? Of course, the answer was simple: run. These guys are formidable. Let's split up and escape. We might have a chance to survive. As soon as his words fell, Li Lei's body transformed into a streak of light and ran away. After all, with his purple lightning ability, the lightning-based abilities greatly enhanced his speed. But unfortunately, his plan was good, yet he underestimated the Dog Emperor's speed. Silly dog, go chase after him. If he escapes, you're finished. The Dog Emperor shivered at the words, then dared not hesitate, quickly rushing towards Li Lei's direction. Zhang Shuiyuan and Wang Shuangquan also tried to escape, but were blocked. You can handle that peak second tier 1 as practice, I'll take care of the other. It's just right to test my ability. Yes, Lin Zixuan replied, and then charged toward Wang Shuangquan. Chen Xuan smiled as he walked towards Zhang Shuiyuan. Dream City. Suddenly Chen Xuan's eyes turned blood red. In the next moment, a strong mental fluctuation surged. Zhang Shuiyuan's eyes instantly became dazed, his pupils seemingly frozen in place. Perfect timing to let you experience my illusion. At the moment Chen Xuan's illusion burst forth, Zhang Shuiyuan stood frozen in place, his pupils devoid of any ripple. Suddenly a mouthful of blood was violently expelled from his mouth. He collapsed heavily to the ground, his gaze towards Chen Xuan filled with shock. How is this possible? Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Shuiyuan instantly lost his breath, dead beyond any doubt. Although for Chen Xuan that one move of illusion lasted but a second, for Zhang Shuiyuan trapped in the illusion it felt like an eternity. And ultimately he did not break through the barriers of the illusion. Thus he perished directly. Having experimented with his illusion, the results were quite satisfying. A faint smile appeared on Chen Xuan's lips. His methods had increased further. Meanwhile, Lin Zixuan's battle had also concluded. As a third-tier ability user, killing a second-tier ability user was naturally easy, especially for Lin Zixuan. Master, the person is dead. Good. Chen Xuan nodded. Soon the figure of Dog Emperor flew over at high speed, with Li Lei's corpse in its mouth. Woof woof. With a look of pride, its face was filled with joy. Chen Xuan patted Dog Emperor's head. Not bad, I'll reward you with a few spirit cores later. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's praise, Dog Emperor flashed a smile. Before long, Chen Xuan searched through the corpses of several people, finding 5 jade pendants and a number of spirit cores. Storing the spirit cores in his spatial ring, Chen Xuan held the 5 jade pendants, a glint of joy flickering in his eyes. Finally obtained. Next we just need to wait for the ruins to open. Chen Xuan's eyes glimmered with longing at the thought of the legendary ruins. In his past life, due to his lack of strength, he didn't even have the qualification to enter the ruins. Every ruin is unique. As the most valuable ruin in the apocalypse, no one knows what lies within the Tianqi Mountain ruins. After all, the 3 ability users who emerged from the ruins back then became renowned and formidable figures, and no one dared to press for answers. However, in this life, Chen Xuan indeed had the chance to enter. Glancing at the corpses on the ground, he couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Among these 5 people, 3 would become super strong figures in the future. Now they had died so easily at his hands. This feeling was hard to describe. Let's go to the entrance of the ruins and wait for them to open. Holding the 5 jade pendants, Chen Xuan turned around. Yes. Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor quickly followed. With the 5 jade pendants combined with the 1 Chen Xuan originally obtained, they had a total of 6. After waiting at the ruins entrance for 3 days on this night, Chen Xuan felt a disturbance from the jade pendants on him. He quickly stood up, and Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor also became alert. Suddenly the moonlight became brighter. In the dark sky, moonlight cascaded down, a hazy beam of light, shining directly on Tianqi Mountain, illuminating Chen Xuan's front. It's finally here. Feeling the disturbance in front of him, Chen Xuan wore a broad smile. Indeed, the ruins were about to open. The energy of the moonlight was growing stronger. Chen Xuan could sense this surging power. He didn't know how long it had been when a bronze door rose from the ground. Behind the door, it seemed to connect to another world. Master, is this the ruins? Looking at the bronze door before her, Lin Zixuan spoke in surprise. Over the past few days, Chen Xuan had told her about the ruins. Indeed, you two stay behind me later. Yes. Woof. Both the person and the dog answered affirmatively. Before long, the moonlight dissipated, and the bronze door stood tall before Chen Xuan. Holding 6 jade pendants, he slowly stepped forward. The bronze door seemed to sense something creaking open. Let's go. Without any further words, Chen Xuan quickly walked inside, with Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor swiftly following. Just as the two and the dog stepped into the bronze door, it immediately closed. Before Chen Xuan appeared a massive spaceship, or rather a dilapidated spaceship in a state of ruin. Let's go take a look. Yes. Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor followed closely behind. As the 3 approached, Chen Xuan's fingers touched the spaceship's hull, and a strange sensation arose in his mind. The material of this spaceship was quite extraordinary, not composed of any common materials found on Earth. Master, there is a door. Lin Zixuan pointed to a door on the left side of the spaceship. Chen Xuan nodded. Let's go see what's inside. The origins of this spaceship were likely not simple. Though Chen Xuan was unclear where it came from, he was certain it was definitely from beyond Earth. As the three reached the spaceship's entrance, the jade pendants suddenly emitted a glow, and shortly after the spaceship's door opened. Upon entering, they were greeted by a mechanized cabin, organized and spotless. Ding, life form detected. Detecting life form strength. In the next moment, a light enveloped the three of them, as if they were being scanned by something. Ding, life form probe successful. Life form 1 is species human, gender female, life level 5. Life form 1 is classified as a mid-level life form and may enter the cabin. Life form 2, species canine, gender male, life level 5. Life form 2 is classified as a mid-level life form and may enter the cabin. Life form 3, a species human, gender male, life level 9. Ding, super high-level life form detected. Activating spaceship permissions. Would you like to initiate the trial? At that moment, while Chen Xuan and the others were still bewildered, a light screen suddenly appeared before him. It read, "Would you like to start the trial?" Yes, no. Looking at the inexplicable choice before him, Chen Xuan felt a bit on guard. He did not rush to make a selection. After all, who knew what this sudden trial was about? Just as he was pondering, a voice suddenly rang out. "Dear trial taker, hello. I am the super brain of this spaceship, here to serve you." Super brain. It must be several levels above what is referred to as artificial intelligence. "Hello, what does this trial entail, and why can I participate?" Chen Xuan voiced his questions. The super brain answered without hesitation, "Ding, because your life strength is detected to be sufficiently high, the spaceship's special trial has been activated. If you successfully participate in the trial, you will gain control of the spaceship." Wow. Successfully passing the trial grants control of the spaceship. Although he didn't know what this spaceship was good for, he could be certain it was extraordinary. After all, the three guys from his past life became top powerhouses after emerging from here. If he could possess this spaceship, his future achievements would surely be limitless. Of course, you can also choose not to participate in the trial. If you choose not to participate in the trial, you can still enter the cultivation pod and receive some gifts provided by this spaceship. The choice is entirely in your hands. Hearing the super brain's words, Chen Xuan nodded in agreement. I must say the service of the spaceship is quite impressive. Even if Chen Xuan does not participate in the trial, he can still receive rewards and benefits. Is there a high risk of death in the trial? Chen Xuan inquired. If the death rate in the trial is high, he would not participate. After all, while the control of the spaceship is great, life is more important. Without life, there is nothing to desire. Rest assured, the trial uses virtual reality technology. Your consciousness will enter it, and even if you die in the end, you will not suffer any harm. Moreover, for each level you pass in the trial, you will receive rewards. There is no danger. There are rewards. How could he possibly not participate? Thus, Chen Xuan decisively chose yes. Congratulations to the trial participant for entering the trial. Please follow me. The other two will wait here. As he spoke, a mechanical door opened. Chen Xuan turned his head and instructed, "You two wait for me here." "Yes." Woof woof. Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor nodded in response. Following the guidance of the super brain, Chen Xuan entered through the mechanical door, which then closed. When he raised his head, he saw an enormous tower approximately 7 stories tall. Esteemed trial participant, this is the Galactic Trial Tower, which has a total of 7 levels. If you can clear them, you will gain control of the entire spaceship. May I ask if the trial participant wishes to start the trial now? The superbrain's voice sounded once more. This time, Chen Xuan nodded without hesitation. Start the trial. In the next moment, he was enveloped in darkness. In an instant, the darkness vanished, and he found himself inside the tower. This is the first level of the trial tower. The first level of the trial tower has begun, the superbrain's voice announced. Immediately, 5 grotesque creatures appeared around Chen Xuan. They wielded various weapons: wolf-tooth clubs, iron hammers. Each appeared menacing, exuding a terrifying aura. All 5 creatures were at the 4th level. Seeing this, Chen Xuan's eyes narrowed. He could sense that the strength of these 5 beings was not simple, far beyond that of mere zombies. Suddenly, a creature with a snake body and a ghostly face moved. It was incredibly fast, appearing right in front of Chen Xuan. In an instant, a red shockwave firing from its eyes. Chen Xuan did not hesitate at all. He took flight and dodged directly. Boom! The terrifying shockwave struck the ground, producing a horrific explosion. However, the defense of the trial tower was astonishing. Even the most fearsome shockwave could not inflict any damage. Chen Xuan remained unfazed as his extreme cold sword was instantly drawn, the dragon wings unfurling to hover in midair. He dove down, using the speed of the dragon wings to charge at the snake-bodied, ghostly creature. Bang! The extreme cold sword slashed across its body, the sharp sword shadow, leaving a long scar, blood gushing forth, though not red, but black. The pitch-black blood resembled poison. Chen Xuan narrowed his eyes. All 5 monsters moved at once, advancing from 5 different directions, clearly attempting to encircle Chen Xuan. However, he certainly would not easily surrender. Dragon Might. A terrifying dragon might directly suppress the 5 monsters, leaving them stunned and motionless. This was the first time Chen Xuan used Dragon Might. I must say its power was indeed impressive. Ice Meteor. Chen Xuan shouted, and in the next moment, countless ice shards rained down from the sky, densely covering the entire trial arena. Boom, boom. The sounds of continuous impacts echoed. It is worth noting that these 5 creatures were already dazed from Chen Xuan's Dragon Might, unable to move, and countless ice shards fell directly piercing through them. This was the power of ultimate ice, which should not be underestimated. As the 5 monsters were slain by Chen Xuan, the Super Brain's voice resounded. Congratulations to the trial participant for completing the first level of the trial. Would you like to end the trial to receive your rewards? If Chen Xuan ended the trial now, he could receive the rewards. If he continued, the rewards for the first level would be temporarily unavailable. Of course, Chen Xuan could claim the rewards after finishing the battle. Continue the trial. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xuan chose to continue the trial. Chen Xuan was unclear about the rewards for the first level, but since the trial posed no threat to his life, he naturally intended to push forward to the end. After all, completing the trial would mean the entire spaceship would belong to him. Good things would surely be in abundance. Ding, continue the trial, starting the second level. The Super Brain's voice echoed, and then the second level of the trial began. In the next moment, the scene before Chen Xuan drastically changed. The scene inside the cabin transformed into a dilapidated city with corpses strewn across the mountains and plains outside the city. It was empty inside, with only him present. Suddenly, a roaring sound echoed. Chen Xuan saw a dark mass ahead filled with all kinds of monsters. Their levels ranged from the first to the fourth, though looking at the dense mass, there were at least tens of thousands of them. Any normal person seeing such a sight would undoubtedly feel their scalp tingle. Chen Xuan was also taken aback. What the hell is this? Is there the same difficulty between the first and second levels? Although the first level had 5 fourth-level monsters, Chen Xuan's strength could completely crush them. But for the second level, there were actually tens of thousands of monsters ranging from first to fourth levels. Feeling their auras, Chen Xuan could clearly sense that there were over 100 fourth-level monsters alone, not to mention other level monsters. Hiss. In shock, Chen Xuan felt even more excitement on his face. Battle is always the best catalyst for growth. The monsters seemed to be targeting this city, frantically rushing toward it. Chen Xuan stood above the city unafraid. Ice Meteor. In an instant, countless ice spikes rained down from the sky. At this moment, the large-scale attack of ice meteors was more deadly. For those third and fourth level monsters, these ice meteors were unlikely to slay them, but the first and second level monsters could hardly escape death. It would also slow down those monsters. Boom. The ice meteors fell instantly, and countless monsters perished significantly, slowing down the subsequent monsters' advance. With a single move, nearly half of the monsters were wiped out. Of course, most of them were first and second level monsters, not particularly strong. However, the crowd-clearing effect was quite impressive. The remaining half of the monsters continued rushing toward Chen Xuan. In an instant, he unleashed the dragon wings, leaping directly from the city. Let me see just how strong you all are. Chen Xuan leaped into the midst of the monsters. A glimmer of the extremely cold sword flashed as he maneuvered among countless creatures with incredible speed, his sword striking down, claiming the lives of numerous monsters. Even third-tier monsters could not withstand a single strike from him. His speed was extraordinarily swift, enhanced by dragon wings, reaching a pinnacle that even fourth-tier monsters could not catch a glimpse of Chen Xuan's figure. Ice seal for 1,000 miles. With a swing of his sword, vast, icy expanses emerged, as if the entire world had come to a standstill. This move could be deemed a devastating weapon. Chen Xuan's sword directly slaughtered nearly 2/3 of the monsters. Time passed quickly. A quarter of an hour later, the voice of the Super Brain echoed in his ears. Ding, congratulations to the challenger for passing the second stage. Do you wish to continue the challenge? Continue the challenge. The difficulty of the second stage was indeed considerable, and one could imagine that the subsequent challenges would not be any easier. But Chen Xuan naturally would not give up easily. He wanted to test just how far his strength could take him. Ding, congratulations to the challenger for starting the third stage. Before the third stage commenced, Chen Xuan found himself restored to perfect condition with his abilities fully replenished. Before each stage begins, the Super Brain would completely restore his abilities, ensuring he started the next round in peak condition. After all, if one proceeded without being fully prepared, it would be hard for anyone to succeed. The trial of the third stage quickly began. This stage was unlike the previous two. There were no combat scenes. Before him stood an extraordinarily beautiful woman, entirely naked, her fair skin and stunning features causing one to drool. Even Chen Xuan couldn't help but feel a bit astonished. The woman's beauty and figure were truly unparalleled. Wait a minute. As if realizing something, Chen Xuan squinted his eyes, feeling that something was amiss. Normally, how could there be a woman during the trials? Moreover, the third stage was already underway, yet what appeared before Chen Xuan was this naked woman who must be the guardian of the third stage. I seal for 1,000 miles. Without hesitation, Chen Xuan swung his sword toward the stunning woman. The terrifying sword energy infused with ice seemed poised to freeze the entire space. Boom! Just as the sword energy was about to strike the beautiful woman, she suddenly darted aside, evading Chen Xuan's attack. As expected, my guess was correct. She is the guardian of the third stage. In an instant, the woman's figure moved. Chen Xuan suddenly felt a violent wave vibrating in his mind. Wow! It turned out to be a mental attack. The intensity of this attack was not weak, but Chen Xuan's mental strength was anything but ordinary. Having been reborn, his mental strength exceeded that of the average person, and he possessed soul-capturing abilities which he had cultivated to the 4th tier, making him more than capable. Thus, in a moment, Chen Xuan was able to fend off the opponent's mental attack. An eye for an eye. Since you favor mental attacks, let's see how you fare against mine. With that, Chen Xuan activated his soul-capturing abilities. Dreamscape City. Chen Xuan unleashed all his soul-capturing power upon the woman. The terrifying abilities instantly enveloped the woman. In an instant, she froze in place, and the next second, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Chen Xuan let out a cold laugh as he advanced his sword, slicing through her body, taking her life. Congratulations to the challenger for passing the third stage. Do you wish to start the fourth stage? Continue. Chen Xuan chose to persist without hesitation. Time lost all meaning as he broke through the trials in the tower, his aura reaching a peak and the killing intent in his eyes becoming increasingly pronounced. After all, having slain so many monsters in the trial tower, his killing intent was quite formidable. Congratulations to the challenger for passing the 6th stage. Do you wish to commence the final stage? Indeed. Having fought fiercely, Chen Xuan finally broke through the 6th stage. Facing the final stage, he felt a bit of pressure. The difficulty of the 6th stage had already been quite significant, and he had exhausted all his strength to pass. Now the challenge of the 7th stage would surely be no less intense. However, if he succeeded, the benefits for Chen Xuan would be enormous. The control of this spaceship was an irresistible temptation. If he truly gained control, it would mean that everything aboard belonged to him. A wealth of resources. He could produce countless powerful beings. After a moment of silence, Chen Xuan made his decision. Continue. No matter what, he had to take a gamble. If he didn't give it a try, he would likely have regrets for the rest of his life. Ding! Congratulations to the challenger for starting the 7th stage. If you pass this stage, you will have the highest control of the spaceship. Good luck. In the next moment, suddenly the scene before Chen Xuan changed as if night had fallen, leaving him in complete darkness. Suddenly a beam of light illuminated the surroundings, and Chen Xuan found himself on a battlefield. All around were ruins and rubble. There were both monster corpses and human bodies. He didn't know where this place was, but the thick stench of blood surrounding him indicated that it was terrifying, with countless lives buried here. Suddenly a figure slowly approached him. The figure was enormous, standing over 3 meters tall with 6 wings on its back, a ferocious face, and wielding a heavy blade. This aura. It's actually a 7th tier ability user. Sensing the aura of the being, Chen Xuan's pupils suddenly tightened. He knew the horrors of the 7th stage. It would be no easy feat to pass. However, he did not expect the challenge to be of hellish difficulty right from the start. A 7th tier powerhouse. Its strength was undoubtedly terrifying. Moreover, this monster was not an ordinary 7th tier ability user strength. I didn't expect this to be the 7th layer. The difficulty is indeed considerable. Chen Xuan smiled wryly, his eyes flickering with a glint of light. Was he afraid? Not at all. More so, he felt excitement. This was his first time engaging with a 7th tier powerhouse. Since that's the case, let's see who is superior. With that, Chen Xuan summoned the dragon wings. A crystalline, icy dragon wing appeared, and then he unhesitatingly activated his dragon transformation. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a hare, let alone facing this 7th tier powerhouse. He naturally had to unleash all his abilities. Boom! In an instant, the 7th tier monster moved, appearing before Chen Xuan, its terrifying speed even causing the space to tremble. No, that was spatial ability. A heavy blade slashed out, heading straight for Chen Xuan's chest. He did not evade. Instead, he swung his extremely cold sword, resulting in a clash that emitted a resonating hum. The strength of the 7th tier powerhouse needs no further elaboration. If Chen Xuan had not activated his dragon transformation, just the impact from this collision would have surely torn him apart. Bang! After one strike, Chen Xuan was sent flying more than 10 meters by the terrifying attack. Being blasted away by such a terrifying attack, Chen Xuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of pain. It's undeniable that the power of a 7th tier powerhouse is extraordinary. With just a simple move, the attack was overwhelmingly fierce. If it weren't for Chen Xuan's use of dragon transformation, he likely wouldn't have survived. However, the more dire the situation, the more excited he became. Dragon Might. In an instant, countless dragon might surged from Chen Xuan, shaking and disorienting the entire space. Although this 7th-tier monster was terrifyingly powerful, it was still affected to some extent. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Xuan invoked Absolute Domain. The Absolute Domain was activated, directly ignoring any levels. Even though this monster was 7th tier, it was still greatly impacted. Its strength, speed, and defense all dropped by 40%. This was not a trivial reduction. In that moment, the monster sensed the wrongness, but Chen Xuan's figure had already arrived in front of it. Dream City. 1 meter in front of him, Chen Xuan unleashed a mental attack. Dream City. This Dream City was terrifying for ordinary psychics, but for this 7th-tier monster the impact was minimal, yet enough to daze it for a few seconds. And those few seconds could completely alter the course of the battle. Break. Chen Xuan's figure had already arrived, and the extreme cold sword was drawn in an instant. The long sword swept through with a cold shadow, piercing directly into the monster's chest. It must be said that the monster's defense was truly astonishing. Even with a 40% decrease, the extreme cold sword only penetrated halfway into its body and could not advance further. The immense pain instantly jolted it awake. It let out a roar, its eyes filled with fury. Pain. Extreme pain. Seeing this, Chen Xuan swiftly retreated. The extreme cold sword was quickly withdrawn, countless drops of black blood falling, and its aura began to weaken rapidly. However, the monster's vitality was undeniably tenacious. This strike still did not claim its life. It flapped its 6 wings behind it, tearing through space, charging directly at Chen Xuan, seemingly intent on delivering a fatal blow. The terrifying power threatened to destroy everything. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chen Xuan hurriedly dodged. Yet he faced a furious 7th-tier monster, and even with the weakening of Absolute Domain, its terrifying speed and attack power remained formidable. Bang! Bang! Even while dodging, Chen Xuan was still injured by the monster. Blood dripped from the dragon transformation area on his chest, and he was also hit by a punch. Damn, this guy is truly terrifying. No wonder it's a 7th tier. Even Chen Xuan couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes filled with endless fighting spirit. In this situation, retreat was impossible. The only way to win was to fight, to see who could endure until the end. Damn it, anyway, I can't die, so I'll risk my life and fight you to the end. Chen Xuan roared, suppressing the pain in his chest. His speed surged. After his dragon transformation, his strength significantly increased, especially his speed. I seal for miles. With a swing of his sword, it was as if he intended to freeze everything, causing heavy snow to fall across the battlefield, bringing a chilling atmosphere. Boom. The sword struck, clearly indicating that the 7th-tier monster was also suffering. Already heavily injured by Chen Xuan, coupled with the suppression of Absolute Domain, it could not unleash its true strength. It can be said that this battle was incredibly frustrating for it. Clearly possessing 10 parts of strength, it could only bring forth 5. And among those 5 parts of strength, it was also heavily injured by Chen Xuan's sneak attack, so in reality, it could only exert 3 parts. As time passed, the battle between Chen Xuan and it lasted a full 2.5 minutes. In these 2 minutes, their fight was extremely arduous. Every move was executed with full strength. Both of them had reached their limits at this moment. Looking at the figure of the opponent, Chen Xuan was panting heavily. It must be said that this was the most difficult battle since his rebirth and the most terrifying opponent he had encountered so far. He had used all of his means just to reach this point. I can't delay any longer. Absolute Domain can only last for 3 minutes. Once the time is up, I will undoubtedly perish. Chen Xuan made up his mind. He understood that once the time for Absolute Domain expired, he would surely die. After all, this 7th-tier monster had already lost considerable strength. Damn, it'll go for it. Chen Xuan gritted his teeth. The dragon wings behind him shook rapidly, soaring into the sky, then plummeting downwards, using the falling momentum to achieve an extraordinarily terrifying speed. Dream City. I seal for miles. Chen Xuan simultaneously invoked his mental attack and the extreme cold sword. After gaining a detailed understanding of the spaceship's functions, Chen Xuan couldn't help but feel somewhat astonished. The large spaceship was divided into training chamber, auxiliary chamber, potion chamber, and storage chamber. Among them, the training chamber could assist extraordinary beings in their cultivation, equipped with professional auxiliary devices, facilitating training from combat to extraordinary practices. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that the training chamber could adjust the time multiplier. Currently, Chen Xuan could adjust it to a maximum of 2 times. This meant that 2 days spent in the training chamber equated to merely 1 day in the outside world. As a result, the training effects were extraordinarily beneficial. With professional equipment, expert guidance, and time manipulation, one could only imagine how terrifying the training here could be. The auxiliary chamber was more complex, capable of analyzing various special materials for replication, including weapons. It could also provide analysis and explanations of extraordinary powers. Then there was the potion chamber. After the apocalypse began, extraordinary beings emerged in droves, and aside from cultivating with crystal cores, they could also use potions to assist in their training. However, in the early stages, humans had not developed potions, yet there remained a potion chamber within the spaceship. Chen Xuan speculated that the development of human potions was likely not solely self-made, but possibly derived from extraterrestrial beings. Finally, there was the storage chamber. This chamber contained countless treasures and potions categorized meticulously, but currently Chen Xuan's strength was too low, allowing him to unlock only the first layer. Even so, he held great interest in the first layer of the storage chamber, as it surely contained a wealth of good items. After thoroughly understanding the information about the storage chamber, a smile appeared on Chen Xuan's face. Indeed, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. This time the leap in killing a 7th-tier monster has truly yielded abundant gains. The entire spaceship had become his possession. The improvement in strength was bound to be exponential. Seeing Chen Xuan emerge, Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor were all smiles. Master. Woof woof. It was evident that both the person and the dog were quite concerned about Chen Xuan's safety. He smiled slightly. There's no need to worry. From now on, this spaceship belongs to us. Chen Xuan's words left the calm-faced Lin Zixuan utterly shocked, while Dog Emperor also gaped in disbelief. What the hell? This spaceship actually belongs to them. Though shocked, neither the person nor the dog doubted their master's words. Chen Xuan smiled and said, "Let's go take a look around." He was quite curious about the interior construction of the spaceship, especially the various chambers. All right, woof. Walking ahead, Chen Xuan was accompanied by the Super Brain's introduction, with Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor following behind. Their first stop was the auxiliary chamber. Master, this is the auxiliary chamber. That over there is the forging table, which can analyze various weapon data, and if there are raw materials, it can also replicate or tailor weapons for you. Chen Xuan looked over at the forging table, curious, and then placed the extreme cold sword on it. In the next moment, a voice emerged from the forging table. Ding, detected special metal, Xianbing crystal, current weapon grade top tier. The spaceship possesses Yuan crystal, which can enhance this weapon to planetary level. Would you like to proceed with the enhancement? Hearing the voice from the forging table, Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback. What was this weapon grade? In his past life, Chen Xuan was also unaware that weapons had grades. He only knew that the extreme cold sword was among the top 3 in the entire apocalypse, capable of cutting through metal like mud. However, he was not clear that there could be grades between weapons. The super brain quickly clarified this for him. Ding, responding to the master, weapons also have grades ranging from low to high, low grade, mid grade, high grade, top tier, planetary level, stellar level, nebula level, and the legendary cosmic level. Your weapon has reached the top tier level, making it the hardest weapon currently on Earth. The voice of the super brain echoed in Chen Xuan's ears, and he understood the grading system for weapons. It seemed that if the extreme cold sword were upgraded to planetary level, it would surpass all weapons on Earth. Its power would reach an exceedingly terrifying level. He naturally understood how significant a good weapon could enhance one's strength. Thus, without any hesitation, Chen Xuan directly replied, "Upgrade." Ding, upgrade initiated. The required time for this upgrade is 10 days. Please be patient, master. Chen Xuan could certainly wait for 10 days. After all, this was a planetary level weapon, and there might not be even one found on the entire Earth. Its power was incredibly terrifying. As the extreme cold sword was placed on the forging table for an upgrade, Chen Xuan pondered and took out his spatial ring, placing it on the forging table. He was curious about the composition of the spatial ring. Ding, detected special metal Kanyuan stone, current, grade, high grade. The spaceship contains a large quantity of Kanyuan stones, which can enhance this spatial ring to top tier. Would you like to proceed with the enhancement? Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected that even the spatial ring could be upgraded, which was a pleasant surprise. The current internal space of the spatial ring was not small, but as his strength increased, he would inevitably acquire more valuable items in the future. The space within the ring felt somewhat limited. If it could be upgraded to increase its capacity, it would undoubtedly be a good thing. Therefore, without any hesitation, Chen Xuan agreed. Enhance. Ding, upgrade initiated. The required time for this upgrade is 3 days. Please be patient, master. 3 days was relatively short compared to the 10 days for the extreme cold sword. After all, upgrading the spatial ring from high grade to top tier was naturally much easier. The weapon forging table had indeed greatly amazed Chen Xuan, bringing him much joy. Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor beside him looked equally astonished, as if they had unlocked the door to a new world. Chen Xuan planned to forge a weapon for both of them during this time to enhance their combat power. Within this auxiliary chamber, aside from the weapon forging table, there was also a dedicated explanation area for extraordinary powers. The group took a quick look around before heading to the adjacent potion chamber. Inside the potion chamber, various potions could be refined as long as there were raw materials. The spaceship could refine potions without limit. Moreover, the success rate was absolutely 100%. Not only that, but the potions refined within the spaceship had no side effects, with all toxins completely filtered out. It could be said that this was an incredibly terrifying existence. Even after years of development in the apocalypse, while humans could independently refine potions, those potions would inevitably contain some level of toxins. These toxins accumulate in the body, though although in small amounts they still have some impact on the human body. Especially when breaking through higher levels, if too many potion toxins accumulate in the body, the difficulty of the breakthrough would undoubtedly increase significantly. However, the potion refined by Chen Xuan's spaceship could actually prevent any toxins, which is quite terrifying. This storage holds all the supplies of the spaceship. Although the exact extent of the terrifying resources is unknown, Chen Xuan's current strength can only access the first layer. Yet even the resources in this first layer are enough to dazzle him. Countless special metals, spiritual herbs, and potions resemble a vast treasure trove. This is ice crystal stone milk essence liquid. While these are all top-tier treasures, Chen Xuan couldn't help but swallow hard as he gazed at the items before him. Items like ice crystal stone milk would make even 8th or 9th-tier powerhouses drool, as they contain vast amounts of energy and can purify the body, and most importantly, they can enhance one's soul strength. These are truly extraordinary treasures. If these were to spread, they would certainly drive a nation into madness. Chen Xuan swallowed hard, his eyes filled with shock. After touring the storage room, he had a rough idea of the substantial amount of items inside. Then he proceeded to the training chamber. This is considered the core of the entire spaceship. The training chamber has thousands of slots, allowing entry into any slot for simulated combat. In the simulated combat, the flow of time inside is 1:2 compared to the outside world, and death inside does not affect the physical body outside. This can be said to be an excellent training ground. After touring all the functions of the spaceship, Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor were both in awe. They had never imagined that a spaceship could be this powerful, with complete functions and abundant resources. In the coming time, you two will undergo 2 months of special training here to quickly enhance your strength. Chen Xuan commanded the duo. He planned to practice here for 2 months. Although there were many zombies in the outside world, the situation was manageable for the upper echelons of the country. With the strength of a nation, many powerful supernatural beings would inevitably emerge. These supernatural beings cannot be underestimated. If Chen Xuan and the others do not strive to improve, they will eventually be surpassed by others. Moreover, not only the nation, but also various regional military districts are vigorously developing technology. Chen Xuan remembered that in his past life, these potions began to be researched in the 2 months following the onset of the apocalypse. Of course, there are also some special technologies involved, but with his current strength, he had no qualification to access them. Chen Xuan would never underestimate the power of a nation. However, he would not allow his strength to be surpassed by others. This is absolutely intolerable for him. Now, with the resources of the spaceship, his strength will undoubtedly advance rapidly. Yes. Woof. The duo had no objections, as 2 months' time is considered golden time in the early apocalypse. Many of the powerful beings in the later stages of the apocalypse gained their strength due to seizing opportunities during those few months. Great. Chen Gu was right. Taking over this arms factory has significantly increased our Tiangshuan's strength, and our manpower has directly doubled. Zhou Xiong's eyes lit up, filled with excitement. It has been a month since Chen Xuan left after devising a strategy. About half a month ago, they had already taken over the arms factory, and there were experts proficient in military industry within the base, allowing the arms factory to be restarted. With the support of weapons, the strength of the Tianshan base has greatly improved. During this time, the number of survivors in the base has also surged significantly, from less than 20,000 to 40,000. Among them, the combat population reached 3,000, and the number of supernatural beings was as high as 62. This is definitely a substantial number. No wonder Zhou Xiong was so excited. Such significant progress in just a month would thrill anyone. Li Kai beside him also wore a big smile. Chen Xuan entrusted the management of the base to the two of them, and they naturally did not want to disappoint him. This achievement can be considered fulfilling Chen Guest's expectations. Not bad, our base's strength has skyrocketed. In a while, we might even be able to swallow the entire Subei city. What does swallowing the entire Subei city mean? It means Tianxian will establish itself as a king and carve out a territory. This is undoubtedly a significant breakthrough. Before the apocalypse began, they wouldn't even have dared to think about this. Now, not only do they have the opportunity, but they also have the strength. Indeed. Oldly, before Chen Gu returns, we need to step up our efforts and swallow all the surrounding forces. When Chen Gu comes back, we can give him a surprise. Zhou Xiong said excitedly. That's right. Li Kai nodded in agreement. The two have been getting along very well during this time, and their relationship has progressed by leaps and bounds. They naturally recognize each other's talents and strengths. During this month, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong both broke through to the third tier, significantly enhancing their strength. Especially Li Kai, whose control over the third-tier metal ability has become stronger, and his supernatural energy is more abundant. Although Zhou Xiong has also improved a lot, the extent is not as great as Li Kai's. However, he has now reached the third tier, and if he breaks through to the fourth tier, Zhou Xiong's strength will surely experience a surge. At that time, Li Kai might not even be his opponent. Beast-type abilities represent a significant threshold at the fourth tier. Just as the two were conversing, Zhang Yun rushed in a panic. Kai Gu Xiong Gu, something big has happened. Upon hearing Zhang Yun's words, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong exchanged glances, suddenly feeling an ominous premonition. What happened? The 4th Military District has sent people claiming they want to reclaim the arms factory. Hearing Zhang Yun's words, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong's expressions changed simultaneously. Indeed, the thing they feared the most had happened. This arms factory originally belonged to the 4th Military District, but when the zombie tide struck, they were forced to withdraw from Disobey City. Now that the other party occupies the northern part of Disobey City with strong power, they naturally want to reclaim the arms factory. But they are not willing to let go of something that was almost within their grasp. Oldly, what do you think? Zhou Xiong first inquired about Li Kai's thoughts. What else can we do? Want the arms factory? Impossible unless they step over my corpse. Right, what you said really resonates with me. If we lose this arms factory, how can we face Chen Gu in the future? Li Kai nodded upon hearing this. Indeed, if they lost this arms factory, it would prove their incompetence, and how could they face Chen Xuan in the future? Therefore, they absolutely cannot give up easily. Then let's fight. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong exchanged glances and made up their minds. However, the Tianxian base is now well equipped with weapons and has thousands of warriors along with dozens of superhumans. Such strength is not to be underestimated against the 4th Military District. Even if the other side were to defeat them, it would not be so easy. Has the leadership of the 4th Military District changed? Zhou Xiong suddenly asked. Zhang Yun and Li Kai exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Indeed, it is said that the previous leader Yang Hua died of a sudden heart attack, and the current leader is reportedly someone sent down from above. A sudden heart attack. This explanation is somewhat far-fetched, and as for the truth, it is subject to interpretation. However, this also reflects that the 4th Military District is not as united as imagined, especially at the higher levels where internal strife may be quite severe. This is undoubtedly good news for them. Let's go meet the representatives from the 4th Military District first. The two made up their minds and headed to the reception room. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai arrived at the reception room, one on the left and the other on the right. The envoy from the 4th Military District, named Zhang Tianfeng, was an ordinary second-tier superhuman with great abilities and not particularly strong. Which of you is the leader of the Tianxian base? Zhang Tianfeng asked. The two exchanged glances, not directly answering the question, as neither of them could be considered the leader of the base in strict terms. However, Chen Xuan was indifferent to fame and fortune and did not wish to reveal his identity, so neither of them spoke further. What brings you here, if I may ask? Seeing their attitude, Zhang Tianfeng was somewhat puzzled, but did not say much and began to clarify his mission. I come representing the 4th Military District, seeking the return of the arms factory, which rightfully belongs to us and is of great importance. Zhang Tianfeng spoke with a degree of seriousness. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong narrowed their eyes. What if we refuse to return it? Then we can only resort to battle. Zhang Tianfeng's tone was firm, as if he believed that should Li Kai and Zhou Xiong refuse to return it, a large-scale conflict would inevitably erupt between the 4th Military District and the Tianxian base. He was also confident that the 4th Military District's strength could not be unable to take down a mere Tianxian base. However, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong exchanged glances and simultaneously sneered, their eyes showing indifference. Is that so? If it comes to war, then let's fight. As for the arms factory, we will definitely not return it. Their resolute stance left Zhang Tianfeng momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend how they could be so hard-line. After all, he represented the 4th Military District, the legitimate authority. Yet the other party had this attitude. Do you really think that a group of ordinary people can stand against the vast 4th Military District? Moreover, my 4th Military District is backed by the Jiangnan District. You must understand that this is tantamount to opposing all of Huaxia. Zhang Tianfeng's words were sharp, directly invoking the Jiangnan District and even all of Huaxia. If they did not relinquish the arms factory, it would mean opposing the Jiangnan District and all of Huaxia. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai felt a bit nervous upon hearing this. After all, before the apocalypse began, both were just ordinary individuals and had never considered opposing all of Huaxia. But after exchanging glances, they solidified their resolve. No matter what, they absolutely could not let the arms factory go. What if the 4th Military District was backed by the Jiangnan District? Behind them stood Chen Xuan. With that terrifying man backing them, they did not believe there was anything that could not be resolved. Thus Li Kai and Zhou Xiong spoke coldly. If that is the case, then if the 4th Military District desires war, let it be. The Tianxian base will accompany you to the end. However, we must remind you, are you sure the 4th Military District can bear the consequences of war? Their resolute voices once again put Zhang Tianfeng in a passive position. In truth, he had come this time more with the intention of intimidating the two. After all, the 4th Military District is currently unstable internally, and its strength has not fully recovered, so if they wanted to take the Tianxian base, they would likely have to pay a considerable price. Hence Zhang Tianfeng's original intent was to intimidate the two. However, he did not expect that Li Kai and Zhou Xiong would be so resolute. They would rather go to war than return the arms factory. Moreover, he did not see the slightest hesitation from them. This made it somewhat difficult to fathom. Was there some terrifying weapon in the Tianxian base? Or some hidden trump card? Otherwise, why would they be so adamant? For a moment, Zhang Tianfeng was at a loss. Li Kai sneered. All right, go back and tell your leader that if war is to happen, the Tianxian base will accompany you to the end. Even if it costs the last man, we will fight to the finish. Indeed, relay our words to your leader exactly. Zhou Xiong also sneered, his eyes filled with defiance. Zhang Tianfeng felt the immense pressure emanating from the two, realizing their superhuman abilities were formidable, and he was no match for them, causing fear to grow within him. Thus, he did not linger at the Tianxian base and left with a few soldiers. Watching their retreating figures, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong exchanged glances of disdain. The 4th Military District seems to be nothing remarkable. However, they may be dismissive in words, but in action, they would not let their guard down. Old Li instructed the brothers to strengthen the defenses around the arms factory to prevent any surprise attacks from the other side during this time. Okay, I will enhance the defenses right away. If the 4th Military District dares to sneak attack, I will not let them off easily. Li Kai spoke firmly. If the other side dared to launch a surprise attack, he would definitely not let them off lightly. The weapons in their hands were not to be taken lightly. The two made up their minds and went to arrange matters. Is it really true that they said that? Within the highest level tent of the 4th Military District, the one seated in the main position is the current leader of the 4th Military District, who comes from the upper echelons, and is also Su Yuanting's elder brother Su Yuanying. The death of Yang Hua was inextricably linked to Su Yuanting, who later maneuvered to bring his own brother Su Yuanying to the 4th Military District as its leader. After all, the apocalypse is different from ordinary times, and having military power is even more crucial. At this moment, Su Yuanying was filled with anger, not expecting that upon arriving in Subei City, he would find that the arms factory was gone, seized by a force from the Tianxian base. He sent envoys to negotiate, but unexpectedly, they were humiliated. It was simply outrageous. How could a mere civilian organization dare to confront the 4th Military District? It is indeed outrageous. Yes, that is precisely what was said word for word. Zhang Tianfeng said cautiously, his voice carrying a hint of fear. Unlike Yang Hua, Su Yuanying was not one to tolerate any disrespect. If he truly angered the other side, the consequences could be severe. This is outrageous. In that case, let's go to war. I want to see what these guys are capable of. Su Yuanying spoke, and the others in the conference hall nodded in agreement. Su Yuanying said, indeed, since they dare to challenge the authority of our 4th Military District, let them know what official strength truly means. Although the apocalypse has arrived, the major military districts essentially belong to fractured territories. However, they are still nominally managed from above, thus holding onto the moral high ground. The Tianxian base, being a civilian organization, has always been looked down upon. No one expected these guys to dare occupy the military factory and even intend to oppose our 4th Military District. It truly baffles me where they found their courage. The esteemed figures present, all high-ranking officials of the military district, held a dismissive view towards those so-called civilian organizations. In the corner, a middle-aged officer stood up and said, Chief, everyone, I believe we should not underestimate the Tianxian base. I have investigated their strength, and it is indeed formidable. Not only are the two leaders third-tier powerhouses, but they also possess S-level abilities. The number of ability users within the base has reached dozens, and with the support of firearms from the military factory, their combat-ready forces have swelled to thousands, truly not a small power. After the middle-aged officer finished speaking, the others exchanged glances, their expressions turning serious. Indeed, if that is the case, the strength of the Tianxian base is not to be underestimated. While they may not be able to match our 4th Military District across the entirety of Subei City, they are likely the only ones capable of going toe-to-toe with us. Su Yuanying narrowed his eyes, his expression growing colder. He sneered, You are truly pathetic if a mere fraction of strength can frighten you. Send Zhang Haoyun with 3,000 men. Oh, I want to see just how difficult it is to deal with the Tianxian base. Zhang Haoyun is currently the top expert of the 4th Military District in S-level ability user with peak 3rd-tier strength. He is a formidable warrior forged by the combined might of the entire military district. As for the 3,000 men, they are all elite soldiers of the 4th Military District, each exceptionally skilled, especially after the onset of the apocalypse. Their physical qualities have been enhanced to varying degrees. Coupled with their original combat, training their strength is naturally overwhelming. Seeing Su Yuanying's decisive demeanor, the others no longer voiced any objections. The 4th Military District moved swiftly. Perhaps they found the matter concerning the military factory utterly intolerable. Meanwhile, the Tianxian base quickly detected the movements of their opponents. 3,000 troops are undeniably a massive force impossible to conceal. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong had long since gathered intelligence on the 4th Military District and naturally understood Zhang Haoyun's strength. Although he is a peak 3rd-tier ability user and possesses S-level abilities, the two of them together are not weaker than him. Thus they were not afraid. The vast machine that is the Tianxian base began to operate. Time passed quickly. At this moment within the spaceship, Chen Xuan was intensely enhancing his abilities alongside Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor. This spaceship is like a gigantic treasure trove. For ability users, it is the perfect place to enhance their powers. Chen Xuan's previous combat experience was already substantial, and after training in the training chamber, his combat capabilities saw significant improvement. Coupled with the auxiliary chamber's ability analysis, his mastery over his powers greatly increased. Whether it is the Ice Dragon ability or the Soul Capture ability, he has become more adept in their application during battles. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. For Chen Xuan, Lin Zixuan, and Dog Emperor, these 2 months flew by as their strength had truly skyrocketed. Chen Xuan's 2 primary abilities, the Ice Dragon and Soul Capture, have both reached the 5th tier. His strength has surged tremendously. Originally, he could slay 7th-tier ability users, although it was somewhat challenging, he managed to do so. Now that both abilities have simultaneously broken through to the 5th tier, dispatching 7th-tier ability users has become significantly easier. As long as the opponent's strength isn't overwhelmingly terrifying, Chen Xuan believes he can handle it. The rapid advancement of his abilities has brought great satisfaction to Chen Xuan's heart. With his current strength, he feels he is unmatched among humanity. Even against some prodigies nurtured by various powerful factions, Chen Xuan feels no fear. However, he is somewhat surprised that his plunder ability has shown no signs of progress. He estimates that only after devouring another ability can his plunder ability continue to advance. Currently, his plunder ability has reached the 2nd tier. He must devour another ability to elevate it to the 3rd tier. It seems he must continue with ability devouring. As for Dog Emperor and Lin Zixuan, both of their strengths have also risen rapidly. Dog Emperor's strength has already risen to the 4th tier. As for Lin Zixuan, she has reached the peak of the 3rd tier, just a step away from breaking into the 4th tier. Although Lin Zixuan has yet to break through to the 4th tier, her strength is by no means inferior to that of Dog Emperor. Especially at night, due to the uniqueness of Lin Zixuan's abilities, her strength directly triples. Even Dog Emperor finds it somewhat challenging to contend with Lin Zixuan at night. Dog Emperor, being cunning, recognizes Lin Zixuan's terrifying power and has lost the initial hostility towards her, even subconsciously trying to build a good relationship. Determined to become the left and right hand of his master. Although Dog Emperor cannot speak, yet he is close to doing so. After breaking into the 7th tier, he will be able to communicate like a normal human. However, Dog Emperor's intelligence is by no means lower than that of an average person. Zixuan, silly dog, it's time to go. Having spent 2 months inside the spaceship, the outside world must have changed significantly, and he certainly cannot remain here forever. Moreover, there are still opportunities waiting for him to enhance his plunder ability. Regarding the spaceship, Chen Xuan had asked the super brain, and he now possesses absolute control over the entire ship, capable of adjusting its size and entering it into his body. Indeed, this spaceship can freely enlarge or shrink and can even enter his body. It is undoubtedly an incredibly powerful auxiliary artifact. I can't imagine how terrifying the being that created this spaceship must be. Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor had already packed their things ready to leave. With their strength significantly increased, they naturally felt confident. Master, we are all set. Woof woof woof. Chen Xuan smiled at the duo, and then said, let's go back to Disobey City. Saying this, he led the two of them directly out of the spaceship. Gazing at the enormous ship before him, Chen Xuan focused his mind, and the vast spaceship transformed into a speck of dust, then burrowed into his body. Chen Xuan could clearly sense the connection between himself and the spaceship. Let's go, it's time to return. Having successfully left the ruins, Chen Xuan and his companions appeared at Tianqi Mountain. This ruin was known only to those whom Chen Xuan had eliminated, so even years later, as long as Chen Xuan kept silent, no one would know about this secret realm. As for the events that transpired within the secret realm, he naturally would not disclose them easily. After all, this flying ship could be regarded as the most terrifying opportunity on the entire Earth. Revealing it would undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of those with ulterior motives. Although with Chen Xuan's strength, he would have no fear at that time, there was no need for him to seek unnecessary troubles. Riding atop the Dog Emperor, the trio headed towards the direction of Disobey City. After breaking through to the 4th tier, the Dog Emperor's strength experienced a significant surge, and its size had also increased considerably. Now it resembled a small tower standing over 3 meters tall, with an incredibly tough hide. Even countless bullets hitting its fur would leave no mark. Modern weapons, except for large missiles, were almost useless against the Dog Emperor. Of course, this was even more true for Chen Xuan, although such large missiles still posed a threat to him. However, in all of Huaxiao, only the highest echelons would have control over such missiles. As for him at present, he had not yet caught the eye of the higher-ups, so there was naturally no need for concern. Along the way, there were quite a number of zombies. The apocalypse had begun for several months, and not only were humans evolving, but those zombies were continuously evolving as well. The number of second-tier zombies occupied the majority, and even a small number had evolved to the 3rd tier, which was terrifying. However, although these zombies were stronger than they were a few months ago, they were still not sufficient for Chen Xuan and his companions. Thus, without expending much effort, they broke through the zombies' defenses. A day later, Chen Xuan and his companions stepped into the territory of Disobey City. He planned to return to the Tianxian base first to see how things were. Although Chen Xuan wasn't very fond of managing the base as it wasted his cultivation time, having a large force was still beneficial for him. Besides, both Li Kai and Zhou Xiong had considerable talent and were extremely loyal, so he needn't worry about them betraying him, which put him at ease. The Tianxian base was located to the south of Disobey City. Before Chen Xuan headed to Tianqi Mountain, due to the alliance of Li Kai and Zhou Xiong, the entire southern area of Disobey City had been consolidated by the two. Master, something seems off over there. Just as Chen Xuan was contemplating the future development of the base, Lin Zixuan suddenly spoke up. Chen Xuan slightly raised his head and looked ahead. That was the only road leading to the Tianxian base, but unexpectedly a squad of soldiers had appeared ahead, numbering over 100, with 13 of them being ability users. The 2 leaders were peak second-tier ability users, quite formidable. Moreover, with various heavy weapons like machine guns, even an ordinary 3rd-tier powerhouse would find it difficult to breach this defense. This was definitely a heavily guarded position. Seeing this setup, Chen Xuan realized that something must have gone wrong at the Tianxian base. After all, these soldiers were the elite of the 4th military district gathered here to clearly block the route to the Tianxian base. Before leaving, Chen Xuan had instructed Li Kai and Zhou Xiong to take over the arms factory, and the 4th military district would certainly not let this go unpunished. It was probably just as he thought. Thinking of this, a hint of killing intent flashed in Chen Xuan's eyes. The Tianxian base was under his command, and now being besieged by the 4th military district, it was only natural that he would feel displeased. Moreover, he knew that the current leader of the Tianxian base was Su Yuanying, the elder brother of Su Yuanting. Chen Xuan had eliminated Su Yuanting's only grandson, effectively severing his lineage. This enmity was irreconcilable. Therefore, he naturally held no goodwill towards the 4th military district. Let's go back to the Tianxian base and see if Zhou Xiong and Li Kai are probably in big trouble now. Chen Xuan said lightly. Yes, the Dog Emperor replied, accelerating towards the direction of the Tianxian base. The soldiers guarding the front suddenly saw a massive figure rushing toward them at high speed. With terrifying speed and a gigantic size, it was clear that it was no ordinary foe. This is bad, something's off, quickly. Open fire, take them down. The one speaking was the highest commander of this squad, Major Yu Shunping of the 4th military district, a peak second-tier ability user. Before the apocalypse began, he was just an ordinary person. However, after the apocalypse began, he not only awakened his abilities, but also possessed quite a good one-level ability. After joining the 4th military district, he was quickly reused and rose to the rank of camp leader. Though the soldiers under him were somewhat unwilling, they dared not voice their dissent due to his status as an ability user. After all, in the apocalypse, ability users were far more impactful than ordinary people. In other words, once an ability is awakened, it is equivalent to defying fate, at least a superior among humans. As long as the ability is not too subpar, they would be considered elites in any base. Countless machine guns swept the area, bullets pouring out as if they were free. Such terrifying firepower would likely even be hard for a 3rd-tier ability user to survive. Thus, everyone present could not possibly believe that Chen Xuan and his companions could breach this defense. However, after a barrage of bullets, everyone was astonished to find that the opponent's speed showed no signs of weakening. Moreover, they were unscathed. This was truly terrifying. Yu Shumping's eyes widened. How is this possible? How could they withstand such dense firepower without injury? He couldn't believe that they could endure such concentrated fire without a scratch. What kind of terrifying strength did they possess? He glanced at the other dozen ability users beside him and said, "Prepare for battle. These people are not simple." It was clear he understood the seriousness of the situation. The opponent was definitely not to be underestimated. Yes, the 12 ability users responded in unison. In the blink of an eye, Chen Xuan had already arrived in front of these people sitting atop the Dog Emperor, looking down, with an imposing aura that sent chills down the spines of both the ability users and ordinary soldiers below. "Who are you?" Yu Shumping asked, his words tinged with a hint of trepidation. He couldn't quite gauge Chen Xuan's strength, but the presence of the Dog Emperor was indeed imposing. Chen Xuan couldn't be bothered to respond, turning his gaze to Lin Zixuan. "Leave these to you for practice 2 minutes. Lin Zixuan's aura instantly solidified, then she replied calmly, "Yes, master, it won't take 2 minutes. 1 minute will be enough." With that, she leaped down from the Dog Emperor, moving with such speed that even Yu Shumping couldn't catch a glimpse of her. Unlike others, Lin Zixuan had no habit of wasting words as she immediately launched a lethal attack. Lin Zixuan's speed reached its peak. A mass of black mist enveloped her completely. The bullets were not only difficult to catch, but even if they touched the black mist, they would vanish instantly. All the soldiers were horrified at the sight before them, their faces filled with disbelief. What on earth is this? But they did not need to know, nor was there any necessity for it. Lin Zixuan moved with incredible speed. Boom. In an instant, over 20 soldiers in front of Yu Shumping were struck down in a single move. The terrifying speed was beyond the comprehension of even this ability user. But he felt an overwhelming pressure causing the hairs on his body to stand up. This woman is terrifying. It could even be said that it was not human that was terrifying. Quick, let's attack together. He knew that ordinary bullets were ineffective against her. Only by having a dozen ability users work together would they have a chance to defeat her. Bang! Bang! However, just as Yu Shumping finished speaking, the nearby ability users were all pierced through their bodies by a mass of black spears, blood gushing out, dead beyond recovery. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Yu Shumping felt a chill run through him. But before he could react, countless soldiers behind him fell in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the entire battlefield was left with only him standing alone and helpless. Gulp! Yu Shumping swallowed hard, his eyes filled with extreme fear. He was originally just an ordinary person who accidentally gained abilities, which led to his current status. But at his core, he was still that ordinary person who feared for his life. "Please. I beg you, I was wrong. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me." Regarding his current status, Yu Shumping had no desire to die. Now he held a very high position in the 4th military district. He could sleep with any woman he wanted, and he didn't have to worry about food and drink. This life was even better than before the apocalypse. But Lin Zixuan looked at him with indifference, not even bothering to cast a glance his way. Just a mere waste. Whether he lived or died was of no consequence. Boom. A terrifying attack emanated from Lin Zixuan, heading straight for Yu Shumping. He wanted to dodge, but the speed was too great. He couldn't react at all. Bang! With a loud crash, Yu Shumping, a peak second-tier ability user, was killed just like that. This sizable battlefield was instantly strewn with corpses, blood flowing endlessly. The blood quickly attracted a large number of zombies. Chen Xuan glanced at the scene before him, then said, Let's take a look at the Tianxian base." He was quite curious about what kind of situation the 4th military district and the Tianxian base were in. Of course, judging by the current circumstances, it was evident that the 4th military district held the upper hand, while the Tianxian base was clearly at a disadvantage. Yes, Lin Zixuan showed no hesitation and directly flipped onto the back of Dog Emperor. Dog Emperor ran at full speed, its terrifying speed only leaving behind flashes of lightning reaching an extreme velocity. An hour later, Chen Xuan arrived at the Tianxian base. The base before him was vastly different from 3 months ago. The sturdy city walls were 7 or 8 meters high, and not only that, but armed guards were patrolling atop the walls. Clearly, during the 3 months since Chen Xuan's departure, the Tianxian base had developed rapidly, with improvements in construction and a significant boost in strength, becoming increasingly organized. However, he was unaware of the internal situation. He rode towards the main gate of the city wall. Suddenly, a voice called out from above, "Halt, who are you?" Chen Xuan looked up. The speaker was a young man, a second-tier ability user. Chen Xuan had never seen him before, likely someone who had joined after his departure, but his strength seemed quite decent. "Call Zhou Xiong and Li Kai to see me." Chen Xian's voice was very calm. The young man above, however, scoffed, "Who are you? Could it be that you're a lackey sent by the 4th military district?" As he spoke, he raised his barret, aiming at Chen Xian's head, seemingly ready to pull the trigger if Chen Xuan dared to respond. Bang! A shard of ice pierced through the air, heading straight for the barret, and with a loud bang the Barrett was shattered by the icy projectile. It was destroyed. What the hell? Li Zhen's pupils constricted, his eyes filled with disbelief. This was a Barrett made from extremely hard materials, yet it was so easily destroyed. What the hell? Who is this person? This is too terrifying. At that moment, countless fears surged in Li Zhen's heart, for if the target had been him, he would likely have died on the spot. With such strength, even the two commanders might not be able to match up. I don't want to repeat myself a third time. Go and call Zhou Xiong and Li Kai to see me. Chen Xuan's voice carried a hint of coldness, and Li Zhen dared not be careless, hurriedly notifying the two commanders. He knew that the man before him was beyond his ability to contend with. No. This is bad, Commander Li. Commander Zhou, something terrible has happened. Li Zhen rushed into the operations meeting room in a panic. At that moment, there were at least a dozen people in the meeting room. Besides Li Kai and Zhou Xiong, there were also the trusted aides, the 5 tigers of Su Bei, which included Li Kai's 4 brothers, and several of Zhou Xiong's capable subordinates, all at second-tier strength. Seeing Li Zhen's flustered appearance, Zhou Xiong stood up and asked, "What's wrong? Why the urgency?" All eyes turned to him. "Commander Zhou, it's bad. A young man has come to the base and says he wants to see you and Commander Li. Just now he destroyed my Barrett with a single move." After Li Zhen finished speaking, everyone was taken aback. He destroyed a Barrett with a single move? That can't be true. Brother Zhou, could it be someone from the 4th Military District? Yeah, it might be a trap. We must be careful. Exactly. Everyone chimed in, all believing it was someone from the 4th Military District. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai exchanged glances, then inquired, "What does the person look like?" He rode a large black dog about 3 or 4 meters tall. Oh, and there was a woman sitting on the dog. Li Kai, Zhou Xiong. Everyone. Hearing Li Zhen's description, everyone was instantly dumbfounded. Damn it, Li Zhen, were you aiming a gun at him? Yeah. Li Zhen felt somewhat confused. Why did everyone seem to have strange expressions? What? Damn, that's our leader. How dare you point a gun at the leader? I really want to kill you. Li Kai suddenly stood up, his gaze filled with the desire to beat Li Zhen to a pulp. This guy actually dared to point a gun at Chen Xuan. Isn't that asking for death? Upon hearing that the young man was actually the leader of the Tianxian base, Li Zhen felt a wave of dizziness. What the hell? This can't be true. Li Zhen's heart instantly sank to the depths of despair. He was completely numb. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong couldn't care less about Li Zhen as they hurriedly ran towards the base's exit, with Zhang Yun and others quickly following behind. Outside the base, Zhou Xiong and Li Kai immediately spotted Chen Xuan's figure and quickly called for someone to open the base's main gate. Accompanied by a loud sound, the base gate opened rapidly, and the two of them dashed towards Chen Xuan, then knelt down on the ground. "Brother Chen." The two respectfully bowed, their eyes filled with awe. Seeing this scene, everyone on the city wall was momentarily stunned. What the heck? What is going on? The two leaders actually knelt before a young man and did so with such sincerity. It's worth noting that these two never showed any respect to the 4th Military District. How could they possibly show such respect to the young man before them? However, it didn't end there. Since the leaders Li Kai and Zhou Xiong knelt, Zhang Yun and others naturally followed suit and knelt down as well. After all, Chen Xuan had saved Zhang Yun and others' lives, and as the leader of the base, it was only natural for them to kneel in sincere respect. This scene once again astonished everyone. These are the most elite forces of the base. They actually respect a young man so much. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Chen Xuan smiled slightly and jumped down to stand before the crowd. "Get up, there's no need to be so formal." Chen Xuan's words made everyone feel as if they were basking in the spring breeze, and they cautiously stood up. "Brother Chen, I failed to manage my subordinates properly, and they actually pointed a gun at you. They'll have him shot as soon as I get back." "Damn it," Zhou Xiong said. "Exactly, to dare to point a gun at Brother Chen is simply courting death," Li Kai chimed in indignantly. They could point a gun at anyone, but not at Chen Xuan. This was a consensus in their hearts. Chen Xuan chuckled lightly and waved his hand, saying, "There's no need for that. He was actually quite responsible, not bad." Since the other party did not recognize him, Chen Xuan naturally would not easily blame them. He wasn't that petty. Yes, Brother Chen, you are magnanimous." The two hurriedly flattered him. Chen Xuan smiled and said, "All right, you guys have encountered quite a bit of trouble lately. Let's talk inside." Upon hearing this, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong's eyes lit up, and they respectfully invited Chen Xuan into the base. The group arrived at the operations conference room, where Chen Xuan undoubtedly took the main seat. Li Zhen stood cautiously behind Zhou Xiong, not daring to utter a word. However, Chen Xuan did not pay him any mind. After all, he was merely a second-tier ability user, hardly worth his attention. "Now speak up, what's the situation?" Chen Xuan asked directly upon his arrival. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai exchanged glances, and then Li Kai stood up and said, "Brother Chen, let me explain. After you left, old Zhou and I discussed the battle strategy and directly dispatched troops to take the armory. However, this armory originally belonged to the 4th Military District, so once they secured their position north of Subei City, they came to demand the armory from us. Since this armory was part of your plan, brother Chen, we naturally could not give it to them, which led to a fierce battle between our Tianxian base and the 4th Military District, resulting in heavy losses. As he spoke, Li Kai lowered his head and said with some shame, the firepower of the 4th Military District is very strong, and they have more ability users than us. During this time, we have lost over 30 ability users, and more than 2,000 ordinary soldiers have died. With almost half of their forces lost, even Li Kai and Zhou Xiong felt deeply pained. The strength of the 4th Military District was simply too formidable. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan narrowed his eyes, a hint of killing intent flashing in his gaze. Indeed, the 4th Military District was quite capable. Brother Chen, it's my incompetence that has led to such heavy losses. We couldn't even defend the armory. Li Kai lowered his head, his eyes filled with reluctance. In fact, during the time the armory was taken, he had been pondering how to take it back. Zhou Xiong also spoke up, saying, Brother Chen, I bear responsibility for this as well. It's all my fault. Looking at their attitudes, Chen Xuan calmly said, since the 4th Military District dares to take action against us, we shall completely annihilate it. Chen Xuan's words instantly tightened the hearts of everyone present. What? Annihilate the entire 4th Military District? Is that for real? This is too terrifying, right? While everyone was bewildered, they were also deeply attracted by Chen Xuan's audacity. Brother Chen, the strength of the 4th Military District should not be underestimated. They have more than 100 ability users, including 9 third-tier ability users. Li Kai spoke with a hint of helplessness. Although he and Zhou Xiong were formidable, being at the peak of the 3rd tier, they were still only 2 people. The other side has 9 third-tier ability users and dozens of 2nd-tier ability users. With such a massive number, even if the 2 of them combined their strength, they wouldn't stand a chance. But upon hearing this figure, Chen Xuan merely chuckled coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. Is that so? Sounds somewhat decent. Although he praised them verbally, his expression was quite dismissive. This was something that Li Kai, Zhou Xiong, and everyone else present naturally sensed. In an instant, the crowd felt as if a raging fire was igniting within them. To annihilate the 4th Military District was a bold idea. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Brother Chen, when shall we make our move? Zhou Xiong asked. Chen Xuan's lips curled slightly as he replied. Tomorrow let the brothers eat and drink well today, and tomorrow we will go together to destroy the 4th Military District. For the current 4th Military District, Chen Xuan truly looked down on their strength. Since they dared to take action against him, they should be prepared for their destruction. Moreover, the current 4th Military District was no longer the same as when Yang Hua was in power. The management was extremely strict, and the hierarchical system was clear, with those in power treating ordinary people as nothing. Therefore, although the 4th Military District held an official title, it was essentially just an armed group. Their legitimacy was not as strong as one might imagine. Furthermore, Chen Xuan had a grudge against Su Yuanting. He couldn't feel at ease unless he wiped them out. Yes, everyone replied excitedly, in unison. Thinking about the possibility of annihilating the 4th Military District tomorrow, everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. This would be an unprecedented grand event, and all their inner frustrations were swept away. Go instruct the kitchen to prepare a feast so the brothers can eat and drink well. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai ordered. Others quickly went to prepare. This was both for the impending battle and to welcome Chen Xuan's arrival. Brother Chen, although our base has suffered considerable losses, the facilities here are quite well equipped. Why don't you come with me? I'll give you a tour. Zhou Xiong said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan nodded. All right. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong led Chen Xuan around the base. The base had expanded more than tenfold compared to before, as the population had significantly increased with strict hierarchies among the bustling crowd. For Tianxian base, managing such a large population was certainly a challenge. It was impossible for everyone to hold the same status, which was quite normal in the apocalypse. Even before the apocalypse, people were divided into ranks, though the distinctions were not as apparent. Now in this apocalyptic world, power dictated status, with ability users at the top, followed by ordinary adult males, then parents with children, and the least favored being the elderly. These ranks were based on their contributions. Although there were divisions, Zhou Xiong and Li Kai managed things quite well, ensuring no one went hungry. In the context of the apocalypse, this was already a rare achievement. Brother Chen, the group ahead, is a new batch of arrivals at the base. There are a few decent-looking women among them. Should we find a few to serve you this evening? As Zhou Xiong spoke, he exchanged a knowing smile with Li Kai. After all, they were all men, and such things were nothing unusual. Everyone's mindset had shifted. In the apocalypse, women's status was low, merely serving to please men. Beauty was also a resource, but nothing more than that. Forget it, I'm not interested. Chen Xuan waved his hand, smiling. He had no interest in these women. With his current strength and status, even having a top star from before the apocalypse serve him would be effortless. All right then. Seeing Chen Xuan's lack of interest, Zhou Xiong and Li Kai dared not insist. Just as they were about to lead Chen Xuan in another direction, a voice suddenly called out to him. Chen Xuan. Upon hearing this voice, everyone's gaze turned. A woman in tattered clothes stood not far away, her face covered in dust, looking quite disheveled. Chen Xuan squinted, then recognized the woman. It was his ex-girlfriend Wang Lily. He suddenly recalled the scene before the apocalypse when Wang Lily had knelt before him and he had just told her to wait for him at the hotel. After such a long time, without seeing her, Chen Xuan had thought she had perished long ago, barely remembering her. He was surprised to find she was as resilient as a cockroach still alive. Chen Xuan approached with curiosity. Wang Lily seemed to grasp at a lifeline, madly lunging toward him. However, before Chen Xuan could react, Lin Zixuan kicked her down to the ground. Who do you think you are, daring to approach the master? For Lin Zixuan, no one was allowed to approach the master easily, or she would eliminate any potential threat. Moreover, she could tell at a glance that this woman was no good. Wang Lily, lying on the ground, looked at Lin Zixuan with rage. You, how dare you kick me? Do you know who he is? He is my boyfriend. Wang Lily's words left everyone dumbfounded. Chen Xuan was the boyfriend of this woman. It must be a lie. Lin Zixuan, Zhou Xiong, and Li Kai all looked on in disbelief. Chen Xuan sneered. You're mistaken. Oh, it's ex-boyfriend. Didn't you kick me to the curb for money back then? His calm statement made Lin Zixuan and the others understand instantly. So this was the case. Before the apocalypse, Chen Xuan was just an ordinary person, unexpectedly abandoned by Wang Lily. They had been wondering if Chen Xuan would be upset seeing Wang Lily in such a state at Tianxian base. Now it seemed that he would not be. You dare to look down on the master? Lin Zixuan's eyes narrowed, already filled with killing intent. No one in this world could speak ill of Chen Xuan. If they did, they should just perish. Not just Lin Zixuan, but also Li Kai and Zhou Xiong both stared coldly at Wang Lily, their eyes devoid of any warmth, as if she were merely a corpse before them. Sensing the murderous intent from everyone, Wang Lily trembled all over, feeling a tremendous fear. What was going on? Wasn't Chen Xuan just an ordinary person? A working-class guy without a car, house, or money? Why did it feel so different now? Chen Xuan waved his hand to stop everyone's movements, then curiously asked, How did you survive back at the hotel? Chen Xuan remembered that in his previous life, he hadn't heard Wang Lily's name for 4 or 5 years, as she must have perished in the zombie tide. He never expected to encounter her at Tianxian base this time, and that she was still alive. It was quite interesting. Wang Lily had never seen such a scene, so she dared not hide anything and told everything. It turned out that it was the card Chen Xuan had given her that played a crucial role. Wang Lily had directly booked a presidential suite, ordering countless lavish meals, planning to take a bath and wait for Chen Xuan's arrival. However, in the afternoon, she suddenly heard loud banging on the door, which scared her, prompting her to cautiously look through the peephole to see what was happening. What she saw shocked her. A zombie was banging on the door with all its might, clearly trying to break in. This terrified Wang Lily. Fortunately, the door of the presidential suite was quite sturdy, so the zombie couldn't break in immediately. Moreover, with plenty of food and drink in the room, Wang Lily managed to survive for quite a while. It was only recently that Tianxian base cleared out all the zombies from that hotel, rescuing her and bringing her back to the base. Upon hearing her account, Chen Xuan finally understood. So that was how it was. Chen Xuan, you forgave me back then, right? So now I am still your girlfriend, right? Wang Lily's eyes were filled with hope. She had truly suffered in this apocalypse. Back at the hotel, her life had been uncertain, and although she was finally rescued, her days were hard, working tirelessly just to trade for food. Sometimes she was even bullied. She wasn't foolish. She could see that Chen Xuan was definitely not an ordinary person, especially since even the base leader treated him with great respect. However, before Chen Xuan could respond, Lin Zixuan coldly laughed, her eyes filled with mockery. You think you deserve to be with the master? Lin Zixuan would absolutely not allow someone like her to be with Chen Xuan. She didn't deserve it. After all, she had previously abandoned Chen Xuan. Now that Chen Xuan had status and power, she wanted to return. Such a good thing was not meant to be. Furthermore, Wang Lily's looks were far inferior. How could she possibly match up to Chen Xuan? Facing Lin Zixuan's mockery, Wang Lily paid no attention and gazed intently at Chen Xuan. She knew that Chen Xuan held the ultimate decision-making power. However, Chen Xuan merely curled the corner of his mouth in a slight smirk, a hint of mockery in his eyes, and did not even acknowledge Wang Lily, instead addressing Li Kai and Zhou Xiong beside him. I have no relationship with her. All management will be according to the base's regulations. Upon hearing this, Wang Lily's face instantly turned ashen, her eyes filled with disbelief. No, it can't be. Chen Xuan had clearly already forgiven me. I am his favorite woman. How could he do this? No, Chen Xuan, you can't do this. I've been with you for so many years. How could you treat me this way? Wang Lily let out an inner scream, struggling to comprehend why this was happening. But no one paid her any mind. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai merely acknowledged him and then turned to prepare. Given that they knew what Wang Lily had done to Chen Xuan, it was already quite fortunate that they didn't eliminate her. Treat her favorably. Absolutely impossible. They both decided to assign Wang Lily the dirtiest and most exhausting tasks. We obey your orders. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong replied in unison. Chen Xuan nodded silently and walked straight ahead without even glancing at Wang Lily. Standing alone in the wind, Wang Lily felt lost. She desperately wanted to call out to Chen Xuan, but she dared not as Li Kai and Zhou Xiong were watching her like hawks. Listen up, this person needs special attention from now on. Those who can do more shall work harder, Li Kai said casually. The subordinates nearby were no fools. They understood Li Kai's intention and promptly responded yes. After Li Kai and Zhou Xiong finished their instructions, they quickly caught up with Chen Xuan. Soon Li Kai and Zhou Xiong took Chen Xuan on a tour around the entire Tianxian base, and everyone big or small recognized Chen Xuan, the true master of the base. That night, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong prepared a grand feast to welcome Chen Xuan. The atmosphere at the banquet was exceptionally joyful. Chen Xuan's arrival also signified the impending destruction of the 4th Military District. No one doubted Chen Xuan's strength, especially Li Kai and Zhou Xiong, who were acutely aware of how terrifying their master truly was. Although the 4th Military District was powerful, it could easily be exterminated with a mere wave of Chen Xuan's hand. What did you say? The entire squad under Yu Shunping has been wiped out. Su Yuanying's anger flared as he listened to his subordinates report, his eyes blazing with fury. After all, that was over 100 elite soldiers strong, and including more than a dozen ability users. Even for the 4th Military District, losing so many people at once would be a significant blow. Thus, Su Yuanying was understandably furious. Yes, from my observations, the one who dispatched Yu Shunping's squad was merely a single individual, and they accomplished this in an extremely short period of time. The strength to achieve such a feat is undoubtedly terrifying, likely among the top tier within the 3rd rank. The reporting major continued. Top tier within the 3rd rank. Su Yuanying was somewhat uncertain. Where had this sudden powerhouse come from, and what was their purpose? Commander, this powerhouse seems to be targeting the Tianxian base. Tianxian base. Those 4 words had been at the forefront of Su Yuanying's thoughts as he had longed to bring down the damned Tianxian base. However, these people truly possessed formidable strength. Nonetheless, recently the 4th Military District had held the upper hand, and the Tianxian base couldn't stir up any significant waves, so its destruction was merely a matter of time. However, would this sudden 3rd-rank powerhouse disrupt that balance? The answer was naturally no. If it were merely a 3rd-rank ability user, although it would enhance the strength of the Tianxian base, it wouldn't be insurmountable for the 4th Military District, albeit at a cost. Once the troops I have assembled from the Jiangnan district arrive the day after tomorrow, will directly deploy them to annihilate the entire Tianxian base. Su Yuanying snorted coldly, a hint of coldness in his gaze. He had already communicated with the Jiangnan district early on. He had known the leader of the Jiangnan district since his time in the central government, and after being dispatched to the field, he now served as the leader of the Jiangnan district. Though their relationship was merely average, there was still some camaraderie. Thus, Su Yuanying used his personal connections to mobilize several ability users with the aim of flattening the Tianxian base. He had calculated that once the Tianxian base was eliminated, the entire 4th Military District would be able to occupy Subei City, leading to a rapid surge in strength, and then they could expand to surrounding cities. While their power might not match that of the Jiangnan district, it wasn't inconceivable that they could contend with them in the future. Therefore, taking down the Tianxian base was the most crucial step. Of course, besides the reinforcements sent by the Jiangnan district, Su Yuanying, as someone dispatched from the central government, naturally had his own trump cards. With a trump card of his own and the support of the Jiangnan district, exterminating the Tianxian base would be almost effortless. With this determination, Su Yuanying felt a bit more at ease. In just 2 days, the Tianxian base would cease to exist. The next morning, after a night of revelry at the Tianxian base, no soldiers overslept. After all, there was a great battle today, and no one dared to let their soldiers drink too much. The one who drank the most was none other than Chen Xuan. However, the alcohol had little effect on him, hardly enough to get him drunk. At this moment in the training ground of the Tianxian base, over 1,000 elite soldiers stood at attention, with 43 ability users present. Chen Xuan stood at the highest point, flanked by Li Kai and Zhou Xiong, with Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor by his side. Such a massive force was undeniably terrifying. Gentlemen, Chen Xuan's voice rang out, and countless people stood at attention. He continued, the 4th Military District has gone too far, slaughtering thousands of our people at the Tianxian base. They occupy our territory and invade our resources. Can you endure this? His words resonated clearly in the ears of every soldier of the Tianxian base. Countless hearts ignited with fervor. We cannot. The fervent shouts echoed throughout the sky. Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction and continued. In this apocalyptic world where the strong prey on the weak, by destroying the 4th military district, you will gain better living conditions, more resources, and even more beautiful women. Do you agree? His words were highly provocative and nearly impossible for these individuals to resist. We agree. We agree. Countless eyes turned red, as if they saw countless resources and beautiful women beckoning to them. If so, let us depart now and annihilate the 4th military district. Kill, kill, kill. At this moment, everyone's heart was stirred by Chen Xuan, their eyes glinting with boundless killing intent and greed. In the apocalypse, profit comes first. Set off. Chen Xuan roared angrily, and everyone hurried to depart. The first stop was not the 4th military district base, but the armory. Currently, the armory was suppressed by half of the military strength of the 4th military district. Chen Xuan's first step was to eliminate that half of the forces before taking down the entire 4th military district. Countless jeeps sped out from the Tianxian base, each large truck filled with elite soldiers. The strength of the Tianxian base was undoubtedly formidable, even terrifying. In the entire Disobey city, there were hardly any rivals aside from the 4th military district. Even if the 4th military district wanted to take down the Tianxian base, it would undoubtedly incur heavy losses. Chen Xuan rode on the back of the Dog Emperor, with Lin Zixuan, the speed of the Dog Emperor swift, leading the way ahead of everyone. Regarding this battle, Chen Xuan showed no emotional fluctuations and had no worries at all. After all, with his current strength, even large weapons would struggle to inflict any harm on him. A mere 4th military district was naturally not a concern. Capturing the 4th military district was just a step. Chen Xuan planned to seize the entire Disobey city and then even the whole Jiangnan region. If it were before, Chen Xuan might not have had such confidence, but now with the resources of an entire spaceship at his disposal, nurturing countless strong individuals was certainly no issue. The speed of the group was rapid and soon they arrived at the armory. At this moment, the armory was surrounded by countless soldiers from the 4th military district. Upon seeing the thousands of people from the Tianxian base, the highest-ranking official in the armory had already mobilized his troops. Li Kai Zhou Xiong, you two really don't value your lives daring to bring people to the armory. Zhang Haoyun sneered, his eyes filled with mockery. As a top-tier ability user of the 3rd rank with S-level powers, Zhang Haoyun's strength was among the elite in the entire 4th military district. Moreover, beside him were 2 other 3rd-rank powerhouses, one named Zhang Tao and the other Li Xixuan, along with dozens of 1st and 2nd-rank ability users. With such strength, Zhang Haoyun was not afraid of Li Kai and Zhou Xiong. Although the strength of these two was somewhat formidable, even he did not dare to underestimate them. However, the overall strength of the 4th military district was even more powerful. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai exchanged glances and then grinned. If it were before, they truly would not have dared to confront Zhang Haoyun Heiden with their current strength. But now, with Chen Xuan present, they had nothing to fear. They naturally behaved as arrogantly as they liked. Zhang Haoyun, I'm giving you a chance. Kneel down and beg for mercy now, or you won't even have the chance to cry later. Zhou Xiong said, and Li Kai added, indeed, what old Zhou said is correct. Zhang Haoyun, this is your last chance. Hearing this, Zhang Haoyun scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. Surrender? You think you're worthy? Everyone load your bullets. I want to see if you have the strength for that. As he spoke, thousands of soldiers under Zhang Haoyun loaded their weapons, and those ability users were also filled with battle intent, seemingly waiting for his command to strike. Fire! With a command from Zhang Haoyun, countless bullets rained down. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai instinctively tried to block the bullets, but the next moment they realized that the bullets were stopped by an ice wall just 3 meters away from them. The sound of bullets striking was heard, but countless bullets failed to even make a dent in the ice wall. Even when the opponent used various kinds of shells, they still caused no harm to the ice wall. Such formidable defensive power astonished all the soldiers from the 4th military district present, their eyes filled with disbelief. What the hell? How is this possible? One must know that such terrifying defensive power is something even a 3rd-rank powerhouse might not achieve. Chen Xuan's defense was not just against ordinary bullets, but also against various missiles and armor-piercing projectiles. Even tanks could be destroyed. Yet upon striking this ice wall, there was not the slightest reaction. Who are you and why do you help the Tianxian base? Why not join my 4th military district? I can guarantee that we will not treat you poorly. Zhang Haoyun said loudly. He knew that someone with such power was definitely not an ordinary ability user. The Tianxian base had no record of this person, indicating that he had just recently joined. If he could recruit this person into the 4th military district, it would greatly enhance their strength. However, Chen Xuan sneered and said, "Oh really? The entire Tianxian base is mine. What can the 4th military district offer me?" Hearing Chen Xuan's voice, Zhang Haoyun looked over and saw Chen Xuan's figure. This figure was extremely young with fair skin that resembled a neighbor boy. Yet such a man turned out to be the true mastermind of the Tianxian base, possessing such terrifying strength. From the moment Zhang Haoyun saw Chen Xuan, a sense of foreboding surged within him. One must know that neither Li Kai nor Zhou Xiong were weaklings. In an unknown fight, he might not even be their match. Yet Chen Xuan could easily overshadow both of them. What does this indicate? It indicates that Chen Xuan's strength far surpassed both of theirs. Zhang Haoyun was undoubtedly no match for him. Chen Xuan had no intention of wasting words. With a thought, the previously solid ice wall shattered, transforming into countless ice spikes that flew rapidly towards the soldiers of the 4th Military District. The speed of the ice spikes was so fast that even Zhang Haoyun and other third-rank powerhouses found it hard to react in time. Puff, puff. Accompanied by a series of sounds, countless soldiers were directly pierced by these terrifying ice spikes, blood flowers bursting forth. In just a few seconds, over 1,000 soldiers fell dead under Chen Xuan's casual strike. Even a few slightly weaker ability users perished under this move. The others, one by one, seemed to have survived a calamity. Zhang Haoyun looked in shock towards the direction of Chen Xuan. How is this possible? The sight before his eyes shattered his worldview. He had just felt the power unleashed by Chen Xuan's ice spikes up close. If it weren't for the indiscriminate attack of the ice spikes, he would have found it hard to dodge. Chen Xuan's casual strike had killed over 1,000 soldiers, and this scene instantly made Li Kai and Zhou Xiong feel a surge of excitement for the soldiers of the Tianxian base. Is this the leader of the leaders? It is truly terrifying. Countless people looked at Chen Xuan with eyes filled with fervor. The next moment, Chen Xuan waved his hand and smiled. Leave none. Yes. Countless soldiers responded excitedly. At this moment, no one dared to question Chen Xuan's orders. With the involvement of Dog Emperor and Lin Zixuan, this battle had become significantly simpler. Moreover, the soldiers from the 4th Military District had long lost their will to fight, each one wishing to drop their guns and surrender, as the disparity in strength between the two sides was simply too great. However, what Chen Xuan wanted was not the enemy's surrender, but complete annihilation. These soldiers were loyalists of the 4th Military District. He did not trust them in the upcoming battle, thus, he outright rejected any surrender from them. As for Zhang Haoyun, he was almost driven to despair by Lin Zixuan. Although he was a top-tier 3rd-level ability user like Lin Zixuan. But Lin Zixuan was an SS-level ability user, and the powers of the Dark Sovereign were truly bizarre. Zhang Haoyun was simply no match. Thus, in just a minute, Zhang Haoyun was slain by Lin Zixuan, without even a whimper of surrender escaping his lips. It was evident just how terrifying Lin Zixuan's strength was. The soldiers present were already devoid of fighting spirit, and upon witnessing their commander Zhang Haoyun's death, their morale plummeted even further. Many of the ability users also wished to surrender, but they were all cut down by Zhou Xiong and Li Kai. No surrenderers were spared. Half an hour passed. The battle concluded. In front of them lay a vast expanse filled with the corpses of soldiers from the 4th Military District. As for the Tianxian base, although some soldiers had fallen here compared to the casualties of the 4th Military District, the losses sustained by Tianxian base were negligible. Looking at the scene before them, Zhou Xiong and Li Kai felt as if they had transcended time. Before Chen Xuan's arrival, they had been pressured by the 4th Military District, suffering considerable losses, even losing the arms factory. And now, in just half an hour under Chen Xuan's leadership, they not only recaptured the arms factory, but also saw all the thousands of soldiers stationed there perish. Including Zhang Haoyun, not a single one of these ability users escaped alive. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Now everyone had a more intuitive grasp of Chen Xuan's power. This was the leader of their Tianxian base. Long live the leader. The leader is invincible. Countless soldiers spontaneously shouted slogans praising Chen Xuan's might. For them, this battle not only allowed them to regain their pride, but also promised countless resources, making it a tremendous boon for every surviving soldier of the Tianxian base. Chen Xuan's lips curled slightly upward, his gaze carrying a hint of calm. Everyone rest in place for half an hour, then we will set off for the 4th Military District base. This time I will wipe out the entire 4th Military District. This arms factory was merely the beginning. Chen Xuan aimed to eliminate the entire 4th Military District today, ensuring that from now on there would be no rivals left in the entire Subei city. Understood. Naturally, the crowd had no objections. The recently erupted battle meant little to them, as they had Chen Xuan, Lin Zixuan, and the Dog Emperor on their side, making the roles of the ordinary soldiers limited. Half an hour passed quickly. The group boarded jeeps and sped towards the 4th Military District base. At this moment in the 4th Military District, Su Yuanying led all the senior officials of the 4th Military District to the base entrance. Outside the base, a large group was marching towards them. This group was not large, only about 100 people. Yet each of them exuded an extraordinary aura, all being ability users of formidable strength, with the weakest among them being second-level ability users. There were quite a few third-level ability users among them. This group of ability users was sent by the Jiangnan district for reinforcement. If it weren't for Su Yuanying's connections with the leadership of Jiangnan district, they certainly wouldn't have dispatched so many ability users. After all, in the current apocalyptic era, ability users were extremely valuable strategic resources. Greetings, Head Su. The leader of this group, named Li Kuan, was a fourth-level ability user, a top-tier existence even in the entire Jiangnan district. He gave Su Yuanying a bland salute, his gaze lacking in respect. Before the apocalypse began, his status was indeed far inferior to Su Yuanying's. However, in the apocalypse, strength equated to status, and with his fourth-level power, he naturally held a superior position. Su Yuanying clearly noticed the other's demeanor, but didn't take it to heart, knowing that he needed to rely on their strength to eliminate the Tianqian base. He laughed heartily, concealing the coldness in his gaze deep within, appearing very warm on the surface. I didn't expect Colonel Li to come in person. Oh, I truly appreciate the support from Jiangnan district, and I will certainly remember it. Li Kuan replied with a faint smile, showing no hesitation. Where is this so-called Tianqian base? Stop the nonsense and take us there directly, it will save time. In Li Kuan's view, this so-called Tianqian base might have some experts, but that was about it. He wouldn't take a group of small-town bumpkins seriously. Eliminating them was merely a matter of convenience. Su Yuanying maintained a calm expression and continued with a smile. Colonel Li need not rush, but is getting late. I have already arranged a banquet for Colonel Li to wash away the dust. As for a Tianqian base, I believe in Colonel Li's strength. You will easily crush it tomorrow. Su Yuanying's flattery pleased Li Kuan greatly. Furthermore, there was no need for them to hurry to Subei City. After all, it was just a trivial Tianqian base. Such civilian organizations were nothing to them and could be easily crushed. In that case, I might as well comply with your wishes. After Li Kuan finished speaking, Su Yuanying's face revealed a hint of a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Li Kuan nodded, then instructed the 7 squad leaders behind him, preparing to enter the base with Su Yuanying. At that moment, a soldier rushed up to Su Yuanying in a panic, his eyes filled with fear. Big trouble, head. What happened? Su Yuanying's expression turned cold as he inquired indifferently. Reporting to the head, the arms factory has been recaptured by the Tianqian base. Zhang Haoyun and the others stationed at the arms factory have all perished, and now the Tianqian base is bringing a large group towards our 4th military district. What? The soldier's words instantly shocked Su Yuanying, and the same shock was reflected on Su Yuanying's brother and countless high-ranking officials of the 4th military district. The arms factory was occupied, and all the defending soldiers were wiped out by the Tianqian base. How could this be possible? That was nearly half of the military strength of the 4th military district. If they were completely annihilated, the overall strength of the 4th military district would suffer a severe setback, and Su Yuanying's heart was bleeding. Tianqian base. Interesting. Li Kuan sneered, his eyes carrying a hint of mockery. To be honest, Li Kuan has never cared for organizations like Tianqian base. Even when it comes to a force like the 4th military district, he doesn't take it to heart. What a joke. He hails from the Jiangnan district, and to him, the 4th military district is no different from a remote village. The Jiangnan district is one of the 7 major districts of Huaxia, and while it may not compare to the central district in terms of strength, it is certainly not inferior to the other districts. Li Kuan is one of the top powerhouses in the Jiangnan district, possessing a 4th-tier strength, and can be considered among the fastest-growing individuals in all of Huaxia. With such talent, how could he possibly regard a mere Tianqian base with any seriousness? They are nothing more than a bunch of country bumpkins. Let's go, Su Shona. I'm quite curious about the strength of these Tianqian base fellows daring enough to come here, Li Kuan scoffed. The Jiangnan district's ability users following him all wore expressions of disdain. What do these ability users from a small place count for? All right, Su Yuanying could naturally detect the mockery in Li Kuan's words, but he could only suppress his inner anger for the moment. After all, the 4th military district still needed their help to deal with Tianqian base. Having survived in this environment for many years, Su Yuanying had mastered the art of composure. His face showed no signs of anger, rather he appeared more respectful. Before long, the elite forces of the 4th military district along with Li Kuan arrived at the entrance of the 4th military district base. Before them stood a sea of people from Tianqian base. Countless jeeps drove in. Leading them was a massive black dog with a man and a woman seated upon it. As Li Kuan gazed at the scene before him, his expression changed slightly. Although he regarded the ordinary soldiers and ability users of Tianqian base as insignificant, easily extinguishable. However, this black dog seemed to be extraordinary. It exuded an overwhelming pressure. Among the 2 people on the dog, the man in front was shrouded in mystery, while the woman behind him obviously had considerable strength. Nonetheless, if that were all, it wouldn't mean much. After all, for Li Kuan, facing these individuals alone was within his capabilities. This black dog appears to be special and seems to have awakened powers. If I could tame it, it could be a significant asset. Li Kuan thought to himself. Although he couldn't clearly assess the strength of the dog emperor, he could sense something unusual, which ignited his desire to tame it, making his gaze more greedy. In his eyes, only someone like him was worthy of the dog emperor's strength. Only he qualified to be its master. Brother Chen, ahead lies the 4th military district, and the one standing at the forefront is the current leader Su Yuanying. Zhou Xiong introduced as they arrived at the 4th military district base. Chen Xuan nodded slightly, sweeping his gaze over the crowd. There are a couple of decent auras here, but that's about it. Chen Xuan didn't take it too seriously. The most troublesome one was probably the young man standing next to Su Yuanying, Li Kuan. A 4th-tier strength. It seems the military strength is still formidable, he thought. The apocalypse has only just begun, and yet 4th-tier ability users have already emerged, and they are certainly nurtured by the military. Unexpectedly, the military's foundation is not shallow after all. At that moment, Li Kuan suddenly felt a shift in his spirit. It seemed as if someone was probing him. It felt as though everything about him was exposed under the eyes of others. That sensation was quite strange. However, he couldn't see anyone, and the feeling was so faint he thought it was just an illusion. Zhou Xiong, Li Kai, you two have such audacity to provoke my 4th military district. Are you truly seeking death? Su Yuanying was the first to speak, his eyes filled with murderous intent. If it weren't for these two, his 4th military district would have already unified the entire northern Su city. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a hint of mockery. Previously, Tianxian base was naturally no match for the 4th military district, and they wouldn't have been able to launch such a large-scale counterattack. Su Yuanying, you old rascal with wolfish ambitions, let me tell you, surrender soon, or you will undoubtedly face death today. Exactly, if you don't surrender, you will end up like those guys at the arms factory with no place to bury your remains. Li Kai followed up with threats. The consecutive threats from the two pushed Su Yuanying, who was already filled with rage, to the brink of fury, especially since they brought up the arms factory. It should be noted that the soldiers from the arms factory were all elite soldiers from his 4th military district. They all died there, nearly half of their strength. Damn it, today your Tianxian base will be erased from the entire northern Su city. Su Yuanying declared before turning to Li Kuan. Colonel Li, I leave this to you, Su Yuanying said, lowering his stance significantly. There was no choice. Even though he was the leader of the 4th military district, strength is of utmost importance in the apocalypse. The opponent's strength was beyond his comparison, hence he naturally spoke with more respect. Furthermore, today they still needed the other's assistance, so he wouldn't act high and mighty. Rest assured, Su Shona, these guys are no problem, Li Kuan replied with a smile in his eyes. He stepped forward and coldly declared, everyone obey my command, and let these country bumpkins see what a true ability user is. After Li Kuan finished speaking, over 100 ability users from the Jiangnan district erupted in unison. Yes. Then countless figures from the direction of the 4th military district charged crazily towards Tianxian base. 100 figures filled the sky, all ability users, each powerful, far exceeding the combined strength of the 4th military district and the other ability users from Tianxian base. Had Chen Xuan and the others not been present, just seeing these ability users would likely cause Tianxian base to crumble instantly. Boom. All attacks surged towards the people of Tianxian base. Li Kuan intended to combine the strength of all the ability users to crush the entire Tianxian base in one blow, allowing them to understand the might of the Jiangnan district. Terrifying attacks came from all directions, causing the people of Tianxian base to panic. Especially the ability users, who could feel the terror behind these attacks, making their hearts waver. Even Li Kai and Zhou Xiong felt a bit shaken. They had no idea where these ability users came from, but their strength truly astonished them. Bang! Just as everyone thought the attacks would obliterate the entire Tianxian base, a barrier made of ice suddenly surrounded all the people from Tianxian base. Thighs. How is this possible? At that moment, countless eyes were wide open, filled with sheer disbelief. Such a terrifying assault was effortlessly blocked by a barrier made of ice. Moreover, not a single scratch marred the barrier. Thighs. How could this be? Impossible. Li Kuan's eyes suddenly bulged, his gaze brimming with incredulity. After all, he too had held nothing back, joining the others in launching countless attacks straight at the ice wall. Yet despite the combined onslaught, not a trace remained on its surface. Who would believe such a thing? Li Kuan was a 4th-order powerhouse after all. Who's there playing tricks? Li Kuan scanned his surroundings warily, his eyes darting back and forth. Chen Xuan chuckled softly, dispelling the ice wall. Then Go-Dis figure slowly emerged with Chen Xuan seated upright on his back. Which faction do you belong to? Chen Xuan knew the man was not from the 4th military district, so he asked directly. Hearing this, Li Kuan was momentarily stunned, then grew cautious. Could the ice wall just now have been conjured by this man before him? Yet he could detect no trace of the man's ability, making him seem as ordinary as any commoner. That shouldn't be the Jiangnan region. But his innate pride kept him from overthinking. The Jiangnan region, a behemoth of its kind, was no match for a small place like Subei City. Even if there were a strong man here, so what? Upon hearing the name Jiangnan region, wouldn't they tremble in fear and dare not oppose it? The Jiangnan region, after all. Chen Xuan murmured the name. Naturally, he was well acquainted with those 4 words. In his past life, he was nothing more than an ant in the eyes of the Jiangnan region, barely qualified to enter its domain, but never reaching its upper echelons, not even its middle ranks. But now, reborn into this life, a mere Jiangnan region could no longer catch his eye. He aimed to stand at the pinnacle of the entire world, not merely within a single Jiangnan region. Oh, he replied calmly. Yet this placid response left many in disbelief, especially Li Kuan. The Jiangnan region. And you just say, oh, not a hint of shock. You must be joking. Could it be that this country bumpkin has never even heard of the Jiangnan region? Kid, I don't know who you are, but the Tianxian base is doomed to fall by the Jiangnan region's hands. If you don't want to die, surrender now. Li Kuan pressed aggressively. Chen Xuan smiled faintly upon hearing this, and suddenly countless ice crystals materialized above his head. These crystals gleamed brilliantly, shimmering with countless cold rays. Confidence is good, but strength is essential. With that, Chen Xuan waved his hand, and the countless ice crystals shot forth at incredible speed toward the 100 or so ability users. The ice crystals moved at an astonishing pace, containing terrifying power. Li Kuan instantly felt an immense pressure and hurriedly activated his ability to defend. His ability was the S-level Aurora, granting him control over light, an elemental power of no small might. And with the nurturing of the Jiangnan region, his 4th-order strength ranked among the elite, even within that vast territory. In an instant, countless beams of light coalesced into a barrier around him, also shielding the other ability users, much like the barrier Chen Xuan had formed earlier. But just as he believed his defense would surely block Chen Xuan's attack, a loud bang echoed through the air, and the light screen shattered into countless fragments that scattered across the ground. Meanwhile, the ice crystals showed no sign of stopping, hurtling straight toward the ability users. Uft, uft. A series of sounds rang out in quick succession. In the next moment, countless ability users behind Li Kuan were pierced through by the ice crystals, blood gushing out as they fell lifeless. Indeed, with a single move, he had instantly slain the majority of the ability users. Most of the remaining few were gravely wounded by the same strike. Though alive, they had essentially lost all combat capability. Only Li Kuan and a handful of peak 3rd-order ability users, being somewhat stronger, escaped severe injury, though they were still in a sorry state. Gazing at the bodies strewn across the ground, Li Kuan and the surviving 3rd-order ability users were filled with sheer disbelief. Shock. Utter shock. To think that Chen Xuan with just one move had slain so many and gravely wounded the rest. Without prompt medical attention, they would surely die. What level of strength is this? 4th order. Surely more than that. Li Kuan himself was a 4th-order powerhouse with an S-level elemental ability, boasting terrifying combat prowess. Yet he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Chen Xuan. Could the man's strength truly be only 4th order? It wasn't just Li Kuan and his men. Oh, everyone in the 4th military district was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Is this truly within human capability? Su Yuanying swallowed hard. What level of strength does he possess? Such power was truly awe-inspiring. What's more, the man before them was incredibly young, with a handsome appearance that made him seem like a noble scion, yet he wielded such might. However, aside from Su Yuanying, most of the 4th military district's high-ranking officials had a deep impression of Chen Xuan. Back when the district was besieged by a tide of zombies, if not for Chen Xuan's intervention, the entire district would have been destroyed. Chen Xuan, accompanied only by a black dog and wielding a single sword, had carved through the entire beast tide while collecting all the zombie cores. How could the 4th military district's high command not remember such a person vividly? Big brother, that man is the Chen Xuan I told you about before. Su Yuanying leaned close to Su Yuanying and whispered. Su Yuanying narrowed his eyes at this, a glimmer of recognition forming in his mind. Su Yuanying had once told him that Chen Xuan possessed terrifying strength even in the early days of the apocalypse, capable of decimating zombie tides. But at the time, Su Yuanying hadn't yet arrived at the 4th military district, so he had never witnessed Chen Xuan's formidable prowess. Who would have thought he'd see it today? And under hostile circumstances, no less. Yuanying, is there any chance of recruiting this Chen Xuan? Watching Chen Xuan's invincible demeanor, Su Yuanying's mind began to stir. If they could recruit such a terrifying existence into the 4th military district, the district's overall strength would undergo a monumental transformation. They might even stand a chance against the Jiangnan region. Su Yuanting's eyes also lit up with fervor at this thought. He had wanted to recruit Chen Xuan back then. But the man had been resolute in leaving, and he dared not stop him, so the matter had fizzled out. Still, after Chen Xuan departed, he had sent people to search for him. It's worth a try. Hearing Su Yuanting's agreement, Su Yuanying became energized. Wait! He called out loudly. Upon hearing Su Yuanying's voice, the crowd present was momentarily stunned. Chen Xuan also looked over with great interest. Su Yuanying slowly walked forward, a cunning expression on his aged face accompanied by a smile that seemed deliberately friendly. What do you want? Chen Xuan inquired calmly. Su Yuanying said with a smile, You must be Chen Xuan. Back in the early days of the apocalypse, our 4th military district faced a wave of zombies. Thanks to your assistance in single-handedly breaking through the horde, otherwise our 4th military district might have ceased to exist long ago. The crowd was taken aback by Su Yuanying's words. What in the world? So there was this backstory. Chen Xuan had saved the 4th military district. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong were even more stunned. They exchanged glances and saw the bewilderment in each other's eyes. Their greatest enemy, the 4th military district, had actually been saved by Chen Xuan. This is absurd. However, Su Yuanying's words held a different meaning in Li Kun's ears. Chen Xuan was able to single-handedly break through the zombie horde in the early days of the apocalypse. What kind of strength does he possess now? Gulp. Li Kun suddenly swallowed hard, a hint of terror evident in his gaze. It seemed that the man before him was unfathomable. He couldn't guess the extent of Chen Xuan's power. But one thing was certain: this person was terrifying, exceedingly terrifying. Damn, why did I take on this mission back then? At that moment, regret flooded Li Kun's mind. Upon realizing that Chen Xuan possessed such terrifying strength in the early days of the apocalypse, he regretted why he had come to Disobey City and accepted this mission. Damn it, this is outrageous. Chen Xuan smiled lightly at these words, neither denying nor confirming, but instead asked, So what? The simplicity of those 3 words once again tightened everyone's nerves. Su Yuanying's expression remained unchanged as he continued with a smile. Our 4th military district has deep ties with you. With your strength, staying at the Tianxian base is truly a waste of talent. Why not come to our 4th military district? I guarantee that after we eliminate the Tianxian base and unify the entire Disobey City, you will be the second-in-command of our 4th military district with the title of general. What do you think? Upon hearing Su Yuanying's words, the crowd was collectively stunned. What a generous offer. Second-in-command. General. Are you kidding me? It's important to note that the strongest in the 4th military district right now is only at the colonel level, yet Chen Xuan is being offered a general's position. What audacity! Faced with such a tempting offer, no one thought Chen Xuan had any reason to refuse. Even Li Kun felt that recruiting him should be no problem. But Li Kai and Zhou Xiong exchanged glances and burst into loud laughter. Su Yuanying, are you out of your mind? Exactly, you're making me laugh. Do you know who he is? Zhou Xiong and Li Kai chimed in, drawing everyone's attention. What does that mean? Who is Chen Xuan? Su Yuanying suddenly felt a chilling premonition. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong replied with smiles. Brother Chen is the true leader of our Tianxian base. We are merely his vanguards. You actually want to recruit Brother Chen to eliminate the Tianxian base. What a joke, this is hilarious. Hearing Li Kai and Zhou Xiong's words, everyone present gasped in shock. What? Chen Xuan is the real leader behind the Tianxian base. No wonder Li Kai and Zhou Xiong never claimed to be the leaders of the base. Instead, they regarded themselves as commanders. Turns out they really aren't the leaders. Upon hearing this, Su Yuanying's mood plummeted, and a sense of foreboding arose within him. It seemed this was bad. Since Chen Xuan is the leader of the Tianxian base, he would naturally not align with the 4th military district. Now the two sides were in a deadlock, and Chen Xuan's strength was unfathomable. Even Li Kun was no match for him. This battle was likely to be disastrous for the 4th military district. Chen Xuan sneered, and then cast a sweeping glance at the people from the 4th military district, releasing a calm, yet chilling aura that made many tremble with fear. They'll give you a chance. Those who surrender now will not be harmed. If you wait until the fight breaks out, and then surrender, there will be only one outcome: ruthless extermination. When he said the 4 words ruthless extermination, everyone present felt a tightening in their chests, their eyes betraying a hint of fear. There was no way the killing intent emanating from Chen Xuan was simply overwhelming. Moreover, his terrifying strength was frightening. Almost no one dared to meet his gaze. In an instant, some in the 4th military district began to waver, especially the ability users. It should be noted that in the current apocalypse, ability users are already among the elite, and most of them did not originate from the military district. They were only recruited later, thus lacking much loyalty. Now Chen Xuan was offering them a chance to surrender. After all, as ability users, they were already superior. They could live, well, anywhere. Perhaps they could live even more comfortably at the Tianxian base. There was no need to stubbornly fight on this broken ship called the 4th Military District. Even the ordinary soldiers began to hesitate. They were all recruits who had been trained, but before the apocalypse began they were just ordinary people, and thus had an instinctive fear of death. Fear began to spread. When some started to waver, the rest began to think and hesitate. After all, no one truly wanted to die. Su Yuanying saw this scene and thought it was bad. He never expected that Chen Xuan would directly attack their hearts upon arrival, causing the morale of the entire 4th Military District to falter. This cannot continue. If Chen Xuan's arrogance goes unchecked, not only would the entire 4th Military District be no match for him, but it was likely that most would surrender before the battle even began. Chen Xuan, since it has come to this, let's see whose blade is sharper. With that, Su Yuanying coldly snorted and said calmly, "Come out. It's your turn to take the stage." Everyone was momentarily stunned by Su Yuanying's words. What did he mean? Did he have reinforcements? In the next moment, a spatial fluctuation appeared beside Su Yuanying, and a man clad in a black robe, wearing a Fong mask, suddenly appeared before him, as if he had materialized out of thin air. This sudden appearance shocked everyone. Li Kuan couldn't help but grow wary, his eyes filled with surprise. Indeed, even he had not sensed the arrival of the masked man. It was as if the other party had just materialized. It seems Su Yuanying is not simple. He even has such a powerful ally hidden away. Li Kuan thought to himself. Indeed, the strength of the person before him was no less than his own. Li Kuan never expected that this old man Su Yuanying was hiding such depth. Chen Xuan, I admit your strength is impressive, but I am not to be trifled with. There are 2 peak-level 4th-tier beings with me. I suggest you leave today, and let us keep our distance from now on. What do you think? Su Yuanying said lightly. He was very confident in the strength of the masked man before him. This person's power was on par with Li Kuan's, and he was even somewhat stronger. This was also his greatest trump card, which he had been unwilling to reveal. Now, as the survival of the entire 4th Military District was at stake, he had no choice but to bring it out. With him and Li Kuan joining forces, it should not be difficult to stop Chen Xuan. As long as Chen Xuan was held back, the remaining people from the Tianxian base would not be their match. Thus, at this moment, Su Yuanying was filled with ambition, his gaze carrying a hint of confidence. However, Chen Xuan smiled, his eyes slowly sweeping over the masked man. The super brain in his mind had already transmitted information about this person to Chen Xuan. With the super brain, there was nothing on Blue Star that could hide its strength and abilities from him. Who told you that I am unaware of his existence? Chen Xuan replied with a smile. He continued, an SS-level space ability, peak 4th-tier strength, almost ready to ascend to 5th tier. What impressive abilities indeed. Indeed, the person before him was the owner of an SS-level space ability, and he possessed peak 4th-tier strength. Looking across the entire apocalypse, he was a top-tier existence. He never expected to serve under Su Yuanying. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, Su Yuanying's face turned pale, his eyes filled with disbelief. How is that possible? How could you know? It should be noted that even his brother Su Yuanying was unaware of Yao Ying's existence. Yet an outsider like Chen Xuan could clearly state the opponent's abilities and strength. This was simply too hard to believe. Even Yao Ying trembled. The opponent seemed to know him so well. After Chen Xuan finished speaking, everyone else was stunned, especially Li Kuan. This masked guy was actually a peak 4th-tier ability user stronger than him. Moreover, he possessed an SS-level space ability, which was exceedingly rare, let alone at the SSS level. Such a being would be a top-tier powerhouse even in the Jiangnan district and would only rank above him. However, he never expected that this person was hidden within the 4th Military District of a mere sub-north city. It was quite surprising. Chen Xuan scoffed, his eyes calm as still water, showing no signs of fluctuation. If there was any interest, it would definitely be in the opponent's ability. An SS-level space ability should carry the celestial patterns, which would perfectly complement his plundering ability. He was indeed somewhat covetous of the capabilities of space abilities. When combined with his other abilities, their power would be absolutely overwhelming. Thus, Chen Xuan's gaze resembled that of a hunter sizing up his prey rather than that of a rival. Peak 4th-tier strength was merely that. What qualifications did they have to be his opponents? Go ahead and make your move. I want to see what kind of power you 2 wasteful beings can unleash together, Chen Xuan said calmly. The 2 wasteful beings he referred to were naturally Li Kuan and Yao Ying. The 2 exchanged glances. Li Kuan's eyes held a hint of anger. He hailed from the Jiangnan district and was not a weak powerhouse himself. How could he be called waste? It was simply outrageous. Yet he had to admit that Chen Xuan's strength was formidable. Yao Ying also understood that Chen Xuan's power was not something he could contend with alone, prompting him and Li Kuan to decide to join forces. Attack! Li Kuan yelled in anger. With that, Li Kuan and Yao Ying instantly vanished from their original spot. Their abilities included Aurora and Space, both of which were top tier in terms of speed. Thus their speed was so fast that countless onlookers could barely see them. In an instant they appeared before Chen Xuan. "Watch out, Brother Chen." Li Kai and Zhou Xiong had already spotted the two of them and could not help but shout a warning. Beside them, Lin Zixuan maintained a calm expression, smiling softly. "Attacks of this level pose no threat to my master. They are inconsequential." Upon hearing Lin Zixuan's words, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong immediately felt at ease. They saw Chen Xuan standing calmly in place. Dimensional slash. Light speed kick. The two attacks fell simultaneously. If it were an ordinary ability user, they would have already lost their composure, but Chen Xuan remained calmly standing. "Absolute domain," Chen Xuan said lightly. Instantly, the faces of Li Kuan and Yao Ying changed dramatically, their eyes flashing with disbelief. How could this be possible? Their speed, power, and defensive capabilities had all dropped by 40% simultaneously. Such a significant decrease was something they immediately felt. In the next moment, a thin ice wall appeared before Chen Xuan, seemingly lacking any defensive capability. However, when the two attacks struck the ice wall, they left no trace, and were instead rebounded several meters away. Li Kuan and Yao Ying steadied themselves, exchanging glances. "You felt the impact too?" Li Kuan asked. Yao Ying nodded. Despite wearing a mask, he could still sense the gravity in the face behind it. He did not understand why his strength had decreased so much. Yao Ying looked towards Chen Xuan. There was no doubt that all of this was orchestrated by Chen Xuan. But how did he manage to do this? To simultaneously and significantly restrict the power of two fourth-tier ability users and appear to do so effortlessly. My heavens, what is going on? Why did two fourth-tier ability users fail to inflict any harm on him? On the side of the 4th Military District, a soldier raised a question. The combined effort of two fourth-tier ability users could not even break through that seemingly thin ice wall. If it weren't for the life-and-death battle, everyone would think they were just putting on a show. Yes, just what kind of strength does this young man, named Chen Xuan, possess? Like a deity or a demon, truly terrifying. Indeed. In an instant, countless people in the 4th Military District felt a chill, contemplating surrender. Su Yuanying watched this scene with a mix of anger and helplessness. Fear began to rise within him. What kind of strength does Chen Xuan possess? But soon he would find out. Chen Xuan smiled and said, "Your attacks are truly garbage. Alright, I won't play with you anymore, but I'm going to make my move." With that, a terrifying aura emanated from Chen Xuan, reminiscent of an ancient dragon possessing an overwhelming presence. The power of the dragon directly suppressed the entire scene, causing countless soldiers of the 4th Military District to tremble in fear, with some even kneeling on the ground, as if worshipping a new king. Even Li Kuan and Yao Ying couldn't help but feel their hearts race, their eyes filled with terror. What a terrifying power. This force carried an invincible momentum. What kind of existence could possess such terrifying strength? Li Kuan hailed from the Jiangnan region, and he was well aware of the experts there. He considered himself among the top, having fought many powerful opponents, yet none possessed such strength. Dragon transformation. Chen Xuan's aura surged violently, transforming him into a half-human, half-dragon form that drew countless gazes. After the dragon transformation, Chen Xuan's power, speed, and defense all increased fivefold. Such an enhancement was undeniably terrifying, especially for someone like Chen Xuan. He resorted to dragon transformation because he was too lazy to prolong the battle and wanted to resolve it swiftly. Feeling Chen Xuan's already terrifying aura suddenly explode, Li Kuan and Yao Ying, who were already terrified, felt their hearts leap. The power unleashed by Chen Xuan was simply astonishing. They had never felt such horror before. Boom. In an instant, Chen Xuan vanished from his spot. Before the two could react, a steel fist struck Li Kuan. Bang! In a split second, Li Kuan's body flew back, like an arrow, crashing heavily dozens of meters away, blood gushing from his mouth, gravely injured and on the brink of death. His meridians were shattered, rendering him almost like a cripple, unable to move his limbs. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded. How is this possible? The so-called expert from the Jiangnan region with 4th-tier strength was actually heavily injured by a single blow from Chen Xuan. Not even a shred of resistance. How could this be? I can't believe this is Chen Guess strength. It's so terrifying. Li Kai said in a daze. Moments ago, he was worried whether Chen Xuan would be in danger. Looking at it now, that concern seemed somewhat unnecessary. With such terrifying strength, Chen Xuan didn't need to worry about his safety. Zhou Xiong also swallowed hard. Although that last move wasn't directed at him, he could still feel its horror, even from a distance. Just releasing a hint of his aura was enough to shake their minds. Yao Ying suddenly widened his eyes, for he had not seen Chen Xuan's figure, and the power of that punch was beyond his ability to withstand. It was simply too terrifying. Fear was evident beneath the fanged mask. "It's your turn." Chen Xuan's gaze flickered as he looked at Yao Ying. Upon hearing this, Yao Ying instinctively attempted to use spatial laws to escape. However, despite the speed of the spatial laws, the disparity in their strengths was simply too vast. Chen Xuan's power was not something a mere Yaoing could compare with. Whoosh! Just as Yaoing thought he had evaded disaster by utilizing spatial laws, he suddenly saw a figure appear in front of him, and his expression changed drastically. But in the next moment, a terrifying icy iron fist was already coming at him. Boom! Like a thunderclap, this punch struck him down from the air, creating a massive crater on the ground. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked towards Yaoing. As the dust settled, a deep pit over a meter appeared on the ground. Yaoing, covered in blood, his aura nearly extinguished, lying on the ground, weakly gasping for breath. While the SS-level spatial laws were indeed powerful before Chen Xuan, they were nothing, even unable to withstand a single blow. In just a few seconds, Chen Xuan had defeated two fourth-tier powerhouses. The sudden turn of events left Su Yuanying with wide eyes filled with disbelief. How? How is this possible? Yaoing was defeated too. Yaoing was his greatest weapon, the trump card that allowed him to stand firm in the apocalypse. His strength was undoubtedly top tier in the Jiangnan region. Yet facing Chen Xuan, he couldn't even withstand a single strike. In that moment, Su Yuanying suddenly felt an ominous premonition. If even Li Kuan and Yaoing couldn't withstand a strike from Chen Xuan, who in the entire 4th Military District could stop his might? Today, the 4th Military District faced certain doom. Thinking of this, Su Yuanying's body shook violently. However, Chen Xuan paid no heed to it, walking straight to Yaoing and smiling as he said, SS-level spatial ability TSK TSK, among the few top abilities in this apocalyptic world. Too bad you are too weak to deserve such power. It should be handed over to me. Though Yaoing was gravely injured by Chen Xuan, he still retained consciousness. However, he couldn't comprehend the meaning of Chen Xuan's words. Handed over to him. What did that mean? But in the next moment he understood. Chen Xuan slowly placed his hand on Yaoing, and immediately Yaoing felt an immense pull. He felt as if something was rapidly draining away. Suddenly his eyes widened. His spatial ability was gone. He could no longer sense the existence of his spatial powers. How? How is this possible? It's done. Feeling the spatial abilities coursing through him, Chen Xuan's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a hint of joy in his eyes. This was spatial ability, a top-tier SS-level ability. Although it was only at the first level, now Chen Xuan possessed ample resources, and there were countless ways to enhance his strength aboard the ship, making it easy to rapidly elevate his spatial abilities. Soon his spatial ability would surpass what Yaoing had possessed. Looking at Yao Ying's wide eyes, Chen Xuan smiled slightly and said softly, "A very nice ability. To thank you for your contribution, let me personally send you to hell." Puff! With that, a shard of ice suddenly appeared in Chen Xuan's hand, swiftly flying towards Yao Ying's brain. In an instant, the ice shard pierced through Yao Ying's brain, extinguishing any trace of life, leaving him dead beyond any hope of revival. Yao Ying's death struck immense shock into Su Yuanying and the entire 4th Military District. Chen Xuan, you actually killed him," Su Yuanying said in terror. However, Chen Xuan merely cast him a glance, showing no concern. This old man, after all, would die soon. He couldn't be bothered to waste words on a dead man, and walked straight towards Li Kuan. At this moment, Li Kuan lay on the ground, unable to move, his bones shattered, surrounded by 7 or 8 ability users from the Jiangnan region. However, everyone could see the fear in their eyes as they watched Chen Xuan's slowly approaching figure. This man, like a god and a devil, made them realize they were no match for him. "Sir, I hail from the Jiangnan district. If you kill me, you will be at odds with the entire Jiangnan district. If you spare me, I promise I will never be your enemy again." Li Kuan's words carried a hint of pleading. There was no other choice. Chen Xuan's power was simply terrifying, and he had to invoke the name of the Jiangnan district to instill caution in his opponent. After all, although the 4th Military District was a formidable entity in the northern Su province, it was hardly significant in the eyes of the Jiangnan district. He believed that Chen Xuan would spare him for the sake of the Jiangnan district. However, Chen Xuan merely smiled, standing before him. "The Jiangnan district? Do you think I would fear that?" His disdainful tone was filled with contempt. In his previous life, he had been like an ant to the Jiangnan district. But now, having been reborn, Chen Xuan held the upper hand everywhere, wielding terrifying powers, and naturally, he would not fear a mere Jiangnan district. His aspirations were set on the entire Blue Star, the Jiangnan district. He truly looked down upon it. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, Li Kuan's face instantly turned ashen. Indeed, even within the entire Jiangnan district, few could match Chen Xuan's strength. Did he really need to fear the Jiangnan district? It seemed that there really wasn't anyone. Li Kuan swallowed hard and continued, "Wait. Besides the ability users, the Jiangnan district has missiles. If you kill me, they might send someone to investigate, and they could very well launch missiles at the entire Su province, reducing it to rubble." Li Kuan added. The Jiangnan district was one of the major districts of Huaxia possessing missiles. Such missiles could obliterate a city with a single shot. Even if Chen Xuan's personal strength was formidable, he could not stop the annihilation of Su province. His subordinates would certainly not survive. Indeed, after Li Kuan finished speaking, the members of the Tianxian base exchanged glances, their eyes betraying their hesitation. Clearly, if such missiles were launched, none in attendance would likely survive. Missiles? Interesting. Chen Xuan's lips curled upwards slightly, his gaze hinting at interest. To be honest, the destructive power of such missiles was indeed terrifying, capable of leveling a city in an instant. Had this been before, Chen Xuan might have hesitated. But now he possessed a spaceship. Launch missiles. Well, I could just take everyone and hide inside the spaceship. That spaceship was an object from beyond Earth. The missiles of the Jiangnan district could not harm it in the slightest. This was something Chen Xuan had just confirmed with his superbrain. Thus, the missiles from the Jiangnan district posed him no threat at all. Of course, once Chen Xuan advanced to the 7th tier, even without hiding in the spaceship, he could withstand the missiles. Therefore, Chen Xuan was truly unafraid of Li Kuan's threats. You talk too much, it's time to move on. Chen Xuan was too lazy to explain. Then he raised his hand and layers of icy clouds appeared in the sky. Ice meteor. In the next moment, countless ice crystals fell from the sky, massive in size, hurtling towards Li Kuan and the others below with an unstoppable momentum. The surviving ability users from the Jiangnan district desperately unleashed their powers, attempting to fend off this strike. Yet their strength was simply too weak compared to Chen Xuan. Consequently, under this attack, they were directly crushed, leaving not a single survivor. As for Li Kuan, he suffered the worst fate. Already heavily injured and unable to evade, countless ice crystals fell, shattering his body into pieces, leaving him dead beyond recovery. In mere seconds, countless corpses on Li Kuan's side had been reduced to a bloody pulp, the stench of blood rising sharply. Many witnesses stared at the scene in horror, especially those eyes that looked at Chen Xuan, which dared not meet his gaze. This seemingly clean and harmless young man was ruthlessly fierce in action, as if showing not a shred of compassion for human life, only boundless indifference. Su Yuanying was already on the verge of collapse, shouting loudly in Chen Xuan's direction. You madman Chen Xuan! Do you realize that if Li Kuan is dead, the Jiangnan district might launch a thorough investigation, and they could very well fire missiles. The entire Su province will be obliterated. You're courting death. Su Yuanying trembled, slightly glaring at Chen Xuan. Was this young man really all right in the head? Was he really not a madman? Such missiles could kill every person in Su province combined. Could Chen Xuan alone withstand it? Even if he could escape, what about his subordinates? Su Yuanying simply could not comprehend. However, Chen Xuan sneered, if the Jiangnan district truly dares to launch missiles at me, do you believe my sword will sweep through the entire Jiangnan district, blood washing it from top to bottom? Chen Xuan's words floated lightly, as if he was merely speaking casually. Yet after everyone heard it, they felt a chill run down their spines. No one doubted the veracity of Chen Xuan's words, for judging by his temperament, he could very well follow through. This was a madman, an unadulterated madman. Su Yuanying swallowed hard, his gaze towards Chen Xuan filled with terror. At that moment, he realized the magnitude of the person he had provoked. This individual was not only insane, but truly possessed strength. In other words, Chen Xuan had the capital to be mad. After dealing with Li Kuan and Yaoing, the 4th military district no longer had any tier 4 powerhouses present, posing no threat to Chen Xuan. At that moment, the 4th military district likely had no fighting spirit left. Everyone understood that this battle was one they were destined to lose, with no chance of a comeback. Next, it's your turn. I'll give you 10 seconds. Those who wish to surrender come to my left side. Those who do not surrender will only meet death. After Chen Xuan spoke, the entire 4th military district was thrown into chaos. Countless individuals began to contemplate frantically. Surrender, or continue fighting. In an instant, countless plans formed in their minds. 10. Chen Xuan began to count. At that moment, over 100 people rushed towards Chen Xuan's left side. Among those over 100, there were 7 or 8 ability users, while the rest were elite soldiers. Goshen, what are you doing? Are you a coward? A soldier shouted angrily. The soldier named Goshen glanced back. Yang Hao, don't be foolish. Run quickly, the 4th military district cannot win. After saying this, he bolted towards Chen Xuan, his eyes filled with a desperate thirst for survival. In the apocalypse, everyone fought for survival. How many could remain indifferent to the hope of living? 9. Chen Xuan continued counting, and even more people began to run. At this moment, everyone in the 4th military district felt an immense fear within their hearts. Especially seeing the soldiers with abilities frantically rushing towards Chen Xuan, their hearts wavered constantly. Run, or not run. As Chen Xuan shouted when he called out one, countless people exchanged glances and then crazily ran towards Chen Xuan. It should be known that the strongest of the 4th military district, as well as the reinforcements from the Jiangnan district, were all dead. How could these people possibly be Chen Xuan's opponents? Humans tend to seek benefits and avoid harm. Especially among these individuals, most were ordinary people before the apocalypse, lacking strong convictions. Su Yuanying looked around, his eyes filled with a mix of fear and anger. Just moments ago, at least 2/3 of them had run away. The remaining people were pitifully few, mostly soldiers before the apocalypse who had stronger convictions. Looking at the figures in front of him, Chen Xuan's eyes showed no color, not even the slightest ripple. These people were of no consequence. Very well, you have all made your choice, so those remaining should prepare to die. Saying this, Chen Xuan's gaze was icy. After slaying Li Kuan and Yao Ying, he couldn't be bothered to waste time with these people. After all, they were just a group of ants. Killing them required no effort. Chen Xuan, are you really going to make a move? The Jiangnan district will never let you go. Su Yuanying's eyes still held a trace of unwillingness. He did not want to die. It should be known that Su Yuanying was previously from the Central District, but in order to achieve something, he had come to the 4th Military District under Su Yunting's influence, hoping to make a name for himself and establish his own power in this apocalypse. In other words, he was quite ambitious. Anyone with ambition would not be willing to die like this. Yet Chen Xuan sneered and said lightly, trying to scare me. Try it in your next life. Oh, by the way, Chen Xuan smiled at Su Yunting and said casually, your grandson Su, how I killed him. This plain statement was like a sharp blade piercing straight into Su Yunting's heart. His only bloodline, his only grandson, had actually been slain by Chen Xuan. How is this possible? But Chen Xuan had indeed come from Subei City, and the timeline seemed to match. Looking at Chen Xuan's calm face, Su Yunting's eyes were filled with pain and killing intent. So it was you, I will kill you. The terrifying killing intent seemed to solidify. Unfortunately, his plan would never come to fruition in this lifetime. Chen Xuan sneered. The reason he revealed this was to kill both body and spirit, letting Su Yunting descend into hell with regret and pain. Wouldn't that be even more satisfying? Die. Chen Xuan coldly laughed, and suddenly the sky darkened. Everyone looked up to see a magnificent sight. Countless sources of water on the ground converged into the sky, creating a scene akin to a celestial river flowing endlessly. Nearby, there was a large river called the Sui River, and most of the water in the sky came from this river. What is this? How could so much water suddenly appear? Oh my God, is it going to flood the Golden Mountain? My heavens, is it really possible for so much water to gather from all directions? Countless people stared blankly at this scene, their eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Especially for those ordinary people, they could hardly imagine the terrifying power of an ability user. How was this any different from the legends of immortals? No, look, the river water in the sky is freezing. Oh my, it really is. In an instant, the water in the sky suddenly froze, forming shards of ice that covered the entire sky, blocking the clouds and obscuring the sun. Come. Chen Xuan waved his hand. In the next moment, countless shards of ice poured down from the sky. Such a large-scale and dense attack could not be resisted by all the ability users present combined, and even for Li Kuan and Yao Ying it posed a significant trouble, let alone for the current 4th Military District. Looking at the dense and terrifying shards of ice in the sky, these people could only wait to die. Boom. It sounded as if the world was collapsing. Countless shards of ice fell straight down from the sky at a speed so fast it was shocking. Clouds of dust were kicked up. Everyone stared anxiously at the direction of the 4th Military District. With such a dense attack, would anyone survive? As the dust slowly settled, everyone gasped in shock at the scene before them. Goodness, this is just too terrifying. In the arena, there was not a single person left standing. Blood flowed like rivers on the ground. The density of the attack was simply horrifying. Each person had at least a dozen shards of ice piercing through them, pinned firmly to the ground, their blood still flowing while their consciousness had long faded. Indeed, with just this one move, Chen Xuan directly annihilated everyone in the 4th Military District, including high-level figures like Su Yuanying and Su Yunting. All perished under this strike. This scene left the people of Tianxian Base, as well as those who had defected from the 4th Military District, utterly dumbfounded. What the heck? Is such strength really achievable by humans? Only Lin Zixuan remained calm. This was the power of the master. How could these mortals comprehend it? Chen Xuan calmly observed everything before him. He had anticipated the power of this move, hence felt no shock. As for whether he would feel any emotional turmoil for killing over 1,000 people, absolutely not. After experiencing years of struggle in the apocalypse in his past life, even if he killed thousands, tens of thousands, or hundreds of thousands, Chen Xuan would not feel the slightest emotional fluctuation. Enemies must die. Is that not the case? Everyone clean the battlefield and finish it all before dark. Chen Xuan spoke lightly, and only then did everyone come to their senses. Everyone looked at Chen Xuan with a mix of fear and admiration. Yes, the voices of all rang out loudly. However, those who had defected from the 4th Military District stood obediently in place, like a bunch of quails afraid to move. Everyone was intimidated by Chen Xuan's might. Chen Xuan glanced at Li Kai and Zhou Xiong, then said, "These people will be handed over to you. Handle it." "Yes," Li Kai and Zhou Xiong hurriedly replied. It should be noted that these were all living forces, over 2,000 of them. If they successfully integrated, the overall strength of Tianxian base would soar. After reviewing for several days for the final exams, I did not want to fail the graduate final exam. I apologize everyone, the exams are now over, and the boat has passed through 10,000 mountains. A major update will be posted tomorrow. After giving a command, Chen Xuan directly walked into the base. The base of the 4th Military District was magnificently constructed with tall city walls equipped with numerous firepower supports. The internal space of the base was even larger, significantly surpassing that of the Tianxian base. It must be said that the construction here was quite impressive. At this moment, there were tens of thousands of ordinary citizens within the 4th Military District base. These people were gathered by the 4th Military District, consisting of the elderly, weak, and young, lacking any combat power, merely used as labor. After all, a large military base inevitably required a lower-class populace, otherwise how could the upper class indulge in a lavish lifestyle? Naturally, Chen Xuan was too lazy to trouble these ordinary citizens and instructed Li Kai and Zhou Xiong to handle them properly. The two understood what was required. After all, these citizens represented a rich source of manpower. With these people, the Tianxian base could expand outward. In the conference hall of the 4th Military District, the vast conference hall was empty. Chen Xuan slowly stepped inside, followed by Li Kai, Zhou Xiong, Lin Zixuan, and the Dog Emperor. He sat at the main seat and looked at everyone. The 4th Military District has already been secured. There are still some small bases in Subei City. You all need to flatten them within this period. Either surrender or die. In half a month, completely integrate the entire Subei City. Chen Xuan spoke calmly. Yes, Wang. The three and the dog quickly nodded in response. Securing the 4th Military District essentially meant securing the whole Subei City. However, regarding the reaction from the Jiangnan District, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong were still somewhat uncertain. Brother Chen, what if the Jiangnan District sends someone to investigate? I heard they have missiles capable of destroying a city. Li Kai said cautiously. For missiles of that caliber, if the Jiangnan District truly launched them, they would be utterly defenseless. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan smiled faintly. Don't worry. Even if it's a missile capable of destroying a city, I can ensure your safety. With a spaceship at hand, Chen Xuan was indeed unafraid of so-called missiles. At worst, when the missiles approached, he could directly bring all the elites of Subei City aboard the spaceship. Hearing Chen Xuan's words, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong felt a sense of inexplicable comfort. Strangely, if anyone else had said this, they would not have believed it at all. However, when these words came from Chen Xuan, they seemed to carry an inexplicable persuasive power that made people believe unconditionally. All right, you all go ahead and get busy. Settle the matters within the 4th Military District base promptly. Zixuan, silly dog, you too go help as well. Anyone who disobeys will be dealt with ruthlessly. After Chen Xuan finished speaking, the others quickly responded yes. With that, the three and the dog walked out of the conference hall. After they left, Chen Xuan's gaze turned towards his abilities. An SS-level spatial ability. I never expected to obtain it here, but what a delightful surprise. Chen Xuan had long desired a spatial ability. After all, time is king and space is revered. As an SS-level ability, these two powers were almost the rulers among SS-level abilities, and their strength was undeniably terrifying. Moreover, Chen Xuan's other abilities could perfectly complement the spatial ability. With the enhancement of the spatial ability, his strength would undoubtedly soar. However, the first level of spatial ability is somewhat weak. I should enhance my strength first. With that, Chen Xuan focused his mind and summoned the superbrain, then entered the spaceship. Reappearing inside the spaceship, Chen Xuan entered the cultivation chamber to begin his training. The time flow within the cultivation chamber could be adjusted, and currently Chen Xuan could only adjust it to double speed. This meant that for every day that passed outside, he had cultivated for 2 days within the chamber. In the apocalyptic world, besides resources, time might be the most precious commodity. With double the cultivation time, he was completely ahead of others in the outside world. Not to mention, Chen Xuan also had an abundance of cultivation resources. The storage compartment of this spaceship contained countless cultivation resources. Although he could only open the first layer with his current strength, the resources within that first layer were vast, even more precious than most resources on Blue Star. After entering the cultivation chamber, Chen Xuan took out a vial of potion and drank it in one go. This potion came from the storage compartment and could accelerate the absorption of crystal cores by 50%, making it a decent auxiliary medicine. Immediately after, Chen Xuan took out several third-level crystal cores and began to absorb them. The energy entered his body, transforming into spatial energy. With Chen Xuan's current strength, enhancing a spatial ability was incredibly easy. Time passed slowly. Meanwhile, the outside world was undergoing significant changes. First, in the 4th Military District, after the people of the Tianxian base took control, the originally indifferent civilians had no objections. For them, the struggles of the upper class did not affect them. The only concern was whether they could survive. Moreover, under Chen Xuan's orders, not only did their survival remain unaffected, but their welfare and treatment improved. Naturally, these people had no objections and instead welcomed the changes. As for those who switched sides at the last moment, there was no issue. After all, the power Chen Xuan displayed was enough to frighten them, and they dared not defy him openly or harbor any complaints. Thus, the Tianxian base took control of the 4th Military District smoothly, with almost no resistance, as anyone who dared to resist was eliminated by Chen Xuan. In the following days, Zhou Xiong and Li Kai were also busy integrating all the bases in Disobey City, large and small. It was known that these bases had at most a few hundred people, and the number of ability users was not many. Therefore, under the operations of Li Kai and Zhou Xiong, they encountered almost no difficulties. From then on, Disobey City was dominated solely by the Tianxian base. At this moment, Jiangnan District. How is it with Li Kuan? Why hasn't he returned yet? At the headquarters of the Jiangnan District, Zhu Rai sat in the main seat, his gaze stern and authoritative. As the head of the Jiangnan District, he had been the highest commander before the apocalypse began, and his aura was inherently commanding. Report to the chief. I am also unsure. I sent a message to Colonel Li yesterday, but there has been no reply, and his team of over 100 people has also shown no signs of movement. Cheng Du spoke cautiously. He was Zhu Rai's secretary, highly valued by him, and usually enjoyed a great deal of prestige. Yet before Zhu Rai, he remained consistently humble. Upon hearing this, Zhu Rai suddenly felt a sense of ominous premonition. Li Kuan may have encountered trouble, yet he still found it hard to believe. Li Kuan, while not the top expert in the Jiangnan District, was still a top-tier power. Few could kill him across the entire Jiangnan District. Moreover, Li Kuan was leading a massive contingent of superhumans, a full 100 strong, including several third-tier superhumans. Such a force could sweep through the entire city of Disobey without issue, let alone deal with a minor faction within it. Something's off. Contact Su Yuanying and find out what's going on. Zhu Rai narrowed his eyes. Yes. Chengdu dared not hesitate. He nodded quickly and walked aside to pick up the phone, dialing Su Yuanying's number. There was no answer. After a full 2 minutes, Chengdu hung up and exhaled. Chief, no one picked up. What? Zhu Rai's eyes widened. He stood up and paced the room, then suddenly fixed his gaze out the window. It seems Disobey City is in trouble. Li Kuan and his team have likely met with misfortune. As the head of the Jiangnan region, he had experienced much and already formed a judgment. Yet he could not fathom what kind of entity could have slain Li Kuan, his 100-strong superhuman squad, and Su Yuanying's 4th Military District. After all, even if the 4th Military District was the weakest, it was still a legitimate military district with considerable strength. Yet all these forces combined had fallen. This was enough to show that the faction called Tianxian Base in Disobey City was no simple matter. Go summon the captains of the 2nd and 3rd squads. The Jiangnan region had 8 superhuman squads, each with a varying number of members. Li Kuan was the captain of the 8th squad, commanding over 100 people. As for the 2nd and 3rd squads, they were the elite forces of the Jiangnan region, far more powerful than Li Kuan. Both captains were 4th-tier peak powerhouses, and their squads were terrifyingly strong. Clearly, Zhu Rai was truly enraged. The enemy dared to strike at his superhuman squad, showing utter disregard for the Jiangnan region. If he let this slide, where would the Jiangnan region's pride go? Moreover, losing an entire squad, though not crippling, was still a significant loss. Yes. Hearing Zhu Rai's command, Chengdu knew he was furious and dared not delay. He hurried out. Soon 2 young men arrived together. The one on the left wore a red denim jacket and white jeans, looking somewhat roguish. His name was Long Yin, a scion of the Long family of Jiangnan, a prestigious clan even before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse began, he awakened an SS Steer ability, Flame Monarch, wielding immense pyrokinetic power. He was now the captain of the 2nd squad of the Jiangnan region. The other was much more reserved, clad in a plain black short-sleeve shirt. His face was as calm as still water, with a slanted fringe covering one eye, leaving only the other visible. His name was Gu Wuyan, a commoner by birth, now captain of the 3rd squad. He was terrifyingly powerful, but extremely low-key. Chief Zhu, what mission do you have for us this time? Long Yin asked with a casual grin, his tone carrying a hint of cynicism. Gu Wuyan stood quietly aside, saying nothing, his gaze fixed on Zhu Rai as he speculated what could have prompted the summoning of both of them. Familiar with Long Yan's temperament, Zhu Rai was not surprised. Li Kuan is in trouble. His squad may have been completely wiped out. Hearing this, both Long Yin and Gu Wuyan were stunned, disbelief in their eyes. Li Kuan dead. Though Li Kuan was the weakest of the 8 captains, and his squad lagged behind the others in strength. He was no pushover. Besides, his ability to control light granted him incredible speed, making him exceptionally fast in retreat. Even the two of them would need considerable effort to kill him. How is that possible? Who did it? Could it be superhumans from another region? China's vast territory included several other regions besides Jiangnan, all formidable in their own right. If it were superhumans from another region, it might be plausible. However, Zhu Rai shook his head gravely. No, I sent him to deal with a faction in Subei City called Tianxian Base a few days ago, and there has been no word since. Subei City, Tianxian Base. Gu Wuyin and Long Yin exchanged glances, their confusion deepening. How could a minor faction in Subei, insignificant as an ant, be a match for Li Kuan? It made no sense. Interesting, very interesting. To take down Li Kuan and his squad, they must have some real strength. A smirk curled on Long Yan's lips, a gleam of battle in his eyes. Clearly he was intrigued. As captain of the second squad, his power was immense. Few in the Jiangnan region could rival him. Having never failed a mission and hailing from a noble lineage, Long Yan was deeply proud. Chief Zhu, let me take my squad to Subei City alone. I want to see what kind of hidden dragons and crouching tigers could be there. Long Yan finished, but Zhu Rai shook his head. No, both of you will go together. Chief, you know my strength. There's no need for him to come along. Long Yan chuckled dismissively. Though Gu Wuyin was also a top powerhouse, Long Yan considered himself superior. More importantly, Gu Wuyin's background was too humble. Before the apocalypse, his family sold pork at the market. Long Yan looked down on him. Thus their relationship was strained. Gu Wuyin stood silently, his expression unchanged. Zhu Rai's expression grew serious. Li Kuan, his entire squad, and everyone in the 4th military district are dead. Our enemy is no simple foe. Go together and watch each other's backs. Remember, safety first, or retreat immediately if things go wrong. Having lost Li Kuan, Zhu Rai could not afford to lose Gu Wuyin and Long Yan as well. That would truly cripple the Jiangnan region. Fine. Long Yan shrugged helplessly, an indifferent look in his eyes. All right. Gu Wuyin nodded, said nothing more, and turned to leave. Watching Gu Wuyin's retreating figure, Long Yan sneered. Who does he think he is? Enough. This mission is not as simple as you think. Don't be careless. Zhu Rai instructed. Understood. Long Yan replied casually and turned to leave. Watching them go, Zhu Rai sighed and rubbed his forehead. What exactly was this Tianxian base? Gu Wuyin, your squad had better behave on this trip to Subei City and not drag us down. After leaving the meeting hall, Long Yan curled his lips and spoke disdainfully. The rivalry between him and Gu Wuyin had long been out in the open. After all, what right did a man of common birth have to stand on equal footing with him? Even in the apocalypse, the identity of a noble family filled Long Yan with pride. Gu Wuyin, upon hearing this, remained calm, without a trace of emotion, silently glanced at him twice, then turned and walked away. Who are you putting on airs for? One day I'll trample you under my feet. Long Yan snorted coldly, his words laced with contempt. With that, he hesitated no longer and headed directly to his squad station, planning to rest for 2 days before departing. He was eager to see what kind of formidable place Subei City was, hoping it wouldn't disappoint him. Brother Chen, the entire Subei City has been subdued by us. Our forces have expanded significantly: 630 ability users, 4,700 elite soldiers, and a population of 130,000. Li Kai reported. This multitude represented the full might of Subei City and the entire strength of the Tianxian base. Now the Tianxian base had fully integrated all the smaller bases in Subei City, becoming the undisputed overlord of the region. Chen Xuan nodded calmly from the main seat. Well done. Hearing Chen Xuan's praise, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong beamed and nodded in acknowledgement. Both of you have reached the peak of the 3rd rank and are about to break through. That was correct. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong were already at the 3rd rank. After this battle, they naturally advanced to the peak of the 3rd rank, just 1 step away from the 4th rank. However, that step was exceedingly difficult to cross, especially for Zhou Xiong, whose beast-type ability posed a significant hurdle at the 4th rank. If he could successfully make the leap, his strength would greatly increase, potentially even surpassing Li Kai's power. Yes. They both nodded without a second thought. Chen Xuan smiled faintly, then produced 2 vials of potion out of thin air. This is called the rank-breaking potion, effective for those below the 4th rank. With this, it can help you both break through to the 4th rank in a short time. Put aside your work for the next 2 days and focus on breaking through. With that, Chen Xuan handed the potions to the 2 men. Seeing the dark green liquid, their eyes burned with boundless fervor. A rank-breaking potion, capable of helping them jump from the 3rd to the 4th rank. It was almost unbelievable. Currently, across the entire Blue Star, research on potions was still in its infancy. The first batch of ordinary potions hadn't even entered mass production, yet Chen Xuan was already using more advanced ones. Of course, these potions came from the spaceship. They had almost no side effects, and their potency was more stable, which was why Chen Xuan gave them to the two. After all, Zhou Xiong and Li Kai were both capable and loyal. Chen Xuan had no intention of harming them. Thank you, Brother Chen. Although they had never heard of such potions, their absolute trust in Chen Xuan left no room for doubt. Chen Xuan waved his hand with a chuckle. All right, you two go and cultivate now. Break through to the 4th rank as soon as possible. Yes. They resolved not to betray Chen Xuan's trust. With that, they exited the meeting hall. Now only Chen Xuan, Emperor Dog, and Lin Zixuan remained inside. Recently, Lin Zixuan had not taken action, focusing instead on her cultivation. After all, those minor factions didn't require someone of her caliber to intervene. With her training during this period and the resources Chen Xuan provided, her strength, which was already at the peak of the 3rd rank, smoothly broke through to the 4th rank. A 4th rank Dark Monarch was truly terrifying. Indeed, the jump from 3rd to 4th rank was a massive divide, greatly enhancing an ability user's power. Lin Zixuan was now 5 or 6 times stronger than before, with even more formidable control over her ability. Not bad, you've already broken through to the 4th rank. You haven't been slacking off lately. Hearing Chen Xuan's praise, a flicker of color crossed Lin Zixuan's usually indifferent face. Thank you for the compliment, Master. Lin Zixuan could disregard anyone's words, but never Chen Xuan's. Woof woof. Emperor Dog barked twice, sticking out its tongue in hopes of earning some praise from Chen Xuan. But Chen Xuan simply kicked it away. You dumb dog, how dare you bark? It's been so long, and you haven't even broken through to the 5th rank. They'll kick you to death. Woof. Emperor Dog looked at Chen Xuan pitifully, lying dejectedly on the ground with its big round eyes fixed on him. It couldn't be helped. After the 4th rank, progress naturally slowed. It had barely managed to reach the peak of the 4th rank, and breaking through to the 5th would still take some time. All right, go lie down in the corner. If you don't cultivate properly, it'll kick you again. Woof woof. Emperor Dog barked twice, then slunk away to another corner, looking miserable. Zixuan, come out to the meeting hall and attack me. I want to test my new ability. Chen Xuan's spatial ability had successfully broken through to the 3rd rank, greatly enhancing his power. He wanted to test the strength of his spatial ability and also evaluate Lin Zixuan's power. After all, breaking through to the 4th rank meant a world of difference in strength. Yes. Lin Zixuan nodded without any objection. Soon the two walked out of the meeting hall. The area was empty, and Emperor Dog stood obediently to the side, not daring to bark, afraid of another kick from Chen Xuan. Begin. Chen Xuan said calmly. Lin Zixuan nodded lightly, and without hesitation her ability erupted instantly. She knew that no matter how powerful she became, she could never harm Chen Xuan, so she held nothing back. Whooshed! Lin Zixuan's figure vanished from the spot, as if merging with the world around her. However, it was still daytime, and Chen Xuan's spiritual sense could detect her presence. Under the cover of night, few would be able to track her. Endless night. The next moment, Chen Xuan was enveloped in a shroud of darkness, as if trapped in a thick fog, blurring reality. This darkness spanned hundreds of meters, engulfing the entire base. The people who had been working suddenly felt the sky change, bewildered. But Zhou Xiong and Li Kai recognized this as Lin Zixuan's ability and remained unfazed. Nevertheless, they exchanged glances, their desire for power burning even brighter. With Lin Zixuan's strength, they as Brother Chen's right-hand men couldn't afford to fall behind. Quite interesting. Feeling Lin Zixuan's strength, a faint smile curled at the corner of Chen Xuan's lips. He had to admit, after breaking through to the 4th stage, her control over her ability had become even more formidable. Of course, this level of power was nothing to him. Yet Chen Xuan had no intention of unleashing his full strength. He merely sought to test the capabilities of the spatial law. Could the 3rd stage spatial law possibly rival the 4th stage Dark Monarch? Dark spears. In the next instant, countless spears materialized within the dark mist already concealed in the shadows. With a series of whooshing sounds, they shot straight toward Chen Xuan's body, as if to pierce him through. Just as the spears were about to touch him, Lin Zixuan suddenly saw Chen Xuan, who had been standing there, vanish without a trace. Where had her master gone? Within this darkness, she was the absolute sovereign, capable of perceiving anyone and anything within it. In other words, this shroud of darkness was her very eyes. As the monarch, she was omniscient. Yet Chen Xuan's sudden disappearance eluded her perception entirely. Spatial seal. In the next moment, the darkness that had blanketed the sky suddenly vanished completely, and Chen Xuan's figure reappeared before Lin Zixuan. How is this possible? All the dark matter is gone. Lin Zixuan found it hard to believe. After all, dark matter was not like mist or fog that existed in the air. It was something that could not be erased. Yet at this moment it had all disappeared. Chen Xuan said with a smile, "Your dark matter cannot be erased, but it can be absorbed by space." Exactly. The saying "time is king, space is sovereign" was not without reason. Mastery over spatial force allowed one to manipulate space itself. And Chen Xuan's third-stage spatial force was truly terrifying with a multitude of techniques. Especially in his hands, the power it could unleash was beyond imagination. Upon hearing this, Lin Zixuan finally understood. There was no resentment in her heart. After all, this was her master's power. Then she began to launch attacks once more. Countless dark forces surged as the battlefield erupted into a dazzling spectacle, stirring the heart of Go Di, who watched from the side. But despite her many techniques, Chen Xuan neutralized each one effortlessly. She inflicted no harm upon him. In fact, Chen Xuan's occasional use of spatial force for attacks left Lin Zixuan struggling to withstand. All right, let's call it a day here. Chen Xuan steadied himself and said with a smile. The sparring session had given him a rough understanding of the spatial force's power, greatly enhancing his mastery. Truly, the spatial law was remarkably potent. Even when facing the Dark Monarch, another SS rank ability, his third-stage strength was no weaker than Lin Zixuan's fourth stage. Throughout this exchange, Chen Xuan had not used any of his other abilities, relying solely on spatial force. Yes, Lin Zixuan replied respectfully. Likewise, her reverence for Chen Xuan's power grew. He had now mastered spatial force as well. How terrifying. Was this power something a human could wield? Lin Zixuan didn't know, but this was indeed the power her master possessed. You don't need to be discouraged. It's normal that you can't beat me, Chen Xuan said with a smile. Although he had only used his third-stage spatial ability, his combat sense and instincts were far beyond Lin Zixuan's. I understand. Lin Zixuan nodded. After testing the spatial abilities' power, Chen Xuan was in excellent spirits. Now all his major abilities were exceptionally formidable. If he unleashed them fully, the resulting power was something even he couldn't be certain of. 5th stage Ice Dragon ability, 5th stage Soul Capture ability, 3rd stage Spatial ability, 3rd stage Plunder ability, Absolute Domain Dragon Transformation. With all these means at my disposal, my current strength is probably immeasurable. Chen Xuan mused inwardly. In truth, he himself was somewhat uncertain of his full power. After all, he had too many techniques. In a life-or-death battle, if he unleashed everything, the force he could bring to bear would be terrifying. Even he couldn't imagine how strong it would be. But one thing was certain: if he were to face the 7th-stage monster from the final trial in the spaceship again, Chen Xuan would not be as hard-pressed as before. Time passed quickly and 2 days flew by in the blink of an eye. During these 2 days, Disobey City remained quite stable. Although there were a considerable number of zombies, they were essentially nothing to the Tianxian base. The army combined with the ability users was enough to wipe out many zombies. However, the only noteworthy event was probably Zhou Xiong and Li Kai breaking through to the 4th stage. With the help of Chen Xuan's breakthrough potion, the two of them directly advanced to the 4th stage, greatly increasing their strength. Especially Zhou Xiong, whose 4th stage beast-type ability underwent an evolution. Originally, Zhou Xiong's ability was the Earth Sacred Bear. Now it had directly evolved, undergoing a transformation and even awakening an ancient bloodline to become the primordial Sacred Bear, causing a earth-shattering change in his strength. Brother Chen, as expected, we both successfully broke through to the 4th stage, Zhou Xiong said cheerfully, his eyes full of joy. 4th stage power in the world today was enough to make one a formidable force. Especially since their abilities were so powerful, the strength they could unleash was even more terrifying. The strength of the two far exceeded their counterparts from the same period in their past lives. Chen Xuan nodded with a smile. Not bad. You've both just broken through and lack control over your power. You should train your abilities well during this time. Having just reached the 4th stage, it was inevitable that their control over their abilities was insufficient. Thus, Chen Xuan advised them to use their abilities more to speed up their proficiency. Don't worry, Brother Chen. Only how about we go out and practice? I've been waiting to break through to the 4th stage to have a good match with you. Zhou Xiong grinned, a hint of battle intent in his eyes. Before reaching the 4th stage, Li Kai had almost always dominated Zhou Xiong. The S-rank metal manipulation ability, being elemental, unleashed far greater power than Zhou Xiong's before the 4th stage. But now, after breaking through to the 4th stage, his ability had evolved, granting him more diverse combat techniques, making him eager to spar with Li Kai. Sure, let's go practice. Li Kai was also not one to back down. After breaking through to the 4th stage, his power had also increased significantly, so he naturally had no fear. Chen Xuan smiled without stopping them. Just as the two were about to head out for a fight, Zhang Yun suddenly arrived at the door. Brother Chen, bad news. I just received a report from our men. A large group of ability users has entered Disobey City's territory, and they are very strong. Oh, Chen Xuan pondered for a moment upon hearing this, then stood up with a smile. It seems the folks from the Jiangnan region have arrived. Interesting. Let's go have a look together. Yes. Chen Xuan's expression was calm, with no trace of fear in his eyes. The people from the Jiangnan region were rather intriguing. I fear this group of visitors may be stronger than Li Kuan. He is eager to witness just how formidable they are and to assess the strength of the Jiangnan region. It is also a good opportunity for his subordinates to practice and hone their skills. After all, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong had rapidly improved in strength since following him, and their status had risen, making future cultivation more difficult. Thus, Chen Xuan held such thoughts. Captain, what are we going to do next? Should we investigate in secret? Wang Ling cautiously approached Long Yin and spoke. He was the vice-captain of the second team, with strength second only to Long Yin, and he was relatively stable in character. At this moment, all 36 members of the second team looked towards Long Yin. They were all elites among the ability users, each possessing third-tier strength capable of commanding a base or even a city elsewhere. Their strength was undeniably formidable. Long Yin chuckled coldly, saying, investigate in secret. There's no need to be so cautious about a mere Subei city. But Captain Li Kuan was annihilated here, previously Wang Ling said somewhat cautiously. Li Kuan. Hearing these two words, Long Yin snorted with disdain. Although they were both captains from the Jiangnan region, there was still a hierarchy among them, and Li Kuan occupied the bottom of that chain. After all, that guy was the weakest with the poorest talent, while Long Yin was the captain of the second team in Jiangnan. Coming from a prestigious family, it was surprising if he could look up to the other. That waste, it wouldn't take much effort to kill him. As for his underlings, they are just a bunch of useless henchmen. Long Yin sneered. Although his team consisted of only 36 people, each one was an elite, with the weakest among them being of third-tier level. Such a force was enough to sweep through the vast majority of places in Jiangnan. A mere Subei city was beneath notice. Seeing that Long Yin was not swayed, Wang Ling could only sigh helplessly. There was nothing he could do. Long Yin was indeed a strong captain, terrifyingly so, but his personality was quite arrogant, looking down on everyone. In the entire Jiangnan region, apart from the first team captain, he hardly respected anyone. Long Yin glanced at the third team beside them, where Gu Wuyin was also leading his team, having received orders to come together this time. The members of the third team under Gu Wuyin were equally impressive, numbering 27 all at the third-tier level. Of course, in contrast to Long Yin, Gu Wuyin's 27 members were all ordinary people before the apocalypse began. Thus, the ability users under the two were quite mismatched. The former's ability users came from distinguished backgrounds, while the latter's came from commoner roots deemed somewhat lowly in the eyes of the powerful. This was also the main point of contention between the two. Gu Wuyin, do you plan to sneak around to gather intelligence, or shall we go directly to the Tianxian base together? Long Yin said nonchalantly. Gu Wuyin calmly glanced at him, uninterested in engaging, and then walked directly toward the Tianxian base, with his team members quickly following. Indeed, although Gu Wuyin was reluctant to engage with Long Yin, he felt no fear regarding the so-called Tianxian base. As the captain of the third team in Jiangnan, he had his own confidence. Seeing Gu Wuyin's demeanor, Long Yin laughed heartily, unfazed by Gu Wuyin's indifference, as he had long since grown accustomed to it. Did you see that? Let's hurry up, we can't let the third team take the credit. After Long Yin finished speaking, the members of the second team, one by one, shouted and accelerated swiftly, heading toward the Tianxian base. In their view, as long as their captain was present, the Tianxian base was nothing special. The Tianxian base occupied the land originally belonging to the 4th Military District. After all, the buildings here were better than before, and the geographical position was more advantageous. As Chen Xuan and the others were about to leave the base, Zhang Yun suddenly reported, "Brother Chen, it's not good. A people from the Jiangnan region have come." Upon hearing this, everyone felt terrifying auras from not far away, cutting through the heavens and heading straight for the Tianxian base. There was some surprise among the crowd. The sheer number of auras and their strength was beyond their expectations. Especially Li Kai and Zhou Xiong, who after breaking through to the 4th tier, had become even more sensitive to power. The two clearly sensed that this group of visitors was quite formidable. Interesting, open the door, let's go take a look. Chen Xuan said with a smile. Yes. With Chen Xuan present, no one felt afraid, and they all walked out of the base doors. Outside, Long Yin and Gu Wuyin had already arrived with their teams. The combined force behind the two numbered only a few dozen, yet all were without exception at least of third-tier strength. Seeing this scene, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong couldn't help but gasp. Hiss! What terrifying depth! Is this Jiangnan region? Indeed, it is different from the power in Subei City. Their foundation is truly profound. Moreover, these two teams were not even the entirety of Jiangnan's strength. One can imagine that if Chen Xuan were not present, this group alone could slaughter Subei City 3 to 4 times without any problem. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong exchanged glances, then stepped forward together, declaring loudly, "Who are you? Dare to intrude upon the territory of our Tianxian base?" Their voices formed waves, rushing towards the opposite side. Oh, so this is the Tianxian base, and there are even 2 4th-tier ability users? This is interesting. Long Yin narrowed his eyes, looking at Li Kai and Zhou Xiong with no sign of worry. These two had merely just broken through to the 4th tier. Their auras were still unstable, and compared to him, they were like clouds and mud, thus he gave them no thought. Go call your Tianxian base leader out here, I have something to ask him. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. Such reckless arrogance immediately displeased the people of Tianxian base, especially Li Kai and the others who held a genuine admiration for Chen Xuan. Seeing such disrespect, they naturally felt unhappy. But Chen Xuan was unfazed. In his eyes, Long Yin was merely a dead man. He had no habit of getting angry with the dead. What do you want from me? Chen Xuan said with a faint smile, slowly walking to the front of the crowd. His calm face made it hard to discern the truth, and his handsome appearance exuded an aura of mystery. Long Yin and Gu Wuyin stared intently in Chen Xuan's direction, their hearts already on guard. This person's strength was definitely not simple. Neither of them could detect Chen Xuan's true strength. Either there is a treasure on Chen Xuan that blocks detection, or his strength far exceeds that of the two, rendering them unable to probe him. Of course, the two were more inclined to believe in the former. After all, Chen Xuan looked far too young with a fair and handsome face that could easily pass for a trainee. Are you the person in charge of the Tianxian base? Long Yin spoke first, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Xuan. What brings you from the Jiangnan district? Li Kuan and his squad, where are they? Chen Xuan smiled and looked in the direction of Long Yin, saying, I remember that the place where he died was exactly where you were standing. How coincidental. The place where he died, right where you stand. For some reason, both Long Yin and Gu Wuyin shivered at Chen Xuan's words. This guy feels a bit frightening. Indeed, the pressure Chen Xuan exerted on the two was overwhelming, making it hard for them to breathe. Long Yan's eyes turned cold. Do you know what the consequences are for killing someone from my Jiangnan district? Although he looked down on Li Kuan, the latter was still from the Jiangnan district. Killing Li Kuan would be a slap in the face to the Jiangnan district as well as to Long Yin himself. If you came looking for trouble, then just make your move. I want to see what kind of strength the so-called Jiangnan district possesses. Chen Xuan said with a faint smile, showing no regard for them. Hearing this, Long Yin and Gu Wuyin exchanged glances, both feeling a bit displeased. After all, Chen Xuan's attitude was too high-handed, showing no respect for the Jiangnan district. It seemed to him that the so-called Jiangnan district was nothing more than a bunch of insignificant figures. Good, let me see what the leader of the Tianxian base is capable of. Long Yin snorted coldly, and his figure shot toward Chen Xuan like a streak of fire, moving at incredible speed. The ground beneath him was scorched, and the air was filled with waves of heat. Long Yan's ability is that of the Flame's sovereign and SS-level power, incredibly formidable. Chen Xuan looked at Li Kai and Zhou Xiong with a smile, saying, You too, give it a try. Yes. The two exchanged glances undeterred and positioned themselves on either side of Chen Xuan, preparing to block Long Yan's attack. One was an ancient holy bear, and the other controlled metal, both possessing S-level abilities and being fourth-tier powerhouses. Their combined strength was certainly not weak. Boom. The terrifying attack instantly shook the area within 100 meters. With a single strike, Long Yin pushed back both Li Kai and Zhou Xiong, his gaze filled with disdain. You two think you can stop me? Get lost. After that, a more terrifying wave of heat swept across the land, and a fire dragon flew toward the two. Rumble. The fire dragon roared as if in fury. Li Kai quickly used his metal abilities to form a metallic barrier in front of them. However, although the metallic barrier had remarkable defensive power, the flames were even more potent, melting the barrier instantly. After breaking through the metallic barrier, the fire dragon surged toward the two. Zhou Xiong quickly activated his abilities in an attempt to defend, but even the ancient holy bear's defense was somewhat inadequate against the fire dragon's attack. Bang! The two were struck by the fire dragon, the scent of burnt flesh lingering as they were pushed back 7 or 8 steps before stabilizing themselves. You two want to stop me? What a joke! Long Yin hovered in midair, his eyes filled with contempt. Did these two really think they were qualified to block him? If this was the strongest force of the Tianxian base, then it was nothing extraordinary. Brother Chen, we lost. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong lowered their heads, feeling somewhat ashamed. The two prided themselves on being Chen Xuan's right-hand men, yet they couldn't even withstand a single attack, feeling immense shame for losing face for Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan smiled slightly at their words and patted their shoulders, saying, Remember, there are heavens beyond the heavens and people beyond people. Train hard in the future. Strength is the foundation of everything. Even if a force is large and has many personnel in the apocalypse, strength is always the foundation of everything. Without strength, everything else is in vain. Hearing this, the two exchanged glances and nodded heavily. Brother Chen, rest assured, we will definitely train hard from now on. Chen Xuan smiled and nodded, saying, Good. After that, he tossed each of them a bottle of potion. Take this to recover from your injuries. Thank you, Brother Chen. Although they didn't know what kind of potion Chen Xuan had given them, they believed it must be something good since Chen Xuan had given it. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong stood behind Chen Xuan and unhesitatingly consumed the potions. Instantly, their previously listless energies surged, and their burns healed completely in an instant. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Long Yin and everyone from the Jiangnan district widened their eyes in disbelief. This is a potion you. How could you have it? It must be known that potions were still under development in the Jiangnan district, and their Long clan was the core of the research. However, developing potions is a lengthy process, and the Jiangnan district had only developed some low-level potions so far, which were not effective for their level and had not been disclosed to the public. Yet the potions Chen Xuan produced could actually heal the injuries of fourth-tier ability users clearly of a higher grade. But how could someone who was merely a leader of a faction in Disobey City possess such potions? Chen Xuan remained expressionless upon hearing this, not answering his question, and then turned to Lin Zixuan beside him. Zixuan, you should also give it a try. If Lin Zixuan were to break through to the peak of the fourth tier, she might very well be able to defeat Long Yan. But currently she had just broken through to the fourth tier, her strength still not stable. Chen Xuan wanted her to take action merely to give her some practice. It would be a pity not to make use of such a good sparring partner. Okay. Without a second thought, Lin Zixuan dashed toward Long Yan. In the next instant, endless darkness swept across the sky, leaving Long Yan somewhat astonished. The power of flames is extraordinarily formidable, and they inherently restrain the force of darkness. Thus, when the flames erupted, they instantly illuminated the entire sky. Long Yan also quickly spotted Lin Zixuan's figure, and the fire dragon roared, charging toward her body, seemingly intent on crushing her with a single blow. However, Lin Zixuan was not an easy opponent, who, although her dark power was restrained by the flames, her strength was not to be underestimated. Countless dark spears transformed into a cage, tightly trapping the fire dragon. Interesting, Long Yin remarked with a smile on his face. It was evident that Lin Zixuan's strength was beyond that of the previous two. This person possessed considerable strength and was quite beautiful, with a voluptuous figure resembling an ice beauty. Long Yin, considering himself a charming talent, had never lacked female company during his time in the Jiangnan region, whether before or after the apocalypse. What is your name? You look good and have decent strength. Would you be interested in following me in the Jiangnan region as my woman? I can offer you the position of vice captain. Long Yan's playful expression instantly filled Lin Zixuan with disgust. She held an inexplicable animosity toward men aside from Chen Xuan, of course. At this moment, Long Yan's provocation ignited endless fury within her. She even contemplated severing his lower body to infuse into wine. Damn it! Infuriated, Lin Zixuan merged with the darkness, and an endless tide of shadows surged once more. You truly deserve to die. Her cold voice held no emotion, but those familiar with Lin Zixuan knew she was enraged, and extremely so. Boom! Lin Zixuan's assault indiscriminately surged toward Long Yin, as if she was prepared to risk everything. Seeing her frenzied attack, Long Yin was momentarily taken aback, then began to dodge constantly. Damn it, you're going all out. Long Yin had not expected that a casual remark would provoke Lin Zixuan into a frenzied assault, each move utilizing all her strength. Lin Zixuan remained silent, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. Various dark spears, cages, swords, and halberds. Every attack that could be conjured by dark power was unleashed upon him. Her fighting style lacked any strategy, relying solely on a fierce assault. This scene was witnessed by the crowd below, each one swallowing hard. Damn, this woman is terrifying. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong stood below, staring blankly, unable to help but swallow nervously. It must be said that Lin Zixuan's strength was frighteningly impressive. However, although Long Yin was momentarily caught off guard, his strength surpassed Lin Zixuan's. After a brief defense, he began to take the initiative in attacking. Naturally, Long Yin did not quickly defeat Lin Zixuan, but instead found himself in a stalemate with her. However, Lin Zixuan gradually fell into a disadvantage. A defeat was merely a matter of time. Chen Xuan was quite satisfied. After all, there was a gap in strength between Lin Zixuan and Long Yin, yet she managed to push it to this extent, proving her exceptional talent. He kicked Dog Emperor's thigh and said, "What are you staring at? Go up and help." Woof woof. Dog Emperor was instantly delighted. It had been a long time since he had fought, and he was itching for action. Since Long Yan's strength was on par with his own, both at the peak of the fourth tier, Dog Emperor's SS level ability made him more than a match for Long Yan. In an instant, Dog Emperor's figure flashed and vanished from sight, appearing high in the sky. Boom! As Dog Emperor emerged, thunder clapped, and countless purple lightning bolts struck down at Long Yan. Damn, this is dangerous. Long Yin immediately sensed a dangerous aura and frantically retreated. The lightning fell wildly, and had he been any slower it would have struck him. Staring at Dog Emperor, Long Yin was momentarily dumbfounded. What the hell? A dog? And such a big one. In the apocalypse, it was common for animals to mutate, and their strength would significantly improve. But how did this dog awaken an ability? This must be a joke. In the entire apocalypse, only Dog Emperor had awakened an SS-level ability and successfully reached the 9th tier. Thus, in terms of rarity, Dog Emperor was truly unique worldwide. Seeing Dog Emperor's figure, Lin Zixuan's expression was calm. Eliminate him. Having spent so long with Dog Emperor, Lin Zixuan's bond with him was naturally special. Sensing her inner fury, Dog Emperor barked twice. Then he transformed into a purple lightning bolt charging straight for Long Yan. Lin Zixuan was not idle either, positioning herself and Dog Emperor on either side, forming an encirclement seemingly intent on eliminating Long Yan. Initially, Long Yan did not take them seriously. After all, it was just a dog. Even with abilities, how strong could it be? As for Lin Zixuan, although her strength was formidable, she was still inferior to him. Thus, facing the combined assault of a person and a dog, Long Yan did not place much concern on it. However, a few minutes later, he realized how wrong he was. Extremely wrong. Damn. Can someone tell him why this stupid dog is so strong? Dog Emperor's strength was actually on par with his own, also at the peak of the 4th tier, and possessing the SS-level ability of Purple Sky Divine Thunder. Offensive and defensive, with incredible speed, truly formidable. And on the side, Lin Zixuan kept popping up to strike him. In just a few minutes, several wounds had appeared on Long Yan's body, making him look quite disheveled. He glared at the team members below and directly cursed. Damn, why are you all just standing there? Do something. Though it was somewhat embarrassing, he wasn't foolish. The combination of a person and a dog was too overwhelming. If this continued, he might very well lose his life here. Thus, Long Yan shouted for his team members to come help. In Long Yan's team, aside from him, there were 5 4th-tier powerhouses, while the remaining 31 were 3rd-tier ability users whose strength was not to be underestimated. However, with Chen Xuan present, how could they possibly make it through? Chen Xuan's lips curled upward slightly, and a towering ice wall rose from the ground, forming a massive ice crystal barrier beside Lin Zixuan, Dog Emperor, and Long Yan, resembling an arena. What? What is this? The ability users under Long Yan stared at the ice crystal barrier before them, all dumbfounded. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and break it to help the captain, Wang Ling urged. As the vice-captain of the 2nd team, his status was second only to Long Yan. Thus, under his command, the team members quickly utilized their abilities, intending to shatter the ice crystal barrier. Boom. Countless attacks surged from the 2nd team of ability users, all crashing against the ice crystal barrier. The ice crystal barrier, seemingly as thin as a cicada's wing, appeared as if it would shatter upon touch, yet it showed no signs of disturbance against the joint assault of over 30 ability users. Not even a shard of ice fell. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. What the hell? How is this possible? Wang Ling suddenly widened his eyes, staring at the ice crystal barrier that still stood tall before him, feeling somewhat dazed. What the hell is this? I definitely used all my strength just now, and my subordinates poured everything they had into this as well. However, the ice crystal barrier showed not a single sign of change. It was simply outrageous. The cold emanating from it made them shiver involuntarily. After all, this was the ultimate ice, permeated with chilling intent, truly frigid. Below, Gu Wuyan squinted intensely, gazing in the direction of the ice crystal barrier, a storm of emotions raging within him. How is this possible? The attacks from those guys in the 3rd team are not weak, and yet all of them combined couldn't even breach the defense. What kind of power is this? He then turned his gaze to Chen Xuan, observing the man younger than himself. Chen Xuan's handsome face bore no signs of distress, utterly calm, as if everything was as it should be. What level of strength does he possess? He initially thought Chen Xuan's power was comparable to his own, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to slay Li Kuan. But now it seems not so. The opponent's strength is somewhat terrifying. He probably surpasses me. No, he likely far exceeds me. Thinking of this, Gu Wuyan couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. At this moment, Long Yan was somewhat besieged by the Dog Emperor, and Lin Zixuan struggling while using his abilities and dodging. To say it was frightening would be an understatement. The combined strength of the Dog Emperor and Lin Zixuan was terrifying. The Dog Emperor moved with incredible speed and launched fierce attacks, while Lin Zixuan leaned toward being an assassin, slippery as an eel, making it hard to catch, while occasionally striking back to vent their frustrations. It could be said that their tactics left Long Yan in a rather precarious position. Looking at the people still standing outside, he felt somewhat impatient. Aren't you all going to hurry up and come in? Captain, this thing can't be broken, Wang Ling said with some helplessness. Can't break it. Don't talk nonsense, you all can't even break this thing together. In Long Yan's view, the ice crystal barrier was as thin as a cicada's wing. How could it not be broken? He stepped beside the barrier, flames erupting from his body, and then surged toward the ice crystal barrier. Boom. The red flames instantly engulfed the entire barrier. Just when he thought his flames would melt the ice crystal barrier, Long Yan's smile suddenly froze. He found that the ice crystal barrier showed no reaction to his attack. It hadn't broken, not even a hint of melting into water. It remained just as it was before. Impossible, this is impossible. How can ice withstand my flames? I possess an SS-level ability. Long Yin found it hard to believe. After all, his flames were of a very high tier, different from ordinary fire element abilities. He was the true monarch of flames, exceptionally powerful. Chen Xuan stood below, giving a faint smile, just a frog at the bottom of a well. As soon as Chen Xuan's words fell, Long Yin felt a burning sensation on his face, as if he had been slapped by Chen Xuan. Before coming here, he had mocked the country bumpkins of Disobey City for having any strength. And now it turned out that he couldn't even withstand the opponent's attacks, and was instead being ridiculed. The key was that he might very well lose his life here today. That was the crux. While Long Yin pondered how to escape the Dog Emperor, and Lin Zixuan did not give him a moment's respite, one man and one dog once again launched their attack. The ice crystal barrier resembled an arena utterly unbreakable. Watching Long Yin being besieged inside by one man and one dog, the second team members grew increasingly anxious. They knew that if they didn't hurry and rescue Long Yin, he might very well perish here. Wang Ling's gaze shifted to Chen Xuan. He understood that the ice crystal barrier was controlled by Chen Xuan, which meant that as long as they defeated Chen Xuan, they could rescue Long Yin. But what kind of strength does Chen Xuan possess? Wang Ling was unsure, but he was undoubtedly very strong. Yet at this moment he had no other options left. Thus in a split second he made up his mind and instructed his subordinates, "Everyone follow me to take down the leader of the Tianxian base." Yes, the crowd did not hesitate, and they saw all the members of the second team charging toward Chen Xuan, each radiating terrifying abilities using all their strength. Such a massive surge of ability could even destroy all the buildings of the Tianxian base. Yet Chen Xuan showed no fear. He slowly stepped forward, "Just right to test my new abilities on you." Space lock. The next moment those rushing to attack Chen Xuan were suddenly frozen in space, unable to move. All eyes were filled with disbelief at the scene before them. Only Wang Ling and several other fourth-tier ability users could still move, yet their actions were severely restricted. Space distortion. As soon as Chen Xuan's words fell, the ability users of the second team suddenly felt their bodies expand. Bang! 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 Continuous sounds erupted, and the people who had been frozen in midair instantly transformed into a cloud of blood mist. They exploded. Only Wang Ling and the other 5 fourth-tier ability users remained not turned into blood mist, while the rest had vanished into the universe. The sudden change left everyone, including Long Yin, stunned. Although he was fighting against the Dog Emperor and Lin Zixuan, seeing his subordinates being wiped out in an instant filled him with shock and fury. One misstep led to him being struck by the Dog Emperor's purple sky thunder. While Wang Ling and the others survived, they were all severely injured, their organs suffering heavy damage, and they coughed up blood. There was no way out. The power of space was simply too terrifying. Of course, this was merely a third-tier power. If Chen Xuan's space power were to rise to the fourth tier, it would be difficult for Wang Ling and the others to escape with their lives. However, Chen Xuan had no intention of letting them off. He suddenly flashed and appeared before Wang Ling and the others. "Go to hell." He struck with a fist, directly killing all 5 of Wang Ling without the slightest hesitation. This sudden turn of events left everyone wide-eyed, filled with disbelief. How could this be possible? The second team under Long Yin, one of the top combat forces in the Jiangnan district, was effortlessly annihilated by someone. What kind of power is this? Gu Wuyin and his third team were equally dumbfounded as they stared at the scene before them, their hearts already churning. It should be noted that the overall strength of the second team was slightly higher than theirs. But now the captain of the second team, Long Yin, was embroiled in a fierce battle, facing the risk of falling at any moment, while the other team members were being taken out one by Chen Xuan. If it were their third team, they probably wouldn't have been able to withstand even a casual strike from Chen Xuan. Gu Wuyin gazed in horror at Chen Xuan, silently pondering. He just utilized space ice abilities and some power-like abilities. What is this person's true identity? How can he possibly possess so many abilities at once? Indeed, Gu Wuyin's heart was already in turmoil. He could not fathom how a single person like Chen Xuan could possess so many abilities, each one so formidable. At this moment, Long Yin was also pushed to the brink. He was in a wretched state, his clothes tattered, his face charred black from being struck by the Dog Emperor's purple clouds of divine thunder. Moreover, blood was oozing from his body, a result of Lin Zixuan's attacks. He retreated to the corner of the ice crystal barrier, his expression filled with horror as he looked at the duo of Chen Xuan and the dog. He glanced at his third team, now entirely wiped out, all slain by Chen Xuan, and in a moment of rage he felt like a volcano on the verge of eruption. These members of the third team had been utterly loyal to him, over 30 people just gone like that. "Damn it, I'll fight you to the end." With that, Long Yin pulled out a vial from his body without a second thought and swallowed its contents. Immediately his aura surged violently, and the blazing firelight illuminated the entire ice crystal barrier, shining through every part of it. His captain, what's going on? How could Captain Long Yan's power suddenly become so immense? This leap in strength should have meant a direct transition from level 4 to level 5. Gu Wuyan narrowed his eyes and slowly spoke. The potion he just consumed is a newly developed one that can temporarily enhance strength but causes significant harm to the body. It's an experimental drug. Gu Wuyan knew that this vial of potion must have come from the Long Family Corporation. This is because the Long Family Corporation is the largest partner in the entire Jiangnan district with cutting-edge research in potions, which is why Long Yan's status is so esteemed, setting him apart in the Jiangnan district, closely tied to the Long Family Corporation. And this kind of potion Gu Wuyan did not possess. It truly is a life-saving item, but despite its considerable harm to the body, surviving in life-and-death situations is the most crucial. Feeling the surging power within him, his previous injuries completely healed. His aura was better than ever. For today you killed all my second team members. I will slaughter the entire Tianxian base. Long Yan's eyes flickered with fiery power, an eerie glow radiating with endless killing intent. He punched out, and the scorching flames instantly engulfed the entire ice crystal barrier. Boom! The ice crystal barrier collapsed with a resounding crash. Chen Xuan looked at Long Yan with interest, smiling as he muttered to himself, "Tsk, tisk, level 5 now, quite interesting." Even though he forcibly catalyzed it with a potion, he indeed reached level 5. Chen Xuan was somewhat surprised by Long Yan's increase in power. He did not expect that the opponent would have such a potion to forcibly enhance strength. It seems that after the apocalypse began, technology has advanced rapidly. If such technology exists in just the Jiangnan district, then across the whole of Huaxia, other military districts must also have various technological advancements. Interesting. But that's all. Although level 5 strength is formidable and enhanced by the SS level Flame Sovereign's abilities, it is still considered top tier among all level 5 abilities. Yet to Chen Xuan it was nothing. Long Yin threw a punch, unleashing countless fire dragons towards Lin Zixuan and the Dog Emperor. The fire dragons roared in the air, and the terrifying power made both the Dog Emperor and Lin Zixuan feel a tingle of fear. This move was terrifying. The might of a single punch was enough to level a mountain. The Dog Emperor and Lin Zixuan quickly activated their abilities to defend, but as the fire dragons approached them, the scorching heat wave shocked both of them. With their current strength, they were likely unable to withstand the terror of this move. If they were to forcefully resist, even if they did not die, they would surely be burned. Boom. Just as countless fire dragons were about to engulf the two, suddenly the onlookers saw that those fire dragons froze in place. Once roaring flames now turned into a crystalline dragon sculpture, lifelike and frozen in time. What the hell is this? Everyone was stunned at the sight. Chen Xuan's power was so terrifying that even Long Yan's attack could be frozen. This is simply absurd. Chen Xuan's figure flashed and appeared in front of the Dog Emperor and Lin Zixuan calmly, saying, "You two should step back first." "Yes, Wolf." After responding, the duo headed back towards the Tianxian base. At this moment, the people at the Tianxian base looked at the Dog Emperor and Lin Zixuan with a mix of respect and immense fear. Indeed, it was fear. After all, everyone had just witnessed Lin Zixuan's frenzied state. The strength she unleashed was simply terrifying. This seemingly icy goddess was actually so fearsome, her burst of strength made everyone dare not look directly at her. In this moment, countless people made up their minds to never provoke Lin Zixuan. Absolutely not. Because she would actually chop off your lower body to brew liquor. "You killed all my second team members. Today I will avenge them. It's either you die or I die." Long Yin glared furiously, his eyes bloodshot, exuding a thick killing intent. This killing intent seemed about to condense into substance. Chen Xuan, however, smiled lightly and replied, "You're mistaken, or it will only be your death." With that, Chen Xuan's figure vanished in an instant. Before anyone could react, he appeared behind Long Yin. Bang! Chen Xuan kicked out, landing squarely on Long Yin, who flew away like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the ground, the impact creating a 1-meter deep crater. After a while, Long Yin painfully crawled out from the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood, his entire being in disarray. How could this be possible? Long Yan's eyes were filled with disbelief. After advancing to the 5th level, his strength underwent a tremendous transformation, increasing several times with enhancements in perception, speed, and reaction. Yet faced with Chen Xuan's recent strike, he found himself utterly powerless to resist. The gap in strength did not diminish with his advancement. Instead, it made him more acutely aware of the disparity between them. Standing before him, Chen Xuan resembled an unfathomable abyss, instilling fear and evoking a sense of dread. "If this is all the strength you possess, then you might as well die." Chen Xuan sneered coldly, then his body vanished again, and with a punch he struck Long Yan, sending him flying once more. The power of spatial force combined with the Ice Dragon's abilities was simply terrifying. Among those of the same rank, very few could withstand Chen Xuan's iron fist. The terrifying force was unimaginable. After just 2 punches, Long Yan was already bloodied and battered, spitting out fresh blood, severely injured. Gu Wuyan looked at Long Yan's appearance, his eyes suddenly widening in disbelief. Long Yan had advanced to the 5th level, yet was still being thoroughly dominated by Chen Xuan. Oh, just how powerful was Chen Xuan? This was undoubtedly an unsolvable mystery. Chen Xuan showed no mercy. Long Yan's level of strength barely sparked his interest. A mere 5th level was nothing. He hadn't even used 2/10 of his strength. You. Just wait, the Jiangnan district won't let you go, and neither will my Long family. Long Yan roared. At that moment his hair was disheveled, looking utterly disheveled, devoid of any semblance of a proud child of heaven. In response to his threat, Chen Xuan merely sneered coldly, his gaze laced with disdain. Jiangnan district? So what? At worst they could be wiped out together. With Chen Xuan's current power, that was absolutely feasible. As for the Long family, there was even less need for concern. He knew that the Long Group was a colossal entity before the apocalypse began, controlling assets worth hundreds of billions, and after the apocalypse commenced, they specialized in drug research, wielding immense power throughout the Jiangnan district. Even the leaders and upper echelons of the Jiangnan district needed to weigh the capabilities of the Long Group. Yet in Chen Xuan's eyes they were merely nothing. Then I shall wait and see, Chen Xuan said with a faint smile, and then his gaze sharpened, his originally black pupils instantly turning a snowy white. In the next moment, countless ice blades converged, exuding an extremely cold aura that would send shivers down the spine of even the most powerful ability users. It was cold, truly too cold. Go to hell. Chen Xuan, uninterested in further conversation, directed the myriad of ice blades straight at his opponent's body. Boom. In the next instant, Long Yan's body exploded, blood and flesh scattering, dead beyond any doubt. At this moment, all members of the 3 teams, including those from the Tianxian base, stood frozen, some dazed. Everything happened far too quickly. Although Long Yan had consumed drugs to elevate his strength to the 5th level, it was undeniable that he was indeed a 5th level ability user. Yet even so, he was still thoroughly dominated by Chen Xuan without a hint of dispute. After defeating Long Yan, Chen Xuan casually glanced at all the members of the 3 teams. That calm gaze swept across the crowd, instantly making everyone feel a tingling sensation on their scalps. How terrifying! His eyes resembled those of an ancient behemoth, making anyone under his gaze feel a chill. Are you all going to take action too? Chen Xuan's calm voice fell, causing all members of the 3 teams to freeze in place, their gazes burning into Gu Wuyan. In reality, they did not dare to confront Chen Xuan. This man was too terrifying. Even the 2nd team had been annihilated by him. How long could they last? In fact, Gu Wuyan's heart was equally conflicted. To act. There was no doubt that it would lead to death. After all, the 2nd team had been wiped out, and Long Yan had been thoroughly beaten after breaking through to the 5th level. He had no confidence in being able to defeat Chen Xuan. Not to act. Could Chen Xuan easily let them go? Even if he did, how would they explain themselves upon returning? It had to be said that Gu Wuyan was hesitant and conflicted at this moment, because he realized that today's events posed an unsolvable problem. After pondering for a moment, he slowly stepped forward, his gaze fixed firmly on Chen Xuan's figure. I am not your opponent. This simple statement represented Gu Wuyan's capitulation. Indeed, this proud man had never bowed his head like this, even in the Jiangnan district. Yet facing Chen Xuan, he simply lacked the courage to fight. This man was like a mountain, insurmountable. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan smiled lightly, his gaze sweeping back and forth over the other party, then looking at the group of ability users behind Gu Wuyan. I'll give you a choice, surrender to me or die. After Chen Xuan finished speaking, everyone present was taken aback. Was Chen Xuan extending an olive branch? Did he want to recruit Gu Wuyan and his 3 teams? The members of the 3 teams exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief and hope. After all, siding with Chen Xuan meant they could avoid death. Moreover, they would gain such a powerful ally. As for Gu Wuyan, he too fell into a dilemma, deep in thought. He had not expected Chen Xuan to have intentions of recruiting him. Thus, when Chen Xuan spoke these words, he found himself somewhat dazed. Why do you want to recruit me? Why not recruit Long Yan? His strength is supposed to be greater than mine. Gu Wuyan curiously asked this question. After all, the power Long Yan had just unleashed was indeed stronger than his own, and Chen Xuan had no reason to choose to recruit him instead of Long Yan. Chen Xuan smiled faintly upon hearing this. In truth, there were reasons behind his actions. In his past life, he was well aware of the 9th level ability users in the Jiangnan district. Gu Wuyin had been one of the top powerhouses in the Jiangnan district in his past life, possessing 9th-level strength ranking among the top 3 in the entire Jiangnan district. As for Long Yin, although his abilities were also remarkable, he had consumed too many drugs resulting in his strength being stuck at the peak of the 8th level, unable to break through to the 9th level, thus falling out of the top tier. Of course, the main reason was that Long Yin was backed by the Long family, enjoying a lofty status leading to an arrogant demeanor that Chen Xuan found unappealing. In contrast, Gu Wuyin was meticulous and had decent strength and talent, earning Chen Xuan's admiration. If he hadn't consumed drugs, he would definitely not be your opponent, right? Chen Xuan said with a faint smile. He could see that Gu Wuyin was hiding his strength. His true power was likely close to the 5th level, just a step away. Thus, if Long Yin did not use drugs, he would definitely not be Gu Wuyin's opponent. Gu Wuyin was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. He did not expect Chen Xuan to see through it all. Truly terrifying. Gu Wuyin nodded and continued. However, the events of today will not be easily forgiven by the Jiangnan region, nor will the Long family let it go. When a missile is launched, the entirety of Disobey City may be reduced to ruins. As the captain of the 3rd team, he was considered part of the higher echelons in the Jiangnan region, and thus he was privy to some internal news. This time Long Yin had died in battle along with all the members of his 2nd team. Additionally, last time Li Kuan and his subordinate team were all wiped out. The Jiangnan region had already suffered significant damage and would not easily let this go. Therefore, it was highly likely that missile-level weapons would be employed. Such weapons are not abundant in the Jiangnan area, but what Chen Xuan did this time was truly excessive. Thus, the launch of missiles was inevitable. Chen Xuan smiled and said, "In a few days I will personally visit the Jiangnan region. I excel at convincing others with reason." Convincing with reason? Are you kidding? However, seeing Chen Xuan's demeanor, everyone seemed to understand what he meant by convincing with reason. If the Jiangnan region does not comply, he might truly eliminate them first. Gu Wuyin nodded and then looked at Chen Xuan, saying, "In that case, I am willing to follow you." Gu Wuyin, "I pay my respects to my master." After saying this, Gu Wuyin said nothing further and directly knelt on one knee in respect, his eyes filled with a measure of reverence. Had it been anyone else, it would have been impossible for him to so easily agree to follow. But Chen Xuan's strength completely convinced him. Moreover, he did not wish to see his fellow brothers die here just like that. Of course, there was a more important reason. He felt no sense of belonging to the Jiangnan region. Although he was the captain of the 3rd team in Jiangnan and held a position of considerable power, the hierarchy within the Jiangnan region was too pronounced, especially with the high-ranking officials vying for power, which greatly disgusted Gu Wuyin. Thus, facing Chen Xuan's invitation, he agreed. After Gu Wuyin paid his respects, the 27 members of the 3rd team also bowed in reverence. "We pay our respects to our master." Seeing the crowd bowing, a smile appeared on Chen Xuan's face. He then helped Gu Wuyin up and said with a smile, "Let's go back to the base first." "Yes." Before long, Chen Xuan led everyone back to the base. The personnel at the Tianxian base were still cleaning up the battlefield with blood and flesh scattered outside the base. The soldiers were quietly cleaning the battlefield. At this moment in the Tianxian base conference hall, Chen Xuan sat at the main seat, with Lin Zixuan and others below. With Gu Wuyin and his 3rd team joining, the overall strength of the Tianxian base surged dramatically. The number of 3rd-tier ability users was astonishingly high. After a few people surrendered, Chen Xuan also utilized his soul control ability to completely subjugate them. Gu Wuyin and the others had no objections. After all, Chen Xuan's strength was exceedingly terrifying, and their lives were in his hands, so there was naturally no point in opposing him. Half an hour later, "Master, will we stay at the Tianxian base from now on?" Gu Wuyin asked. Chen Xuan smiled and shook his head, saying, "No, you will return and stay in the Jiangnan region." Indeed, Chen Xuan did not intend to keep Gu Wuyin and the others by his side, but wanted them to remain in the Jiangnan region as a stake firmly planted there. After all, the Jiangnan region, being one of the major regions in Huaxia, held considerable power and intelligence. Just the missiles, weapons, and technology were among the best of the best. Yes. Although Gu Wuyin was somewhat puzzled, he nodded nonetheless. Chen Xuan continued, "Next, I will find a way to help you ascend to the position of leader." Huh. Hearing Chen Xuan's words, everyone present was momentarily stunned. Supporting Gu Wuyin to become the leader of the Jiangnan region. Wow. This idea was simply too crazy. Hearing Chen Xuan's words, Zhou Xiong and Li Kai exchanged glances, both shocked by the notion. After all, the Jiangnan region was one of the top regions in Huaxia, with immense power and frightening strength. Without Chen Xuan, Disobey City would be nothing in comparison. For Chen Xuan to consider taking such a behemoth as his own was undeniably a bold idea. Gu Wuyin hesitated and said, "Master, while my strength is top tier in the entire Jiangnan region, Zhu Rai is still in his prime, and there are several with greater strength than mine in the Jiangnan region. Becoming the leader may be quite difficult." Indeed, the strength in the Jiangnan region is not as simple as it appears on the surface. Moreover, Zhu Rai is still in his prime and is unlikely to die easily. Thus, it would not be easy for him to ascend to power. Chen Xuan chuckled and said, "If I say it will work, then it will be fine. This trip to the Jiangnan region is precisely to settle this matter." Indeed, Chen Xuan's visit to the Jiangnan region this time is to push Gu Wuyan into the position of leader. After all, the missiles of the Jiangnan region are quite powerful, and it is better to have them in our hands than in the enemy's. With the sole control ability, Chen Xuan could ensure Gu Wuyan's absolute loyalty. Thus, having him serve as the leader while Chen Xuan operates behind the scenes would be the safest approach. Therefore, this time, he went to the Jiangnan region to accomplish this task. If Brother Chen says it will work, then it definitely will. Exactly, it seems that we will soon be able to take control of the Jiangnan region, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong said with smiles. The two had no doubts about Chen Xuan's strength. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's confident answer, Gu Wuyan could not help but feel a surge of excitement. The position of leader in the Jiangnan region was something he had never aspired to before, because he knew that even if it were not Zhu Rai's, it belonged to others, and it was simply not his turn. He was neither Zhu Rai's direct subordinate, nor did he have any faction backing him, so it would naturally not come to him. But now Chen Xuan's assurance ignited a flicker of ambition within him. Power is a wonderful thing. Yes, I will definitely swear my loyalty to the death, Gu Wuyan affirmed. Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Clearly Gu Wuyan was a clever man. Later, Chen Xuan instructed Gu Wuyan a few more things, and then ordered him to return to the Jiangnan region the next day. As for Chen Xuan himself, he planned to wait until Gu Wuyan arrived in the Jiangnan region before heading there. All right, everyone should go and cultivate diligently. Strength is the foundation of everything and must not be neglected. Strength is the foundation of everything, not power. On the following morning, Gu Wuyan departed the Tianxian base with 3 teams of members. On the way, everyone felt as if they were in a dream, as if time had transported them to another world. They had not anticipated that they had come to eliminate the Tianxian base only to end up siding with Chen Xuan. Such a drastic turn of events was beyond anyone's expectations. However, deep down, no one felt much regret, for the power that Chen Xuan displayed was truly terrifying. Following someone like him promised a future filled with potential. Especially Gu Wuyan, who was still in shock over the idea of recommending Chen Xuan as the leader of the Jiangnan district. That night, Gu Wuyan returned to the Jiangnan district with the members of the 3 teams, where he was personally received by Zhu Rai. "Wuyan, where's Long Yan? Why didn't he come back with you?" Zhu Rai felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Logically, Long Yan should have returned with Gu Wuyan, yet there was no sign of him. Where could he have gone? Gu Wuyan pondered for a moment before speaking. "Long Yan is dead." These simple words were like a bombshell to Zhu Rai, causing a tidal wave of emotions to surge within him. Dead? How could this be possible? Long Yan was the captain of the 2nd team in the Jiangnan district, renowned for his exceptional talent and strength, and he was also the young master of the Long group, the heir to the future of the organization. To think he could die so easily, and in such a small place as Disobey City. Following this, it seemed the entire Jiangnan district would soon face calamity. In an instant, Zhu Rai's heart churned, and he suddenly felt dizzy, collapsing into a chair, his face visibly older. What exactly happened? Why did Long Yan and all his 2nd team perish? Zhu Rai suppressed the anger surging within him, fixing his gaze sternly on Gu Wuyan. His eyes were already red. There was no denying it, Long Yan was involved in too many affairs. His death would not only weaken the Jiangnan district, but would also shake the very foundation of the Long group. This was an extremely significant event for the Jiangnan district. Gu Wuyan did not hesitate and immediately explained. "When we arrived at Disobey City, we originally planned to investigate discreetly so as not to alert the enemy, but Long Yan felt that such caution was unnecessary and directly went to the Tianxian base." Zhu Rai silently nodded in agreement. He understood that Gu Wuyan was speaking the truth. This was indeed in line with Long Yan's character. However, the leader of the Tianxian base was far too terrifying, his strength unfathomable. After Long Yan forcibly broke through to the 5th level by consuming a potion, he still found himself no match for the leader. "I intended to assist him, but was sent flying by a single palm strike, and then Long Yan was killed by the opponent. He instructed me to return with the 3 teams and inform everyone in the Jiangnan district not to provoke Disobey City anymore, or he would flatten the entire Jiangnan district." Hearing Gu Wuyan's words, Zhu Rai was momentarily stunned. He did not doubt what Gu Wuyan said. After all, Gu Wuyan's words were largely true and aligned with Long Yan's character. What shocked him was that the leader of the Tianxian base was actually this powerful. He knew Long Yan's strength was at the peak of the 4th level. To think that after forcibly breaking through to the 5th level with the help of the Long group's potion, he could still be slain effortlessly by the opponent. What kind of strength was this? How could such a powerful individual exist in a mere Disobey City? He could not comprehend it. But soon after, Zhu Rai's heart was filled more with anger. Damn it, how dare they threaten the Jiangnan district? Anger, extreme anger. It was unthinkable that a power like the Jiangnan district could be threatened. If others found out, it would surely be a source of ridicule. Since he is so strong, I want to see if he can withstand a missile. Zhu Rai sneered. His most powerful weapon was not an ability user, but a missile. Once such missiles were launched, the entire Subei city would be reduced to rubble. At that time, not a blade of grass would grow. All ability users would be wiped out. However, Gu Wuyan calmly said, "Leader, please think twice." The leader of the Tianxian base said that if our Jiangnan district dares to launch missiles, it will be of no concern to him. He will personally come to the Jiangnan district, and at that time nothing will remain of us. What? Hearing Gu Wuyan's words, Zhu Rai was stunned again. How could this be? This was simply outrageous. A blatant threat. But Zhu Rai calmed himself down. Indeed, if Chen Xuan truly had the strength to withstand missiles, it would mean that his power had reached an exceedingly terrifying level. If he were to descend upon the Jiangnan district, would anyone really be able to stop him? It was hard to say. He truly could not be certain about this. All right, I understand now. You can leave, Wuyan. Zhu Rai felt a wave of exhaustion and waved his hand. Yes. Gu Wuyan said nothing more and turned to leave. As soon as Gu Wuyan left, a figure in a black robe appeared before Zhu Rai. Do you think what he said is true or false? Zhu Rai's voice held a hint of coldness and suspicion. In truth, he was a person with a very heavy suspicion. Trusting someone was difficult for him. The figure in the black robe pondered for a moment before a hoarse voice emerged from his mouth. It should be true. After all, Long Yan's strength combined with that potion allowed him to forcefully break through to the 5th level and still be slain. Not just anyone could do that. However, I wonder what kind of strength that person possesses. How could such a powerful individual exist in a small Subei city? It's quite interesting. Then can your abilities eliminate him? Zhu Rai asked again. This time the figure in the black robe did not rush to reply, but instead contemplated for a moment before confidently saying, "Throughout Huaxiao there are fewer than 10 who can withstand my abilities, but they are all in various districts. A mere kid from the small Subei city, if he were to appear before me, would definitely not escape my powers. After all I possess." Curses. Saying this, the elder smiled beneath his black robe, an eerie aura that instilled fear. Upon hearing the elder's words, Zhu Rai felt relieved. After all, this black-robed figure was the key to his stability and the most formidable force in the entire Jiangnan district. In that case, launch the missiles. If they dare to come knocking, it will be up to you to take care of them. All right. Zhu Rai's mood lightened significantly upon receiving the black-robed figure's affirmative response. At that moment, a knock sounded on the door. Zhu Rai glanced at him, and the latter immediately vanished as if he had never been there. "What is it?" Zhu Rai inquired. The secretary cautiously spoke at the door. "Master, the chairman of the Long family group, has arrived and wishes to see you." Upon hearing this, Zhu Rai rubbed his brow in concern. Those who are meant to come will eventually arrive. There is no way to avoid it. Before the apocalypse began, the Long family group was already a top-tier family in the Jiangnan region, with enterprises worth trillions, and their industries were numerous, nearly covering everyone's daily needs. After the onset of the apocalypse, their biopharmaceutical company soared once more. With their powerful pharmaceutical technology and weapon development, the Long family group became a critical pillar in the Jiangnan region. Zhu Rai could not afford to ignore the will of the Long family group. Otherwise, as the leader of the Jiangnan region, he would find it difficult to remain settled. Go invite him in. Yes. The secretary understood. Soon an elderly man in a tang suit with white hair and beard slowly walked in. He was Long Zhantian, the chairman of the Long family group, now over 80 years old. However, after the apocalypse began, his health had improved considerably, and he had taken on the heavy responsibilities of the family once again. "Long Lao, what brings you here?" Zhu Rai smiled as he stood up as if nothing had just occurred. Long Zhantian squinted his eyes, not holding back, and directly sat down on the chair. "Master Zhu, where is Long Yan?" He started off with an accusatory tone, his gaze fixated on Zhu Rai. Although Zhu Rai had anticipated this, he still felt somewhat uneasy. "He is dead." After Zhu Rai spoke, Long Zhantian's expression darkened. As if a volcano was about to erupt, he forced himself to suppress the rage within, his white-haired face twisted. "Master Zhu, do you know that Long Yan is the future of my Long family group, the key that we have cultivated with all our strength?" Indeed, Long Yan's talent and strength were absolutely the result of the Long family's utmost efforts. Moreover, he was also Long Zhantian's own grandson. The future successor of the Long family group had died just like that. How could Long Zhantian and the entire Long family bear it? However, Zhu Rai was not unaware of this. He sighed and said, "Long Lao, I deeply apologize for this matter, but Long Yin was killed by the leader of the Tianxian base in Subei City. I have already ordered a missile strike to target the entire Subei City in 1 hour. I want to leave no trace behind. Everything will be buried alongside Long Yin." After Zhu Rai finished speaking, Long Zhantian trembled slightly. He knew that Long Yan's death was irreversible. Master Zhu, I have only one request. I want the leader of the Tianxian base alive. I want him to be tortured to death, never to be reborn. Long Zhantian spoke these words with a hint of gritted teeth. Hate. An extreme hate. It could be said that Chen Xuan had directly buried the future and hope of the Long family. How could Long Zhantian not hate? However, upon hearing Long Zhantian's words, Zhu Rai showed a difficult expression. Under the missiles, nothing will survive. It is very possible that he will not make it out alive, leaving no remains. No remains. If I want to see the man alive, or the corpse dead. Long Zhantian roared, his face filled with tremendous rage. Just as Zhu Rai was contemplating how to respond, a terrifying explosion suddenly erupted. Boom. It was as if the entire Jiangnan region was engulfed in flames and explosions. What is happening? Zhu Rai shouted angrily. The secretary rushed in, saying, Not good, master. We are being attacked in the Jiangnan region, it seems. It seems to be the leader of the Tianxian base. What? Hearing this, Long Zhantian and Zhu Rai both let out a furious roar. Long Zhantian stood up abruptly, his face filled with overwhelming hate. Good. He dares to come such bravery. Today I will ensure he does not return. With that, Long Zhantian took out his satellite phone and dialed directly. Gather all the combat forces of the Long family group. I will personally avenge Yen'er. After hanging up, he coldly glanced at Zhu Rai. Master Zhu, I will take personal revenge. You have no objections, right? No objections, but this person is incredibly powerful. Long Lao should still pay attention to safety. Long Zhantian snorted coldly. No need for Master Zhu to worry about that. With that, Long Zhantian turned and left. With the enemy right in front of him, he had to avenge this grudge. Zhu Rai watched Long Zhantian's departing figure, letting out a cold snort, revealing a hint of disdain. Even if the entire Long family were sacrificed, they would not be a match for Chen Xuan. However, Zhu Rai did not wish to intervene. It would be better to let the Long family expend all their strength, and then he would send someone to eliminate Chen Xuan. At that point, the Long family would be like a tiger, without its claws, posing no threat to him. Moreover, he could better utilize the Long family for pharmaceutical research. It was simply killing two birds with one stone. Let's go summon the captain of the first team and tell him to stop his closed-door training. The captain of the first team was the highest combat force publicly known in the Jiangnan region. In reality, his strength was only second to that of the recent black-robed man, and he was Zhu Rai's right-hand man. However, he had been in closed-door training for some time. Today it was time for him to emerge. It was likely that he had broken through to the 5th rank. With the dual protection of the captain of the first team and the black-robed man, Zhu Rai could not fathom how he could lose this battle. Lose. Impossible. Today the entire Jiangnan region was particularly lively. The terrifying explosion earlier, along with the falling bolts of lightning, caused heavy casualties among countless supernatural beings and ordinary people. In an instant, the city was filled with panic. The Long family acted swiftly. Countless supernatural beings surged into the city. Chen Xuan stood atop the city wall of the Jiangnan region, leaning down, accompanied only by Dog Emperor Lin Zixuan, Li Kai, and Zhou Xiong. He stood calmly on the city wall, his gaze tranquil, his eyes seemingly exuding an imposing aura that looked down upon the world. His silence was enough to instill fear in countless hearts. Who is that person daring to provoke our Jiangnan region? Indeed, 4 people and a dog actually dare to attack the Jiangnan region. They really do not know life from death. Exactly, it seems we are in for a good show today. Below, countless citizens and supernatural beings of the Jiangnan region looked on with expressions of spectatorship. People might think the Jiangnan region would lose. After all, the strength of the Jiangnan region was truly terrifying. It was unfathomable. A mere few individuals attempting to take on this colossal entity was simply impossible. At this moment, countless supernatural beings from the Long family had already arrived. The vast majority of these supernatural beings were of the 2nd and 3rd ranks. Among them were Long family disciples and recruited supernatural beings. After all, the Long family was large and prosperous, which naturally required protection from combat forces. Looking towards Chen Xuan's direction, Long Zhantian's eyes were filled with boundless hatred. It was these very people in front of him who severed the future and hope of the Long family. Without the growth of Long Yen, the Long family would become a huge piece of meat in the entire apocalypse, attracting countless envious gazes. Not just the Long family, the entire Jiangnan region's combat power had gathered here. Numerous squad leaders and the guard army surrounded this place with terrifying combat power, creating an overwhelming aura that deterred ordinary civilians from approaching. Who was the leader of the Tianxian base? Long Zhantian spoke first, his aged voice laced with anger. I am. Chen Xuan replied with a faint smile, his gaze calm and undisturbed. So it is you who killed my grandson. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan's eyes carried a hint of amusement. If you are referring to that useless Long, Yin, then yes it should be me. Useless. Hearing that word, Long Zhanshan's body trembled with rage. This man had actually called his grandson a useless person. Long Zhantian could no longer contain himself. He snorted coldly, his eyes glinting with endless coldness. Everyone attack. Whoever can slay this person, I will give half of the Long family's assets to them. As soon as Long Zhantian finished speaking, everyone collectively gasped. Half of the Long family's assets. This was an incredibly large sum. Before the apocalypse began, the Long family's assets had already reached a terrifying level, trillions of wealth, which was enough to make anyone's heart race. Now with the development of potions, the Long family had taken things to a whole new level. It could be said that half of the Long family's assets would entice countless individuals, including Zhu Rai. Wealth stirs the hearts of men. Under heavy rewards, there will surely be brave souls. Thus, in an instant, countless ability users crazily charged towards Chen Xuan, numbering in the thousands. Among this group, there were many second and third-tier ability users, and even some fourth-tier ability users. Their numbers were so great that they densely filled the entire sky. The eyes of these individuals were filled with greed, fantasizing about obtaining half of the Long family's assets after defeating Chen Xuan. Boom! The entire sky seemed to roar. Countless attacks rained down rapidly towards Chen Xuan. Such a dense barrage of attacks would make even a fourth-tier ability user feel their scalp tingle. However, Chen Xuan merely smiled, lightly waved his hand, and an ice crystal shield instantly enveloped him completely. Bang! Bang! Countless attacks landed on the ice crystal shield, yet not a single ripple was stirred. It was as if it were made of bronze and iron, utterly unbreakable. At that moment, Chen Xuan smirked coldly. With a squeeze of his hands, the ice crystal shield shattered on its own, transforming into shards of ice that shot towards the ability users in front of him. The speed of the ice shards was rapid, seemingly appearing before the enemies in an instant. Then puff, puff. Countless ability users had their throats slit by the ice shards, dying on the spot. Not even the first and second-tier ability users, let alone the third-tier, could withstand such an attack. Under the horrific assault, the thousands of ability users were reduced to less than 1/10 of their original number. Indeed, with a single strike, Chen Xuan had eliminated thousands of ability users. Such a terrifying attack left everyone frozen in place, staring blankly in his direction, their eyes filled with disbelief. How? How is this possible? Long Zhanshan's eyes widened in disbelief. Among the thousands who just attacked, half were from the Long family, including several fourth-tier ability users. Such a massive combat force, even if they couldn't kill Chen Xuan, they should at least be able to heavily injure him. But what was the result? Chen Xuan was not harmed in the least. Instead, he countered and killed thousands of ability users with a single move. Such power was simply terrifying. It wasn't just Long Zhantian who was shocked. Zhu Rai also squinted, unable to believe it. Such strength was somewhat unexpected. Luo, how do you assess this person's strength? Zhu Rai slowly asked. The young man named Luo Hao beside him narrowed his eyes, showing a trace of seriousness. This person's strength is probably not below mine, at least I cannot see through his strength. As the captain of a team in the Jiangnan region, a truly top-tier individual, he had rarely praised anyone so highly. Chen Xuan was definitely the first. After all, even Luo Hao could not see through his strength. Moreover, the move he just displayed was indeed powerful, or perhaps even he himself could not achieve such a feat. Is that so? Truly remarkable. Zhu Rai squinted his eyes and said. He hadn't expected Chen Xuan to be so terrifying. Meanwhile, Long Zhantian continued to be relentless. Despite the deaths of thousands, he still sought revenge for Long Yan. Continue to attack, kill him. Long Zhanshan's aged voice roared. However, this time no one dared to move. After all, the power Chen Xuan had just displayed was too terrifying. With a single strike, he had killed thousands. Who would dare to strike first? Afraid that their death wouldn't be swift enough. Chen Xuan smirked, looking at the clowns below, completely unconcerned. He glanced coldly at the remaining ability users, about 100 left, mostly third-tier, and 11 or 12 fourth-tier ability users, all not weak. However, Chen Xuan had no intention of attacking them. Instead, he looked at the few people behind him and calmly said, "Leave these guys to you, don't let anyone escape." Chen Xuan didn't plan to take action, but let Lin Zixuan and the others hone their skills. After all, these individuals were excellent practice partners. Yes. The few people behind Chen Xuan instantly became excited. Dog Emperor was the first to dash toward a fourth-tier ability user, his claws imbued with lightning power piercing through him. With a single strike, he was dead. Dog Emperor's performance left countless individuals wide-eyed, filled with disbelief. What the hell? How is this possible? My goodness, is that a dog? It just killed a fourth-tier ability user with one strike. Wait, this dog is not simple, it also has abilities, and it's a lightning type. So terrifying. Everyone was shocked by Dog Emperor's performance. Who would have thought such a massive dog could kill a fourth-tier ability user with a single strike, and even possessed lightning abilities. This was absurdly incredible. But this was just the beginning. Under Chen Xuan's command, Lin Zixuan, Zhou Xiong, and Li Kai acted simultaneously. These three were all fourth-tier ability users, each possessing extraordinary talent and strength. While they couldn't be called invincible among the same tier, they were among the top. Boom. The three took action successively, and one after another third and fourth-tier ability users fell. In the sky, the subordinates under Chen Xuan's command were all terrifyingly powerful. Each of them was a fourth-tier powerhouse and not ordinary fourth-tier superhumans at that. Even across the entire Jiangnan region, they were rare experts, yet all of them chose to serve under Chen Xuan. Truly an astonishing sight. The superhumans of the Long family were nearly all slain by these few, yet Zhu Rai still showed no intention of intervening. He precisely intended to use Chen Xuan's hand to eliminate those nuisances, thus leaving the Long family's combat strength depleted and vulnerable to his manipulation. Long Zhantian watched as the superhumans around him fell one by one, powerless to resist, and fear crept into his eyes. Could Chen Xuan truly be so terrifying? Not only was he immensely powerful himself, but his men were also each a nightmare. In no time, the Long family's superhumans on the scene were nearly annihilated, leaving only Long Zhantian and two fourth-tier superhumans by his side, both trembling and unable to meet Chen Xuan's gaze. I told you Long Yin was trash, and your Long family is nothing but a bunch of trash. Chen Xuan sneered, his eyes carrying a hint of mockery. Killing to break the spirit. He had done so when he slew Long Yin, and now facing the entire Long family, Chen Xuan employed the same tactic. Long Zhantian was so enraged that he spat a mouthful of blood, appearing even more aged. But since we are at an irreconcilable enmity with the Long family, I might as well eradicate you completely. After all, I dislike leaving loose ends. This was indeed true. Chen Xuan was not one to leave potential threats. He always pursued matters to their extreme. Since he chose to offend, he would annihilate the entire family. Only then could he feel safe. Hearing Chen Xuan's words, Long Zhantian pointed a trembling finger at him. You insolent scoundrel. Insolent. Chen Xuan let out a faint laugh. Just then Zhu Rai spoke up. Young man, such big words. Today I will make you realize that offending the Jiangnan region is the greatest mistake of your life. Zhu Rai knew that the Long family's combat strength was nearly depleted. It was time for him to act. Once Chen Xuan was eliminated, the entire Long family would fall into his hands. Of course, the primary condition was to eliminate Chen Xuan. However, Chen Xuan let out a cold laugh, leaned forward, and looked down in Zhu Rai's direction. His robust frame carried a hint of plumpness. His square face appeared gentle and casual, but beneath that facade lay scheming and endless suspicion. After all, those who reached such a position were rarely kind or innocent. Each was as cunning as an old fox. As for you, I'm afraid you're not enough. Not enough. Ridiculous. Zhu Rai let out a cold laugh, and then said, Luo Hao, it's your turn. Don't disappoint me. Rest assured. With those words, Luo Hao's figure soared upward like a white rainbow piercing the sun. His long blades swept across the sky as if cleaving the very clouds apart. Such a terrifying strike. Everyone froze at the moment Luo Hao attacked, their eyes fixed on Chen Xuan, wondering if he could evade this blow. A mere trick. Chen Xuan chuckled lightly, paying it no mind. Just as the blade aura was about to land on him, he vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Luo Hao. The latter's eyes widened in shock, utterly unprepared for Chen Xuan's instantaneous arrival. The ripples of spatial energy unmistakably revealed Chen Xuan's spatial ability. With a thunderous crash, Chen Xuan's foot descended heavily, and Luo Hao hastily raised his blade to block. Yet his strength was simply too overwhelming. The Ice Dragon ability granted not only the power of ice, but also the might of a dragon. Every breakthrough in Chen Xuan's power brought a terrifying enhancement to his physical strength and defense, something other superhumans could not match. Thus, with a single kick, Luo Hao was driven into the ground. A deafening explosion echoed as Luo Hao landed with bent legs, his arms trembling almost imperceptibly. 50 or not bad. Chen Xuan's light voice fell upon every ear as if it all meant nothing. Luo Hao's eyes were filled with disbelief. He could not fathom that despite being a fifth-tier powerhouse, he was no match for Chen Xuan and had been repelled by a single kick. How was this possible? He possessed such terrifying strength. Truly unfathomable. Yet under the circumstances, Luo Hao could not admit defeat. He snorted coldly, his eyes brimming with an endless killing intent. I have a blade that can slay gods and demons. As he spoke, a surge of sword aura erupted from Luo Hao, and countless blade projections materialized around him. Everyone gasped at the sight. Even Lin Zixuan and the others felt a tremor of awe. The power Luo Hao unleashed was indeed not to be underestimated. Heavenly Blade ability. How interesting. Chen Xuan accurately named Luo Hao's ability the SS rank Heavenly Blade ability. In his past life, Luo Hao had risen to the top 10 superhumans of China in the later stages of the apocalypse, his heavenly blade ability a terror that struck fear into all who heard of it. With the heavenly blade ability, he could cut through anything charging forward without hesitation. Even among same-tier superhumans, few could withstand a single blow from him. Now an endless sword aura surged, and he swung his long blade directly at Chen Xuan. But this time Chen Xuan did not dodge. Instead, he drew the polarized sword. "Let me test your heavenly blade ability." With that, Chen Xuan swung his sword, freezing thousands of miles. The once clear sky suddenly began to snow, a bone-chilling wind sweeping through, evoking a sense of dread. Below, whether superhumans or ordinary people, all shivered involuntarily. "Sai, why has the temperature suddenly dropped so much?" "Indeed, it's freezing. My god, the leader of Tianxian base can cause such a massive shift in the weather with his ability. How terrifying." "Yes, truly horrifying." Countless people stared blankly at Chen Xuan, fear flickering in their eyes. A thunderous clash of blade and sword echoed through the sky. Two colossal energy currents rampaged, sending countless superhumans and ordinary people below tumbling to the ground, retreating dozens of steps. With a deafening explosion, the crowd watched as Luo Hao was sent flying dozens of meters by the impact, crashing heavily to the ground. Dust rose and danced in the air. After more than 10 seconds, the dust gradually settled, and all eyes turned to see Luo Hao slowly rising from the massive crater, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his clothes tattered and torn, a picture of utter dishevelment. How is this possible? Luo Hao actually lost. No one expected that Luo Hao, the captain of the first team in the Jiangnan district, would be defeated so easily. Zhu, he stared wide-eyed, somewhat in disbelief. He knew Luo Hao's strength all too well. For such power to falter against Chen Xuan's few moves was simply impossible. In an instant, an ominous premonition surged within him. If Luo Hao fell so decisively, could the old man in the black robe truly be a match for Chen Xuan? Originally, he was filled with confidence, but now he couldn't help but feel a sense of gravity and doubt. However, with the arrow knocked, it must be released. Then Zhu, he turned his gaze to the other team captains and said loudly, "You all go together and make sure to hold him back." Holding back Chen Xuan was to create an opportunity for the old man in the black robe. "Yes." The captains nodded in unison. Gu Weiyuan also stood among the team without objection. He naturally understood that no matter how these people attacked, they would not be a match for Chen Xuan. That terrifying power could only be felt when you faced it directly, realizing how formidable an existence you were up against. The captains launched their attacks simultaneously. Each of them was quite strong, and if they were in Huaxiao, they would be considered top-tier experts. Yet now, they were all attacking Chen Xuan. If this were to be known, no one would believe it. But Chen Xuan remained unfazed, as if he didn't consider these opponents at all. Meanwhile, Luo Hao consumed a vial of potion, and his aura began to return to its original state. This recovery potion was also developed by the Long family, but it had side effects. Although it could restore one completely in a short time, its effects would last only an hour. Moreover, after an hour, one would fall into a state of complete weakness and paralysis. Therefore, it would not be used unless it were a matter of life and death. After consuming the potion, Luo Hao transformed into a streak of light, charging towards Chen Xuan. With Luo Hao's addition, the captains felt as if victory was within their grasp. However, Chen Xuan merely sneered, throwing a punch that unleashed a storm of ice shards, injuring 2 of the captains directly and pushing back the others. Gu Weiyuan had been lying low, and Chen Xuan's attacks consciously avoided him. Thus, he remained unscathed. At that moment, a figure in a black robe suddenly appeared beside Zhu, he seemingly materializing out of thin air, unnoticed by anyone. He nodded subtly to the black-robed figure and whispered, "It's your turn to act." The black-robed figure grunted, and then suddenly began to chant something. The sky darkened, and a mysterious pitch-black circle emerged, heading straight for Chen Xuan, settling above his head. In that instant, Chen Xuan suddenly sensed an unusual change. He calmly gazed at the black-robed figure beside Zhu. The black-robed figure flashed and arrived before Chen Xuan, standing alongside Luo Hao and the others. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth, tinged with a sense of glee beneath the black robe. "With my curse, your entire strength is diminished, and every time you strike, you will face limitations." Curse. Chen Xuan mused, an expression of contemplation on his face. He hadn't expected that the Jiangnan district would harbor an ability user skilled in curses. Interesting. Curses are a rare phenomenon across the world. Upon hearing that Chen Xuan was cursed, the captains, including Luo Hao, were instantly elated, believing that Chen Xuan's strength was severely weakened. "Is that so?" Chen Xuan replied with a cold laugh, his eyes filled with disdain. For some reason, seeing Chen Xuan smile, the black-robed figure suddenly felt a wave of ominous premonition. What the hell? Could it be that Chen Xuan has some hidden cards? Impossible. His curse ability is incredibly powerful. It shouldn't be immune. Just putting on a show. Everyone attack together and take him down. The black-robed figure snorted coldly, giving orders. The others also moved to attack, while Gu Weiyuan felt a tinge of worry. Although he believed in Chen Xuan's terrifying strength, this sudden black-robed figure seemed to tilt the scales of victory. However, just as everyone was about to close in on Chen Xuan, an overwhelming pressure suddenly surged forth, instilling a sense of submission within them. What is this? The black-robed figure was instantly shocked. The next moment, Chen Xuan's body suddenly transformed. Dragon transformation. Dragon might. Dragon wings. Chen Xuan activated dragon transformation, sprouting a pair of enormous wings behind him, and an overwhelming pressure enveloped a radius of 50 meters. Those ordinary people immediately prostrated themselves, afraid to confront such pressure. Even some weaker ability users trembled, their hearts racing with fear. The pressure was too strong. And once Chen Xuan activated dragon transformation, the original curse he bore vanished in an instant. The black-robed figure was taken aback. How is this possible? How could you resist my curse? He couldn't believe it, since becoming an ability user, Chen Xuan was the first person able to withstand his curse. What of the curse power? As long as my vitality is strong enough, the curse has no effect. That's right. Chen Xuan understood that as long as one's vitality is strong enough, the curse would be ineffective. It's somewhat akin to an ordinary person facing a ghost. If this person has weak vitality, they may fall gravely ill. But if this person possesses strong vitality, even ghosts would not dare to approach. Thus, when Chen Xuan transformed into a dragon, his vitality surged effortlessly, dispelling the mere curse. Of course, if the opponent were a curse user above level 7, Chen Xuan would find it difficult to counter the curse power. Yet unfortunately, that guy was only at the peak of level 5, not even having broken through to level 6. Did he still want to curse him? A joke. Having said that, Chen Xuan sneered, then unleashed his absolute domain. In an instant, Luo Hao and the black-robed figure widened their eyes in shock. Under Chen Xuan's absolute domain, their strength plummeted instantly. Their power, speed, and defense dropped by 60%. Indeed, previously the absolute domain only reduced by 40%, but with each use of the plundering ability, the enhancement of absolute domain would grow. After Chen Xuan plundered space abilities last time, the reduction of absolute domain increased by 20%. The overall drop in power, speed, and defense was a terrifying 60%. Although this wasn't a curse, it was even more fearsome. Because the absolute domain truly cannot be resisted, even with strong vitality, one cannot withstand this move. How? How is this possible? You also possess curse power. The black-robed figure said incredulously. Chen Xuan actually had curse power. The power of curses. Chen Xuan merely wore a mocking smile. This was not the power of curses, for such trivialities held no weight in his eyes. However, he was too lazy to explain. With the enhancement of dragon wings and spatial power, Chen Xuan's speed had reached an incredibly terrifying level. Suddenly he appeared before Luo Hao, who couldn't even react at his peak, let alone now. I seal for 1,000 miles. With that, Chen Xuan's icy blade was drawn in an instant. With a single swing, the powerful sword energy tore his opponent apart, leaving frozen remnants that fell to the ground. He was dead beyond recovery. Everyone present was stunned by this scene. Luo Hao. Just like that, he died. He was the captain of the first team in the Jiangnan region, and his status there was extraordinarily high. How could he die like this? Who would believe it if they heard? However, this was just the beginning. The other captains were all slaughtered one by Chen Xuan, leaving only Gu Weiyuan. Amidst the bewildered gazes of countless people, Gu Weiyuan slowly walked up to Chen Xuan, then stood behind him. What the hell this? How is this happening? Why is Captain Gu standing behind the leader of the Tianxian base? My heavens, could it be that Gu Weiyuan has already pledged allegiance to him? It seems to be true. Everyone's eyes held disbelief. They never expected Gu Weiyuan to really side with Chen Xuan. Zhu Rai widened his eyes in shock. Gu Weiyuan, you actually betrayed him. You traitor. He never imagined that the third team captain he had nurtured would side with Chen Xuan. This was simply a great humiliation. However, Gu Weiyuan coldly chuckled. Zhu Rai, do you truly think I am unaware of your dirty tactics? Do you think so highly of yourself? Back when the apocalypse began, there was a shortage of food. You ordered ordinary people to be devoured by zombies to alleviate population pressure, and you could also obtain zombie crystal cores. The population of the entire Jiangnan region dropped by 30% in an instant. My parents also died in that conspiracy. You are truly shameless. Boom. Gu Weiyuan's words were like a bombshell exploding in everyone's hearts, as if unveiling a significant past. The leader of the Jiangnan region base had once brutally slaughtered humanity. The reason was merely a shortage of food. It was simply hard to believe. Countless gazes fell upon Zhu Rai. In fact, very few people were aware of this matter back then. Most were high-ranking officials. Thus upon hearing this the crowd began to look at Zhu Rai with increasingly unfriendly expressions, with some even glaring at him directly. Some of their parents and families had been harmed by Zhu Rai. Initially, they were unaware of the truth, believing they had been devoured by zombies. Now they knew that it was all Zhu Rai's conspiracy. In that instant, Zhu Rai felt countless gazes upon him, and his heart trembled. He never thought that Gu Weiyuan would reveal this matter in front of so many people. Under normal circumstances, with his powerful combat strength, he would not fear anyone and could easily silence dissenters. But now it was different. All high-level combat forces had been eliminated, and his opponent had allied with Chen Xuan, whose strength was terrifying. Thus Zhu Rai, exposed for the truth, had no rebuttal. He fixed his gaze on Gu Weiyuan, saying with a righteous tone, "As the leader of the Jiangnan region, I must be responsible to everyone. With a shortage of food, do you expect me to let everyone starve together?" Zhu Rai spoke with conviction. It should be noted that the food shortage in the Jiangnan region meant that if a portion of people was not sacrificed, the remaining would also not survive. Hearing Zhu Rai's explanation, some people lowered their heads. Indeed, if things had not been handled that way, the entire Jiangnan region might not have survived. Yet Gu Weiyuan laughed again. Ridiculous, truly the height of absurdity. Zhu Rai, you repeatedly claim there is a food shortage, and that if those people had not been turned into zombies, the entire Jiangnan region would face a food crisis. But back then, the Long family, the Zhao family, and various major clans, including you, Zhu Rai, feasted on the finest ingredients, living in extravagance. Moreover, I later investigated, and if all the food from each family had been distributed, everyone in the Jiangnan region could have survived. It was merely that you were unwilling to harm your own interests. Gu Weiyuan's voice was thunderous, leaving everyone stunned. Was there enough food back then? Was it merely that they were unwilling to allocate it? In that instant, countless gazes converged on those major clans and Zhu Rai. Hatred, disappointment, and unwillingness. A multitude of thoughts gathered here. It should be noted that the vast majority of their relatives had died in that conspiracy. Some were their parents, children, relatives, close friends, and spouses. Now someone was telling them that those people could have survived. But it was Zhu Rai and the major clans that prevented them from living. How could they possibly suppress the hatred in their hearts? Those like Long Zhantian, who heard this, could not bear to meet the gazes of all present. If looks could kill, they would have died 1,000 times over. Zhu Rai was left speechless. Indeed, Gu Weiyuan was stating facts. The food back then was indeed sufficient, but he could not allow the major clans to provide food relief to those ordinary people, and he himself was unwilling to do so. Thus he could only resort to this underhanded tactic, allowing a portion of people to be infected before eliminating them. This way, not only could he reduce the population, but he could also obtain zombie crystal cores, achieving two goals with one action. Gu Weiyuan, you're asking for death. Zhu Rai's eyes glinted with unprecedented killing intent. Go eliminate those two, he commanded the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure nodded, then directly consumed the potion, instantly crossing the threshold of level 6. A level 6 ability user. A top-tier existence throughout Huaxia. This potion was also developed by the Long family, similar to what Long Yin had consumed. It could rapidly enhance strength, but had significant side effects. But at this critical moment, there was no time to consider much. Surviving was the key. After breaking through to level 6, the cloaked figure's abilities underwent a tremendous transformation, with both speed and strength vastly increased. Although still suppressed by Chen Xuan's absolute domain, his power had indeed risen considerably. Die. With that, the cloaked figure made a gesture, and countless streams of curse power surged towards the two. Gu Weiyuan felt a tightness in his chest. His mind became muddled, as if he were about to lose consciousness. This was the terror of curse power, killing invisibly. Just as Gu Weiyuan was on the verge of succumbing to the immense curse power, Chen Xuan suddenly swung his sword, striking directly at the elderly man in black. The latter hastily dodged, and his movements came to a halt. Gu Weiyuan opened his eyes in bewilderment. Thank you for saving me, master. He was well aware of the curse cast by the black-robed figure and knew that Chen Xuan had rescued him. Had Chen Xuan not intervened, he would have perished in an instant. Chen Xuan chuckled lightly and said, "It's nothing." This old fellow indeed possessed considerable strength. Even a fourth-rank powerhouse like Gu Weiyuan found himself helpless against the curse power. However, this old man was of no use to him. With a cold laugh, Chen Xuan vanished in a flash, his polar ice sword sweeping out a beam of frost that sped toward the black-robed elder. The black-robed elder was instantly alarmed, unleashing his 6th-rank power as he desperately tried to withstand the attack. Although Chen Xuan's Ice Dragon ability was still only at the 5th rank, his power had greatly increased after dragon transformation. Coupled with the use of absolute domain, the black-robed elder's strength was significantly diminished. As one side waned and the other waxed, the gap between them widened. Naturally, the gap referred to how much the black-robed elder fell short of Chen Xuan. Boom! The terrifying cold sent the black-robed elder flying over 10 meters. He steadied himself, staring at Chen Xuan with a hint of terror. Though he had forcibly broken through to the 6th rank using potions, he was undeniably a genuine 6th rank powerhouse. Yet he still couldn't match Chen Xuan. How is this possible? You? What rank are you really? The black-robed elder's voice trembled with a soul-searing question. He simply couldn't fathom Chen Xuan's true power. Why was he so terrifying? Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan smiled faintly without answering. That question, go ask the king of hell and the underworld. With that, Chen Xuan sheathed his polarized sword, and employing his spatial ability appeared before the black-robed elder in an instant, throwing a punch. The terrifying force of the fist seemed to tear through space itself. Rumble. The power of a single punch churned like raging seas. Bang! The black-robed elder was sent flying. Yet Chen Xuan had no intention of letting the old man off. The speed of his spatial ability combined with his dragon wings reached an extreme. The next moment he appeared before the black-robed elder again, raining down countless iron fists upon him. Everyone watching was stunned, their eyes wide open. Holy crap, this is too brutal. My god, such terrifying attacks. One punch could probably shatter a building. No kidding, it's absolutely terrifying. The power Chen Xuan unleashed once again captivated everyone present. The sensation of fist meeting flesh was so intense that the opponent couldn't even fight back, let alone dodge or block. He could only passively endure the beating. What's more, each punch carried dragon force and unfathomable power. For the black-robed elder, the beating felt like an eternity. Pain. Excruciating pain. The agony pierced his heart, making him wish for death. Old fool, I thought you were strong, but you're nothing special. Chen Xuan grinned, his eyes wild and unrestrained. This old man did have some skill. Quite interesting. Hearing this, the black-robed elder was so aggrieved, he nearly spat blood. Damn it. Killing and breaking the spirit. This was indeed Chen Xuan's signature move. But I'm someone who values talent. Your ability is intriguing. How about joining me? Chen Xuan grinned and spoke slowly. This sudden recruitment left the black-robed elder stunned. What the hell? He was just about to kill me, and now he's offering amnesty. Of course, Chen Xuan was genuinely interested in the old man's ability. The curse ability in SS rank existence was mysterious and could prove invaluable after evolving to the 9th rank. After all, not everyone was as terrifying as Chen Xuan, whose physical body was so formidable and life force like a dragon that the curse ability was virtually ineffective against him. You? Are you sure? Even if I'm willing to join you, can you truly trust me? The black-robed elder lay on the ground, panting heavily, a glimmer of longing for life beneath his dark robe. That's not your concern. Since I dare to take you and I have means to control you. Chen Xuan's lips curled slightly, his eyes gleaming with interest. Without his soul capture ability, he might not have dared to accept this old man. Given the latter's cunning nature, Chen Xuan would rather eliminate him than risk losing control. But with the soul capture ability in hand, if the old man surrendered, his life and death would be decided in an instant, leaving nothing to worry about. Hearing Chen Xuan's words, curiosity flickered in the black-robed elder's eyes. He hadn't expected Chen Xuan to possess such a means of control. This man was truly enigmatic. From the moment Chen Xuan acted, he had used more than one ability. An ice ability, a spatial ability, an unknown power ability, and perhaps even one that could control a person's mind. Could any human truly possess such power? It was too terrifying. However, he knew this wasn't the time to dwell on it. He had to make a decision: join Chen Xuan or be killed. After all, Chen Xuan wouldn't let him leave. Your ability is interesting. Follow me, and you'll one day stand at the pinnacle of the world. Chen Xuan's calm words struck a chord deep within the black-robed elder. Though aged, his awakened ability and talent were top-notch, and he naturally yearned for fame and glory. Otherwise, he wouldn't have followed Zhu Rai. Now Chen Xuan's capability and strength left him even more awestruck. Clearly, following him would lead to greater heights. And most importantly, he didn't want to die. All right, I agree. From now on, I will follow you. The black-robed elder lifted his head, his eyes fixed on Chen Xuan, a calm resolve settling in his gaze. Yes, he had agreed. From this day forward, he would follow Chen Xuan. Hearing the black-robed elder's words, everyone was stunned. Zhu Rai was especially dumbfounded. What the hell? Surrendered? He surrendered right in front of me. Does he have any respect for me? Chen San, how dare you betray me? Zhu Rai roared in fury, his eyes blazing with rage. Betrayal, naked betrayal. The black-robed elder slowly rose from the ground, his body trembling and bleeding profusely, but he no longer cared. He looked at Zhu Rai and suddenly burst into laughter. He can give me what I want. Can you? I've done plenty of dirty work for you over the years, or even now. With that, he tore off a piece of his black robe and tossed it aside. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Hearing the words of the old man in black, Zhu Rai, he was momentarily taken aback. Cutting ties and severing loyalties. He never expected such a result. Chen Xuan smiled slightly. You are a clever person. Open your mind and do not resist. After Chen Xuan finished speaking, the old man in black was momentarily stunned, then complied. Chen Xuan immersed himself in his mind using his soul-capturing ability. In the next moment, the old man in black suddenly felt as if something had appeared in his mind, something that could control his life and death. There's actually a soul-controlling ability. It's simply unbelievable. The old man in black thought to himself. Although he had guessed that Chen Xuan probably had some means of control, he never expected it to be a soul-controlling ability. Counting it up, the abilities that Chen Xuan displayed were truly numerous. Space ice-type strength, as well as a curse-like ability, and now the soul-controlling ability. This is simply terrifying. He couldn't help but swallow, his eyes filled with disbelief. All right, go over there to heal your wounds. Chen Xuan smiled faintly. The old man in black quickly bowed yes. Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction, and then casually tossed a vial of potion over. This vial of potion will help your injuries heal faster with no side effects. Take it. Looking at the potion tossed over by Chen Xuan, the old man in black was momentarily stunned, and the shock in his eyes grew even more intense. A potion, more powerful than the ones developed in the Jiangnan region. Amazing, simply amazing. Although he didn't know where Chen Xuan had come from, the old man in black smartly chose not to ask further. As a subordinate, one must not ask what should not be asked. This is a principle. Thank you, master. After saying this, the old man in black stood beside Gu Wuyan and began to recover from his injuries. Meanwhile, Gu Wuyan looked at the old man in black with a hint of vigilance in his heart. This old fellow is indeed terrifying in strength. After handling these matters, Chen Xuan looked towards Zhu Rihe and Long Zhantian. Currently, the entire Jiangnan region's high-end combat power had almost been wiped out, leaving only a few second and third-tier ability users whose strength was average and no longer posed any threat. Of course, even during its peak, the Jiangnan region posed no threat to Chen Xuan. He sneered, looking at Zhu Rihe and Long Zhantian. You two can rest assured and go to hell. As long as I'm here, the Jiangnan region will have no worries. The Jiangnan region, with Chen Xuan present. Zhu Rihe's face showed unwillingness. You won't have a good death. Long Zhantian cursed angrily, his eyes filled with hatred. However, Chen Xuan coldly laughed. Whether I have a good death or not is none of your concern. The two of you will definitely not have a good death. Oh, and as for your Long family, I will ensure that not a single one is left alive. Chen Xuan's words were like those of a demon, the chilling aura instantly startling Long Zhantian. The Long family, not a single one left. Wiped out completely. Is this a demon? You. Unable to say a word, Long Zhantian directly coughed out a mouthful of blood, his breath extremely weak. He never expected that there would be such a terrifying person as Chen Xuan who would slaughter an entire family over a disagreement. Is this something a human can do? Chen Xuan was too lazy to waste words with these two and glanced at Gu Wuyan beside him. These two are left to you. The reason for leaving it to Gu Wuyan was naturally because Gu Wuyan had a considerable grudge against Zhu Rihe and Long Zhantian. His family had died because of Zhu Rihe's decisions, and those from the Long family had perished due to their stinginess. The resentment in his heart was almost overwhelming. Upon hearing Chen Xuan let him handle it, a ripple appeared on Gu Wuyan's calm face, which quickly turned to ecstasy. Thank you, master. After saying this, he swiftly moved in front of Long Zhantian and threw a punch. This old fellow could not withstand the power of this punch, instantly dying without a trace. Then he slowly walked towards Zhu Rihe. At this moment, Zhu Rihe was panicking. Gu Wuyan, don't come over. If it weren't for me nurturing you back, then how could you have your current strength? Zhu Rihe stammered, trembling all over, no longer resembling a regional commander, his mind filled with thoughts of how to survive. Gu Wuyan coldly laughed. You deserve to die. After saying this, he directly approached Zhu Rihe, grabbing his neck and twisting it tightly. Zhu Rihe's feet slowly left the ground, and he instantly felt somewhat breathless. This feeling was incredibly painful. He seemed to see the god of death beckoning him. Go to hell. Gu Wuyan's face was indifferent as he choked him to death. The once formidable Zhu Rihe, leader of the Jiangnan region, thus perished. Looking at the lifeless Zhu Rihe, Gu Wuyan casually threw him to the ground, and his mood instantly lightened, as if a shackle in his heart had been released. That feeling was like avenging a great grievance. Refreshing, extremely refreshing. Gu Wuyan's state of mind seemed to have broken through some barrier, and he felt instant relief. Thank you, master, for giving me the opportunity for revenge. Gu Wuyan returned to Chen Xuan's side and said respectfully. Chen Xuan smiled slightly. As long as you feel at ease, there are even more important tasks for you in the future. Rest assured, master, this life of mine belongs to you. Facing Gu Wuyan's loyalty, Chen Xuan was very pleased and nodded with a smile. Can you control the city guard and the remaining ability users? After all, the vast Jiangnan region naturally had a city guard, and there were quite a few of them. Yes. Then go and subdue these city guards, and the remaining ability users, and any disobedient ones will be killed without mercy. Yes. Gu Wuyan nodded heavily. You foolish dog, go with him. Woof woof. Upon hearing this, Dog Emperor barked a few times and quickly followed Gu Wuyan. Zixian, at your service. The Long family and the Zhu family still have some survivors. Go and leave not a single one. Since doing things, one must do them thoroughly. This was Chen Xuan's life principle. Thus the Long family and Zhu family must be wiped out. Lin Zixian was naturally not someone who would hold back. With her taking action, there would be no problem. Yes, I will go now. After saying this, Lin Zixian vanished from the spot. She was quite accustomed to slaughtering, especially when it involved those who committed heinous acts. The Long family and Zhu family, being such powerful clans, had committed many dirty deeds, so she felt no psychological pressure in slaughtering these two families. Brother Chen, what about the two of us? Li Kai and Zhou Xiong asked with smiles. Chen Xuan smiled lightly. Let's go, follow me to the Jiangnan region's war conference hall. Hee, alright. The command conference hall in the Jiangnan region is undoubtedly luxurious, far larger than the Tianxian base. At this moment the hall is quite spacious. After all, the recent battle was known throughout the city, with Zhu Rai meeting a tragic end and the Long family being wiped out. All the people in the conference hall had fled in fear. No one knows what Chen Xuan's temperament is like, and if he were to vent his anger on them, it would be too costly. You should be quite familiar with this place, right? Indeed, Chen Xuan spoke. The old man in the black robe nodded. The potion he took had significantly healed his injuries, but the aftereffects of forcibly enhancing his strength had yet to recover, leaving him weak for several days. This is Zhu Rai's office, which holds many secrets. The old man in the black robe is undoubtedly the one who knows Zhu Rai best. After all, for many years he had acted as Zhu Rai's shadow. Saying this, the old man stepped forward and gently knocked twice on a wall, which suddenly opened, revealing a safe in front of everyone. Under the curious gaze of the crowd, the old man in the black robe entered a few numbers, and then the safe opened. He then took out a button. With Chen Xuan and Zhou Xiong's curious eyes upon him, the old man spoke. This is the missile launch button, as well as the missile control device. The missile launch button. Chen Xuan turned his curious gaze towards it. This device had been well protected by Zhu Rai and had always been hidden here. After all, missiles are incredibly precious. If they were taken by someone else, it would be a significant problem. How many missiles are there in the Jiangnan region now? Chen Xuan inquired. 5. That's right, there are only 5 missiles. The destructive power of such weapons is formidable. Even 7th or 8th tier ability users would find it nearly impossible to escape if targeted by a missile. One missile can wipe out an entire city. It's terrifying. Can more of these be manufactured? Even Chen Xuan is quite interested in missiles. After all, who doesn't like weapons with such destructive power? The old man in the black robe shook his head. Jiangnan region does not have engineers to manufacture missiles. Oh, probably Yanjing does. Chen Xuan nodded lightly upon hearing this. Indeed, such missiles are immensely powerful, and Jiangnan is merely a large region. Although there is a military presence, it may not possess the foundation for missile production. However, a place like Yanjing must certainly have the capability. This means that Yanjing has the unlimited ability to launch missiles. For any faction, this represents a terrifying deterrent. After all, no matter how well you build, a few missiles launched can wipe you out. Construction? Forget it. Moreover, Yanjing surely has more than just missiles, or perhaps they have other advanced weapons. Therefore, even in the late apocalypse, the major military districts nominally did not dare to act independently, all subordinating themselves under the banner of the Yanjing district. However, while missiles are powerful, they are not enough against 9th tier ability users. Thus, in the later stages of the apocalypse, the deterrent effect of missiles was not as strong. However, the ability users in the Yanjing region were even more terrifying, causing other regions to behave more obediently. However, with Chen Xuan present, this lifetime may not be certain. Following that, with the old man in the black robe around, Chen Xuan became familiar with the affairs of the entire Jiangnan region. It must be said that managing such a massive entity is indeed not simple. But Chen Xuan would naturally not waste time on this matter. He plans to appoint Gu Wuyan as the head of the Jiangnan region, allowing Zhou Xiong and Li Kai to assist him in management. He would then act as a hands-off manager, or behind-the-scenes controller. Sometimes, although the visible leader seems to have unlimited glory, it is easy to be targeted. Isn't it better to hide in the shadows? Soon, everyone from the Tianxian base in Subei City moved into the Jiangnan region. The ability users who had been slaughtered by Chen Xuan had also quickly replenished their numbers. Of course, in terms of combat power, they were naturally lacking. But this was not a significant issue. Chen Xuan possesses countless resources, making it simple for him to cultivate his power. Afterward, the Long family and the Zhu family were completely exterminated, with not a single person left. A significant upheaval occurred cleanly and decisively. However, no one in the entire Jiangnan region spoke out against it. Firstly, they did not dare, after all Chen Xuan's strength left a deep impression on everyone in existence akin to a god or a demon who would dare provoke him. Secondly, many people harbored resentment towards the Long family, the Zhu family, and other aristocratic families. If it weren't for those aristocratic families, their relatives and friends would not have been infected by zombies. Thus, the slaughter of these two families was not only unopposed, but even received applause from many. Brother Chen, the Long family has been completely slaughtered as per your instructions. None of the Long family scientists were harmed. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong reported. Those scientists were hired by the Long family at great expense to research potions. Now, the smooth progress of potion research in the Jiangnan region is undoubtedly closely related to the Long family's contributions. The Long family's potion research is among the top in all of Huaxia. Although Chen Xuan's spaceship contains many potions, the Long family's research lab is also vital. It enables the mass production of the potions aboard Chen Xuan's spaceship for use by all ability users in the Jiangnan region. Of course, the potions produced in bulk would naturally be sold. Let's go and take a look together. Chen Xuan chuckled lightly, standing up to speak. Yes. With that, he followed behind Zhou Xiong and Li Kai towards the Long group. The Long group is immensely large. Even after being rebuilt post-apocalypse, it still stands 36 stories tall, retaining a modern atmosphere. The group took the elevator directly to the 35th floor. It should be noted that the 36th floor is the chairman's office, while the 35th floor is the potion research lab, illustrating the high status of this research facility. At this moment, all the researchers in the Long group were nervously standing at their posts, afraid to move. In just a few days, it was said that a significant change had occurred throughout the Jiangnan region. The Long family had been completely wiped out, and the leadership of the entire Jiangnan region had changed hands. These researchers, lacking any combat ability, could only adapt to the new regime. Brother Chen, these are the researchers of the Long group. Li Kai respectfully introduced. Upon seeing Chen Xuan and the others enter, all the researchers looked over only to see Chen Xuan's remarkably youthful and handsome face. Is this the true helmsman of the Jiangnan region's future? No one dared to speak. They all lowered their heads in silence. You, who is the leader? As soon as Chen Xuan's words fell, an elderly man in a white lab coat, with graying hair, slowly stepped forward. I am. What is your name? Chen Xuan inquired. The old man dared not raise his head to meet Chen Xuan's gaze, for the aura emanating from him was overwhelmingly potent. Though he was old enough to be Chen Xuan's grandfather, faced with that terrifying aura, the old man felt more like a trembling schoolboy. Wang Mingsheng. Wang Mingsheng was the head of the Long Group's Research Institute. Before the apocalypse began, he held a significant position, being one of the top professors in all of Huaxia, especially as an expert in biopharmaceuticals. Even the Long family had to show him some respect and dared not offend him. However, after the apocalypse commenced, the status of ability users skyrocketed, and researchers like Wang Mingsheng, who lacked combat prowess, naturally lost their standing. Fortunately, his research skills were exceptional, allowing him to quickly develop potions to enhance the abilities of ability users, which is why he had not been eliminated. The apocalypse did not tolerate useless individuals. Only by proving one's worth could one live like a human. Otherwise, death was the only outcome. Professor Wang, Chen Xuan said with a smile as he approached and patted him on the shoulder. Wang Mingsheng immediately trembled and waved his hands repeatedly. I dare not. Sir, feel free to speak your mind. I will cooperate fully. Wang Mingsheng was a clever man who knew how to maintain his position. Chen Xuan smiled slightly and then pulled out a vial of potion from his pocket. Professor Wang, what do you think of this potion? Can it be mass-produced? Wang Mingsheng's eyes suddenly widened as he stared intensely at the vial of potion. Chen Xuan handed him the purple liquid, seemingly containing boundless energy. What is this? This potion can restore an ability. For ability users below the 3rd rank, it can recover 100% of their abilities within 10 seconds. For those above the 3rd rank and below the 6th rank, it can restore 30% of their abilities within 10 seconds. Hearing Chen Xuan's words, Wang Mingsheng was stunned, and everyone present was equally astonished. What the hell? This potion can restore an ability user's powers. A full recovery for those below the 3rd rank and 30% for those below the 6th rank. Such a potion for restoring abilities was simply unheard of and hard to believe. If it could be mass-produced, it would surely shake the very foundations of Huaxia. After all, for ability users, their powers were of utmost importance. If there was a potion that could restore abilities during battle, it would be an invaluable boon for them. Sir, does this potion have any side effects? Every potion usually comes with side effects. After all, every medicine carries some toxicity. Naturally, there are. This potion can only be used once within 24 hours. That's it. Hearing Chen Xuan's words, Wang Mingsheng was once again shocked. Using it once every 24 hours. What kind of side effect is that? It is hardly a drawback at all. It does not harm the abilities and does not cause other injuries. This is a rare treasure for any ability user. This is fantastic. Please rest assured I will do my utmost to quickly mass-produce the potion, Wang Mingxing said excitedly. As a professor of pharmaceutical research, no one understood the value of such potions better than he did. It is easy to imagine that if this potion could be mass-produced, it would undoubtedly be a fortune beyond measure. Chen Xuan smiled and patted Wang Mingxing on the shoulder. Do your best. As long as I am here, you will not be wronged. Chen Xuan knew he had found a talent and naturally wanted to cultivate a good relationship. I understand, Wang Mingxing said excitedly. Chen Xuan nodded and then walked out. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong closely followed. Once Chen Xuan and the others left, the tension within the research institute instantly relaxed. The other dozens of researchers quickly gathered around. Professor Wang, who was that just now? Yeah, he seemed really powerful. I was scared to death just now. Faced with the chatter of the crowd, Wang Mingxing fixed his intense gaze on the direction Chen Xuan had departed, slowly saying, he is the true leader of the Jiangnan region. Although the current leader of the Jiangnan region is Gu Wuyan, only those who witnessed that battle know that the true leader of the Jiangnan region is actually someone else. It is said to be Chen Xuan. All right, hurry back to work. We must analyze this potion and plan for mass production. Wang Mingxing's eyes burned with excitement once more. This potion is certainly extraordinary. I wonder what kind of being was responsible for its development. Yes. After leaving the research institute, Chen Xuan, accompanied by Li Kai, Zhou Xiong, and Gu Wuyan, took a tour of the important locations in the Jiangnan region. I must say the development here is indeed quite impressive, far exceeding that of Subei City. After all, this is a major region, and it is naturally different. Chen Xuan entrusted the management to Gu Wuyan, Li Kai, and Zhou Xiong. After all, these three are talented administrators, and Chen Xuan was naturally reluctant to interfere as he had more important matters to attend to. Send the word out. I need to enter seclusion for a while. During this time, all matters in the Jiangnan region will be handled by Gu Wuyan, Li Kai, and Zhou Xiong. Shen Laosan, Zixuan, and Dog Emperor, you three guard the Jiangnan region well and follow Gu Wuyan's arrangements if anything comes up. Yes, Chen Xuan planned to enter seclusion for cultivation. Currently, he had reached a bottleneck in several abilities, and it was time to break through. Moreover, during this period, he had basically taken care of all matters in the Jiangnan region with no hidden dangers remaining. Thus, he could relax and cultivate in seclusion. With Gu Wuyan, Zhou Xiong, and Li Kai managing affairs outside, along with the martial power suppression from the black-robed old man Shen Laosan, Dog Emperor, and Lin Zixuan, no major disruptions should arise. Yes. Upon hearing that Chen Xuan was going into seclusion to cultivate his abilities, the expressions of the others revealed a hint of excitement. After all, with each enhancement in Chen Xuan's strength, they as his subordinates would naturally gain considerable benefits. If one day Chen Xuan were to become the strongest in the world, their status would surely rise correspondingly. Rest assured, Master. I will manage the Jiangnan region well and will not disappoint you, Gu Wuyan said respectfully. Chen Xuan entrusting the management of the Jiangnan region to him was clearly an act of trust. If he were to mismanage it, it would be a betrayal of Chen Xuan's trust. Therefore, no matter what, during Chen Xuan's seclusion for cultivation, he must handle all matters in the Jiangnan region well. Don't worry, brother Chen, old Zhou, and I will definitely manage it well. Right. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai quickly chimed in. Chen Xuan smiled and nodded, then glanced at the black-robed old man Dog Emperor and Lin Zixuan, giving a slight nod before preparing to enter seclusion. Chen Xuan's retreat took place in a sealed room. However, once he entered the room, a thought crossed his mind, and he found himself inside a spaceship. Only within the spaceship was Chen Xuan absolutely safe. Even if the outside world unleashed missile strikes on the entire Jiangnan region, or even all of Huaxia, he would face no danger whatsoever. Safety was guaranteed. Now I control 4 extraordinary abilities: the Ice Dragon ability at the 5th level, the Soul Capture ability at the 5th level, the Spatial ability at the 3rd level, and the Plunder ability at the 3rd level. To rapidly enhance my strength, I first need to elevate the Ice Dragon ability to the 6th level, and then improve the Spatial ability. Chen Xuan calculated in his mind. Now I possess numerous extraordinary abilities. However, the ones that significantly enhance my combat power are the Ice Dragon ability and the Spatial ability. Although the 5th level Ice Dragon ability is powerful, breaking through from the 5th level to the 6th level represents a substantial change, and the bottleneck has already begun to loosen. Thus, the fastest way to enhance my strength is to elevate the 5th level Ice Dragon ability to the 6th level first, and then improve the Spatial ability. With his mind made up, Chen Xuan entered the cultivation chamber preparing to practice. After stabilizing the Jiangnan region, he began his retreat, leaving all matters to Gu Wuyan and others. Meanwhile, the outside world was in turmoil. After all, the Jiangnan region, as one of the 7 major regions of Huaxia, was by no means a small force, and every move it made attracted countless eyes. Now such a major earthquake has occurred in the Jiangnan region. The leader of a small force had actually attacked the Jiangnan region, eliminating its leaders and numerous aristocratic families, subsequently installing his subordinates as the new leaders, which was undoubtedly a seismic event. What does this mean? Occupying another's nest. Such actions made the leaders of the other regions particularly uneasy. After all, with someone like Chen Xuan doing this, who knows when someone else might do the same to them. Therefore, regarding Chen Xuan's actions, the leaders of these regions all harbored hostility. Southwest region. This young man named Chen Xuan is truly audacious, actually occupying another's nest, even eliminating Zhu Rai. The leader of the Southwest region snorted coldly, his eyes reflecting a hint of chill. Though he had no particular relationship with Zhu Rai, they had worked together, so he naturally understood him somewhat. Now that Zhu Rai had been killed by a mere commoner and the Jiangnan region had become their possession, he inevitably felt a sense of danger, as if a cunning rabbit had been hunted down. Once the first one fell, the next could very well follow. Leader, what should we do? A general beside the Southwest leader frowned and asked. For now, let's not act. We should report this to Yanjing and see how they react. He replied with a cold snort. Although he was quite indignant about the Jiangnan region's matters, he was also somewhat worried. But he knew that he could not easily intervene in such matters lest he draw disaster upon himself. The Jiangnan region was still far from the Southwest region, so there would not be any immediate conflict. He couldn't gauge Chen Xuan's strength and had no idea what his true power might be, but taking down a major region was definitely not something an ordinary person could achieve. Therefore, passing the buck to the Yanjing region was the most suitable course of action. After all, if the Yanjing region showed no reaction to the Jiangnan region's actions, then these leaders would have no reason to continue obeying Yanjing's orders. In other words, this was also a test of the Yanjing region. If they did not demonstrate convincing strength, these regions would not easily comply and might very well declare themselves kings. After all, this is an apocalyptic era. Things are vastly different now. Who would willingly submit to others? Not just the Southwest region, the other leaders of several regions were also old foxes, directly passing the responsibility to the Yanjing region, each wanting to see how Yanjing would handle it. At this moment in Yanjing, the night in Yanjing was still bright and lively, seemingly unchanged by the arrival of the apocalypse. In a certain hidden manner. Old Chen, what should we do about the Jiangnan region? All the major regions are inquiring, and it seems they are testing our response. A middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit spoke. The elder, referred to as Old Chen, dressed in a tang suit, sat in the main seat, his gaze penetrating through the candlelight, as if he could see through everything. He was the ruler of the Yanjing region. Old Chen, his hair grayed, yet his spirit vibrant, the dim candlelight casting a shadow on his face, revealing no signs of vitality. He lightly tapped his dragon head cane and said calmly, "They merely wish to test the strength of our Yanjing region. With the apocalypse upon us, these people must have long harbored ambitions of rebellion. They just cannot ascertain the strength of our Yanjing region. This incident in the Jiangnan region serves as a good stepping stone for them to gauge our Yanjing region's bottom line." The middle-aged man showed a hint of disbelief upon hearing Old Chen's words. Old Chen, could it be that these fellows wish to declare themselves kings? How dare they? The apocalypse will magnify human desires infinitely and provide limitless opportunities for the ambitious. Old Chen spoke eloquently, having seen through all of this. He knew that those fellows were not simple individuals. So what should we do? What to do? Old Chen slowly stood up, his gaze sharp as he looked out the window at the full moon, hanging high, the night captivating. Let the 8 guardians of national security take action, head to the Jiangnan region, and let those little fellows know that Yanjing is still the center. The consequences of disobedience can be very severe. Hearing the phrase 8 guardians of national security, the middle-aged man's expression changed slightly, somewhat shocked. Old Chen, are all 8 of them going? It's known that the 8 guardians of national security possess unmatched strength. Each of them is among the most formidable in the entire Yanjing. Deploying such top-tier combat power all at once is no ordinary affair. Indeed, it is said that that little fellow in the Jiangnan region is quite powerful. It is likely not an ordinary task, so having all 8 of them go together is much safer. Moreover, it conveniently showcases the strength of our Yanjing, making it clear that any inappropriate thoughts should best be kept at bay. Old Chen narrowed his eyes as he spoke. To be honest, by deploying the 8 guardians of national security apart from dealing with Chen Xuan, he aimed more to display the strength of the Yanjing region. He wanted those with rebellious thoughts to refrain from showing them, otherwise they would meet a grim fate. The middle-aged man understood Old Chen's meaning and respectfully nodded. "Rest assured, Old Chen, I will issue the orders right away." "All right, go ahead." Old Chen nodded calmly, then sat back in his seat. The middle-aged man left, and the large room was left with only him. His calm gaze turned to the window, and a smile suddenly appeared on his otherwise expressionless face. Jiangnan region. Chen Xuan interesting. The events in the Jiangnan region stirred up waves of ambition. Countless opportunists began to emerge. After all, if the Jiangnan region could be replaced, what about the other regions? Or rather, the leaders of the other regions also wished to establish themselves as kings. But the only pressing question now was how the Yanjing region would respond. If the reaction is not strong or indifferent, then it would be easier. However, at this moment, the people from the Yanjing region were already on the move. Boss Shui, what does the higher-ups mean by sending all 8 of us out? Even if the Jiangnan region is a den of dragons and tigers, it likely won't be enough to intimidate us. On an armored vehicle, a handsome young man in camouflage smiled and said. His name was Li Lai, one of the 8 members of the National Security Agency, and he was a recognized expert throughout Yanjing. Inside this armored vehicle were the other 7 members. Together, they were the most powerful assets in the hands of the National Security Agency, their strength being remarkable and their reputation resounding throughout the Yanjing region. This time the higher-ups actually dispatched all 8 of them together. It was indeed somewhat unnecessary. The boss Shui mentioned by Li Lai was Shui Yi, the foremost among the 8. Although all 8 of them were formidable, Shui Yi was undoubtedly the soul of the group. Not only was he the strongest, but he also possessed decision-making abilities. With the apocalypse looming, every region is aspiring to become its own king, harboring thoughts that shouldn't exist. The reason why the higher-ups sent us 8 together, aside from eliminating that guy from the Jiangnan region, is more to shake the mountain and scare the tiger, warning the other regions not to entertain such thoughts. Upon hearing Boss Shui's calm explanation, everyone nodded in understanding. So that was the reason. No wonder they dispatched all 8 of them together. Boss Shui had said that the one occupying the Jiangnan region is called Chen Xuan. Before the apocalypse began, he was merely a small employee in a company with no background. However, in just a few months since the apocalypse started, he has gained such power, which is indeed somewhat suspicious. With Yanjing's vast resources, Chen Xuan's background was naturally hard to hide. After all, an ordinary person could not conceal anything in front of such a powerful national apparatus. Indeed, Shui Yi sighed, and then smiled. It seems that this leader Chen has some unimaginable opportunities. Exactly. It is difficult for an ordinary person to achieve such accomplishments during the apocalypse. Now controlling a region and holding a prestigious position is even more challenging. Hearing Shui Yi's words, the other members' eyes flickered with excitement. Unimaginable opportunities. If they could seize it, wouldn't their strength soar? As this thought arose, it quickly became uncontrollable. Instantly, the minds of the 8 people in the armored vehicle were filled with various thoughts. Even Shui Yi, the leader of the National Security Agency, could not resist the temptation. After all, he also wanted to grasp the opportunities that Chen Xuan possessed. Strength is the foundation of everything. The armored vehicle sped toward the Jiangnan region. However, the distance from Yanjing to Jiangnan was not short. Even with the armored vehicle, which faced no fear from ordinary zombies, it would still take at least 6 to 7 days. Leader Gu, all 13 districts under the Jiangnan region have surrendered. Here is the information on each district. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai reported. The Jiangnan region consists of 13 districts known as the 13 Protectors of Jiangnan. The 2 submitted the information of each major district to Gu Wuyan. Gu Wuyan had a somewhat helpless smile on his face. Old Zhou, oldly, others may not know, but you two do. The true leader is our master, so let's not address each other like that. Gu Wuyan was well aware that Chen Xuan was the true leader of the Jiangnan region, and he was merely a nominal manager. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong exchanged smiles. During this time, the relationship among the 3 had grown closer. After all, they were all left and right arms under Chen Xuan with no need for conflicts. Moreover, Zhou Xiong and Li Kai were both quite powerful. With considerable talent, Gu Wuyan would not dare to underestimate them. Old Gu, take a look at this information first. Oh, I have an idea, Li Kai said. All right, Gu Wuyan replied as his gaze swept over the information. The 13 districts of Jiangnan now had a population of approximately 2.53 million, with around 1500 ability users. Each district had various powers, standing tall with strengths varying from one another. Seeing that Gu Wuyan had finished reading, Li Kai continued. Although we currently control the Jiangnan region, in the previous battle many ability users perished with only one main team remaining. Therefore, I believe we should recruit ability users from these districts to join the Jiangnan region. Indeed, currently, aside from Chen Xuan, the top-tier and mid-tier combat forces in the Jiangnan region were quite limited. After all, in that previous battle, Chen Xuan had eliminated quite a number of ability users, totaling in the thousands. This led to a scarcity of ability users in the Jiangnan region. Thus, Li Kai planned to recruit ability users from other districts to bolster the strength of the Jiangnan region. The idea is good, but I fear they may be unwilling. Gu Wuyan hesitated. After all, those individuals were top combat forces in their respective powers, and some were even leaders of major factions. If they came to the Jiangnan region, they would have to start from scratch. For most people, it's preferable to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix, who would want to be lowly for no reason. Thus, while this plan sounds good, the vast majority would likely be unwilling. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai exchanged smiles, and then continued, "We have considered this issue. The best approach is to offer substantial benefits, such as the advanced pharmaceutical research of the Jiangnan region and various welfare benefits. Indeed, the best method is naturally to entice people with benefits. When the price is high enough, those individuals will surely be tempted. And this price would naturally be the pharmaceuticals of the Jiangnan region along with other benefits that the various districts cannot enjoy. With these incentives, there is no fear of the ability users not being interested. After all, who wouldn't want to enhance their strength?" Gu Weiyan pondered for a moment and then nodded affirmatively. "Makes sense of feasible. Let's proceed with this plan." Great. The three of them finalized their decision, and the future direction of the Jiangnan region's development had a clear target. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan was also successfully cultivating aboard the spaceship. The time flow inside the training chamber was twice that of the outside world, meaning that while 1 day passed outside, 2 days passed inside. With the time amplification along with the assistance of potions and combat chambers, Chen Xuan's strength was rapidly improving. In just a few days, his Ice Dragon ability was on the verge of breaking through to the 6th tier. Once the Ice Dragon ability reaches the 6th tier, Chen Xuan's strength will undoubtedly experience a significant surge. The Jiangnan district has a very efficient working style. Soon after the discussion among Gu Weiyan and the others concluded, a notification was promptly issued from the Jiangnan district, which was received by all major forces in the 13 cities. In an instant, the entire Jiangnan was abuzz with discussions. The content of this notification was quite simple. The Jiangnan district is re-establishing 9 small teams recruiting ability users. Any ability user wishing to join the Jiangnan district can come forward and, based on their talent and strength assessment, can join the various teams in the Jiangnan district. Those with outstanding abilities may become team leaders. At the same time, the small teams of the Jiangnan district possess law enforcement powers, earning points through tasks issued by the district, which can be exchanged for potions, weapons, real estate, and various items within the Jiangnan district. As this notification from the Jiangnan district was issued, countless forces erupted in excitement, with some strong individuals' eyes flashing with brilliance. The temptation presented by the Jiangnan district was simply too great, especially for those strong individuals who were confident in their own abilities. It must be noted that the power given to the leaders of the 9 teams re-established by the Jiangnan district is astonishingly significant. Looking across the entire Jiangnan district, the leaders of these 9 teams can be considered high-level figures and possess law enforcement authority. As long as they wish, they can dispose of any force in these 13 cities at will. Moreover, the potions offered by the Jiangnan district are also quite enticing. Although people do not fully understand what those potions are, the effects of some potions are clearly stated. They can enhance strength, restore abilities, and heal injuries. The dazzling array of potions certainly tempted many. Of course, there were also some top-tier weapons. In today's apocalypse, firearms have already faded from the mainstream. Cold weapons have returned to their peak. Some of the finest weapons are made from high-grade alloys, incredibly hard and costly, and often available only at a price. After all, possessing a top-tier weapon is a vital asset for anyone. Thus, when these dazzling items from the Jiangnan district were announced, countless individuals were stirred, including some leaders of various forces. Jiangnan district Shishir. Wang Xiang, you wouldn't be tempted to, would you? Damn, you are the leader of the Yuanhao base, one of the top experts in Shishir, and even you are tempted. Wang Xiang is the leader of the Yuanhao base in Shishir, holding a prestigious status. This Yuanhao base is one of the 3 major forces in Shishir. The 3 major forces stand in a stalemate, equally sharing control over the entire Shishir. The 2 individuals before Wang Xiang are the leaders of the other 2 major forces in Shishir. One is a woman dressed in a red leather jacket and black leather pants, Lin Huofeng. The other is a scarred man in a black jacket named Zhang Jiyuan. All 3 of them are at the peak of the 3rd realm, jointly controlling the entire Shishir. Upon hearing their words, Wang Xiang did not hide anything and nodded slightly. Indeed, I have this intention. Upon receiving Wang Xiang's affirmative response, Lin Huofeng and Zhang Jiyuan exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. It is better to be a chicken's head than a phoenix's tail. You control one of the 3 major forces in Shishir. In the Yuanhao base, your every word and action can dictate the lives of over 30,000 people. However, if you go to the Jiangnan district, it is uncertain what will happen to you, as there are many above you. Lin Huofeng said seriously. In fact, her reluctance to go to the Jiangnan district is precisely because of this reason. After all, once someone has been the boss for a long time, no one wants to be second in command. Moreover, if one goes to the Jiangnan district, let alone being second in command, it is very likely that they wouldn't even secure the 8th or 9th positions. What would be the point of going there? It is better to stay in Shishir. At least here one can claim dominance, and that is quite enjoyable. Not only Lin Huofeng, but Zhang Jiyuan also thought the same way. Of course he acted accordingly, and had no intention of going to the Jiangnan district. However, Wang Xiang shook his head. The account is not calculated that way. You both make valid points. If I stay in Shishir, I remain the base leader able to dictate the lives and deaths of tens of thousands. If I go to the Jiangnan district, my future remains uncertain. Seeing Wang Xiang say so, the two of them immediately smiled. Exactly, thinking this way is correct. What necessity is there to go to the Jiangnan district? Isn't it better to stay in Shishir as a local tyrant? Yet Wang Xiang suddenly changed his tone and continued, however, Shishir is ultimately too small. If I stay here, my future achievements are limited. Perhaps I can break through to a higher level, but the time needed will be longer and my vision will remain narrow. But if I go to the Jiangnan district, it will be different. I can witness more powerful individuals, more technology, which will ignite my ambition to rise. I am still young and do not wish to pass my days idly. I want to go out and see the world. Wang Xiang's words were calm, yet beneath that calmness was an undeniable conviction. Indeed, the Jiangnan district is quite terrifying for them. However, he is eager to discover how vast the outside world is. In other words, he seeks progress. Wang Xiang's words struck Lin Huofeng and Zhang Jiyuan, causing them to lower their heads in contemplation. Moreover, Wang Xiang continued, you both shouldn't have forgotten about that woman from a few days ago who single-handedly subdued the entire Shishir with just one sword. Her power is indeed terrifying beyond measure. The woman he mentioned is naturally Lin Xuan. Recently, although Chen Xuan had taken over the Jiangnan district, the surrounding major cities were somewhat dissatisfied. After all, Chen Xuan rose to power over the corpses of others, and his actions naturally sowed seeds of dissent among many. However, the actions of Lin Xuan, Dog Emperor, and Shun Laosan extinguished all ambitions of these major forces. They finally realized that there are always stronger people and greater worlds beyond their own. From then on, they regarded the Jiangnan district with a degree of reverence. Thus, when Wang Xiang mentioned Lin Xuan, Lin Huofeng, and Zhang Jiyuan exchanged glances, their eyes filled with a sense of fear towards Lin Xuan and dread towards the Jiangnan district. That woman is indeed terrifying. Her level of power leaves one without the heart to resist. I understand, so you have already made up your mind. Lin Huofeng took a deep breath and said. Wang Xiang nodded. Yes. What about your subordinates in the base? Zhang Jiyuan asked beside him. Wang Xiang chuckled lightly and said, if there are ability users willing to follow me, I will naturally welcome them. If they do not wish to go, they can choose to go to either of your factions. As for my territory, it will be handed over to both of you. Upon hearing Wang Xiang's words, the two were once again astonished. Is this really true? A vast territory with tens of thousands of people, and he is just going to give it up? That is rather resolute. Lin Huofeng and Zhang Jiyuan exchanged glances. Thank you, then we wish you success. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiang smiled, lightly, looking calmly at the two, secretly thinking, I hope you two won't end up regretting this decision in the future. Everyone has their own aspirations, and this cannot be forced. For Lin Huofeng and Zhang Jiyuan both are entrenched in their respective corners, unwilling to let go of the power and status in their hands. Though they appear to be enjoying great splendor, in reality, they lack foresight. Having made up his mind, Wang Xiang bid farewell to the two and returned to the base to prepare for his journey. He had long since considered this trip to the Jiangnan district. He must take a portion of the elite supernatural beings under his command with him. In the future, having these subordinates in the Jiangnan district would enable him to establish himself quickly. He was determined to secure the position of captain of the Jiangnan district. Jiangnan district, here I come, Wang Xiang murmured to himself. On the other hand, the other cities under the Jiangnan district began to stir, with countless supernatural beings making their way toward the Jiangnan district. 3 days later, the entire Jiangnan district was bustling with activity. Countless supernatural beings rushed in from various cities, all eager to join the Jiangnan district. These supernatural beings varied in strength, but to travel from various factions over long distances, they must possess a certain level of power. Otherwise, they would have been devoured by zombies along the way. Old Gu, those supernatural beings are basically all here. The number of arrivals is considerable. There are as many as 1,321 of them, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong said with smiles. They had not expected that the outcome would be this good. The number of supernatural beings arriving from various cities in Jiangnan totaled over 1,300, many of whom possessed decent talent and strength. If these individuals could be absorbed into the Jiangnan district, it would significantly enhance its strength. Great, we just need to select from these people to rebuild the 9 teams. No problem. With that, the 3 began to take action. At this moment in the Jiangnan district, these supernatural beings looked around excitedly as they entered. The Jiangnan district was indeed far more upscale than their base, resembling a modern city that had never endured the ravages of the apocalypse. "Boss, this Jiangnan district is too luxurious, and there are so many beautiful women here," said Li Yuan, the deputy leader under Wang Xiang, with a grin. Once Wang Xiang decided to come to the Jiangnan district, he followed without hesitation. Along with him were 31 supernatural beings from the Yuanhao base, all of whom were quite formidable. Wang Xiang nodded with a smile. Indeed, it lives up to its reputation as the Jiangnan district. He felt increasingly satisfied with his decision, convinced that he had made the right choice. "The team selection is ahead. Let's go sign up first." Yes. Everyone hurried toward the direction of the team selection. At this moment, the city was bustling with voices, and countless supernatural beings harbored various thoughts. At noon, countless supernatural beings gathered in the city village. Before them stood 9 enormous arenas. Standing before the arenas were Gu Yuan, Li Kai, Zhou Xiong, Lin Zixuan, and others. These were all elites under Chen Xuan, each possessing extraordinary strength. To give these incoming supernatural beings a warning, everyone unabashedly displayed their own formidable presence. Especially Lin Zixuan and Shun Laosan, their aura was terrifying. The former emitted a chilling, killing intent, while the latter's sinister aura made others tremble. Countless supernatural beings were filled with fear, especially those with slightly weaker abilities who found it hard to stand firm. Even a peak third-tier supernatural being, like Wang Xiang, felt a profound shock facing these terrifying existences. It was his first time confronting so many powerful figures. Each of them could easily kill him if they wished. Is this the foundation of the Jiangnan district? Truly terrifying. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my Jiangnan district. I am Gu Yuan, the head of the Jiangnan district," Gu Yuan announced loudly. Although everyone internally knew that Chen Xuan was the true leader, Gu Yuan took on the mission of attracting attention externally, and thus claimed to be the head. All eyes turned toward him. Gu Yuan continued, "Today marks the day of rebuilding the 9 teams in the Jiangnan district, and we will select the captains for the 9 teams today. Any supernatural being of 2nd tier or above may participate in the selection." Then Gu Yuan announced the benefits enjoyed by captains, vice-captains, and team members each month, instantly making countless supernatural beings' eyes shine with excitement. These benefits were simply hard to resist. Wang Xiang couldn't help but clench his fist, his eyes filled with desire. The captain position was his to secure. However, he also understood that to remain, he must give it his all. Soon after, countless people surged in to sign up. Any supernatural being of 2nd tier or above could register. This was also a means of selection, as among the over 1,000 supernatural beings present, there were mixed talents, and those with poor abilities naturally could not join the 9 teams. Before long, the registration ended. All participating supernatural beings possessed strength of 2nd tier or above, totaling 673. Indeed, more than half of the supernatural beings who arrived here were of 2nd tier or above. Among these 673, the majority were 2nd tier supernatural beings. The number of 3rd tier supernatural beings was only 43. As for 4th tier supernatural beings, there were, but only 1. The rules of the competition are very simple. We will draw lots, and then divide into 9 groups. The last ones standing on the 9 arenas will become the captains of the 9 teams in the Jiangnan district. Li Kai announced the rules of the competition, which were straightforward and determined by strength. Everyone understood this. The competition then commenced. Gu Yuan and the others watched with great interest as the matches unfolded, observing the excitement, while also searching for talented supernatural beings. "Only take a look at that one peak 3rd tier strength TSK Tisk. He seems to have a good chance at contending for the captain position," Zhou Xiong remarked with a smile. However, Li Kai chuckled and shook his head. If it were in other groups, he might have a chance, but that group has someone with 4th tier abilities whose strength is not below yours or mine. "That's true, this guy doesn't have good luck," Zhou Xiong nodded, somewhat regretting for him. Everyone had already been keeping an eye on this 4th tier supernatural being. After all, 4th tier strength is considered formidable throughout the Jiangnan district. This individual, named Lan Qinglin, hails from the largest faction in Kuan City, the Firewolf Gang, and is the leader of the Firewolf Gang. He possesses an S-level ability, the Blazing Wolf King, which belongs to the beast-type abilities, but he can also control firepower, making him quite powerful. This person harbors grand ambitions. His purpose for coming to the Jiangnan district is also to gain fame and recognition, with 2/3 of the Firewolf Gang's supernatural beings accompanying him. The battle lasted until the afternoon before finally coming to an end. On the 9 arenas stood 1 person each. These 9 individuals were the last ones standing, each possessing at least peak 3rd tier strength, having fought their way through countless abilities. Wang Xiang was among them. Standing on the arena, he looked down, his eyes filled with boundless ambition. He did it. He truly became the captain of the Jiangnan district. With 9 squads, he secured his position. From this day forth, he would begin to make a name for himself across the whole of Huaxia. In the apocalypse, for those with ambition or drive, it is the best soil, the elixir that can catalyze their growth. I announced that Lan Qinglin Wang Xiangzhang Yuanqing Nangong, Sun Li Ao Sun Shuhai Li Hani Wang Jingzhong, and Zhang Chong have stood out and become the first in their respective teams. These 9 individuals are the captains of the 9 squads in the Jiangnan district. Gu Huaiyan's voice echoed, filled with a sense of envy from countless eyes below. Those pairs of eyes were fixated on the individuals on the stage. It would be a lie to say they were not envious. After all, the conditions offered by the Jiangnan district were too generous, especially for captains, where potions, weapons, houses, and vehicles were prioritized for supply. Even for those at this level, beautiful women akin to stars were plentiful. One could say that becoming a squad captain in the Jiangnan district was like stepping onto the path of success. Below, some abilities users looked on with a hint of discontent, especially the 2 third-tier abilities users from Lan Qinglin's group. If it weren't for encountering Lan Qinglin, a 4th-tier abilities user, they might have had a spot on that stage. They could only blame their bad luck for encountering the only 4th-tier abilities user. What a bummer. They were already cursing in their hearts. Just when everyone thought it was over, a sudden voice rang out. Wait a moment. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the sound. The speaker was the only 4th-tier abilities user on stage, Lan Qinglin. What's the matter? Gu Huaiyan asked. Lan Qinglin nodded, then sneered, saying, I heard that the Jiangnan district has many experts, and I would like to seek some advice. I wonder if anyone is willing to teach me. Lan Qinglin's voice instantly reached every ear present. What the hell? What is this? Challenging everyone from the Jiangnan district. This person has some guts. Oh, sounds like you're quite dissatisfied, Li Kai said with a cold smile, speaking calmly. Of course, in the apocalypse, the position of leader should be held by the strong. Your strength is merely so-so. Why should I settle for just being a squad captain? Lan Qinglin said coldly. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in unison. This person certainly had a big mouth. But amidst the shock, they also wanted to see just how strong the Jiangnan district really was. Interesting, truly interesting. Gu Huaiyan chuckled, then looked at Lan Qinglin calmly, saying, How about this? Among us, you can pick anyone you want to challenge. If you win, their position will be yours. But if you lose and can't defeat anyone, then you must obey. No problem. Lan Qinglin eagerly agreed, his eyes filled with anticipation. Pick anyone. Unknown. Such an opportunity is hard to come by. If he wins, he wouldn't just be settling for the position of squad captain. Perhaps he could aim for a leadership position in the Jiangnan district. People like him only respect strength. To make him yield, one must crush him with strength, instilling fear and terror in him. In that case, you dog come first. Gu Huaiyan, Zhou Xiong, Li Kai, Lin Zixuan. Everyone. What the hell? Challenging the Dog Emperor right off the bat. You are directly ramping up the difficulty. One must know that the Dog Emperor is indeed among the strongest. At peak 4th tier in terms of strength, he is second only to Shun Laosan and Gu Huaiyan. But Lan Qinglin and the other abilities users naturally did not understand this. To them, the Dog Emperor was just a dog. And a dog could actually hold a high position in the Jiangnan district. This was simply a joke. The reason Lan Qinglin first challenged the Dog Emperor was that he believed challenges should start from the easy ones before tackling the difficult. This silly dog didn't seem too smart, so it couldn't be very strong. If he could defeat it and take its place, even if the subsequent challenges failed, he could at least secure the high position. Dog, you're literally a dog. I have to say, Lan Qinglin's reckless move is truly foolish. But unfortunately, he picked the wrong dog. If it were any other dog, it would definitely not be his match, but he was facing the Dog Emperor, the king of dogs. Woof woof. The Dog Emperor let out a mocking bark. Then the Dog Emperor strode confidently to the center of the arena, the eyes of countless people fixed on the man and the dog. Lan Qinglin's eyes were filled with confidence. I never thought a dog could be a high-ranking member of the Jiangnan district. Is there really no one else in the high ranks? Lan Qinglin grinned, his eyes filled with disdain. He then waved at the Dog Emperor, saying, Foolish dog, don't blame me for bullying you. I will let you attack first. Upon saying this, he placed his hands behind his back, exuding an air of a master. The Dog Emperor, upon hearing this, had its eyes immediately filled with fury. This guy actually dared to call it a foolish dog. Unthinkable. In the Dog Emperor's heart, only its master could insult it. Others were not allowed. Woof! The Dog Emperor barked, and then its body instantly vanished from its spot, rushing towards Lan Qinglin. Lin Zixuan, watching from the sidelines, had a smirk on her face. Having spent so much time with the Dog Emperor, she was well aware that the Dog Emperor was furious. And it was extreme anger. Clearly that guy was going to be in trouble. This is rather interesting. Boom. In an instant, the entire sky thundered and countless purple celestial thunders spread across the sky. Is this the dog's abilities? Lan Qinglin was dumbfounded, and countless abilities users below were equally stunned. They didn't expect a dog to possess abilities and such terrifying strength at that. Boom, boom. In an instant, thunderbolts fell relentlessly, heading straight for Lan Qinglin. The latter clearly wanted to escape, but the density and speed of the lightning left him with no place to run. Damn, it'll fight back. Lan Qinglin gritted his teeth and instantly unleashed the Blaze Wolf King ability. However, just as he released it, the purple celestial thunder descended instantly, directly shattering his abilities. Bang! The battle hadn't even begun, yet it was already over. With a single strike, Lan Qinglin, a 4th-tier ability user, was utterly defeated without any chance of resistance. This is simply absurd. Everyone was left dumbfounded. It was just a dog. How could it be so terrifying? If they weren't aware of Lan Qinglin's background, they would have thought today's events were a play. My goodness, this dog is terrifying. Indeed, its frightening ability left me unable to resist. Yes, the power of this ability is truly outrageous. Below, countless ability users exchanged bewildered glances, discussing among themselves, all of them shocked by the strength of the Dog Emperor. At this moment, Lan Qinglin was as black as charcoal, his body crackling with lightning power, appearing extremely disheveled. He couldn't understand. He truly couldn't comprehend. How could the weakest dog I chose be so strong? If even a dog possesses such power, what about the others? Isn't that even more terrifying? How is this possible? Lan Qinglin couldn't believe it, nor did he want to believe it. Gu Wuyin smiled lightly. Are you convinced now? I am not convinced. I want to continue challenging. Lan Qinglin stubbornly declared. Continue challenging. Fine. Let's give him that opportunity. Which one do you want to challenge? That one, yes, you old man. Don't think that wearing a black robe makes you impressive. Today, I will teach you how to behave. Lan Qinglin pointed at Old Man Shen, speaking with conviction, his eyes filled with confidence. Just an old guy pretending to be impressive in a black robe. What a joke. Lan Qinglin speculated that such pretentious strength was surely lacking. Thus at this moment he was full of confidence. Old Man Shen's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Was this guy just talking to him? Lin Zixuan and the others were also a bit stunned. Who is this guy? Is he out of his mind? Who is Old Man Shen? In the entire Jiangnan region aside from Chen Xuan, he is undoubtedly the strongest presence. Moreover, with his curse ability, even Lin Zixuan wouldn't dare to engage lightly. After all, fighting him could result in a terrible curse. Thus, when they saw Lan Qinglin actually challenge Old Man Shen, both Lin Zixuan and Gu Wuyin, as well as the others, wore expressions of bewilderment. Kid'll give you one more chance. Are you really going to challenge me? Old Man Shen said calmly. However, upon hearing this, Lan Qinglin thought Old Man Shen was afraid. He sneered, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Old man, if you're scared, just admit it, and I might let you off the hook. Scared? Admit it. Let me go. Alright, good kid, you really have some guts. Even Old Man Shen couldn't help but laugh in anger. He slowly stepped forward, instantly arriving in front of Lan Qinglin, patting the Dog Emperor to signal it to return. Woof! The Dog Emperor barked, and then took a few steps back confidently, leaving Lan Qinglin to Old Man Shen. After all, the Dog Emperor was well aware of Old Man Shen's strength. Old man, don't blame me for bullying you. Let's do this, I will let you strike first. Lan Qinglin brushed off the dust from his clothes, still carrying a hint of a burnt smell. Although he appeared somewhat disheveled, he was still a 4th-tier ability user and couldn't be looked down upon. Oh, interesting. Old Man Shen's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes holding a hint of a sinister grin. This guy truly needed to be dealt with. Without further ado, he sneered, forming a hand gesture. Go. Immediately, Lan Qinglin felt a tightness in his chest, suddenly sensing himself being controlled. His body moved involuntarily. His hand was raised against his will, and then it came crashing down heavily across his own face. Slap. A loud sound echoed, and with that slap his right cheek turned red and swollen, indicating just how forceful it was. However, this was just the beginning. Slap. Slap. The continuous sound rang out as Lan Qinglin kept slapping his own face, leaving everyone completely dumbfounded by this bizarre scene. What the hell? What is going on? Slapping oneself over a disagreement. This is outrageous. My goodness, is this the method of that black-robed elder? It's terrifying. Yes, even a 4th-tier ability user like Lan Qinglin is utterly powerless against this control. I fear we cannot withstand it either. It's too terrifying. Everyone looked on, their eyes filled with fear. A dog and an old man in black robes displayed strength that sent shivers down countless spines. Before long, Lan Qinglin's face was already red and swollen, nearly resembling a pig's head. As the curse power dissipated, he regained control of his body. However, this time Lan Qinglin looked at Old Man Shen with a hint of fear. What? What kind of method is this that can control me? Lan Qinglin was in shock. He couldn't fathom why this was happening. But Old Man Shen couldn't be bothered to explain, letting out a chilling laugh from beneath his black robe. So do you want to continue? Just that simple question made countless people shudder. Lan Xinglin shivered and decisively shook his head. No, I'm done. I was wrong, I really was wrong. He shook his head vigorously, his eyes no longer filled with the earlier bravado. Continuous blows made him start to doubt himself, but more so he was filled with fear of the Jiangnan region. This is just too terrifying. It's a true den of dragons and tigers. But in an instant Lan Xinglin felt a surge of excitement within himself. For in such an environment his strength would only grow stronger. Lan Xinglin wasn't alone in this thought. Wang Xiang on the arena and the other ability users remaining in the Jiangnan region were also filled with anticipation and fervor. One day they too wanted to become that kind of top-tier powerhouse. They had that confidence. Gu Wuyin, Zhou Xiong, and Li Kai exchanged glances and smiled at each other. He slowly stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the 9 people on the arena. From now on, these 9 will be the backbone of the Jiangnan region's fighting strength. If they are trained well in the future, their power will surely not be inferior. After all, these individuals are the most talented and powerful people from the 13 districts of Jiangnan. In the future, they will not be inferior to Yanjing. Moreover, with Chen Xuan here, it might just be a matter of time before the Jiangnan region surpasses Yanjing. Since that's the case, from now on, you 9 will be the captains of my 9 teams in the Jiangnan region. The rise of my Jiangnan region is closely linked to you all. As Gu Wuyin finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. However, at that moment, a convoy of armored vehicles crashed through the gates of the Jiangnan region, speeding towards them, the massive hum resonating throughout the entire city. Before long, an armored vehicle came into view. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the armored vehicle, their eyes filled with disbelief. What on earth is this? How did an armored vehicle suddenly appear in the city? Gu Wuyin, Li Kai, and Zhou Xiong exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions showing surprise. What is going on? Gu Wuyin asked. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong were equally bewildered, shaking their heads in confusion. As for Lin Zixuan and Shun Laosan, they were equally clueless about what was happening. Just then the large door of the armored vehicle suddenly swung open. Immediately 8 young men and women filed out from within. Each of them was dressed differently, but they all shared one common trait: confidence. Their youthful faces were brimming with self-assurance. It was as if they had arrived not in the treacherous dragon's den of Jiangnan district, but in some garden, strolling leisurely. Yet the oppressive aura they brought was undeniably powerful. The atmosphere instantly made everyone present feel a chill in their hearts. Who are you? What brings you to Jiangnan district? Gu Wuyin was the first to speak. He was somewhat uncertain about their origins, so he took the initiative to ask. I am Gu Wuyin, former captain of Team 3 of Jiangnan district. I was recently ordered to encircle the Tianxian base, but I defected to the leader of the Tianxian base, Chen Xuan. With the support of the other side, I became the leader of Jiangnan district. Though I am not the head, I am a pawn. Am I correct in what I say? The calm voice passed through everyone's ears, clear and distinct. Upon hearing this, Gu Wuyin's pupils constricted sharply. Who were these people before him? They had even investigated matters from not long ago in such detail. The intelligence work was truly terrifying. Then the leader among them flashed a grin, his eyes radiating a reckless ferocity. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shui Yi, one of the 8 guardians of national security from Yanjing district. After he finished speaking, the others behind him chimed in unison. I am Li Lai, one of the 8 guardians of national security from Yanjing district. I am Zhang Huairan, also one of the 8 guardians of national security from Yanjing district. After the 8 introduced themselves, shock covered everyone's faces. Yanjing district. The 8 guardians of national security. No way Yanjing actually mobilized. Moreover, they directly dispatched the 8 guardians of national security, a national asset. You must understand the 8 guardians of national security are the top assets of Yanjing district, each possessing terrifying strength and extraordinary talent, truly the dragons and phoenixes among men. The strength of the 8 guardians of national security is firmly within the top tier across all of Huaxia. The mere mobilization of one is a significant event, let alone 8. If this were to get out, it would surely drop the jaws of countless people. Gu Wuyin suddenly felt an ominous premonition in his heart. He never expected that the events occurring in Jiangnan district could attract the attention of Yanjing, and they even specifically dispatched the 8 guardians of national security. What does this signify? It indicates that Yanjing's stance on handling Jiangnan district is quite resolute. It seems this trouble is not trivial. Shen Laosan narrowed his eyes as his strength allowed him to see that these 8 individuals were extraordinary, which made him feel a bit uneasy. So it turns out people from Yanjing have come. What brings you to Jiangnan district? Gu Wuyin spoke calmly. He knew that at this moment, he absolutely could not panic or lose his composure. Upon hearing this, Li Lai coldly laughed without hesitation. Don't you know why we are here? Zhu Rai was killed by you, right? How dare you take the nest for yourself without even looking at what you are? Do you have the bloodline for it? There are only a few major districts across Huaxia. How can a muddy peasant like you have the qualification to occupy a district? For someone of this level, do they dare to meddle without the proper bloodline? It's simply outrageous. However, upon hearing Li Lai's words, Gu Wan's expression instantly turned cold. He knew the terror of Yinjing district, but that did not mean he was afraid. Moreover, the sarcasm in the other party's words was truly hard to accept. That sense of superiority was quite detestable. Who do you think you are? Aren't you just the henchman of those powerful elites? Do you really think you are something special? Li Kai sneered disdainfully. This statement struck at Li Lai's core. Indeed, no matter how powerful you are just the henchman of those powerful elites. What about the 8 guardians of national security? Still servants. Do you really see yourself as the master? What a joke. Upon hearing Li Kai's words, Li Lai's expression changed, and the other 7 guardians of national security also looked displeased. Indeed, Li Kai's words struck deep. Damn brat, you will pay for your words today. With that, Li Lai's eyes flashed with a dark glimmer, and a terrifying black flame surged forth from his gaze, moving so quickly that Li Kai could not dodge it. The dense flame carried a corrosive effect, scorching the surrounding air with its dark force. Just when Li Kai was unable to evade, Chen Xuan quickly intervened, unleashing a curse power. However, compared to this flame, his curse power was still lacking on the battlefield. Thus, that dark flame broke through Chen Xuan's curse power and rushed straight for Li Kai. Fortunately, with Chen Xuan holding the line, Li Kai was finally able to react, summoning countless metal elements around him to form a protective barrier. However, under the assault of that flame, the barrier could not hold for even a second, and the metal was instantly melted into liquid. Boom! The terrifying flame power nearly engulfed Li Kai's body. He was blasted back several meters, his body charred, black blood dripping down, and an indescribable sensation emanated from him. Defeated. In a single move, he was rendered powerless. This level of strength is too terrifying, right? Cough, cough. Li Kai coughed twice, blood spewing from his throat, looking utterly disheveled. Kid, this is a lesson for you, worthless thing. Pock. Li Lai spat, his tone full of disdain. However, the recklessness and arrogance were truly beyond anyone's reach, for they indeed had that kind of strength. After all, someone like Li Kai, a 4th-tier ability user, wasn't even a match for the top figures in Jiangnan district, let alone the others. Moreover, Chen Xuan's earlier attempt had also failed to stop that guy. One can only imagine how strong the opponent was. At this moment, the expressions of everyone in Jiangnan district turned serious, the atmosphere dropping to a freezing point, especially Li Kai, who, although furious, found himself powerless against the adversary. This time it seems it is not simple. I just sat on the high-speed train for 6 or 7 hours today, feeling extremely tired. Is this the waste you recruited from the Jiangnan district? Indeed, it's a gathering of useless people. After all, the strongest among them is merely a 4th-tier ability user, while the other 8 are all 3rd-tier. In his eyes, they aren't even worthy to serve him. Faced with Li Lai's mockery, everyone felt a burning shame on their faces, yet none dared to retaliate, suppressing their dissatisfaction in silence. At this moment, Shui Yi, the leader of the 8 Sons of National Security, stepped forward, surveying the crowd. Though he did not use his powers, the mere calm gaze he cast sent shivers down the spines of numerous ability users who instinctively avoided eye contact. You have one chance to leave now. Today's events have nothing to do with you. If you do not leave, this will be your grave. As he spoke, Shui Yi's aura surged, emanating an overwhelming killing intent that chilled the air. Such formidable strength. Even someone as powerful as Chen Xuan, a 5th-tier ability user, felt a sense of dread. This person's power is truly extraordinary. Hearing Shui Yi's words and feeling his fierce aura, many ability users began to retreat in fear. Especially those who were not from the Jiangnan district, but from the 13 cities under his command, many of whom were leaders of their factions, naturally unwilling to court death. Thus, within just a few seconds, many ability users fled, retreating behind the 8 Sons of National Security to distance themselves from the Jiangnan district. As more people fled, even the 9 victors on stage had nearly all escaped, leaving only 4 behind, less than half. What surprised Gu Wuyin and the others was that the recently defeated Lan Qinglin stayed behind on the arena. This guy is truly unexpected. Looking at the scattered 20 or so people remaining, the 8 Sons of National Security displayed mocking expressions. Just this. Indeed, just this. To the 8 Sons of National Security, these individuals were nothing but a group of garbage, posing no threat at all. It seems you have no intention of surrendering. Shui Yi glanced at the people before him, his gaze slightly